Yo, you know how we do? G block in there. Cameron. Jeez. Sunday sessions, yeah. Say that, man. Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're venturing outside today, B. We're daring to go to the supermarket. It's gonna be peak still. Peak. So, yeah, big up. Yeah, you know how we do. Yeah, speakers, duppies, coolers, closed. G block is open. You get me? Ah, all right. So, are we at the start of a recession? How will the poorest in society cope? Boy, right now it's kind of peak still because if you can't go out to make any earnings, boy, if we can't leave our house, yeah, big up TYO, bro, big up fam. If we can't leave our house to earn any extra money or to make any earnings, how will we deal with this um, recession that's looking like it's definitely about to lick? Because a good few people ain't been work for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If you get paid weekly or monthly, holiday pay is due to run out in what 3, 4 weeks. Yeah, how are we gonna cope with this, man? Like, boy, I'm sure that I'm sure that we got a little piece of savings in so. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of an emergency fund where they save up money to um for times like this where something may happen and you can't go to work. I'm not even sure if the life insurance thing covers this. It should do though. Yeah, man. It's that in a bit of a recession for a piece, mate, because everyone's behind on payments. Like the big businesses are gonna be behind on payments, whatever repayments they gotta make. Yeah, it's bad. If the big businesses are getting fucking bailouts, yeah, what are they gonna do for the small people, man? The poor people, self-employed, zero contract hours. You get me, man like that. Let me see who's jumped in, man. Big up Day.
Yo, Velle, what's good, man?
Oh, Guaji.
Yo, bro, I got an answer to
Yeah.
this, yeah. Straight up, fam.
All right.
No long thing. Everyone invest in a little bit of soil, a little bit of seeds, a little bit of nutrients, and then what you got to invest in is um infinite sources of electricity and water. So, for example, um, there's loads of ways you could get electricity. You could get a gravitational electrical generator. So that's like a generator. You hang it up somewhere. It's got like a string on it. You tie some sort of weight to the string, and then it slowly pulls down, revving a motor, creating electricity. Have a battery. You could power your lights and grow your own crops. Like I think everyone should be growing their
Yeah.
own crops right now, man.
Well, like vegetables, because
Vegetables.
Like,
fruits. Yeah,
it's a good idea, but how long does it take for you to grow fucking apples and strawberries?
bro, it's true.
Pineapple
It
tree
takes
takes 2 years to
it
grow
does
and shit.
it does take a long time, bro. But from now until then, man, like I mean, if you can sort out with someone, because you could trade at some point, innit? If you can
Mm.
certify whatever um amount of produce you're gonna be making, because you're not gonna be able to consume all of it anyway. So you're gonna need to be a bit economic with it. You know what I mean?
But most people's gardens or even balcony space, whatever they got, if they've got a balcony or a garden,
Yeah.
is not like massive enough for you to. It's probably enough for you to plant small crops to feed sort of
I
one to
never.
two
I mean,
people or to top up your vegetables. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
I thought about that, but I
so like,
fully just dismissed all of the outdoor whole thing. That's why I said like you need to invest in
oh,
actually.
indoor, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, all right, yeah, but like a tent or something,
Yeah, 10. Um, you need something to cool down the atmosphere, something to
indoor
warm it up,
greenhouse.
something to dry it, something to moisten it. And really, the most important thing in your setup is renewable sources of power. So
Did you
those
know
of
what
you
the
who
issue is
invested
though?
in
They,
solar, yeah,
yeah, you see, because like we're saying, it takes money to make money, innit?
yeah, true.
So the first step is like, right, no one can leave their house to make any earnings. You know what I'm saying? Like anyone that works in McDonald's, anyone that works in Primark, anyone that works in Matalan, all them and they're at home right now. You don't even know when they're going to be getting paid again, when they're going to be going back to work.
So you're
Any
talking
man that's
about
on
if
0 hours
someone's on
contracts,
zero right now.
yeah, 0 hours contracts right now, fam. There's
Ah,
people
bro.
that's really on 0 hours contracts a day, cuz. That's what I'm trying to say, fam. That
Ah, feeling
obviously
for you
never
lot,
knew
man.
because no one knows that this corona thing was going to be how it's going to be, and no one even knows how long it's going to last for. So
I know what you're saying,
uh,
bro, but I really,
it's serious, you know. Although we're not taking it as serious as it's quite serious, though.
no, I know what you're saying, bro. Even if the virus itself is not serious, the situation that has been forced
Situation. That's
upon
what
us
I'm
is
saying.
serious anyway. So either
Right.
way, like, you know what I mean? Like me, I've always been that type of person to prepare for these kind of situations, bro. I'm prepared for a zombie apocalypse, and I don't even believe that's gonna happen. You get me? Like,
Mm.
I really have been pushing all my life for people to prepare for situations like these. And yeah, why? I'm not gonna, yeah, the world's not gonna, bro. Yeah, here we are, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if the world's going to end or anything like that yet, but we're in a position where, rah, your main source of income is closed right now, so you can't.
Yeah, bro. This was,
You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely, if you're even if you're self-employed, a builder, yeah, and you've got customers, yeah, where you've got building work going on for them, they might be like, right, I'm self-isolating, so no one can actually come to the yard to do any work. You get
yeah,
me? Like,
it's
all
hard, bro,
that
because
that's
you're not
locked
gonna
off
make a penny.
for a
Like,
month. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like, and
even
then
those people who don't have a job, say someone who was looking for a job and is already in a hard time, yeah, and I can't go out to look for a job anyway. Like,
mortgage payments due
yeah,
in
P, bro.
in well, mortgage payments for this month's probably coming out over this week. You get me?
Yeah.
So between now and Monday, well, this week Friday and Monday, mortgage payments or the start of the month. You get me? Then, well, if
What did the government say anything about they're gonna give pardons on certain things temporarily at least or anything like that?
they did say something, yeah, but I wasn't fully hearing. I didn't fully understand it because they were speaking posh, like
Oh yeah,
so.
yeah. But
They
they
might have
said
been
something
saying certain words,
along them
yeah.
lines and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they might be saying certain words that was covering what was going to help us lots, but we sort of didn't get what they
I
were
look,
saying.
you've been
But
following the news on that, yeah?
A little bit.
Like, see this thing. I assume that everyone who's working is gonna have to stop working and they're gonna get paid £2,500. Then I heard like that's not
Okay.
really the actual situation. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah. Say again.
Do you know anything about that? Like the
About
fact
yeah,
that
that's what I said. Say
when they're
again.
not working, they're gonna get £2,500.
That I heard it was up to £2,500,
Oh, up to okay, okay.
which was supposed to be your 80% of your wages, but I've not heard nothing more about that yet. But listen, yeah, I need to put my boy's shoes on, man, because we're going shopping and shit. You know what I mean?
Do that. I'm gonna go through some ideas.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're making up their noise.
wait. See you in a bit. Yeah, you lot jump on, man. Bring your ideas through. Me personally, I'm just trying to figure it out now. Like as I'm here, like I feel like everyone should always be prepared for every situation, man. Like I wish, what can I say? Look, if you have anything that you can sell or that you don't need, I feel like that's the first thing you should be doing. If you have nothing, I'm trying to think about. You see those who have nothing, yeah, and they ain't got a penny to even get some food for today, and like just got evicted from their house 10 minutes ago, and like that's the kind of situation I'm trying to think of. Like how would you even start? Me personally, I'll find somewhere. Like, first thing, obviously, you need shelter. The thing is, it's hard to find any food and water, since a lot of places are closed. It's not. I mean, London is an easy place to not go starving or die of thirst. But now in this situation, it might be a completely different story. Uh, if you lot got Dettol, I heard that is selling online for bare peas. Dettol. Hey, I'm gonna actually let me see if that's still about. Someone was selling on eBay for like a couple bags or something. Even I forgot who was saying yesterday. I think it was James Jones. And it's true, people were selling like dumbbells, bars, bare stuff, like for big peas. Like I don't know. Look, this is what I'm saying. I'm seeing Dettol online for like £2, £3. I don't get why someone would sell it for like a bag. Don't make sense. Wait, you know what? A tent would have been a good investment for those who are losing their yards and that. I'm not even taking the mick, like I'm just saying. Uh, how do you get peas though? You can't. Whatever I was gonna say. There's a lot of things you can't do in it. What are you gonna do? Sell chewing gums on road? You can't do that. One exercise a day. Oh, crazy. Hey, this is actually a mad question, Velle. This is actually such a mad question. Yeah, I would love to see like what ideas people have for this, man. Oh, bro, I'd love to see anyone who's watching and actually has thought of something. Like, I would jump on if I was you.
Yeah, it's serious, bro, because
Serious question, bro.
obviously
Like, in that
it's not
situation,
like
like, what?
you get me. It's like you need to Right, I don't even know what it is, bruv.
You know what it is?
Most
This is
banks are
what it
giving
is, yeah?
3 month
It's hard
mortgage payment
enough.
holiday if needed.
You know
Best
what
thing
it
for
is?
poor people to do is get the virus and die off, and then let the rest of us share the wealth. Blood clot. What happened to this, brother? That's how nature
Who said,
works. Damn.
what? Did someone
Oh,
say that? Are you
mate.
saying that?
Huh?
Are you saying that or did someone say that?
No. That's scientific method, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
scientific method, bruv. Oh my
Mm.
days. Best thing for
Yeah,
people
you
to
went
get
in
the
still.
virus. But bro, scientific method. A lot of these people ain't even got the virus. They're just like they got caught in a crossfire, man. It's like, yo, I'm not allowed to do nothing. I don't even have the virus. But now, because of that situation, they're gonna be on road, and then they might contract the virus due to that, innit? That's what makes it so hard, Veli. The thing is, yeah, you need money. You need money to get money, and that is hard to do in a non-corona world. You know what I mean? So is the situation didn't get easier. Like, look, I would advise, yeah, someone's best bet. No, but then again, they need money to do that as well. Starting off zero, flipping. I kind of foresaw this, man. I wish a lot of people did too. Atheist, don't think the way we natural human beings. All nurture. What? Do you have any good movies? Ah, that's the next thing. Yeah, what? Do you lot have any solutions or something? Man's are saying healing crystals. Ah, I don't even think I understood that right, man. That's it. Healing crystals and negative energy. But don't tell me talk about the corona though. Like it's supposed to save you. Like they are lying about the virus to bring the new world order. Overkill, aka truth. Uh, that's a bit of an overkill, aka you have spoken too much truth in one place. Nicking electric is a worse crime than growing weed. Like you don't need to nick electricity. You could get it. There are many ways to get it for free if you invest. If you hadn't made an investment, you would have been getting electricity for free. I mean, like if you'd invested in all those people that invested in solar panels, mini wind turbines, and whatever they can power their their supply with, they're laughing now. Everyone's laughing at them. They're the ones laughing now, man. They could go and cancel all their bills and they'll still be getting. You get me? There was no mention on CCP. Yeah, but that's the whole point, isn't it? It's like right now, there's some poor people right now who got not a penny to their name, and they were probably starting work in 2 weeks, and then are we at the start of a recession? How will the poor in society cope? I don't know if they'll cope though. That's the thing. And I don't think like would places like the job center be open for these lot or places like the Citizens Advice Bureau or these kind of public service places. I don't know. Apparently everything's closed except places like necessities, places to get food, and that's basically about it, isn't it? What else is open? Oh, you lot who've been outside and that, yeah. To be honest, I haven't really been outside yet. So, what places are actually open? Yes. Yes, good afternoon, Melanated. Mini turbines cost more to maintain compared to the electricity produced. What you mean like wind turbines cost more to maintain than the electricity produced? I'm like, bro, isn't it just a fan with a motor at the end of the fan and it's connected to a battery? Like you just put that on you somewhere outside and wind will blow it. If you get an alright one, it should last years without anything happening to it. Uh, Recession is imminent. The poor will survive on universal credit. That's what I'm saying. The job centers, are they even open for that to even be an option? The gentleman. Do you have any good movies? The bearings need maintain. Yeah, but sorry man, how like have you owned like a mini wind turbine? And if so, how long has it lasted with you? Like how often would you see difficulties? Most turbines in London. What do you mean? Are you talking about them big wind turbines? Because like there are millions of all you really need is literally a motor and some sort of propeller. Like you don't even need that. You could get like one of them bro, have you seen them ones on top of vans? Them little thing. That little bit of power at least will be pushing some fuel into the cell. They'll be pushing electricity into the battery at least. It will be most turbines in London are not working no more because of the cost. Because of the cost of maintenance. How am I coping? I'm alright, bro. It's kind of mad. I'm actually going a little bit crazy. One of the maddest things, like I'm looking outside and I'm seeing sun, and I'm like, bro, what? It's raining. Ooh, yeah. And then second, say lock up is the second the sun decides to start blasting. It's peak. How you coping, Skyworks, man? Skyworks 600. Big up, big up. Yeah, bro. I literally, because Velle just switched it on, man, bro. Man saying Brez, who, like, right now, their rent is due, their bills are due. The landlord saying you come, you're getting kicked out. Your penny in your pocket is down to 2 pennies. And like, ah, you ain't got really anywhere to go from there. It's kind of difficult, man. Like the only thing I can really think of is find some sort of, you know what, yeah? If you don't know about any underground underground you know them underground stations, abandoned ones and that. Yeah, Skyworks, you know what? I do take a walk, yeah. I try to walk up and down. Um I I tried to more than once. I can't really, it's long, innit? And then feds, there's bare feds on road in my ends, bruv. And they're going like, yo, and I see you already walk. And I have to say, yeah, I was going for my exercise. It's like, and now I'm going to my shop for my essentials. And like, yeah, but I don't even want to chat to them, man. Every time after, bro, I feel like I'm being taken for a mug, innit? I have to, like, miss, can I go toilet? Like, bruv, mm. Someone is a great example what believing weird magic does to your brain. Makes it completely useless. Oh, what did Samarin chat with humongous pat? This virus is punishment from Allah to show those in the West who ignored our brothers and sisters, going through hardships, bombings, starvations, that it can touch them also. Oh, you know what, Samaroon, yeah? Someone was telling me yesterday, yeah, you know, like, see what happened in China, yeah? They locked up all the Muslimin brothers into one prison, and then everyone outside the prison got the coronavirus. And I was like, bruv, but the whole world got it, innit? You get me? Telling me those bres in a Muslim 3 million concentration camp are like the only ones that are gonna survive or something.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, who's that?
How we do?
Oh yes, yes, Ultra man. Oh, this
I'm
is a
sick.
hard one, you know. You're
I'm
sick.
sick.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro, health, man. Hope you. Oh,
Uh,
that's bad, bro.
I'm sick.
Hope it's not in peak, man. Hope it's some
Uh,
current captain, bro.
uh, I'm
Hope it's a
sick.
captain, fam.
I'm sick. Uh,
Bro,
uh,
I hope it's not in two peak, man.
uh,
How you feeling?
no. This man flew. This man flew.
Yeah,
Uh,
bro. Try get some lemon and honey.
Out you
Yeah.
out, baby. You fucking panicking, you fucking,
Ayo,
fucking
huh?
baby and hate. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
allow it, man.
sorry.
Tell it to fix up, boy. Fix up.
Huh?
I'm sick. I need help.
I
I
just
need
do
some
the act,
lunch.
innit?
I need
You're a
some
mad
lunch.
guy, you know.
I need lunch. That's gonna help. I need lunch. Uh, I need lunch.
Deep, man.
I'm delirious as well, you know.
Bro, you're contaminating me over my phone, fam.
Alright, listen. Let me have let me have a knock on the question of the day. Yeah, like basically, I said it yesterday or the day before. I can't remember now because I'm sick and my brain's just fucked up. Yeah, we've only been. I can't speak for everyone else. Yeah, because I can't remember the time frame of when they started getting serious. Yeah, but for about 2 weeks,
Yeah,
this
something like that.
coronavirus in the UK has been like serious to the point where, or not even 2 weeks in the UK. It's only been for the last week or so. This pandemic has got like to a serious level, and
Yeah.
the sad thing about this is that in the UK, it's going to take a minimum in the short time frame we've been suffering with the coronavirus. I think in I think it's the repercussions of this thing are going to be felt for the next 18 to 24 months. Because think about think about like obviously I don't believe anything Boris Johnson says because he's a proven liar, right? But besides that, he's telling
Amen.
us his government is putting together a package that's going to help employees, and he's also trying to do something to help fucking self-employed people, which is all fine and dandy and fine and gravy. The
If
problem
it
that
were true.
the problem you don't understand, or the thing you don't get is that money has to be paid back.
Yeah.
That
Well, where
money,
they planning to get them fundings from?
exactly. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I'm honest with you, the repercussions of this whole thing is going to be felt for a minimum of 18 to 24 months.
Bro, you know
Because,
what, actually? I
mm,
was watching the news once, and the person speaking, it just said
mm,
shadow government or shadow something like, bro. And the guy was just saying, yeah, the Bank of England and I don't know, some sort of financial institution is prepared to be able to support, etc., whatever. But then the government's gonna
Mm,
be back in debt to them, innit? And
mm,
I think they're gonna bust some, yo, we'll give you this much peas with like 1 billion% interest. You know what I mean? And they ain't got really much choice.
mm, mm.
So government's gonna end up broke as well.
Bro, no, I don't think. No, I don't think the UK's government will be broke because the UK's answer to everything is borrow more.
Borrow
Tax
more.
high, tax high, borrow more. Yeah, yeah. So
But you know what?
basically,
It's the
and then
person with the
remember,
cash
all
who's
the
ending up.
government's debt is passed on to us, bro. And all that means is more taxes,
More tax.
more
Mm.
austerity, but austerity by stealth. That's what it's going to be. Austerity by stealth.
Oh, what's austerity?
Austerity is when the government cuts back on essential services to save dough, basically.
Uh,
Like in the UK, things like libraries and uh, all these other types of services, like that type of thing, have either been closed or scaled back.
yeah,
Um,
they've been doing that still.
yeah, and that's what austerity is, right?
Oh,
Now,
that's peak. You
this
know,
is
I'm a
why
big fan of
in
libraries.
the
I've
UK,
seen the
I'm
dirt
telling you,
they've
bro,
been doing.
in the UK, when Corona was only licking down old people, right, they were okay with it because it means less pensions that they have to pay out. But as soon as it
Mm.
started licking everyone else down, it's like, all right, boy, we might have to do something about this, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. I'll tell you what, right? I'm so ill. I'm so sick, right? I just need some lunch. I think some lunch is gonna. I would like some fish and some rice. That'll make me feel better. Make me feel better. I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. Obviously, I panicked. I done a panic by like about a week and a half ago. I've got like 1,000 tins of like salmon, mackerel, tuna, sardines. I even bought a tin of fucking anchovies, and I
Hey,
hate
what, you a
anchovies.
pescatarian?
Me, no, 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 no.
Oh,
It's just because the fish is non-perishable and lasts
yeah,
for
long story
ages.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was only going for non-perishables, and also like you can't buy flour in it, like it's just gone. However, I was driving the bus right, and I deliberately ran like 10 minutes early, and I stopped outside Sainsbury's. Yeah, I ran in, and I said to the dude, "Hey, you got any flour?" And he's like, "You know what? I was literally just about to put some on the shelf. The man popped the thing, and I snatched two big dirty bags of flour. So now
Space.
I'm gonna go on YouTube and type in how to make your own pasta.
Oh, you're on them flexes, yeah.
Yeah, because do you know why? I can't. Like I said to Velle the other day, I realized this whole Corona thing. All it's made me realize is how grossly unprepared I am for in an emergency. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't even
Mm.
know how to make pasta. I could change a tire, but I don't know how to
Bro,
make pasta.
cooking, yeah, I can't. Like, even if I found that thing online, I will ruin it. I would even attempt to do that, bro.
No, bro, listen, trial
Personally,
and error,
personally,
bro.
no, not not
That's what
not
cooking
you.
is, trial and error, bro.
Yeah, but bro, like, you know how many times I've tried cooking
Wait,
eggs?
let me
No,
ask you a
allow,
question.
allow.
Can you put
There's no point having this convo with me,
you
bro.
can't ruin
I'm
eggs,
useless
bro.
at
You
cooking.
can't ruin eggs. You crack an egg, put it
That's
in a bowl,
exactly, you know
and
what?
beat it.
That's the funny thing. That's what my brothers say. That's what my mom used to say. Like, you can't ruin eggs. How? How do you like? It's they're telling me this is the simplest shit, fam. And bro, I just don't. I wasn't the guy in it. I was
Mm,
bestowed with so many gifts in my life, yeah.
mm.
But that just was not one of them, bro.
What the cooking prowess? Are you black?
Cooking anything, bro.
Wait, they done. Are you black?
I would not give that information out online.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know, like because as a black don myself, yeah, I grew up in a house where from early you would you kind of had to cook the rice. You were shown how to take the rice out of the packet, put it in the
Yeah,
pot, put it under the cold tap, turn cold tap off, swish the rice around in the pot till the water
yeah,
gets all
yeah, yeah.
murky and starchy.
I
Pour
could
off the
do all that.
water,
I could
pour off
do
the
all that.
water, and then repeat. Yeah, and then so you still want it to be a little bit starchy, but not. You need to get the majority of the starch off the rice, and then fill it with water. You dash it on the stove, salt and pepper, thyme, add peas, cream coconut, and then when the water disappears, you put the whole pot. Just put it in the oven, and what that does is because
What?
it's in the oven, the heat surrounds the pot and it cooks the rice evenly, and it doesn't stick to the bottom of the pan. It's wicked, and then
Bruh,
that's rice.
that's the first time I heard of that technique.
Yeah, bro, this is what I'm saying. I've got mad skills. Even when I'm sick, yeah. Even when I'm sick, I've got skills. But I don't
Sick.
know, like, I can't see anything. My eyes are itchy. I got a headache. And my wife's upset with me. I don't know why.
Nah,
Yeah.
bro. You just probably said something stupid, bro.
I did. I said something stupid. And then,
Calm, man. It happens, man.
no, listen, trial and
Everyone is
error, man.
stupid sometimes, man.
Everything in life is trial and error.
Yeah,
Everything in life is trial and error. The only problem is I don't know how to dodge getting these. I think it might be hay fever if I'm honest. I think it might
yeah.
be hay fever because right now,
Either way, lemon and honey should help you.
I literally, Mrs. made me some lemon, lime, and honey water, and it was
Jeez.
not. It was nice. It was
Yeah, you're
nice.
in
I
the
can't
game,
lie.
man.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't lie. It's
that
nice.
definitely should help whatever you're going through, man.
Oh, also, just to put this out there, and I hate to have to admit this, but I heard something today that has convinced me that there may be something in this whole coronavirus being linked to 5G.
Yeah?
Oh,
What's that?
Lord. But, like I said before, I'm not willing to investigate any of that shit until this thing has passed because it's too late. It's too late to be fucking all
Speculating.
the conspiracy theories and yeah, because there's no way we can like definitively prove anything as long as people are staying on the ball. But yeah, I heard a voice note from this guy who works in telecommunications, and he used a couple of phrases, uh, and I sort of just paused it and googled it, and like when you Google certain things, and then you see what symptoms and are caused by certain things, and
Yeah.
and blah blah blah, and you're just like, oh, I don't know them. Like if you connect the dots, oh, and then everyone's off the road while they install their. It's long anyway. 'Cause I'm getting
You know what it
conspiratorial
is,
now. It's
Ultra?
long.
Like, because there are so many dots to connect, yeah.
Yeah,
Most people you try explain it to is gonna
yeah.
think, look how, like, for example, look at David Icke, yeah.
Who's that? Oh, yeah, that lizard man. Yeah, yeah.
See what I'm saying? The first thing you said, yeah, that lizard man, innit? This is exactly my point. You look at my man and you're like, yo, this guy is crazy, yeah.
No, no.
But
Do you know what's funny?
until
I
you
heard no. He
clock
has spit
everything
gems
he's
though.
clocked,
He
huh?
spit gems though. I've heard him. I've heard him say some things that I thought to myself, "Raw, yeah, that's right." And I didn't even look at it like that. Do you know what I mean?
Look, I'll tell you something, Ultra, yeah. See that lizard thing?
Yeah.
Like,
Don't, don't, no, please.
just hear this out, yeah.
Don't, David,
I was
please.
just like you, bro. I was
Go
the
on.
last person on earth you can ever convince. What lizard reptilian mandom's rolling on earth? Are you mad? Because you know what? Like man would see videos, yeah. Oh look,
Mm,
Illuminati, the reptilian shapeshifter, and then you see some guy's picture on a newscaster,
mm,
and like shitty graphics and the pixel glitched next to his eye, and they said, "Look, did you see that? Did you see that?" And they repeat it like 10 times. Look, did you see that? His eye shifted into a lizard, brother. And I was like, "This is all bullshit, yeah."
Yeah,
And like
100%.
yeah, and they try to bust next level reaches, yeah. Some of them maybe look a bit confusing, but convincing. I mean, even those one that looks convincing, I was even like,
Mm,
nah, that's just some bullshit, bruv. Anyone like, you get me? But
mm,
bruv, fam, all of this was until the moment, yeah,
mm,
the Queen Elizabeth, our queen, yeah,
mm.
shapeshifted live on television.
What the fuck are you actually talking about, bro?
Bruv,
Come on.
this is what I'm actually talking about.
I'm not gonna lie.
But let
You
me
got,
finish
I'm,
before
I'm
you
just in the
just
car with the family
reserve
right now.
your.
Yes, I'm
That's
gonna
that's the
jump off
beginning.
and listen from YouTube. If anyone needs to jump on, the link is here in the chat. To jump on, like if obviously the man will call me if it goes quiet or whatever. Obviously I'll be able to jump on and take over because I'm about today still. So yeah,
Yeah.
while I'm in the car with the youths and whatever, I'm
Alright.
gonna off real quick,
Because I'm not well, I
Alright,
think
cool.
the missus is giving me a hangout pass today. So, but she told me I have to fry all the chicken in the pot. So it's gonna take
innit?
me ages. Babe, are you making me lunch?
You ready, man? All
You
right.
making me
Tell her
lunch?
you don't want to contaminate the thing. You get me? You got an
Do
excuse
I have
today, and I
lunch though?
don't want to contaminate the lunch,
Mm.
fam.
Why not? Why will you not make me lunch every day? That doesn't make sense. I want lunch every day.
I lie, it
I don't
doesn't
want
make sense,
noodles.
bro.
I want you to make me fish and rice. Why?
Wow, it's deep, bro.
Why? You did not make breakfast today. Oh, tell Malachi he owes me £10.
Everyone put a one up if you think Ultra should have
Are
rice
you
made
mad?
for it.
Takeaway every day. That's crazy.
That's the recipe for Corona,
Right,
fam.
lunch every other day then. What do you mean? I'm pregnant. I'm not well. What did you just say? I'm fine. No, you're disrespecting me now.
Bro, he don't sound
No,
well, you know.
no, you're disrespecting me. You're not out on the streets. You're disrespecting me. I'm not happy now. The only thing that's going to cheer me up is lunch.
I mute your mic. Let me explain this Queen thing to the peoples. Like, so what I was saying, yeah, is this Queen Elizabeth thing. Like I said, uh until Queen Elizabeth shapeshifted live on the TV for all of the UK to see live on TV. So there was no way they could have, like, you can't hide it. And it was HD, bro. This was like 2000 and what was it? It was just few years ago, bro. It was like maybe I don't remember. It was a few years ago, man. Not even too many years ago, less than a decade ago, yeah. And Queen Elizabeth came and apologized for not being human live on TV as well. Like, I don't know what more proof than you need than that. Even Buckingham Palace issued a official statement on the royal website talking about how Queen Elizabeth isn't human, and they just repeated her words. She loves us regardless as her subjects, and we can learn to love her, and whatever, we can get over it in
Her
advance.
subjects, bro. She's freaking royalty.
Huh?
She's royalty, and
Yeah.
she's royalty,
Bless
and
you.
she's fucking what do you call it? We're her subjects apparently, and of course she loves us
No, no,
because
no.
we pay for her to live a lavish lifestyle.
No, no, wait. You're only replying to the end, bro. She shapeshifted live on TV.
I'll put the
Then
link in the
she
back
came
chat.
to apologize about it live on TV because the whole nation saw it. And she said, I'm not a human.
What?
And on the Buckingham Palace website, yeah, bruv, did you just hear half of what I said?
Yeah, I didn't hear some of it. My wife she was berating me,
Yeah, so
but
I was telling you,
yeah,
yeah, I did not
yeah,
believe in this crackpot reptilian bullshit, yeah, until
yeah,
live on TV, the Queen
yeah.
bust some metamorphosis. Remember that anamorphosis thing, bruv? Show, bruv, it was like that. It was
Right,
weird,
listen, hear what I'm saying, bro. Put the link in the back chat to the video so I can see it.
bro. All of this got deleted off the internet the very
Bullshit,
next day.
bullshit.
Oh my days, bruv. You know what? I will find you
You'll
some
do that.
relics and some, what do you call
I don't
them?
want relics.
Fossils.
I
I'll
want to
find you
see. Wait,
fossils,
hold on,
bruv.
hold on. What's gonna
Yeah.
happen, yeah, if I Google search or if I use a browser with a VPN, yeah,
Furthermore, Google search that right now. I'm gonna do that.
Queen Elizabeth
Queen
shapeshifts on live TV. Let me see what happens when I
Elizabeth.
do this.
But
Let's do this
forget
right now.
that,
Hold on.
right? Queen Elizabeth admits she's not human. You're not gonna find the video of her shapeshifting. Trust me, bruv.
Have you seen it?
Bruv, it was live on TV.
Have you seen it?
Live all.
Did you see it?
I saw what my brethren recorded on his phone, and that was clear. Called man up instantly, and he goes, "Yo, G, this, that, that." I said, "Bruv, I allow it, fam." And he goes, "Look," and he showed man, and then there was a link where she was like, it wasn't even a link; it was on TV. He goes, "Man, open, bust your TV." It was either BBC or something, yeah. And she's out there apologizing for not being human. Furthermore, I'm gonna look Queen Elizabeth, not human. I'm gonna do my VPN, bro. They can know I know. The first thing, Queen admits she's not human. Queen Elizabeth admits Queen by Buckingham. Queen Elizabeth is not human, confirmed by Buckingham. 1 second. Alright. Confirm. You know what, bruv? The best thing to do would be to go on royal.gov.uk. Royal.uk. Oh, you know what? For you lot in the chat, yeah, does anyone actually have the link for the Royal UK website where the official statement is posted? Because that'll save me a lot of time, man. Let me see what you lot in the chat say. I was like, right, fam, the Queen Lizard, my GG. Yo, the Queen is something. But you know what? Like, I don't even think David Icke is crazy no more when he says all this lizard stuff. Like, I'm kind of less closed-minded on that. You know what I mean? After that, listen, I was the most closed-minded person on that specific subject that anyone you find. You lot think you lot are closed-minded on that, bro? You should have seen me before this thing. Oh, bro, uh, crazy. Your mate is your reference for truth about conspiracy theories. No, my eyes are. I saw the video. Bro, scientific method. Look, scientific method, yeah. You literally do the same thing every time, yeah. Like, you really should learn to actually clock what's happening before speaking about it, man. I like last time you came on a panel and like you came and explained what I was saying and like you just chatting some next thing, bro. Like literally, all you gotta do is listen and you clock what's going on. You get me? So no one got the link here. Deleted off the internet. They done is beyond help. Alright, scientific, you got issues, man. You lot are jokers, bro. You lot hating on the guy. Got nothing good to say now. I do the same thing because you chat the same crap. Bruv, listen to what you said, yeah? Bro, your mate is your reference for truth about conspiracy theories about lizard people. When I've clearly said, Yeah, this was on live TV and he had it shot on his phone. Then he showed man the link online and it was on every single news website. It got deleted in the same week. Man's telling me my source is my friend told me, hey dude, I saw it. Bro, see, you're dumb, bro. Trust me. Alright, find a clever way to make fun of it, man. Like, come on the panel, make fun of it, come. I don't mind, like, but at least make fun of it based on what I said. You get me? Like, is you know how many things you could have made fun of? Like based on what I said, how you could have just taken the piss out of it, yeah? Like, trust me, bro. Yeah. So imagine scientific, bro. Imagine that. Right. That must be kind of heavy, innit? Nah, they don't give me homework still. It's all private. Yo, I see Bear Man in the chat, yeah, but no one's gonna jump on. It's gonna make me chat to you in what is it, in the past, basically. Coming to chat. Come jump on a panel to chat live, man. You're on a long take. Oh, just jump off, let you listen to silence. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yo, I just looked at this shape shifting pig. I can't find
What
any
did you find
footage.
the relic or something?
I can't find any. I can't find any footage. But
Nah, you won't find any footage, bruv. I'm telling you, a week after, you won't find footage.
yeah, see, the problem is then, yeah, like you have to understand why I'm gonna have to remain a skeptic.
So, what
Like
did you find? What did you
I've seen
actually
pictures.
see?
I've seen pictures of her with like you know when prisoners tattoo the whites of their eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Wait,
the
what did
picture
you
of
write on
her.
Google? Let me try to see what you're seeing in it.
Hold on.
Because I'm pretty sure you won't find
Remember,
any.
I'm using a browser with VPN.
Okay.
Um, I tapped
About
in. Hold on.
a month after the thing, we did go on a darknet called Tor, and we did find some footage on a website called the Intel Exchange, but I
Okay.
doubt. I don't know if it will still be there still.
Uh, okay. I just put Queen.
Queen.
Hold on, I'm typing with one finger. Queen Elizabeth shape shift on live. In fact, not even on live TV, just shape shift. Search.
If you can, like, are you on a computer? Yo, if you're on a computer, try search for around 2016. Searches results from 2016. I need to... Look, you know what? There's still screenshots here. This is the only thing I'm finding right now. There's screenshots from the royal.uk website. Like here, the first thing that came up is a Pinterest account with a screenshot from the Royal UK website saying Queen seen by her subjects in a different form. But it doesn't go down to But obviously, I can't scroll the site. It's a screenshot, isn't it? Flipping. Bro, see if this whole thing was made, if G Block was made in 2016, I would have published this instantly, innit? But unfortunately, it's like years later. Changes to the Queen's Diary. Return Buckingham Palace. Bro, you know what? This is gonna be Queen determined to carry. Yeah, this is gonna be everything I write about Queen is showing up with coronavirus in it, so I think it's gonna be hard to find right now. I'm not gonna make the chat silent to find it. Buckingham Palace. Yeah, it's all about Corona, bro. If I get access to a computer, I'll try do the 2016 search. Let's see. What are you lot saying? Parent evening, Mortal Kombat, Reptile Woods.
I can't
Hey,
lie.
so what if I brought my parents on parents evening, bruv? It's called parents evening. Like, who am I supposed to bring? You. They done though. Browsing incognito was the dark web. Bruv, heterosapien, browsing incognito. What do you mean the dark web? You mean the deep web? You mean a dark net? Like, what are you talking about? Next, you will say you went to the seven heavens on a. Bro, Walter, you are the bugged as you're still salty from Sutton, yeah? All governments in world protect the lizard people. Stop doing mushrooms, they done. You are so bugged, Walter, fam. You're on some drugs like we can't even imagine. Only they done saw it. Actually, millions saw it. Proof is that the footage is unavailable. You lot are the same people that say ignorance is bliss, innit? Hello? Yeah, I can. Can't. You're the teach now. Bruv. Hey, you know, I do lessons on English language and literature, heterosapien, if you really, if you're on it. Oh, you're ultra. Where's the ultra still there? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Velle, Buddha Bing. Big up Buddha Bing.
Yo, Buddha. Alright, can't you see? Sometimes the words is hypnotize me. Wait, no, that's Biggie. What am I talking about? For fuck's sake. Oh, I've got a headache. Yeah, I can't lie. Like, when prisoners fucking tattoo the whites of their eyes. There's a picture of the Queen where the whites of her eyes are really just like blacked out.
Let me
But
see that.
yeah, I've seen that one. That's the only picture I can really see. Yo, Buddha, you're in, bro.
Yo, big up, Ultra, man. How you feeling?
I'm under the weather, you know. I think it's bad flu.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, I see what image you're talking about, man. This was like a frame of the actual video. It was just one frame.
All right, so hold on. Big up the day done. What's going on?
Yo, big up, man. So, who's that, Buddha, yeah?
Yes, Buddha, yeah. Big up YouTube chat, by the way. So
I only caught like the bottom end of this. So what are you saying? The Queen Elizabeth is a shapeshifter, yeah?
What I was telling Ultra, yeah. No, I'm not saying what I was telling Ultra, yeah, is that David Icke basically, when I said David Icke, he said, "Oh, the reptile guy," yeah. And I
Yeah,
told him, bro, look, I was the first person to laugh at anyone who drops the word human reptiles, yeah.
yeah.
And my mind was fully closed off from this idea until I clocked that the Queen shapeshifted live on television, clear as day. Yeah, it was all over the internet, got taken off quick time. The Queen went and made a public apology and a public speech about how she's not human. Yeah, and that I saw live on TV. And she said she still loves her subjects and her people, and we can learn to love her as well. And then on the royal.uk website, that statement was available from Buckingham Palace as well.
Okay. So look,
So I
let's
really
do.
want to know if someone could explain to me what this is.
Well, I'll try and get an understanding here. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if someone like the head of state, the Queen Elizabeth II, was to do any of what you're describing, there would be a record of it somewhere. In fact, there'll be multitudes of records of it upon multitudes. Do you understand? This would
I
be
understand what
so,
you're
my brother.
trying to say.
Let me finish what I'm trying to say, and then I won't be trying. I'll be actually saying it. So let me just finish, right?
Yeah.
So there'll be a record of this everywhere. This could never get dropped under the carpet. This could never ever um, be written away from history. Given the time and scale which you're saying it's 2016. The
Yeah.
internet was readily available around the world at that time. So
Yeah. Yeah.
this information that you're putting over, somebody would have verified it, would have kept a record of it. It being our public knowledge now.
Bro, it was all
Unfortunately, we
around. It
don't
was
see
all
that.
around the internet. It got taken down within a week. It never
Uh,
survived a week.
why do you think it got taken down? Was it because it was exposing the truth, or perhaps it was just some photo editing that was libelous and they took it down?
Bro, it wasn't photo editing. It was like the footage was there for you to replay. And the
Okay,
Queen apologized for it. And when you went to
okay,
the royal website, bro, royal.uk
yeah.
is the Buckingham Palace website.
Is
You
it? Let me
can't
just
just
check that. Let me just
recreate
check that.
royal.uk.
Okay, let
You
me
know what I
just check
mean?
that. Let me just check that. Royal.uk. Home of the. I agree. Okay. Now, when you saw that, was it actually? Did you see a screenshot, or did you actually visit the website
No, no,
yourself?
no, no, bro. Look. I showed it to when I was showing it to my friend, I'm showing it off the actual website of royal.uk. He didn't believe me either. He said, all right, let's navigate this. Man went royal.uk, went navigated towards the actual statement, and we
Okay. What did
found
the statement?
off
What
his
did the
phone as
statement
well.
say? What
So
did the
again,
statement say? What did the statement say?
it went along the lines of the Queen apologizing for her not being human and like she's still our ruler and we are still her subjects and she will love
Okay.
us and we will learn to
All
love
right.
her. And
Just for a minute. Hold on. Stay silent for a minute. Queen apologizes for not being human.
this guy,
Okay.
you
Go ahead.
think you're gonna find on the surface net what you're looking for in one search?
Well, generally, that's how Google works. Yeah, you type in some
Bro,
keywords and it brings you
Google
back.
is
Uh,
broken, fam.
sorry,
Google is
what?
broken. Look, I was writing Queen Elizabeth 2016,
Yeah.
and all I got was coronavirus Queen Elizabeth. I wrote Queen Elizabeth, not human. All I got was Queen Elizabeth coronavirus. Bro, Google's been broken since
Right.
around, actually,
Uh,
since around 2016 still. That's funnily enough, since Trump got president. That was
right. So
2016.
let me just reiterate to you
And
again,
yeah.
once again. All right. So if there
I'll try
was,
to find you something. I,
okay,
I told
hold on,
Ultra,
excuse me, my brother,
yeah,
listen to me. Right.
yeah.
If what you're saying is true, people like David Icke, Alex Jones, all of these conspiracist type people would have a screenshot, would have a record of it, would have a video segment of it. They'd have all of these different types of information to hand, to boot, saved on
And they might.
on drives and all the rest of it. You cannot
And they
find
might.
me
I
this
don't know
video.
if they do or
They
don't.
might. Well, don't you think this would be, if I had the proof that the moon landings were faked? Yeah. Don't you think that evidence would be everywhere for all and sundry to find and peruse at their own leisure?
Yeah,
Why
but
is it that
bruv, like
this major
what
piece of
you're saying,
information is
you're
hidden?
saying it from the perspective. Like, look, do you believe 9/11 was done by Osama bin Laden?
No.
So why is it that most people still believe that?
Why do you think? What makes you think that most people believe that? Where are you getting that information from?
Bro, all you gotta
Huh?
do is join an American person's live stream and tell
Right.
them 9/11 was a lie and see their reaction. That's all you gotta do, bro.
Okay,
Like,
but
do
we've
you
gone from
think that
speaking.
everyone's
Hold on,
convinced 9/11
sorry,
was done by the
sorry.
American government?
Okay, so what we've done now is we've gone from speaking about the
Nearly
Queen.
everyone in America will laugh at you if you say that, bro.
Yeah, no, they won't. They really won't. But listen, we've
Yeah,
gone
bro,
from
trust.
speaking about the Queen to 9/11. Now, the reason I would
No,
suggest
because
is,
it's like,
hold
look.
on, sorry,
9/11 was
no,
bigger
wait.
than the Queen, nah?
No, wait. So 9/11 is tangible. We can see, we can go to the place and actually see where the building stood. We can speak to people that were there. We can see the video footage. It's a tangible thing. We can see all this and examine the evidence and come to our own conclusions. However, when you're talking about Queen Elizabeth in this scenario that you're putting forward, we can't find any evidence. We've only actually at this time got your word for it because you've seen it. You've
Brother,
seen the
I
video.
understand.
Yeah.
I get it. I
Yeah.
never expected anyone here to believe me. And I didn't. Like, you don't have to believe me. I'm not trying to convince anyone anything. I was literally just trying to tell Ultra that I personally did not believe in any of this reptilian thing, not even 1%, until all of that information pushed my percentage up. I'm not trying to convince you.
All right, cool. So if
I'm
you
just
saw
saying
a video,
I'm now
yeah.
convinced to be a bit more open-minded about it.
Okay, cool. So if I showed you a video of the Loch Ness Monster, I showed you some pictures of the Loch Ness Monster, I show you some video underwater of the Loch Ness Monster.
I've seen all the material, man.
Okay. So would you say that the Loch Ness Monster is real then?
I don't know. I'm not convinced it is. I'm not convinced it's not.
Even though I showed you all the video and the footage underwater, above the water,
I've seen all the
photographs.
material. I've seen a lot of material. I can't say nearly all because I don't know what's out there. But
No,
I've
I'm
seen
just saying
a whole lot of like.
hypothetically, if I showed you all these different evidences, video, photograph, underwater video, a picture of it smiling into the camera, would you believe that it's real?
I don't know. I would have to like examine the evidence, innit?
Okay, so what would you have to take to make it real? What would it have to be to make it real?
What do you mean? It has to be convincing, innit? Solid.
Okay,
Has to be.
you've got video, and you've got photographs, and you've got some underwater footage. What other
And
evidences
is
would
it
you need?
clear? Is it like?
Fuck off, man. Sorry, let me just turn this.
No, I'm saying, is it clear? Is it bait? Like what? Is it obscure? Is it blurry? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. See, the thing is, you've managed to see two evidences, alleged pieces of evidence about the Queen being a reptile, and you seem to be convinced that she is. Now,
Nah,
to me, that's
bro.
rather bizarre. Like, I don't know.
You literally asked me a couple of minutes ago, and I told you no. Like, and then now you're saying I'm convinced that she is. I
Oh,
literally
sorry.
look.
Did you
I'm
say that
telling
you
him
don't
that I
believe
was
it?
just telling Ultra, yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I thought you believed that she was what do you call it? A reptile. I must have
No. What I'm
misunderstood.
saying is I'm just
Yeah.
less. I'm more open to the idea that reptilian humans may actually be a truth because
Okay.
that
All
thing
right.
that I just
Bro,
mentioned
let me ask you something real
was a
quick.
bit too
If she was
big
actually
for
a
me to
reptile, would
dismiss.
she be put in a cage somewhere right now?
Royce is the queen of
for
England,
me,
isn't
What
it?
she be getting tested right now in the cage somewhere? She was really like a shape shifting lizard.
all right, Tayo
Well,
Camel, let me just finish off my thought and I'll go on mute, right? So look, a lot of what David Icke says, there is an element of truth into what he says. Granted, there's a lot of falsehood as well, and stuff that he is looking at from his objective reality, and that's what he sees. All right, fine, that's cool. Don't have an issue with that. Everybody can have an opinion, everybody can have a belief. That's not a problem. But when you start saying certain things about reptilians and stuff like that, you need to, for me anyway, you need to put out certain evidences to say that you can show and prove and demonstrate that this person is a reptilian or reptilians exist, etc., etc. David Icke, he's an interesting individual. He's got some mad theories. A lot of it's mixed up with truth and his own perception of reality. But that's what it is. It's down to you to decide what is your perception of reality. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah, I get what you're saying still. Oh, what was that? The end of what you were saying?
Yeah, I think somebody else wanted to speak. I don't want to take too much time up on the
Yeah,
mic.
that's what I was thinking. But it was an American person, but the only other person here is Ultra. So I think they left.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
see, with the 9/11 thing, right? There's so much. People say a lot of stuff, and then they don't just say it; they back it up with their evidence as to why they're saying it. So when
Yeah,
they
but
say to
still,
you,
like, do you who do you think done 9/11? What do you think was the cause of it?
I believe there's some dark elements within the government that aided and abetted in.
Yeah, then again, the same question
Okay,
would
you're
be
gonna ask
why
me a
would they
question.
do
Do you want
that?
me to answer it, or do you wanna? I'm not gonna work you to
Oh,
talk
I thought
over
you
me,
did
brother.
answer it.
No. So my answer is this: I think the Americans were aware of a conspiracy by a bunch of people to attack 9/11. I think they aided and abetted it for their own gain, and that would be my answer.
Wait, so are you saying the government of America then? Is that what you're
Elements
saying?
within the elements within the government of America.
Mm,
Yo,
what do you mean by that?
Samaroon. I think Samaroon he's back now. Did you want to say something, Samaroon, or?
Yeah, I was wondering. Look, if she was really this so-called chameleon or whatever she's supposed to be, wouldn't she be somewhere being tested by, I guess, every scientist on Earth right now, and be like caged up somewhere, and seen as a threat?
Bro, you know what? The way I see it, yeah, if that is really the case, and she actually is a reptilian, alien, lizard being, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call it, then she probably runs them, innit? So I don't think so.
Bro, aren't you the man that say you atheist? Know what I mean? You believe in God, bro?
Yeah, man. What?
You believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Also, you're not an atheist, but you
I'm
believe in
not.
this.
I
What
believe
makes
in
you
the
believe
Most
in
High.
this lizard talk? You believe in the Most High. Okay, you believe in the Creator.
Nah, bro, you lot are
Hmm.
literally
I'm
most
just
people
wondering
missing
where does
out.
this lizard stuff come from? You said the Anunnaki.
What this lizard stuff comes from is that I said David Icke to Ultra. Basically, what I was gonna say is we used to say that uh we're gonna shut off the news one day and David Icke is gonna be the news. But he didn't let me get to that. I just said David Icke said the lizard man, yeah. And then when he said that, I made the comment. I said, basically, this is my point. Please, Mandem, stop coming online and asking me the same question. I said I became less closed-minded about these people who believe that there are reptilian lizard people on Earth, and the reason for my being less closed-minded about these people is because of what I witnessed in 2016.
So you believe we have reptilian agents just walking around freely on Earth right now? Well, what are they trying to do?
I
What's their
believe the
plan, bro?
possibility. The
Yeah,
plan
what's
is
their
to make
plan?
sure.
What they're planning to do? Huh?
Or we have to first make sure that they really solidly exist, innit?
So you
And
say you're open to the
how do you
belief.
go about doing that? How do you go about doing proving their existence?
Boy, we're probably gonna have to go to David Icke and ask him to prove it, innit? Or any of these people who confirm that there's lizard people about. I'm sure there are people out there who do claim to know about these kind of stuff and claim to have proof and that. I personally would um like give a chance to see the proof. I don't know about you lot.
So if the queen caught coronavirus right now and died and deteriorated somewhere, would she become? Would she just turn back to a reptilian state?
Bro, you're asking me like did you hear what I said?
Nah, bro. I'm just asking if that happened. Know what I mean? Like, what would happen?
I don't
Like, if she
know,
turned
man.
to a corpse, would she turn back into a reptile?
I, I don't know, man. What do you think?
Nah, I don't believe in this shit, bro. But I'm just asking you. You know what I mean? Because you say you have some.
Yeah,
You're
but you're
open. You're
asking me
open
like
to
I
it. Know what I
believe in
mean?
this shit.
You talking like you're open to it, bro. So I'm just asking you. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm open to it,
I'm not
but
making fun of the thing. Know what I mean? And I heard of stuff like this, like even in some like chemical history, they have things about this. Know what I mean? But I'm talking about, do you believe in it, or are you
nah,
just
I'm just
open to it?
open to being proved wrong, innit? Like before, I was not open to being proved wrong about this. I was like that's it, shutdown mode. This is wrong. Basically, you see, let me tell you. You see, like Walter, Heterosapien, who else was it? Scientific method, these kind of people. I was like that. I was like, no way, 100% closed minded, not even prepared to listen to what your evidence is to show me whatever you're talking about. That's how I was. But now I am prepared and willing to examine any evidence that someone's willing to put forward to me.
I just want
As am
somebody to
I.
tell me what's the master.
As am I. To be honest with you, I mean, I'm
Huh?
not looking for proof of right or wrong. I'm just looking for any kind of proof whatsoever. So if someone was to present some sort of proof, then I'd be interested in looking at it. I mean, do you know about the junk DNA and stuff like that? So there's a lot of questions that can be asked and a lot of arguments that can be made. But what's important is that people don't have this disinformation type fake news thing. I think if you're going to have a serious conversation, then you need to bring serious evidence about it. You get me?
Yeah. Yeah, man, they made it a serious conversation still. I was just giving my opinion on on my openness about something. That's it.
And to be honest with you, that's the way to be. There should always be an element of open mindedness to different things. I mean, if you have a closed mind, you know, you're not going to go very far. I don't think society in general will go very far. Humanity itself won't ever progress
What
without
if they're
this.
open minded? Wait, say that again?
I'm saying if human beings aren't open minded, they won't
Oh yeah,
progress
yeah,
in
yeah. Yeah, I
society.
would
Do you
agree.
understand?
I would agree with that 100%. 1,000,000, 100%. 100,000,000,000%.
So, Samaroon, what are you saying? You don't believe there's any aliens, no? There's no
I
life.
don't believe any of that stuff, bro. Because it's ignorant and it's stupid. Know what I mean? Like, what's the reason? What's the purpose? Like, well, where
Hold
did
on,
this
hold on,
even
hold on.
come from, bro?
Let's slow down. Let's slow down a bit. So, are
Wait,
you
mind if
saying?
I ask him a different question, Buddha?
All right, go on then. Go on.
Samaroon, are you saying that there is no life outside of our atmosphere?
No,
That's
of course
exactly
it
what I'm
is.
going to
Look,
ask you.
we don't even understand don't even understand our own universe.
So,
We're in the
so
Milky Way,
you
right?
are
What's
saying,
beyond that? We don't even know. We know nothing, bro. Do you know how limited our understanding of anything is? And we're here on this small Earth, and we think we know everything. That's what's funny, bro. We don't even know what happens after death, but when we're alive, we act like we know everything. So I don't know.
But yet
Allahu
you're
Alam. I
saying,
don't know.
there is no life outside of our atmosphere.
That's why I said Allahu Alam. I don't know. All I know is what I see right now on this earth.
Do you
What
want to
would
know?
you say?
We don't know anything as
Do
far
you
as
want? Okay, but do
okay.
you
I
want
want
to know?
somebody to prove. Do I want to know? Of course,
Yeah.
I want to know, but
Okay.
I know that
So
I know how
hold on.
big.
Wait, listen, Samarin, slow down. So the need or the want to know is the beginning. Do you understand? If you don't want to know and you don't care, then you're not gonna know. But through understanding and having that open mindedness to say, "Bro, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Let me find out." You see what I'm saying, Samarin?
Yeah, I hear what I hear what you're saying, bro. Of course, I want to know, but I think I doubt it. Know what I mean? Because as far as Earth, we have the perfect place for us as humans to live, and we've been given the perfect place for us as humans to live. We have the sun, and what is the sun? The sun maintains humanity, right? And we
Yeah,
live
but
because
we're
of.
just humans, innit? What if there's another thing that is supposed to live in another environment and a different atmosphere?
What kind of atmosphere?
Whatever atmosphere they live in. They're probably asking the same question about you. What kind of atmosphere? And
But look at
they
this,
don't know you
Samarin.
need
Samarin, look at
oxygen
this.
and whatever.
Look at
Huh?
this. Samarin, you're a human being, yeah? You need air to survive, oxygen to survive, which means you can't live under the sea. Yeah. But guess what? Fish live under the sea. All different types of creatures live under the sea. Now, a
And
fish
they're
can't live
saying
on
there's
land.
nothing outside
Of
the
Hold on,
course,
sea.
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
hold on. Listen to the logic I'm trying to bring you. Yeah. So fishes can't live in on Earth; they have to live in the sea. Same with humans; they have to live in the land. They can't live in the sea. Doesn't mean that because you live in the land and there's no fish on the land, it means there's no fish at all. You understand? It's just a different
Yeah.
environment. You get my
Yeah,
point?
I completely understand that. Yeah, yeah, I know that, bro. I can understand that, but I'm speaking as far as you're saying, like other planets, other galaxies, like there might be something else. I don't know. Allahu Alam. I'm talking about what I know right now on this Earth, what we know so far in in our galaxy. You know what I mean?
100%.
But
There's no definitive evidence of any life outside of this planet, as far as I know, anyway.
what definitive evidence of life coming from outside of this planet?
So, as far as I know, there's no definitive evidence. I mean, we've seen fossils of bacteria on meteorites, etc., etc., but there's no definitive proof that I'm aware of that says that there's life outside of this planet.
Hmm. Would mm, what a fungus as well, though, as well, like mushroom spores and things like that,
Mushroom spores where? Outside of this planet?
and meteorites. Yeah, found in meteorites. They
I
travel
I,
through.
I haven't seen that because I would assume that a spore is organic, yeah? And when a meteorite enters the Earth, it goes through a massive heat induction, yeah, through friction.
Yeah, but these spores are pretty much indestructible, really.
I don't know of any organic substance that can withstand the amount of heat that's generated through friction.
Mushroom spores. Mushroom spores.
Right. I'd have to look into that because I've never heard that
Yeah,
before.
they do.
So you're telling me if I got a mushroom, there's no way I can incinerate a mushroom completely, no?
No, the spores are
Yeah.
very strong, not the mushroom itself.
Okay, but the spores originate from the mushroom, no?
Yeah,
Okay, so they're not
and
made of
vice
stone or
versa.
granite or anything like that. They're organic, yeah.
They're organic, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I can't think of anything organic that can withstand high levels of heat. I'm not aware of any.
Well, I've personally heard that from scientists that it's not my boss, so I
It's
can't
like saying, you
speak
know,
for them.
it's like saying
I
when a
personally haven't
volcano.
tried to destroy spores.
Okay, but like, look at this now. It's like saying when a volcano erupts and there's lava, there's creatures that live inside the lava. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't, because I can't think of anything organic that can survive in that type of temperature.
Oh. Um, wasn't there a study that showed that there are microbiology in pigs that after even cooking at high temperatures don't get phased or something like that.
Yeah, the temperature
And
that's used during cooking and the temperature
yeah,
we find in meteorites and
You can't compare the sun.
you can't.
You,
They're
you
not.
see,
They're not the same.
yeah.
They're not the same.
no, I'm not comparing the sun.
No,
I'm
I'm just saying.
just saying
So
that there are
No, but the sun is
organisms
just
that
a
do
star.
move,
Know what I mean?
but no one even said the sun. I'm just
no, but
saying there are
I'm just saying
some.
like even lava is not as hot as something like. So the meteorites become white hot. You know what white hot means? It means it's so
Yeah,
hot.
but look, if I didn't give that example
Yeah.
and I asked you, would these things die at 100 degrees? You probably would have said yeah, and I would have said, well,
No,
at
no,
two,
no. I'm aware of.
300
I'm
degrees.
aware of microorganisms that can withstand that type of heat. I'm aware of that, but not the heat that's generated through a meteorite entering the atmosphere because of the high temperatures. Like white hot is unbelievably hot. Like if you've ever melted
Depends
metal,
what
you
you're
know what I
burning,
mean.
innit?
Well, when if you melt metal like gold or something like that, you'll see
Yeah, till it becomes white. That's
it
if
becomes
you
white. Exactly.
like, for example, white iron is yeah, I could imagine how hot that is still.
Right. So for something to live or you know something to survive that,
But
I
here's the
don't find
thing,
it.
like we've never really taken a piece of lava as it is and looked for any life in it. The same way that you're telling my man that,
Sorry, hold
yo,
on.
you,
Let me just big up the YouTube chat. Big up YouTube chat. Big up Jen Wallace. Yeah, man, I'm doing better, much better. Thank you. Sorry, go on,
yeah,
bro.
big up. I'm saying the same way you're telling my man you don't know what's up in space because you haven't been there and checked. I'm telling you, you don't know what's in the lava because you haven't been there and checked.
Of course, that's correct
Oh,
assumption, but I'm just using logic to say that.
Buddha, I want to ask a question. All
Let me
these
finish my
atheists,
answer.
all
Samarin, let
right,
me finish my answer and then ask you a question. So yeah, you're right.
yeah.
I to this day I've never seen any sort of evidence to suggest that life exists within lava. Now, for me, just from a logic perspective, the heat of lava is so hot, nothing could possibly survive. I could be proven wrong. Fair enough. Again, I'm open to that suggestion. But go
Well,
ahead,
that logic
Samarin.
is based on your intuition, isn't it?
Yes, my
They don't.
understanding of physics and how heat and everything else works and all organisms works. Yeah, but go
So
ahead,
we can't
Samuel.
really use that in a
Uh,
situation that we're not is
they
that's not
don't.
our character.
I want to ask you a question real quick, bro.
Yeah,
Do
go
you
on, man.
believe in? Do you believe in heaven?
Do I believe in heaven? Depends what you mean heaven.
Like, do you believe in
I
the
do
heaven?
believe
Because
in
I hear a
heaven,
lot.
yes.
You know, you see how big like we can't even comprehend like what's beyond our galaxy. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
people
I
say
do
they don't
believe in
believe in the
heaven,
heaven. Why
yes.
is that?
Why?
But atheists are so sure there isn't a heaven and there isn't this and that. But
Wait,
how
say
can
that
they
again, say that
prove
again.
that? I said, but some atheists say they don't believe in heaven, etc. No,
But
like
I'm not
you know how they talk, bro. So how can they prove that?
I don't know, I'm not an atheist, bro. You just asked me a
So
minute ago if I believe in God.
now I'm
Didn't
actually why do I'm actually why do they think this? Because they don't know what's beyond our galaxy, but they're so sure in their minds there's no such thing as heaven.
well, they need to understand what heaven is, and the problem is that religious people don't really understand what heaven is, so they find a hard time trying to describe it to non-religious people. That's the way I see it.
So said they had no, so they're just using their limited understanding to describe or go against what they don't want to believe or what they don't know.
Well, I happen to be an
It's not
atheist. I
really
don't
that.
believe in
It's
heaven.
more
Okay.
about having a lack of understanding of what they know.
Okay, well, what's this guy? This guy's name was like Rob or something, right?
Rob, good afternoon, gentlemen, or morning, or wherever you are. Yeah, I don't
Big up,
believe in
Rob.
Oh
heaven.
yes, Rob, man. What happened to
You
you
say you
last
don't
time?
believe in heaven. Why is
No,
that?
Oh yeah, Rob doesn't. I don't think Rob believes in heaven, right?
Well,
no, I
why
don't.
is that happen?
Well, what is heaven, firstly, according to you?
See, Samaroon. That's what I meant. You have to first So I'll answer this question. What is heaven?
Something beyond the seven heavens. So
Is it
that
part of
could
the
be
natural world? Or is it supernatural?
that could be in terms galaxies. Like I don't understand, but I know it's beyond the seven heavens. So it's something we can't see right now.
Let me
So
try
why
and
would
answer.
So
Rob.
we're using the word heaven to
All right,
define heaven.
let me try and answer Rob. So Rob, if there is a heaven, I don't know if there is, but if there is a heaven, I would imagine it's where your consciousness after death dwells.
Rob doesn't believe that your
But I
consciousness
don't see
dwells
it.
after death.
Yeah, I don't see any evidence that your consciousness survives your death.
Okay, Rob, what do you know about death? Tell me
Yeah,
what
but
happens to death.
Samarin,
Tell
you
me
gotta
what
let the
happens
guy
after death.
talk. Innit? Yo, Samarin, you got to kind of let people talk. Otherwise, go on, Rob. Finish what you're saying. You don't believe what?
Yeah, I don't believe that consciousness survives death. And by death, I mean the ceasing of the functioning of the brain and the organs of the body so that the body starts to decay. That's what I would call death. And I see no evidence, and nobody has presented any, that something, whether it's consciousness or soul or whatever the hell that's supposed to be or anything else, survives
Yeah.
after that.
But do you believe in a consciousness though?
Yeah, we are conscious. If by
What?
consciousness we mean our first person perspective.
Right. Okay. So whilst we're alive, we have a consciousness. However, after we die, that consciousness ceases to exist. Yeah.
That's what the evidence seems to show, because when brain states stop, there's no evidence of consciousness, and in fact, when brains are damaged, consciousness is altered. So there seems to be evidence in favor of it being tied to a brain, and when the brain stops functioning in every way, consciousness ceases. It's like the lights go out.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I?
and the thing is, I can't disagree with that because I kind of believe the same sort of thing. However, there are instances where the out of body experiences and stuff like that kind of contradict that to a certain way. But having that conversation, I don't know if we can have that right now. But go ahead, whoever else, whoever.
No, you
Okay,
can.
so you believe
Have
after death
conversation
we
right now.
completely just black out, huh?
Yeah, that seems to be the evidence. Yeah.
So you say we just go into non-existence. We just, after our brains deteriorate and everything just pretty much just stops working. We just completely black out.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, that's
blacking
what
out.
he's
Yeah, the
saying.
lights turn out.
Into some kind of nothingness.
Well, the
I
body
just
still
completely
remains
rest from
until
history.
it
No,
decomposes.
of course the body. Yeah, I'm not. But when the brain is gone, the body is useless.
Yeah. So
So
and the brain gives rise to consciousness, and so with no brain, no consciousness. If you could demonstrate, or any human on this planet could ever demonstrate consciousness separate from a brain, then we'd be interested to hear about it.
So you're saying, okay, what if what, Rob?
Samarin,
Yeah.
if I may, just give me an opportunity because I think me and Rob's touched on this before.
Go
but
ahead.
Let me try and do this. So, Rob, what say you to instances of near-death experiences and previous life experience and stuff like that? I know they're very anecdotal within their numbers, but nevertheless, this is the closest we can have to any sort of after-death experience. What say you to that?
Yeah, well, I think the clue's in the name, right? Near death. It's just a case where the brain is either starved of oxygen or the body goes into a place where it's close to death, but in fact they come back again, in which case the organs are still functioning, there's still neurons firing in the brain, and people that have reported, quote unquote, seeing Jesus or seeing something, that's very likely a hallucination, because we know that can happen with drugs, and it's just an altered brain state. So near death is exactly what it says. You are close to death, but you don't actually die, and you come back again. As for,
if I may,
I wasn't really speaking on the Jesus thing. I think what is enticing for me is that everyone experiences this white light tunnel scenario, and it's not just different one set of cultures. It's experienced through different sets of cultures and different sets of things. So for me, that's an interesting thing. Whenever somebody has a shared experience, for instance, if all four of us in this room had the identical dream, to me there's something very strange going on there. So
yeah, but that's all we can say, right? There's something strange going on there.
Well, what if I tell you
if I just may add for a second, Rob?
No, but I was like, I've actually experienced this. So
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
He said he actually experienced this though. But
Experienced
Rob,
what?
I wanted to, what Buddha Bing was talking about, the near-death experience, I'm assuming. But Rob, I wanted to ask you, because some people experience this without having actual, like you're talking about people who can't breathe, their brain is deprived of oxygen, or there's something wrong with them. There's people that experience this with nothing wrong with them except the fact that, like for example, soldiers in the military, yeah, when they saw big bombs coming to them and thought that that's it, they were gonna die then, yeah. There's nothing wrong with them, but they've just had that experience because they saw their death in front of them, and life basically came into perspective for them, if you will.
Do you mean when someone has a near-death experience, they have this thing where their life flashes before them? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about what you're talking about, but James was explaining it like as if you're talking about someone who's literally about to die because of.
No. So I think we're separate things here. So what I'm saying is the reports of people having the same experience close to death. Some have actually died. Like there's instances where people have died on the operating table and they float above the operating table and they can describe the nurses, they can describe what happened.
Okay. So you mean like
so
that? Yeah. Okay.
Hold on.
Rob.
Sorry, Samaroon. Let me just finish what I'm saying, my brother. So there's instances like that are unexplainable, but enticing nevertheless from an intellectual perspective. There are more incidents of young children having regressed memories of past life. To me, again, that is very intriguing because you can either prove it or you can't. So if a child says, I lived before, and someone says, prove it, they take them down to the house and say, I lived in that house, I died on that chair, blah, 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 in this circumstance. And then they investigate and look at it, and then they find out that a person did die in those circumstances. For me, that's...
There are reports like that I've seen.
There are many I've seen. So for me, that is some sort of a proof of something happening after death. Would you not agree, Rob?
No, I just think it's the brain state, as we've said before, right? And specifically what Dave said as well. When people are under stress, they have all kinds of experience. I know somebody who was in a terrible car crash, and she reported everything going in slow motion and looking as if she was going up to heaven, and then saying, "No, I want to come back down again." She's not actually religious.
But I'm saying I was on the hospital table. I mean, I was actually. I guess I don't know if it was after operation. I don't know. Okay.
Samaroon, 18, tell us about your experience.
Okay, at 18, I was shot on the right side of the head. Know what I mean? And then after that, I guess like my entire skull, it was broken. Know what I mean? And then I received from that, like I guess, like now, like after I woke up, but before I was reported as clinically dead. Know what I mean? So, and then the doctors actually told me that they've written me down as dead. So like in the hospital, when somebody dies, they tell somebody's mother, "Oh, come see if this is your son," so she could like recognize the face.
Samaroon, do doctors make mistakes?
Do doctors make mistakes? I don't know, but these are smart doctors, bro. Know what I mean? So you said doctors make mistakes. No, but I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you what I saw, and like I'm saying what I personally, and then after being shot, bro, I'm telling you what happened. They told me I was dead, bro. And then, alhamdulillah, after a while, like I woke up, alhamdulillah, and then all I had was something called a TBI. Do you know what a TBI is?
TBI, no,
what's that?
Okay, TBI, it stands for traumatic brain injury. So that means like, what is it? With the right side of your brain, it controls the left side of your body, right? So it kind of, the left side of my body was immobile due to me being shot on the right side of the head. And then it broke my skull, so they had to like replace the right side of my skull, you know what I mean? But like, as far as alhamdulillah, I recovered over like after doing physical therapy and like occupational therapy. You know what that is? Yeah.
Listen to what you say. So firstly, the doctors can make a mistake about death, right? Because death depends how they define death. If it's just stopping of the heart,
but I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Look, you can say anything. You could not believe what you saw. I'm telling you what I seen personally. Bro.
Yeah, Samaroon, you need to let the gentleman finish what he's saying before you let him finish what he's saying. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, but again, you said you had a significant brain injury, and now you're telling us about what happened to you, presumably, quote unquote, after you died. But you've had a brain injury, and we know what happens when people have brain injuries. They have all kinds of events going on in their brain, especially with injuries in particular. So is it likely that you did die and you floated somewhere or something happened to you, or that it was a stimulus response from a damaged brain and you weren't actually dead? Which do you think is more likely?
Me being dead because and they were sure of it because when you're dead, bro. That's what I'm saying. These people aren't stupid. They've dealt with things like this over and over and over. Saying just with me, they made a mistake.
All right, so
Yeah, so
let me do
what was
this.
it, Samarin? Lack
Hold
of
on.
brain activity and a flat line, yeah?
Hold up. So let me do
Yes.
this then. Let me do this. Given what Samaroon's described, if there was 100 incidences of this same sort of scenario, what would you say to that, Rob? Would you say that they've all doctors have got it wrong, or they've all...
Yeah, I think it's something that I don't know if it was you or somebody else said, right? You have a group issue because nobody. I'll give you an example, right? Where this, because a lot of this sort of stuff is well known. It's mainstream now that when people quote unquote have near death, they float out of their bodies, etc. The same thing happened with alien abduction, visiting aliens, right? Prior to Roswell in 1947, people didn't talk about aliens, these grayed aliens. Suddenly, after that happened, it became part of the culture, and people reported being abducted or seeing alien ships or gray aliens or whatever. So this is a phenomenon that once gets picked up in the culture, it gets embedded in the brain subconsciously, right? So you don't even know that it's happened.
It's a learned behavior, yeah?
Yeah. It's something that happens that your brain picks up because we're taking in information that we don't even realize all the time. And then when something like this happens, maybe that's what the brain remembers, right? It's in the subconscious.
Okay, tell me, what do you know about neurology? Now, I want to know what he knows about neurology because he claims like he knows about the brain. Now, I want to see. He acts like an expert.
Hold on. Right. So if we're saying before Roswell, if I show you incidences of it happening before Roswell, what would you say to that then, Rob?
That would be very rare. I think it was after Roswell. It could have been earlier, but there was a specific incident, and I'm thinking it's Roswell, but it could have been earlier, where before that people didn't report, aliens, or they were so rare, and then suddenly everybody started reporting it. So that's what I'm saying.
I think it stems, Rob, from Orson Welles doing the invasion from Mars on the radio. I think after that, there was like
War of the Worlds, right? That was a different thing. Yeah.
There was like a mass hysteria after that because they all took it for...
Okay, but let me ask you, Buddha, you've heard Samaroon's experience. Which is more likely, that the brain was damaged and it fired off something in the subconscious and he had some sort of experience, quote unquote, close to death, and in fact he wasn't dead, or that in fact he actually died, he had some experience in another realm and then came back to his body? What do you think is more likely?
What I think is
you don't even know what I've seen. Like nobody even know what I've seen.
Samaroon, he asked me a direct question. Can I maybe reply? And I promise I'll bring you in afterwards. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. So the question you asked me, Rob, I personally believe that. In fact, I know during the time of death, the transition between being alive and being dead, there's a massive release of hormones and hallucinogens that are naturally produced within the body, such as DMT and serotonin, all these different types of things. Okay, so I believe that he may have been at that verge of death, and he could or could not have died. He may or may not have died, but those hallucinogens gave him an experience that he remembers vividly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but that doesn't get us to death or whatever. If it was some sort of supernatural experience, right?
Right, but the problem is this. This is the problem, right? The problem is, when we look for intelligence, we look for patterns, yeah? So again, I'll reiterate what I was saying about patterns. If 100 people had a more or less identical experience to Samaroon, then I would say there's a pattern of intelligence there. And that's where I would leave it. I won't say anything more than that because I can't prove anything more than that. But for me,
the pattern the pattern that you're looking at is somebody that had a serious brain injury that was, quote unquote, diagnosed as if they were dead. And to prove somebody's dead, for me, to prove somebody's dead, you have to show that all the organs have stopped and the brain state has completely stopped for a significant period of time, not 5 seconds or 2 minutes or 10 minutes. Right, you've got to do it for a period of time. In fact, what would be ideal to show somebody's died is you start to see decay, where you would normally not see decay in cells, right? That for me would be strong evidence that somebody's dead.
Okay, so again, remember what I said,
that happens over time. You know that, right? You know that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen automatically. That takes almost years to happen.
No, it's not years.
It doesn't take years. It takes days.
About 12 to 15 minutes for brain cells to irreparably
that quick?
damaged
Okay.
from
Right.
oxygen starvation.
No, I mean
No, I
decay.
think he meant signs of decay.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying to you is this: look, Rob, you're right in what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about—the threshold between life and death. I'm specifically concentrating on that. And what you're saying is true, but again, it doesn't take away from somebody being shot in the leg and bursting an artery and being close to death and having exactly the same experience that Samaroon had in the scenario I've given about 100 people. And let's be fair, there's thousands of cases where people have had these near-death experiences. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm
What
concentrating on
conclusion
the
do you draw there? Okay. So what conclusion do you draw from this, Buddha?
For me, I believe that the hallucinogens that are released is for the body to accept death. I think there's a calmness that is really, when you eat like a hot curry and you get that burning in your sensation in your mouth, you get loads of serotonin being released to counteract that burning sensation, the body coping mechanism. And I believe those hallucinogens that are released at death, I believe they are a coping mechanism to let the body understand that it's dying and let the mind know that it's dying. But when we see things like, especially the floating over the body, and seeing stuff that other people don't see, I think that's to me. There's that's yet to be explained definitively.
Do you know, Buddha, that they've tested this, right?
It sounds very ignorant, man. It's like you guys are blaming medication and different things on what people have actually seen after they actually died. Know what I mean? For a limited time or came back, and then I know it's like you guys are trying to make sense of what you don't want to believe. You've never
No,
seen any of this,
we
man.
want to have the most reasonable, rational
Okay, and now
explanation for a
we're being
particular
rational,
event.
but what does being rational mean when you can't even comprehend something, but
Okay, but
you call it rational?
what do you have an issue with, Samaroon, and what I'm saying specifically?
No, it's not that. It's like you're trying to blame it on, like, okay, morphine is right, and then it takes away pain, right? Okay, different medication. You're saying these things are given to you while you're, I guess, on the operating table or you're near the, like, I don't know. You're saying these medications make people think what they think.
No. There's actual uh, chemicals within your brain that exist that will give you these types of hallucinations. For instance,
So
you
you're
have
taking them, you're taking them as hallucinations.
well, to a certain degree, yes, but for 100 people to have the same hallucination it's not logical. It's not
Okay,
logical
okay,
expectation.
Buddha.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
like what happened to me as far as like that's particularly that is something that changed my life completely. I'm talking about like 18 hours on something else, you know what I mean? Then just that is what brought me back to what I needed to do because okay, at that time you say I wasn't dead or you believe I don't know, but at that time where I can say I was dead for a period, what I seen was a big
I
tree.
believe you.
Huh,
I
huh.
don't doubt that you wasn't there. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that you're not.
Now I'm talking about what I seen was a giant tree. Like I'm not talking about a normal tree. I'm talking about like a giant tree, and somebody was sitting under the tree. And I spoke to this person. He told me,
Do
okay,
you know what that
now,
means? Do you know what
yeah,
that means?
what?
Rob, would you like to tell him what that means?
Yeah, you saw Einstein, not
No.
Einstein, Newton.
Do you know
Nah,
who's famous?
but I'm actually being
What,
serious though. That's the
Samarin,
thing.
do you know
You're joking
Oh
around,
no,
Samarin?
I'm
nigga.
off the guy
I'm being
now, man.
serious, man. So
But
shut your fucking
Samarin,
mouth, man. Yeah,
Samarin, do you know who's famous for sitting underneath a tree?
I don't care.
Okay, all right, cool. Go on, carry on.
Okay, and I seen this person, they told me, okay, from now on, I won't let you die in a humiliated way. And they told me from now on, just remain on your prayers, like keep up your salah. And he told me just to increase in good deeds and do it as much as you can before you leave the next time. And then after that, no, I guess I woke up
Okay,
because
okay.
do you know how I was shot? Okay, somebody shot me while I was inside, while they were outside the window, like a coward, pretty much. Know what I mean? So that means I would have died in the house alone. And then
Okay.
Yo,
that would
Samaroon.
have been the most humiliating, like to die in that kind of way. Alhamdulillah, like, I'm glad I didn't die like that. Know what I mean?
Yo, Samaroon.
Yeah,
Were you Muslim before this experience?
Yeah, yeah, I was born Muslim. Yeah, yeah. My whole family, my entire lineage is Muslim. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And from then on, yes. So that's what changed my life. But the thing is, what happened right after is when I was 20, I decided I was stupid. I was like, this guy Rob Wood. I decided it was just something I saw. So then I got back to the same stuff. But guess what? I was shot again in the same exact way. Wallahi billahi talai. I was shot again through a window in the same exact way, but this time in my stomach. That was another sign from me. So I believe that's from Allah. Like, I don't know what you guys want to say, but wallahi, like to me, I believe that's from Allah showing me, okay, I helped you one time, and then you decide to do the same thing again, and then now I'm going to show you something again. So
Hey, why
alhamdulillah,
did
and
you
after
get
that,
shot,
since
bro?
then, huh?
I'm saying, why did you
What'd
keep
you say?
getting shot, bro?
Why to keep it? I don't know. Allah, it's just from Allah. I don't know. But how that happened when I was 22. Like the first time I got shot is when I was like 18. And then I like, alhamdulillah, now I'm good with 100. But now, since then, I said that's a sign from Allah. Allah was showing me something. So then I didn't follow what was said before. So now I'm going to keep on it. Know what I mean?
Mm. Where do you live, bro?
Atlanta, Georgia. Huh?
So, Samaroon, listen. You know when you say somebody was sitting underneath the tree, the Buddha was very famous for sitting under the Bodhi tree and meditating. So it's interesting that you said you
So,
saw
but why would Buddha tell somebody to remain upon the salah, like the Muslim salah, like sujood, like making prayer
Yo, did you
well,
know that Muslims say
five
that Buddha
times?
was a
Yeah.
prophet?
sorry, did I know what?
I said,
Say so,
did you know
but
that
Buddha
Muslims say that
he
Buddha
said
was a
remain upon
prophet?
Islam. Huh?
No, the Buddha's wasn't a deity or a god or anything like that. It's just interesting that you'd say that you saw a person underneath a tree. That's crazy. But what would you say in that day?
I said the Muslims say that Buddha was a prophet. But
Well,
apparently he was.
No, we don't, bro. No, we don't, bro.
I've
I've
heard
never heard it
Muslims
from
say
any
that anyway.
scholar in any text.
I've heard a couple of people say that, but
Allah,
it depends.
Allah knows. Allah
It
knows
depends what
best.
you call a prophet, innit? I mean, if Bob Marley has some good music, does that make him a prophet? I mean, what does a prophet mean? What terminology
Nah,
do you mean?
I think what they mean by that is that he was a prophet, like he was sent by God,
I don't know
or,
about that.
or
I
he
don't know
was
about
given
that.
some sort of
No, but
position.
Buddha. Like, but no, I'm just
So,
saying, just as far as that
what do you
experience, I'm
hold
saying
in
what's
Islam?
odd is that it happened the exact, like I swear to Allah, I swear that it happened the exact same way it happened before, and that's why I take it as a sign from Allah, like showing me, yeah, you need to stop doing what you were doing. You know what I mean? You need to follow what I showed you before, and then from then I said, Wallahi, I vowed to change my life and try to be, I guess you could say, the best person I can be, or
Well
as
done.
much as I can be.
Well done.
Mm. Yo, Samaroon, as a Muslim, what does prophet mean?
Prophet means a messenger from Allah to deliver his message to humankind so they can understand.
But Muslims have told me messenger and prophet are two different things. Like they say that
Yes,
Prophet
a prophet is
Muhammad
sent
was a
from Allah. You can be a messenger, but a prophet is somebody sent from Allah, giving the message from Allah directly.
is a prophet and a messenger the same thing.
No.
Okay, I don't know, man.
I mean, the sort of thing that Samarin's talking about more generally, not so much the death part, but what you take from a particular event. A lot of religious people have that, right? So when something good happens, they praise God. When something bad happens, many people, and Samarin might be different, but many people don't say anything, right? Like when the tsunami of 2004 wiped out over 200,000 people, most of them believers, both Muslim and Christian. Nobody said that's a curse from God or God was doing something wrong. But when somebody gets saved, or when the bullet from Pope John Paul, when the bullet missed him and hit him somewhere else, he praised God. Now, of course, if God was watching and he wanted John Paul not to be hit, he would have deflected the bullet entirely, or the person's aim would have been off. So it's a kind of confirmation bias that people have. They praise something when they see something good happen, but they never curse this entity when something bad happens, right? Then it's just a test.
I'm
which
sure
is
some people
inconsistent,
do,
right?
or some people also would say like they'll ask God to help them out of this
Just
whatever
to
trouble they're in.
clarify something, Rob, you know where the tsunami hit, most of the countries that it hit were Buddhist countries. So in Buddhism, there's no
I think it hit
concept of God.
Malaysia, which is predominantly Muslim,
It hit
isn't it?
Malaysia? No, it
Didn't
hit
it?
Thailand. It hit Thailand. It
Okay.
hit those. So
I'm sure there were
Like, somewhere like
believers of all
what the
stripes, right?
Malaysians said.
and
There were
yeah, it's just so they
there were all
and
kinds of
Cameroon.
believers there, right?
Yeah, there was. There's
And if you
Christians.
survived, probably you'd ask one of those believers that survived, they would have thanked God, right? But they wouldn't curse God
But
for all the believers and maybe some of their
I
family
think
that died.
I think there was a bunch of people that were saying that it was a curse because of what happens in Thailand with the promiscuity. They were saying, it's a curse from God. That's why, blah 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 blah.
No,
But the
I'm not
Buddhists
saying a
don't.
curse from God. They should curse God himself for doing that, right? If you're a
Yeah,
good
but
believer
Rob, no
and you
one
get
who
wiped out,
believes in God
you
would
should be
curse God,
cursing
would
God.
they?
It could
Okay.
Yeah, but
then
Rob,
you're consistent, right? Because if you curse God for the
but,
bad and you praise
Yeah.
him for the good, then you're being consistent. If you only
but
praise him for
Rob,
the good and ignore the bad and say, well, it's my fault or somebody else's fault, then you're being inconsistent.
but Rob,
So
can you find me
just so
someone
that
who
you guys
believes
know,
in
like
God
I
who
don't know
would
if you know,
curse
but
God?
in Buddhism there is no concept of God. So that's why
But
you
one
didn't have.
second, brother, one
Okay,
second.
well,
Well, I'm just
Rob,
explaining. That's why you wouldn't have a Buddhist blaming God because there is no concept of God within Buddhism.
yo, brother, one second. Yo, Rob, can you find me someone who believes in God, like who worships God, who would actually curse God for
now
anything?
you probably can. I think those sort of people normally become disbelievers when they can see the inconsistency and the immorality. They normally become disbelievers. So I could probably find you
And
somebody
they
who was
don't.
a believer that something bad happened, they curse God. And for fact, coming to mind now, Charles Darwin, right, who you know was the sort of inventor of Darwinism, i.e., the form of evolution, at least that we mainly understand today. He was once a believer, right? And his daughter, I believe, died, and that took him away, right? He couldn't believe that God would do this, and essentially became a disbeliever. So that's what people typically do when they'll go, hang on, now either this God doesn't exist, or it's a malevolent God. Either way, I can't believe in this. And they will no longer be believers, right? Which is a consistent position. Because if you're a believer because God did something good for you, then you should become a disbeliever when God does something bad for you. But most people don't do that.
I mean, a lot of people see it in different lights, innit? I mean, when you have people who believe things like when something good happens to me, it's a bless. Some people will tell you something good happens to me, it's a test from God, and when something bad happens to me, it's a test from God. So, what can you say to someone like that?
No, somebody wouldn't say that. So when something good happens, they say, that's a sign of, God loves me or God is looking out for me. But when there's a bad thing, then they say it's a test, right? Then it's inconsistent.
I personally believe everything, all hardships are a test from Allah. So
There you go. That's
that's what I believe.
example.
And when the
That's an
good things happen,
example.
what happens when the good things happen? Is that Allah looking out for you?
They're blessings for a period, for a period of time, yes, but also Allah tests those He loves. So we can't consider hardships as something bad. Know what I mean? Because we don't understand it. As far as you, I think you don't believe in what after death. But me personally, I think this is like we're like we're on a bridge, and then you can't just settle on a bridge. You have to keep going. And once we get off that bridge,
So
alhamdulillah.
Samarin, let me ask you something. So when you died and you say that you believe you died, right? Wasn't you concerned that you didn't see Allah or do you see the Prophet when you died? No, I don't think you do. But weren't you concerned that you didn't see Allah?
No, I don't know if it was the Prophet. Allahu Alam, because I don't know. But wallahi, he was
But do you
handsome.
do you normally see the Prophet when you die in Islam? No, you don't. I don't think you do.
I don't know. I haven't heard. I don't know. I haven't
No,
heard
neither
too
have I.
many.
I've never heard that. But weren't you concerned that you never saw Allah when you died?
No, I doubt that because no eyes can stand in the sight of Allah. Because if we
Or
can't
even
see
if
our
you,
own sun, the sun was created right. Right now,
yeah.
as
But
humans, we
Samarin,
can't even
isn't
see the sun.
Islam?
So how can we see our Lord? How can we see who
Well,
created
we
I'm
us?
saying,
can with special
but
filters. We
if you're
can see
dead,
the sun.
No, but I'm
But
saying if
doesn't
you
Islam tell you that you'll see your Lord after you die? The true believers and the Muslims and that kind of stuff.
Yes, but I didn't die fully. I was given a. I guess I was given a message.
So you didn't die
Before.
now. Okay.
okay, so you died or
No,
you didn't die? Which one?
no, I
You can see
died, but I'm
Allah, or
talking.
you can't see. Which
I'm
one?
saying I didn't see. No, I saying I would talk to. I'll talk to someone. Someone gave me a message. They told me I won't let you. They said, well, Allah said, I won't die in such a humiliated way. And then I was told that I need to remain upon my prayers, like mashallah, and then stay upon righteousness and do as much good as I can before I leave the next time. And
Okay,
that's what I was told.
You told this
so
in English.
Huh. You said, was I told this in English?
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know, because I speak 3 languages.
So what language
What
did you?
language were you told it in?
You said what language I was told? I was told in English.
Right. Okay.
Did
S-
the Prophet speak English?
Did you say what?
English didn't even exist anywhere in the world at that time. Not the English we speak today.
Yeah. I'm saying, did the Prophet speak English?
No, he spoke Arabic.
So what made you think that was the Prophet if he spoke to you in English?
Did I say it was the prophet? I said I don't know who it was. It was a man.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, I suppose I don't think you did say
It
it was the Prophet.
could have been an angel in the form of a man or anything. I don't know. Allahu alam. Allah knows best. But it was somebody giving me a message before I died. But now before, I guess I actually like where it's like over from where I'm just dead. Know what I mean?
Did you
They
speak
said,
to this person? Did you respond back to this person?
did I respond back? No, I was sitting down under the tree, and he was like he was explaining to me like what's the best like for me what to do after, and then that I won't be allowed to die in such a humiliated state, and that next time I do the best that I can, and until I come back next time. So
Yeah, but you didn't speak to him, you
uh,
just listened.
yeah, I just sat down and listened. Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, if it was me, I'd be
Who'd
asking
you?
this guy, who is, why is he telling me this message? Where did he come from?
No,
Where am I
because
now?
it
I'll be
felt
asking
like
questions, right?
you feel like when you have like such like a sense of security, like it was so beautiful, like where I
Okay.
was, like wallahi billahi, till it was
Who,
like it was so
who'd
beautiful.
you think
So
he was?
yeah,
Who'd you,
uh,
Samarin? Who'd you think he was? Do you think it was an angel or like
I don't.
Oh,
That's
one
why
second, one
I
second.
don't
Yo,
know. I don't know.
Veli. There's who's in the back? Shifa's in the back. Bring Shifa in, man. Yeah, go on, man.
yeah? So what was I going to say? Yeah. So who do you think he was? You're saying that you don't know who he was. Allahu Alam. All right, cool. But I'm assuming that you'd want to know who that person is before you take his advice, surely.
Uh, I guess so, but at that time, it
Like, how
was
do you know
like
it wasn't Satan?
you said what? You said how did I know it wasn't who?
How do you know it wasn't Satan?
I'm saying Allahu Alam, but
You shouting
why
it,
would
man.
Shaitan,
Fucking loud, man.
why
Come
would
on.
Shaitan tell somebody to do as much good as they can, and then tell somebody to remain upon their prayers, like make sure you pray your salah, and then telling you to increase as much in good before you come back next time,
Yeah, because
and then
part of it's a
telling somebody
test.
that they won't be allowed to die in such a humiliated, and then they're like die in such a humiliated like state. Know what I mean? And then from where I was, to be honest, I was alone in in the spot. Know what I mean? And I would have died alone in the house with my head blown out. But alhamdulillah, just I guess it cracked the right side of my skull, and I had like damage just on the right side. No, but alhamdulillah, I'm from. I can think. I have perfect memory. You know what I mean? And then I can speak. I'm good at home. The only thing I had to do was just something that had to do with the physical, as far as the left side of my body, since the right side of your brain controls the left side of your body. So I just did physical therapy for a couple of years just to get, I guess, 100%, alhamdulillah. And I did that after a while, and now I'm good, alhamdulillah. But I was stupid because I decided to do the same thing when I was 22. And then when I was 22, I got shot in the same exact manner, wallahi, in the spot, and it happened through a window the same way. But this time it was only in my stomach, so it wasn't, I guess, as
Okay,
serious.
but
So
hold on,
yeah,
Samarin, I'm a bit confused. I'll tell you for why. So, in the first time it happened, yeah,
yeah,
you saw the vision of the person sitting by the tree, and he told you to go and pray Salah and do this, yeah.
and
So,
increase as
did
much
you
good
go?
as I can before I come back next time. Yes.
Okay, so did you go and pray Salah and all the rest of it? Did you do what he said?
No, I was no. I what I did was stupid. I said, "Nah, I need to make some money, man." Like
Oh
I was
Lord!
ignorant, man. I was stupid. I was stupid. I'm gonna say I was stupid that I kind of just forgot everything, like the guidance or get you like what I was told to do before, or like the guidance I was given before that.
All
Or
right. So hold on,
it's hard to
Samarin,
explain, but I
just
ignored that. But then,
Samarin. Let me just try and
yeah,
understand it. So, when you died the first time and you saw this vision and you saw this
yeah,
person and it said to
yeah.
you, "Go and pray" and all the rest of it, do you believe that was the words of God or a message from God to you?
A message from God, Allah to me. Yes.
Okay, but when you came back, you didn't do what God told you to do. Yeah.
Uh, yeah. I can say that. Yes, yes,
Okay. And then you got shot again. And then
yeah. When I
Did you have the same vision again with the tree, or
oh
did you die?
no, cause I didn't die. The only thing happened is that like I was shot in the same exact way, like through a window, but it
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
but you
I
didn't
was
die the
shot in
second.
my stomach. But no,
You
only
didn't
thing
die
that
the second
happened.
time.
No, I didn't die the second time. No,
Okay.
it was on my stomach, bro. It was like nothing serious. Only thing they had to do was just like do surgery on my stomach, and then I had to
Okay.
like do
So
you know what a do you know what a colostomy bag is?
yes, I do. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I had to
So
wear that for a couple of months and then get it reversed, like where they took it off and like stitched up like the side where I had to wear it
right.
and like
So,
they made it
do
back
you
normal.
now? Do you now in 2020? Do you now pray Salah and do all the things that you were instructed to do?
Yes, yes, and like since then, since I was 22, yes, I'm trying to do it as much as I can, yes, and trying to
Okay.
be like the best person I can be before I leave, because I know once you're gone, it's pretty much like you should. That's it. You know what I mean? And alhamdulillah,
Okay.
that was a sign for me that I ignored was told to me before, and then Allah allowed the same thing to happen again. But I guess, and now it's something like to remind me of what happened before when I was 22. Because I was shot
Okay.
first when I was 18, and then it happened again when I was 22. As far as the stomach, you know what I mean?
Now,
Yo,
how old are you now?
Samarin.
What's up? What's
Yes,
up, bro?
yes. Big up, Shifa.
Well, go on. I've been listening to you lot, man. Like, you see
Yeah,
what,
yeah. You've been
Sam?
waiting
Just want to say
patiently.
one.
So go on.
I want to say one thing to you, my brother. Yeah. You know, you're a Muslim. Yeah. You read your Quran. Yeah.
Yeah, always, bro.
So do you know about the end of days and all of them things in the Quran? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
You know
I've
the
read about it in the Quran and Hadith.
All right, so you know that the signs ain't for everyone, innit? You know that 90% of these people are going to their place of weeping and gnashing of teeth, right?
I don't know. I've never heard that. Allahu Alam. I don't know. Explain it to me, bro.
It
So
means
what I'm
hell. It
saying
means
to you is, yeah, what I'm saying to you is 90% of these people ain't going to be saved. They're non-believers, innit? So you see people like Speaker's Corner Rob, who just come in with these ridiculous questions, talking about how come when something bad happens to people, people don't curse at God. Yeah, if you curse at God, that's called blasphemy. Yeah, but he's too stupid to understand that. Yeah. Secondly, to this, my brother, yeah, let me explain something to you. You're supposed to know that, like you said, I'm going to tell you one thing you said that's perfect. Everything in his life is a test, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you see, when good things happen, we praise the Most High. See, when bad things happen, we praise the Most High because everything is a test and everything is part of the journey. Some of us weren't supposed to make it, innit? Some of us, if they made it, do you know what? They might have got to a later stage in life and they might have destroyed the planet. Who knows what they would have done? You know, but some people are too stupid to understand that because all it's about is them, their ego and their personage, yeah, their personal wants and not even their needs, just what they want. They don't care about you, they don't care about no one else. All they care about is themselves. So you see people like Rob, he's clearly a government agent in this chat room, yeah, to listen to what you lot are saying. He's probably documenting names and all sorts of things. Yeah. Who knows what this guy's up to? I don't know, but I don't trust him. Like that.
The rest of you, I think we're all here and we're just, you know, sharing information. We're just talking what we really think. But this guy, he probably there be protesting for them to put up 5G when all the rest of us are protesting for them to take it down. Yeah, because it's killing people and killing things. Do you think he cares about you? Do you think they care about you, my brother? Yeah. You know, in China today, they're protesting. Yeah, they're ripping down the 5G. Check that one out. Hong Kong's doing it today. Yeah. Why you think that is? Yeah. Do you know
Yeah,
about China?
we'd have to look at that though still, because we had that conversation down in Ras's the other day, a few days back, and I couldn't quite understand it. But I
I tell
suppose
you
we
what I'm
can
gonna
get
do.
to
I'm
that.
gonna post the link in the room. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
About
post
what?
the link in the
About
room.
what
I,
of what specifically?
about the 5G. But
Oh,
before we do that, so let me ask you this, Shifa. You see, when I was younger, yeah,
Yeah.
I was taught about religion and all the rest of it, and
You notice my man run off though. You notice he run in it. I hope everyone see that. You know.
I feel like you and him have got
You know he's gonna
a
run in
personal
it because
beef,
he knows.
going on. But what was I gonna say? So I cursed God when I was younger due to the amount of bullshit I was going through in my life,
yeah, bro.
and
Disappeared.
I was an advent.
How did you curse God? Tell me what you said.
I hate you. I don't believe in you. Fuck you. Every kind of nonsensical kind of shit you could imagine. Bearing in mind, I was probably about, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old, going on whatever. Um, it's only in later life that I actually gained an understanding of spirituality and all the rest of it. So,
Mm.
what would you say to that? Would you say I was stupid, ignorant, and
I
dunce,
would
or?
say that you was young, you was still growing, and you didn't fully understand. Yeah, a lot of us, like my brother Samaroon, you know, he's been a Muslim his whole life. Do you think when he was 1 year old, he even knew what a Muslim was? You have to grow into that. You have to grow understanding. You have to learn things first. So yeah, you can be forgiven, but I'm gonna say this to you, my brother. Yeah, understand something. Yeah, you see when something bad happens, yeah, and you ask God why, because you're upset about something that's happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
that in itself is a learning experience. Because at some point in your life, you're going to come to a point of understanding, like you just said. And when you understand, it's like, all right, when my mum died, yeah, I was angry on the inside.
Right.
I was hurt.
Okay.
I didn't want her to go. But you know what? I said, you know what? All praise to the Most High. And thank you,
How
God,
old was
for
you at
not.
the time, though? If you don't mind me
How old
asking.
was I? How old? I'll be honest, this is 3 years ago, cuz. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
And I
But
said,
you're a big
all
man and
praise.
you've got an understanding
That's
at
right.
that
I
stage.
said,
Yeah.
all praise to the Most High. And I said, do you know what, God? At least, do you know what? I may be unhappy that she's no longer here, but at least she ain't suffering no more.
Absolutely.
And at
100.
least,
Yeah.
and at least if the case is that, you know, a lot of us here are going to become non-believers. At least at the time she went, she was a believer. So on that day of resurrection, she got a chance of being resurrected. Now, a lot of us don't look at things with a double-edged sword. What we do is we look at things through, you know, a direct perspective, just like Speaker's Corner Rob. Yeah. So Rob, if you're listening, who's playing checkers now, homie? Yeah. I thought it was chess. Yeah. Seems like you just left the board. That's checkmate. Yeah. So understand something. A lot of these guys, they're either government agents or they're just non-believers. They're so
Is that
stuck
a
in
bad
their
thing being a
ways.
non-believer? Is that a bad thing?
It is a bad thing being a non-believer, because if you can't believe in anything, then you've got no sense of hope. You might as well
But
be
then
dead already.
isn't that his path to walk? Isn't that his cross to bear?
It is cross to bear. It is his cross to bear. Like I just said to you, listen to these words I just showed you. Yeah, if you can't believe in nothing, yeah, you have no hope. You might as well be dead already. You've got a defeated mentality. Yeah. And a lot of these non-believers, they don't even get it. Like, if you say to them, that's a defeated mentality, they're going to come with some type of stupid defense that ain't even the defense. Oh, well, I'm not going to believe in something spooky in the sky. Oh, well, I'm just not. Oh, well, I'm just not. Oh, what? But they already defeated. They already
But
put it
Yeah,
in their
But
mind
it's
that
not
how
once
rock
they're dead,
scientist.
does that
that's the
bother you
end of
though?
it.
How does that bother you if he's
That
defeated?
don't bother me. It don't bother
Okay,
me. I let them
okay.
stay where them there. Like I said, 90%
It bothers
of
me.
people ain't going to be saved.
Who said it bothers them? Is that
Me,
you
I
then?
said it bothers me, bro.
It
Why does
might
it bother
bother you
you?
because you got a good heart. My brother, you got a good heart. I got a good heart as well. I want to save them too. When I hear some
Yeah.
of these men talking this atheist talk, I want to say to them, my brother, like, I've said it to Ultra. This is what I said to Ultra. I'll tell you the words I use with Ultra. I said, Ultra, Yeah, and I put this. I'm a lyricist, so I put this in lyrics. So one day you might hear the track in it, but being not believing in something, yeah, is not going to save you if that something is true. But by believing in something, by adhering to something, you have the chance of being saved. Even if it's not true, you still have the chance of being saved if it is true. So if we're going to deal with ifs and buts, we have to deal with them logically. Now, dealing with the ifs and buts in the sense of I'm just not going to believe and I'm just not going to adhere to nothing because I just don't believe. Just because you don't believe does not make it not true. Yeah. Just because I believe that atheism doesn't exist, don't mean it's not out there. You know, like that. And this is why these people like who are the non-believers, they're the most retarded people on the planet. They're so stupid. They've already been defeated. You may as well lay down your arms and be controlled in it. You may as well put yourself into slavery. Yeah. So when they're doing the 5G rollouts to kill everyone, yeah, them people there, they might as well just lay down all of their arms, stay in your house and wait till you die. Yeah. While the rest of us do something about it.
You know why you bring that up, yeah? Because I was confused by this. I think Ras was saying something about this the other day. And I was like, raw, I've got a 5G fucking phone. I never knew about this thing. Like, let me try and find out about it. And to be honest with you, everything that I kind of heard and looked into and all the rest of it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. Like, I mean, how would you say 5G is affecting people?
All right, let me give you some information now, yeah, so you can have some understanding, yeah.
Okay.
You see, when we first got the technology for satellites and stuff like that, now, yeah, and it started launching things into the sky and started making all this phone technology before mobile phone, even, yeah. Do you know what happened? Millions of people died randomly, no explanation. Yeah.
Where?
You see, after World War II, like just hear me out, and then go and do your research. Yeah. Now you see after World War II, yeah, when they started launching all of the phone satellites, yeah, for mobile phone and all of these things now, yeah. Do you know what happened?
They launched satellites in hold on, wait. They launched satellites after World War II.
Yeah.
Well, directly or after the World War II or a few years after World War II?
I don't know the exact timing, but I'm just going to tell you it was after World War II. It was near to the time. It was in the 60s. Yeah. I believe it was in the 60s, 1960 something. Might have been 60.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. 66 is when they went to the moon, allegedly. So, yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you see, after they started launching all of their satellites and all of this new technology for phones, mobile phone and XYZ, you know what happened? Millions of people around the world randomly died.
Where about? Just is there a specific place where people died
all
more?
Over the world. All over the world. People were just randomly dying, yeah, when they was putting up all of this new technology. You see,
in the space of what, a week, a year? In what? Like,
it could have been the space of months. It could have been a year. I'm not sure of the exact timing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I'm telling you, this happened. This is fact. Yeah. You see, when they started launching all the technology for radar, yeah, and them things there, that's what it was. It wasn't mobile phone. It was for radar. That's when it happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Radar doesn't use satellites though. That's the thing.
What does radar use?
Radio use land-based radio waves.
That's right. When I say launch doesn't necessarily mean send up into the sky. Launch can just be as in a product being launched onto the market.
Right.
Yeah. So check this one out. You see, when mobile phone technology came out, yeah.
Yes.
Same thing happened.
The thing with mobile phone technology is that it existed within the military a few years before it was released to the public.
Exactly, just like 5G.
Yeah. So when you're saying like during, so I think it's about the 70s when the military had this kind of technology, maybe the late 60s, 70s, and so you're saying at that time millions of people died. The Vietnam War was going on at that time, and a lot of people died on both sides. Because what was shown to us on the video that Ras played was that every time there's a technological advancement, plagues happen all over the world. And they were saying that because of the 5G, this coronavirus is somehow linked to 5G. And then what I've done is I kind of searched some certain things, and now we can go back to the Spanish flu, which was a major plague. There was no technological advances at that time. There was no electricity. There was barely electricity at that time. So going back even to before that, the times of Athens and all, there's been so many different plagues around the world, and no technological advancements have happened. Now, for instance, with the coronavirus, he's saying that it's linked to the 5G. There are countries in this world that don't even have 4G, let alone 5G, and they still have coronavirus. So I'm trying to understand how. Yeah.
Now this is where, you know, what the government do is, they use technology against you in a way where they can manipulate information. Now I can tell you this for fact, fact. My cousin Isaac, he's Nigerian. His mum just come back from Nigeria, The only people in Nigeria that's got any kind of coronavirus is people that's flown into Nigeria with the coronavirus, not people that was pre-existing there.
That's right,
Now, let me show you something. No country on this planet that has limited technology, i.e. they don't have 4G, they have limited internet and limited technology, They live in rural countries. You'll find that the death toll is next to 0.
Okay.
Do you think that that's a coincidence?
No, not really. So if we look at a country, let's say quite an isolated country, let's say like Chad, it's quite an isolated country. There's not much travel to Chad in the first place, and as you explained, that the person bringing coronavirus to Nigeria was an outsider. It wasn't actually in Nigeria. So using that same logic, if nobody travels to Chad, then nobody will go to Chad with the virus. Therefore, that country won't have the virus in the populations that somewhere like Italy would have. So that's how I would put it. I wouldn't say that because there's no 4G there or 5G, that's why there's no virus. I'd say because nobody actually goes there. You see what I mean?
Well, it's more to do with not just that the fact that people don't go there. It's more to do with the fact that when you look at the first place with major coronavirus deaths, where is it? It's Wuhan in China, right?
Wuhan, China, yeah.
Is that the first place where the major 5G rollouts happened?
I looked at that as well, and actually it's not, because
where's the first place that the major rollouts of 5G happened?
South Korea. South Korea has had 5G for approximately, I might be wrong, but approximately 10 years they've had 5G. They've had the fastest.
I think you find you're wrong there, and you're going to realize
I think you'll find that I'm right, because the 5G. Huh?
You think I'll find that you're right, but I'm telling you you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So 5G in South Korea has been there for approximately between 10 and 11, maybe 9 years. Okay, and it's been having the fastest wireless communication in the world. It's renowned for that. If you look at companies like Samsung, they're South Korean. If you look at companies like what's the other one, LG, all of these companies, they South Korea based. They work a lot on these types of communications.
Let me ask you a question. Where are you getting your information from?
I follow technology quite a bit. I have done for the past 20 odd years.
No, but where do you get your information from?
Either through word of mouth, people I actually know, through the internet, through.
All right. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you now, my brother. Yeah. Do you know how I know what I'm saying is true? I'm going to tell you how I know for certain, because I get my information right from the horse's mouth. Yeah. Right from the insiders, right from the whistleblowers themselves, the people who work for the company directly.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Yeah. So all of these internet sources, what they're doing is they're manipulating information. They'll tell you whatever they got to tell you to make you think that 5G is cool.
Okay.
Just imagine that for a second.
Right. So I'm trying to understand, because I know a little bit about radio communications and stuff like that, frequencies and how they affect them. So I'm trying to understand. Could you tell me the science behind what the connection between coronavirus and 5G is, please?
Maybe. Okay. Well,
do you mind if I do?
Well, long story short, 5G kills everything within, I think it's a 500-meter radius. All wildlife, all type of greenery, animals, whatever's living within that 500-meter radius, it can kill you. It irradiates you. It's radiation. Yeah. Now,
What kind of
everyone knows
radiation? What
radiation
kind of
is bad.
radiation is it? Do you
It
know
don't
what kind
matter
of
what
radiation?
type of radiation. Doesn't
Well, it
matter
does.
what type of radiation.
It does. It does.
Electromagnetic.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Everyone
Okay,
knows
so
that radiation is bad for you. Is radiation good for you? Are you telling me there's a good type of radiation?
well, yes, because if you look at the sun emits UV radiation, yeah, and ultraviolet is very good for the vitamin D production in the body. So certain types of radiation are in fact good for you. But when I looked at
Right.
these things, the other day, I looked at the actual frequencies. Now, somebody was trying to equate
Can you tell us
5G
the frequency band of 5G, please?
300 and if I remember correctly, 350, I think it was.
It's 24 to around 90 gigahertz.
Sorry, say again. How much?
24 to around 90.
What country?
That's the 5G frequency band.
Where, in the UK?
Let me ask you a
Sorry, hold on,
question.
wait.
What is the frequency?
Before you do that, let me just address Dave for a minute.
Yeah.
Shifa, let me just address Dave for a minute. Because I looked at this. Now, when we look at the bandwidth in which 3G operates on, it's
5G.
5G, sorry, that's what I said, yeah, 5G. Now, someone was trying to equate it to a microwave. A microwave is over 2,000. How much did you say it was? 24.
24 to 86, but you're saying megahertz. I'm saying that's 24 to 90 gigahertz.
So it'd be 250 megahertz, which equates to 24 to 225 megahertz, right? Is that right?
Wait, say that again?
So 250, you saying it's megahertz, yeah?
Gigahertz.
Or gigahertz.
24
So
gigahertz to 90
right, so
gigahertz.
Right, so 240 megahertz is 200. So it's 24 gigahertz. You with me?
Gigahertz are
So
larger than
like
megahertz.
they've got.
Yeah.
They are, but they equate if the numbers equate. So if it's 24 gigahertz, that's 240 megahertz.
That's right.
It's 24,000 megahertz.
No, it's not 24,000. No, it's not.
Giga means
24
thousand.
gigahertz is 24,000
Giga means
megahertz.
24,000 megahertz.
Yes.
Okay, so what is a microwave? I'm
Giga
assuming
means
you've got.
thousand.
Okay, so have you got the?
Microwave is around goes up to like maybe 900.
Where's the car?
Actually, I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, when you're sure, get back to me. Go ahead, Schiffer.
Ah, cool.
Go ahead, Schiffer. What were you saying?
Yeah, so you tell me
gigahertz.
what frequency does the sun's rays emit?
Oh, depending on where you're at, I suppose.
Electromagnetic.
Well, you tell me a frequency.
Okay, so I can give you the citizen band because I used to use the CB when I was younger. So the citizen band, I think, operates at 78 kilohertz. I think that's kilohertz. It's quite low.
Before you go on to that, can I ask you? You said you know about this kind of stuff. Do you know about the active denial systems?
Not much. Sorry, go ahead.
You must know about active denial systems, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Do you know what frequency that operates at? Before
So
you say that,
SAT,
can you tell the people what the active denial systems are?
So an active denial system is a directional sound frequency. So they play sound at a very high pitch, which affects your inner ear, which knocks you off balance. It can also cause burning. It can also cause all these types of different things. Sound within itself can be modulated to a degree where you can actually feel it. So when you stand next to a bass box, you can feel the bass of it. So what these active denial systems use is sound in different forms, different levels.
Not specifically, basically a wave, right? A frequency, a specific frequency.
So sound is a wave, yes. So it's a sound. Yeah. Essentially, it's a sound.
No,
I mean, when we say sound, we mean 20 hertz to 120 kilohertz.
Well, the actual, so there's inaudible sound and there's high frequency sounds. The human ear can only
is sound.
Maybe just let me finish. So the human ear can only detect certain frequencies of sound. Yeah. So, but sound itself can go from high and low as many different frequencies as possible. So yeah. So what you actually do? So what's your point with that?
Humans say sound, we mean
Yeah.
20 hertz to 120 kilohertz because that's our
The-
hearing range.
The hearing range, yes. Okay, so what's your point?
I'm trying to say anything below that and over that wouldn't be really classified as sound. You could
It
just
is.
say
Just
waves.
because we can't hear it doesn't mean it's not sound.
Would you say the sun's waves are sound?
No, I didn't say that.
But they're
Who said
waves.
that?
That's what I'm saying. It's still a wave.
Your day done.
It doesn't.
Do you know what I
Yo.
like about you, my brother? Do you know what I like about you, my brother? You
What's
see,
up,
when
bro?
something doesn't make sense, you're the first one to question it, and I love that about you, my brother.
Yeah, so I'm
I
trying to
have to.
understand.
I like things to be factual and in
All right,
line.
yeah,
Like,
they done. Go ahead, try and make your point because I'm struggling to understand what you're saying.
I understand
I'm
exactly
saying,
what you're saying.
okay, so 5G, is that
Yeah.
giving you sound for you to be able to transfer information?
No, it's not. It's a radio frequency.
It's radio frequencies
So is the
transmitting
active
sound.
denial system. It's a radio frequency and it's even
That's
higher than
right.
5G.
It's a
By
radio
not
frequency. Or is it? Hold on, wait. So the active denial system, the one that I know about is a sound system. It's not radio. It's sound. Are you saying that
Right,
there's?
that's not how you call it. It's a wave. It's literally you're moving the
Yeah.
air
Okay. Yeah.
at a
Yeah.
specific frequency and a
Yeah.
specific wavelength.
Okay. Say that again. So you're saying sound is a wave. I agree. Yes. Okay. Light is a wave. Yes, I agree. What
Yes.
are you saying? So
What
you're
we
saying
call
that because
light,
sound and radio.
I'll tell you what I'm saying. I'll tell you what I'm saying. What we call
Go ahead.
light, yeah,
Yeah.
is what
Yes. Yes.
ranges from the what is just under infrared to just under ultraviolet frequency of waves. What
So
we
it's
call
visible
sound,
light. Yeah.
visible light, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we call light, right?
Yes. Yes.
And what we call sound is
Yeah.
what is from 20 hertz frequency to
Yes.
120 kilohertz frequency.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So what is outside of that is not called sound, and what is outside of the red to blue
Okay.
frequency, red
Yeah.
to
Okay. Can you see infrared light with the naked eye?
can you see infrared light with the naked eye? Yes.
You can. Can you see ultraviolet light with the naked eye?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give up. All right, cool. Whatever.
Okay. Well, you give up, fine. But I was gonna say, I was gonna correct you on the active denial system as well. You said it affects your ears. What it actually does, it penetrates through your skins.
Rotted there's police in the park.
What park you
Sorry,
at?
cuz. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm in the parking
what park
bath
you at?
right now still. I'm in a parking bath. What's this park called? I'm in Alexandra Park. We just come to walk the dog. And I'm assuming if you're here for too long, they're going to start dispersing motherfuckers, B.
Yeah. Tell them I'm out for my exercise.
Do you understand? They can't even
Yeah,
touch me anyway. Keep your 2 meter distance, pussy. That's what I'm be telling them.
That's exactly what it is.
Hey, they done. Do you know what? Only because you're in the chat room, yeah? I'm going to post a link right now for you, my brother. I ain't posting this really for no one else. Because it's not about the non-believers right now. It's about the believers. And you're clearly a believer. So I just posted that link for you. When you're ready, go and type that in. Yeah? And this is why I brought up the sun and asked my man, what frequency does the sun emit? Because let me show you something. If the sun's emitting frequencies, then there ain't no sun.
If the sun's emitting frequencies, then it ain't no sun.
Ain't no sun, everybody. That shit's fake. Yeah? You ever watch The Matrix, my brother, yeah?
Yeah,
Do you remember in The Matrix, yeah?
I saw the whole trilogy last year.
Hold on, wait.
Do you remember in The Matrix, yeah?
I'm trying to understand.
When they're saying,
The sun's fake, but
we're in The Matrix.
okay.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. In The Matrix, when they said to stop the machines, yeah, they put a shroud over the sky. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you remember that part?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
now
yeah.
the only sun you see is inside the Matrix. Now let me show you something, my brother. Yeah? Look at the sun when it's going down. Look at the sun when it's at sunset. Yeah. Take off the sunglasses. Even if you got them on, have a good long stare at that thing. Yeah. And
You
tell
know
me
what,
if you see the buckle in line.
that's funny you say that because someone's been advising me to gaze at the sun, yeah? And that's what I actually tried to do today and yesterday. So I've been trying to do this. Yeah, what did you want me to observe about it?
Look at the sun. Look around the edge of the sun. Tell me if you see the buffering line.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, imagine
Well, what is that?
China. My brother, watch this. China have almost finished building their fake sun. I just posted the link for you. So check that
No,
one
I
out.
saw that, man.
So
That
for all
looks
of these
good.
science buffins, you think they know so much. You explain it. There's the link in the chat room for you. Go and look at it. You explain it.
We'll
For all
be
the
ready this
non-believers,
year.
for all the
You know, I just
atheists.
realized it said we'll be ready this year as well.
All right.
What do you
All
mean
right.
we'll be ready this year? Let's bring a fusion.
So for all the atheists, for all the non-believers, yeah, start explaining this stuff. Because you see what? That's as much as I'm giving you lot, man. I ain't giving you lot no more information. You don't deserve it. Only people in the know will know. Yeah. And they done. If you want my email, you can take my email anytime. Me and you can holler at each other. We can talk differently, innit? So I keep you in the know. When
drop
I
it to
hear
me.
things.
Drop it to me in the chat, innit?
I'm gonna drop it in there for you right now. Hold on. I'm gonna drop it in there right now. So you got my email, my brother. Anytime you wanna holler at your boy, you can holler at me, fam. Because, like I said, not everyone's gonna see the signs, cause even when they see the signs, they're gonna come up with some excuse that their government gave them, and that's the truth. So when I see, for instance, when I see the North Star high in the sky, then all of a sudden the North Star an hour later is low in the sky. This don't make no sense. The world is rotating. Yeah, it's not rotating sideways, is it?
It's not rotating to the north. It's rotating.
All right. Don't make no sense, cuz. But they're not going to see the signs. All they're going to see is what they think. They don't believe nothing. They just think. They're thinkers. So let them keep their think tank going, innit? Like, I'm not trying to destroy that for them. Let them think wherever they think, because, like I said, 90% of people ain't going to be saved. 90% of people are non-believers, my cuz. You know
what? I've been
when
trying
things
to look
go bad,
into.
they blaspheme.
Been trying to look into astronomy and trying to memorize the map of the sky and that, but I don't know, it's a bit hard, bro. There's too many stars.
I'll tell you something, yeah. You see, when you look at some of these stars, what I started to realize when I started looking, yeah, you see some of these formations, they're battle formations, because, yeah. So if you ever watch Star Wars, yeah, you see when you see the X-wings line up in a free plane formation or whatever you want to call it, yeah. One's in the middle, and there's two off to the sides, and the ones off to the sides are slightly higher than the one in the middle. Yeah. Look at the stars, Rubai, yeah. And if you don't see that formation up there, I'll be very surprised.
Nah, them kind of formations.
There's a lot of information that they get from the stars. Why do you think they call it Star Wars? But it has to be trivialized so that when someone like me or you starts to understand things and starts to see things, they can say, "Oh no, you just got that from a movie." That's the biggest defense that the science boffins have got.
Yeah, you know.
Other than that, they just want to curse you. They want to call you delusional. They want to say you're stupid. They want to start throwing insults. They'll do anything but actually prove you wrong. Imagine that.
Like what Rob was trying to do earlier.
Do you understand? And my brother, I've been listening to you the whole time, you know, so you get maximum ratings right now, because when this guy's chatting shit, you didn't even let it wind you up to the point where you're telling him you're chatting shit, shut up, you know, like that. You just let him chat.
You know what? Last time I spoke with him, man, he went on mixed tangents. Yeah, I got disconnected. I'm not gonna lie, I got disconnected, and it was unfortunate because Velle had gone sleep by then. Yeah. But I was discussing with him about the soul and that, and I did get disconnected. He knew that I was relaying my answers and all questions in the chat, but he was acting like, well, he ran away, he couldn't see it. You know what I mean? Like,
he's gonna do that on purpose. He does that on purpose. I'll be honest. At first, when I first heard this guy, I thought this guy might actually be intelligent.
Same.
But when he starts trying to throw insults and say certain things and starts playing little games, it made me know this guy is a grown child. He's like a big man with a child's brain. And what happens is when you disprove him on something, he gets so upset that he starts acting like a little baby.
He's a bit arrogant.
And then it's like, what's the point in even talking? Yeah, he gets arrogant and starts talking shit to people. It's like, what's the point of even listening to this dude? Like, he tried to say to me one time, oh, we're playing chess, you're playing checkers. So I'm like, hold on. If I'm playing someone at chess and this person only knows how to play checkers, I'm going to defeat you easily, innit? I'm going to show you how you're going to lose this game right now. Real simple,
yeah, but
real
at the
easy.
same time, yeah, he might he might just be one of them super critical people who's critical about everything to the point where he doesn't believe anything in it. But then again, when he comes up with things he does believe in, like he doesn't give it the same kind of criticality as all the things that he's telling other people that they believe are bullshit. Yeah,
he's an agent, you know. My man's an agent. I'm telling you. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, he's an agent. Yeah, my man works for the government. For one, we know that fact. Yeah. For two,
I wouldn't be surprised.
He always wants
to be honest.
Criticize. All right, he does work for the government. I've already had the confirmation of that. Yeah. For two, yeah, he's a fucking boy. Them. Yeah. For three, he always wants to be critical of people's religions and disrespect people's religion and people's belief system, what they believe in. But if you confront him on what he believes in, look how he goes on.
I'm not gonna lie. When you came in and you said this guy works as the agent for the government, yeah, he didn't even say no, I don't. He just literally ducked off the panel one time. He didn't even say no. He didn't even deny it. Like,
is he gonna deny it? There's no point in denying it. We know the truth. I've got the confirmation. Don't make me give him the source of the information and the confirmation. And then how's he gonna deny it then? So we can bring them in the chat room. He's done out here, cuz he's done out here. Like, but same speed though. Like, big up everyone on Velle Vision. Make sure everyone locks in, subscribes. You know, big up everyone on the panel, whether atheist, whether religious, whether just a believer like me and Day Dunn. Because that's what I take from you, my brother. Me and you are similar in that sense, where I'm not religious, you know, but I believe in the Most High. If you call it Allah, you say Allah, I'm down with it. Allah means God.
Allah, call it what you like, innit? Like,
I'm cool with that. If you say Yahweh, I'm cool with that. You know what? If you want to go and say God, I'm cool with it. As long as we understand
there's a thing, it's the same thing, innit? Like,
all right, but there's too many separatists out there, my brother. And we need to divide ourselves from the separatists and bring them towards us. They have to come to us. We don't have to go to them because we ain't separate.
It's true, bro. But you know what? That kind of energy attracts those who are looking for that anyway. So
that's right. That's right. And what you'll find is the separatists, you'll have a number of them that will want to confront us and will want to come against us because we can stand on our own. Yeah. But then you'll have a number of those from their own group when they try to confront us that will confront them and say, nah, you have to leave that man alone.
Yeah, bro. Yeah? You know what? I find it hard sometimes to, like, you know what? From every teaching I've got information from, it tells me that there's a category of people there's no hope in, yeah. But I don't know why I find it so hard to believe that, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why, my brother. Because just like if you read the story of Jesus, yeah, Jesus spoke to everyone, even the non-believers, even the Pharisees who were doing the wrong thing with the teachings and using it for financial gain. He spoke to everyone. He wasn't trying to leave no one out. He wanted to save as many souls as he could. You know, and that spirit may be in you. It may be in many of us. You know, and this is why it's good to read and interpret for yourself. These people who let things be interpreted for them, those are the ones who are the weak minds. Those are the ones who aren't critical thinkers. Those are the ones who, you know, they want to call us retards because they believe everything someone else told them, but they've never read the book themselves. They act like they understand things that they don't really understand. And then when you question them on their understanding, they can't even explain it in layman terms. If you really understand something, you'd be able to explain it in layman terms in a way where anyone would understand it. But if
At
you
least
don't
to
really
some
understand
extent.
something, you'll only be able to regurgitate the information.
Yeah, that's
And
what
this
you
is why I
find a
call
lot,
them.
bro. Everyone
Come on,
just
this is
regurgitate what they heard.
my brother. This is why my favorite word for them is regurgitators. And I ain't regurgitating nothing. I'll take what I take from it. Just like when I'm saying to these people, yeah, like for instance, a man said to me, the world is round. I'm saying the world is flat. A man said, why am I saying the world is flat? Because I know this government lies. They lie so profusely. Yeah. They're happy to put out there that coronavirus is killing people. Have you seen anything on the news about 5G killing anything?
No.
Imagine that. But you know there was
Everyone is
people
talking about
protesting.
this whole 5G thing, but except the news.
Do you understand?
Somehow the news doesn't know what's going on all around the world.
Exactly. So you know what this government's really about. You know this. We know the truth in it, and they know the truth. Even the atheists and the people who like to act like they believe everything they say, they know the truth, but they're just being stupid about it. You know, because they're scared, innit? You're not scared. I ain't scared, but they're fearful, my brother. That's the truth. But you ain't got nothing to fear because you know you're protected. In your heart of hearts, you know it, and you only know it when you know it. You know, you've been in situations where, you know, things were supposed to go bad, but for some reason you're all right.
Yeah.
Leave the ball.
I do
You know that
notice these
yourself.
things, bro. I noticed this.
Yeah.
It's like
You
when
know
I
you've been in situations where people have had bad intentions towards you and they just don't come to light. Either you didn't turn up on the day or something just happened to prevent that happening, my brother.
things start lining up. You know what? Man used to smoke, man, when they chat to man or like just try anything. But bruv, I changed at one point in my life, innit? And I realized like I just used to let people to God, yeah.
Yeah.
And boy, the karma that used to come to these people if they ever tried a thing with me, like I would just be like, all right, cool, safe, thank you. You get me? And then these brothers' whole lives would get ruined. And I was like, bro, these are no coincidences. Like, you get me? So mad.
My brother, I was led to you in the chat room today. The same way I've said to these atheists many a times in the chat room. Every time you try and gang up on me and try to push your narratives, what's going to happen? You'll find the chat room will fill up with people to defend me. I don't have to do nothing. The Most High is protecting me.
Yeah,
Don't think he's not protecting you too, my brother.
No, bro.
Don't ever think that, my brother.
That's that good faith, bro. I like it.
Come on. And it happens every single time. I don't like it's gone beyond faith now. It's fact. It's happened.
Like, coincidences only get you to a certain level, and then after that, you can't really keep calling it that, can you, bro? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And it's funny because literally, man will say things like I'll say, the moment you pressure these science boffins with the right questions, all they're gonna do is attack your personality. That is not proving anything. But they think that that's proof. That shows the level of intelligence.
I was trying to say this to someone last time, without mentioning scientific's name. I was speaking that I was trying to tell them the same thing. Like man wants to attack the brother's personality instead of actually listening to what man's saying and replying to that, the actual point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo, for you lot,
yeah, 100%.
Let me share this for the man. 5G frequency band 24 to 86 gigahertz according to Google, but we know it's at least up to 90 gigahertz. But 86 gigahertz, fine. Take off 4 gigahertz, making it sound like 90. The active denial system. By the way, if you do not know what the active denial system is, just go on Google, write ADS, active denial system, and you will see that. So the 5G network is up to 90 gigahertz. This active denial system is 95 gigahertz. 95 gigahertz. Like 5 gigahertz more than 5G, and this thing will cook you on the spot.
Do you understand? Do you understand, my brother? And this is the thing that a lot of people don't realize. Yeah, spot, but they're putting up this 5G thing, yeah, right next to people's house, right next to where they live, and that's not trying to kill people, no.
Mad.
Let's get this shit right, my brother.
And it's not
Because if
one
it
of
don't
them.
cook you,
It's not like you have
come on.
one 5G receptor out there. You have bare transmitters out there giving out 5G from all angles. So you've got 5G from here, plus that 5G, that's 10G, plus that 5G, that's 15G. You got a million G running through you right now, yeah. And you got
You understand?
it's not doing anything to me.
Do you understand?
What?
And what it does is, you know the joke, my brother. You see when all the radiation's hitting your body, yeah. What the radiation does, it makes your body react like it's got flu-type symptoms. Imagine that.
Yeah, it can mutate your cells. Look, we're made of water, essentially. This water is formed together with waves. These waves, their size and frequency determine what the thing is that you're looking at, what material it is, what atom makes it up, all that kind of stuff. You change the waves.
All right, my brother. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna say you've been watching the Incredible Hulk. This is fiction.
Yeah, bro. Trust. But you know what? When they study science, they'll go check out this some Spider-Man shit. You know what I mean? Some Superman shit.
Yeah.
What kryptonite? Yeah. That's bro, you're right, bro.
And this time it's real talk. But what they will do, like I said, they'll put it in some kind of kids program, some type of Marvel superhero. So they say, no, that's science fiction. That's where he's getting it from. He's chatting shit. But then when you actually do the science on it properly, the science can't refute what you're saying, my brother. Radiation mutates things. What happened when they dropped bombs on Hiroshima? What happens years later? What happens to the wildlife? What happens to the fish in the water?
Oh, you know what?
All right.
There was this spot. I don't remember if it was in Palestine or Iraq, yeah. But there was a spot where America must have dropped some weird kind of bomb, yeah, and all the children started being born deformed ever since that day, like in that village.
Yeah, it wasn't a bomb. You're talking about depleted uranium. That's what they used in the bullets.
Depleted uranium.
Yeah, so
Depleted
they
uranium. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, they used it inside the bullets in Fallujah, and they used so many of these.
Yeah.
So they used so many of these bullets. It actually made the place radioactive, and so all the children that were being born were born with deformities.
Yeah, that's just some crazy stuff, bro.
And this is what I'm talking about, radiation. That's why I said, how is radiation good for us? Even the sun's radiation, too much of it can also be bad for us, sorry. You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we have to be careful with all this irradiated stuff that they're trying to put into our, close proximity. Because that's where it gets dangerous, my brother. And this is where, like, at the end of the day, it's easy to say, you know what? The government have said this, so we should stick to this regime. We should keep 2 meters distance, this, that, the other. But have they said anything about this 5G?
No, that's what I'm trying to understand. This is what I'm trying to understand from you gentlemen. I'm trying to understand what is it that of the 5G that is connected to the coronavirus. I still haven't.
You know what I said, but
my brother, listen. Look at the link in the chat room. Look at them links. Yeah. Like, I tell you what, yeah. If you want to post your number, yeah, I can send you some information, yeah, from someone who worked not works anymore, worked for Vodafone, yeah. Does their science work for them? Builds their antennas for them, yeah. And you can hear from the horse's mouth what it does.
Okay, but you're the one telling me. So I'd rather hear from you because you're the one telling me, innit? So
I can tell you right now, it kills people, because it kills people.
How does it kill? That's what I'm trying to understand. How does it kill?
It irradiates your cells. Then gives you flu-like symptoms if your body can withstand the 5G. But if your body can't withstand the radiation that it's being pummeled with, do you know what happens? You keel over and dead.
Okay.
You know what,
so
Buddha, I'd rather hear it from you, man.
Come on.
You'd rather hear what from me?
Are you educated in science?
To a certain degree, yeah.
Would you agree that down to the foundation, everything is made up of waves.
Everything. What do you mean everything?
Everything, solid, liquids, and gas are made up of waves, essentially.
They resonate. Yeah, everything. All forms of matter resonate. Yes, I would agree with that.
So, okay, so what happens when you introduce a resonance to another resonance?
Dependent on if they're the same frequency or not. Which frequency? The higher the frequency, the lower on the other one. There's going to be a clash between the two. But
And then you have an interference
yes,
wave or interference pattern.
yes.
So as a wave, when I shine a wave into you and through you, would that
Yeah.
not affect?
Depending on what the wave is. I mean, you see, the thing is, when you say to me you can see ultraviolet light with a naked eye, to me that's I don't know where I can go with a conversation like that, because you'd be the only
That's
person
not the
that
conversation we're having, but
No, but I'm
if
just
you want
saying
to
that I'm
spit
trying to
it
look
out,
at the
you can't move
legitimacy of the
forward.
conversation when you say things like that. Do you understand? So,
But that was a
so
different conversation. You already agreed to
yeah,
disagree
I
to
mean
move on,
that's what
right?
I'm saying. I don't know. Like it's a difficult conversation to
I
have.
get
I
where
mean,
you're going with this. When you say ultraviolet light, no, nobody can see the full spectrum.
no,
No
no,
one
no,
can
no,
see the
no,
full
no,
spectrum.
no. They said he could, so clearly they can see it.
No, but you'll
So,
be able
Yeah.
to see the
He
light. You
asked
just won't
me,
be able
can
to
I
see
see
the full
ultraviolet
spectrum.
light? And I
So
but
told
that's
you
anyway,
what
look.
he means.
Nevertheless, look. Would you agree that radio frequencies are a form of wave, as you put it, a wave? Yeah.
forget me. You obviously
No, no,
don't see
no.
me as credible. That's why I'm saying I
I'm
want to
not
hear it
saying they're
from
credible. I'm just saying,
you.
like, I don't know, like, you
I
see the
know,
thing?
bro, Buddha. I
Yeah,
understand your position. That is
yeah.
why I'm trying to get you to say it yourself. I don't want you to
Okay.
take
All
anything
right. Okay.
from
I'll
me.
give you. I'll give you my position. My position is this: waves exist all over the planet. Okay, be them
Yeah,
radio waves from FM transmitters that have existed for a good part of about 50 years now, television waves, all these different waves, all these different frequencies. Now they have had interaction within society, like I said, for let's just call it a round figure, say 100 years. All right, cool. Now, has everyone been affected adversely from that? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. There's no, evidence to say that the television transmissions have affected human beings X. But I'm sure when televisions first came around and these waves were being put around the world, I'm sure there were detractors that said, "Oh, these radio waves are going to cause us X, Y, and Z." I'm sure the same for radio. Radio existed before TV. Radio waves have been transmitted in either Morse code or whatever form you want to think about, but they've been, transmitted for the best part of, say, 100 years. Do you understand?
binary. Would you
So
say that people 100 years
maybe,
ago
maybe,
were
maybe, maybe if I finish my position, then it'll probably, give you a bit more enlightenment where I'm coming from. Now, the
okay?
higher the frequency we go, clearly there is more probability that these higher frequencies can have an effect on the human body, whether that be a neurological effects, because obviously, if we know about the brain has hemispheres within it. It produces its own electricity. It's got its own micromagnetic field. Now, to say that these transmissions or these frequencies can have an effect on that, there's a high probability of that. And to deny that would be silly and unscientific, because you're not being just in your analysis. So nobody knows definitively, but the probability is yes, it may have
All right,
an
my brother,
adverse
let me
effect
say
on
one
it.
thing to you. Yeah, you see, because you just admitted the truth now.
Let,
Yeah, I'm
let,
gonna
let,
say one thing. The government knows the exact effect these things are having on people
okay,
because they've already done studies on it.
Shipper. I'm trying to speak. Allow me to speak, because I've been on mute the
I'll let you
longest to
finish.
listen to
I'll
you
let
two
you
speak.
finish. Go on,
So
I'll let
let
you
me.
finish.
All right, thank you. So I'm not here to say that this is wrong and these frequencies don't do anything. That's not true. I'm not here to say that. I'm here to understand what the position is. If you're saying to me, guess what? The 5G frequency will make your toe break. I would like to know how that affects. What is it? What does it do? What's the mechanism of that happening? If you're saying to me, listen, the 5G will affect the polarities in your
brain hemisphere and make you a bit disorientated or give you migraines or headaches. And I can understand, because you're telling me that the mechanism is the frequency interacts with the frequency of the brain, and that's how it thing. That's the question I'm asking, and the answers I'm not getting. But that's my position. Go ahead.
That's why I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
Let me answer it. Let me answer him, Day Done, yeah? The human body is a sequence of biological wiring and electromagnetic pulses, not just coming from your brain, coming from your heart, coming from every orifice of your body, yeah? Plus, it is a multitude of waters, yeah? That is the majority of it, waters, yeah? Now, all of these things are affected by frequencies. Now, if I can get your brain to stop working, functioning at a certain frequency with my 5G, that means certain parts of your body are going to start failing and shutting down, and people are just going to die randomly, just like in Wuhan. What did you see in Wuhan? People randomly in the street just keel over and die. No scientific explanation. Of course there is. They know what the explanation is, because they already tested it on people. They already tested it on animals, yeah? But they said, nah, you see this 5G thing? This 5G thing is going to make them so much money, because what it's going to mean is that all of the small businesses, they're going to shut them all down, yeah? Everything's going to be going through Amazon. Everything's going to be online. It's a way of all of these automated cars and all of these things. It's a way of them being able to function autonomously on their own without a pilot. And that's what it really comes down to. It's a way that they can make, you see all of these drones that they want to run on 4G, on the signals they're using right now. Only the army use 5G, yeah? And only the army can run certain types of drones, yeah? That don't have to be manned, that can scan things like people, faces, places, areas constantly over and over and over again without anyone touching it, yeah? So when you start understanding these things is when you start understanding agendas. And when you can see the agenda clear as day, that's why you're going to start to understand why these people in Hong Kong today are
okay, you've gone from, hello, Schiffer, you've gone from the interaction with the body to drones. I want to try and bring it back. So you're quite correct in what you're saying. When I say the brain is the central part with the nervous system, yeah? The nervous system uses synapses and electrical pulses to regulate all parts of your body, including your heart. You're quite correct in what you're saying. Now, if you're saying that these frequencies affect the brain and in so doing affect the whole of your body, I can kind of understand what you're saying. Now it makes sense in what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's a far cry from saying 5G causes coronavirus. Big difference. You've actually explained what your
5G can affect your
symptoms. My brother, let me just finish one thing. The symptoms that you're going to emit when these 5G frequencies start affecting your body are going to be similar to the symptoms of a virus, because when your body wants to fight against something, what your body does is it produces antibodies. Yeah, that's what it does naturally. So it's only going to go through its natural process. And that's all I was going to say.
Right. So, yeah. So when you've explained that, I can understand that. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it, because I haven't seen the evidence yet. But I'm open to the idea of it, because it makes a little bit of sense to me. There's nothing, somebody would have to come along and break down.
I appreciate your honesty as well, because you see people like that. I appreciate what you just said. I don't want anyone to take information I say and just say, oh, I just believe what Schiffer said. No more than I expect you to listen to what the government said. I'll just believe what the government said, or I just believe what Einstein said. Do your research, and that's very intelligent of you, my brother. So I applaud you. I take my hat off to that type of behavior.
Thank you. Yeah. So what was I saying? So I can understand that, but I'd need someone to come back and maybe break that down. However, I don't know if you're aware, but sorry?
What is it you need breaking down?
Well, the actual, for instance, like I'll give you an example. I've just recovered from the coronavirus. I've had a 5G phone since January. Yeah. Now, when people brought that up, I was like, "Raw, 5G and the coronavirus. Wow, let me look into this. Let me listen to what people got to say." Most of the things I heard were complete gibberish, but fortunately, managed to get an answer today here by what Schiffer was saying. But to say that,
isn't it? Depends how you look at it. I mean, some people say that the actual
but like when Schiffer says the body attacks
the body attacks the 5G virus. So for antibodies, for T cells to attack something, there needs to be some sort of alien body within inside the human body for it to
Sorry,
attack.
I'm not following
Now,
you. What do you mean the body attacks the 5G? What?
right. So what Schiffer was saying, if
Attacking the
I'm
radiation, basically.
yeah. So to my knowledge, again, I'm not a doctor or anything of the sort, but to my knowledge, T cells, the human body immune system, needs to recognize not a
Right.
virus. I don't want to say a virus, but a
A foreign
virus, a bacterium,
interference.
or something foreign
An
object,
alien
alien within
threat.
the body for it to attack.
Yeah.
Now, we've explained that the 5G is a wave. So, what is the immune system fighting? A wave. I can't. I find that hard to believe still.
No, I don't think he's exactly like that. If you just listen to what I'm saying, I was saying that the other theory is that the wave has caused a mutation to the already existing human
You're right.
coronavirus,
He's right.
creating the new mutated COVID-19.
He's right. 1,000%.
Back up a bit. You broke up a bit. Say that again. The other theory is what?
It's not even a theory. This is actually what if I was to
Yeah,
send
but
you the information,
Schiffer,
this
let
is
him
what the
say it
guy
because I
says.
couldn't hear him because you were
Now
talking over him. So I
let me
couldn't
just
hear
say
him.
one thing, yeah, before he says it, yeah.
One of you-
The information that I was
go ahead.
given, yeah, clearly states that what this radiation does, radiation mutates cells, yeah. So the mutated cells is what your body's fighting against. Now I'm gonna let Daydan finish saying what he was saying because he was saying basically the same thing.
So the already existing human coronavirus that's existed since the 80s, since the 70s, and since time, yeah. The waves have actually mutated the human coronavirus and created the new mutation, which is the COVID-19 strain of this
I
same
see.
virus.
Okay. So it didn't mutate the body, it mutated the virus, which okay, now again you're saying. But there's one thing I'd like to kind of put forward maybe. This 5G radiation, it's not ionizing radiation. Do you realize that, yeah?
What do you mean it's not ionizing radiation?
Okay, so do you know the difference between the different radiations? Like, like
I don't know what you mean by ionizing radiation and what its relativity is.
okay.
I could tell you where the iron's coming from if you like. I can tell you right now. Yeah, so if you really want to know what corona really is now, yeah, a corona is something that is to do with stars, yeah, and a star has a corona surrounding it now, yeah. So you see when a star explodes, yeah, that corona, that you see the wave that comes from that explosion, that corona, that aura, yeah, around the star is part of the explosive wave, what then hits everything around it, everything within a certain proximity. Now, that's what's happening right now. We got stars coming into our solar system, yeah, with their own coronas, yeah, emitting their own aura and ionizing, putting loads of iron into our atmosphere, yeah, ionizing our atmosphere, yeah. Now, on top of that now, yeah, what they're trying to say is it's coronavirus now, yeah, but it's not just coronavirus. It's like I said, it's all of this extra iron in the atmosphere. There's loads of factors that are making it what it is. You know, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a scientist. I don't fully understand it properly myself. I'm just starting to understand it. But all of these different things that are coming into our atmosphere is what's getting into our system. And then when they hit us with these 5G waves and pulses, that's what's actually making us ill.
Yeah, sick. Let's all die, man. Yeah, so what was
I'm assuming you have heard of Nibiru, yeah? You've heard of Nibiru. You must have heard that before.
Yeah,
Everyone's
you know
heard
what,
it.
Shifa, I wish you were here yesterday because there was a whole long convo. I came in and I introduced that as well.
Just to go back on the types of radiation. So radiation that contains like energy, like the high levels of energy is what we would classify as ionizing radiation. So you've heard of gamma radiation, alpha radiation. Have you heard of these different things?
Yeah,
Incredible Hulk, man. Gamma radiation, man. We heard of that. Dr. Banner.
Yeah.
Tell me what its relevance is, please.
What I'm saying is these types of radiation, actually alter DNA in the body. They're
Yeah.
so powerful, they actually alter DNA in the body. So if you were to say to me one of these types of like even X-rays, when you go to the hospital or
Yeah,
wherever,
that's why they stand behind the screen and they put on the lead jackets and that.
yeah. So when you go to get an X-ray and they use X-ray radiation, like Schiffer just said, too much of exposure to this ionizing X-ray radiation can cause cancers and all these different things going on in the body. Hence why what he said, they stand behind a wall, they wear like lead coated aprons and all the rest of it. So if you were saying to me that these types of radiations are being used and that's mutated the coronavirus, I can understand that. But things like radio waves are not ionizing.
What type of wave you send? If I turn on a speaker and I send a wave at a certain frequency,
yes,
it's coming from a speaker. It's not an X-ray. It's not a gamma ray. It's not just from a speaker. I can
They done.
destroy your body into 1,000 pieces.
Yo, they done. Let me just explain one thing, yeah. What I'm actually saying, my
you
brother,
can't
is
explain something
see,
because you just made a statement. Can I maybe?
no. His statement still stands, but I
No,
just want to
I'm
say
not
one
letting
thing
you
in
talk.
reply to what you said, because he didn't really reply to your question. And my reply to your question would be this. That's exactly what we're saying. We're saying that the government are liars. They're telling us that 5G emits a certain frequency and only emits a low level of radiation, but it's a lot higher and it is ionizing. That's what we're saying. We're saying that it's got those gamma radiative, frequencies in it. It's that high. The radiation's that high, so that things around it, like trees, the top of trees, when they put up the antennas, they just die immediately within
Yeah,
what, a
but
week.
the thing is, Shifa, all of this is irrelevant. It literally, it doesn't even matter. Having electromagnetic waves being sent through you at certain frequencies, no matter if they're alpha,
Very true.
beta, gamma, whatever, yeah, even if it's just normal sound frequency, like you want to call it, just normal wave, like push
Yep.
and pull of the pressure of the air,
Yep.
that has an effect on you and on your insides and everything that goes through
That's
you.
right.
Like I told you, with a simple speaker, I can shatter your body into a million
That's right.
pieces.
That's right. Sound is one of the most powerful things on the planet, which is why when you go into the Bible and you hear about I think it was Daniel, when they were surrounding it, they was walking around the city blowing the trumpets, yeah, and broke down the
Oh yeah,
walls
yeah,
with
I remember
sound.
something like that.
Yeah,
Was it Daniel? I'm not.
I
I'm
can't
not
remember who
sure.
it was. The walls of Jericho. That's it. The walls of Jericho.
Yeah, yeah. These are there for a reason, man. I mean, these tell you this is knowledge. You know what I mean? There's knowledge in all of these texts, man. People don't just write stuff for no reason. Like if especially if a book has been sent and the wisest in history have used these books to gain information from, and then you tell me there's nothing worth gaining from these books. Safe, bro. You could go that way, I'll go this way. Calm. No problem, man. Oh, my
Like my
man
brother,
left anyway.
they use sound devices in the army and the police to control things like riots, and they use sounds to make people sick. Yeah, so you're 100 day done. I know you're a guy. You've done your research in it. Now I know
I
my
tried
man.
to,
He's
man.
jumped out now. He's probably gone away to go and look up some stuff. And my brother, if you're still listening, we already know you're going to come back into this chat room and not really be able to refute anything we're saying. You're probably going to be on board if your mind is really open. For the guys out there whose minds ain't open, and even some of the atheists, some of their minds are open in this respect. It's
Yo,
just
one
that they
second,
don't
one second, one
understand.
second, one second. Yo, Velle. Buddha Bing is in the back. He's trying to get in. But you know what? I think
He must just
when
dropped
he
out.
said, "Yo, I've been quiet for the longest," I think he was really intensely researching the thing ever since I said I could see ultraviolet light, and he stopped. Yeah, I think
Come
he was
on.
researching so much. He found ionizing, and he was like, "Yo, I got this," and like it didn't even matter. It's like,
It don't
get me,
matter
bro.
what they say, my brother. The truth is out there, and what's done in the dark will come to the light. This is what a lot of people don't understand, and this is why, like, even when I, for instance, when I went to People's Corner and I was having a debate with the guys about how did they establish Muhammad as a prophet, at no point am I going to disrespect Islam, you know. At no point am I going to disrespect Muhammad. I just want them to answer the question
There's no
so that
benefit
they
out
can
of it,
feel
innit?
more confident. If anything, like once if they can
Yeah,
answer
yeah,
the
yeah.
question, they'll feel more confident in Muhammad as a prophet. But if they
You're
can't
giving
answer the
people
question,
chances. I see
Big up, big
people
up,
like
big up.
Shipper makes the
Big
world
up.
go round. You don't know that,
What's
yeah?
going on? I'm back again. I'm back again. What was it you said? I
But
needed
that
to
being, that
go.
was true what I said though, innit?
Are you serious? You think I need to go off and research ionizing radiation? Like I'm that thick? I don't know. Like that's quite going, to be honest with you. Like I'm trying to work here on a certain level. Like I don't know. If you think I'm that thick, I don't know why you're talking to me. Like I don't know.
well, I
Yeah.
honestly hope that that's not what you were doing. And if what you're saying is true,
No,
you know, all you're going to do is earn more respect by sharing your information, you know, and us keeping it all
to be
Fully,
honest with
fully,
you,
fully.
if you look at this here, right, I haven't actually shared any information. I'm trying to gather and collate information from you, gentlemen. You understand? So it's not like, and all I'm doing is asking what everybody else would ask instead of just saying, "Right, you know what, Schiffer, you're right. It's true." I'm not doing that. I'm
I
actually
like what you
saying,
did there. You
you
see what you
get what
just
I'm
did
saying?
there? You earned my respect a bit more there because you didn't show ego. You didn't
Yeah,
show
yeah. No,
ego. You told
I'm
the
not
truth.
about ego. I'm truthfully, honestly trying to understand. When somebody puts something forward, all I do is question. And if some of them
And I'm
questions
glad.
come over as
I'm
me,
glad to hear that.
you know, I'm not here to, everyone has their own beliefs and all the rest of it. And if you're trying to share some information, I'm just trying to understand it. Sometimes
Well,
I have difficulty
do you
understanding
know what
things.
that shows, my brother? That shows that regardless of the perception that I may have of you or they done may have of you, because there's loads of guys who come in here with this scientific way of thinking and their egos are so high. It's like you can't really have an intelligent conversation with them. But you see, from when you can show us that your ego's not that high and you're actually trying to be critical with your way of thinking, you're only going to earn our respect.
Shiffer, I got a feeling we're gonna have an example of that pretty soon. Still.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's true though.
So, yeah, let me just finish my thought that I was trying to say earlier on about the ionizing radiation. So,
Yeah,
if you
please.
were to say that was a case whereby the ionizing radiation, the gamma ray, X-ray, whatever, mutated something and it turned it. I could understand that, and that would have some scientific basis behind it. Again, I'm not
No,
an
I'm
expert. But
saying it
let me
doesn't matter
finish,
if
my
it's
brother, please.
ionizing or not.
Let me just finish, please.
Okay.
You know, so again, I'm not a physicist or anything like that, so my comprehension of these subjects is limited. But if you're saying to me that even though it's just normal radiation or background radiation or low frequency sound waves or radio waves, that potentially could also have a effect on something as small as a virus. Potentially, again, I don't know. I don't know if
I get
that's
his
ever been.
argument now, Dayton. I get your argument now. Your argument is going by what science has already told us, you know, and I understand where you're coming from now. And obviously, if we're going to go by the textbook definition of certain things, then yeah, I fully understand your argument. But what I'm saying to you is, for one, the government are lying to us. They're not telling us the full effects of those 5G towers. Yeah, hence in Hong Kong right now, they're ripping them down. Yeah, because what you'll always find is there's always one whistleblower. Just like with NASA, there's always one whistleblower. They could lie for years and tell us they went to the moon, but there's always going to be a whistleblower because someone is going to realize what they're doing. Someone's going to realize the messed up things that they're doing to the world. And then say, hold on, nah, people need to know the truth. Even if I can just give them this one truth to show them that these people lie, that's good enough, because then that's going to create reasonable doubt, just like in a court of law. You know, that's all you have to do is create reasonable doubt, some shadow of doubt in a case, and then that case can be thrown out.
Yeah. But what I was attempting to do with Buddha is like, Buddha, I was trying to get you to actually use, like, I was trying to use your bank of information and understanding to help you put it together in the way you understand. So that's why I was asking you if you're aware that actual just normal sound waves affects your body and the cells within it and the water within it.
Yes, I mean, I've always referenced for a number of years now Dr. Imamoto's water experiments, whereby he played
Okay,
music
so we
to.
talk about that.
Okay, all right, you talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm just adding on to. I thought we're having a
Yeah, let him
conversation.
finish. Let him
If
finish.
you want
Stay
to
down. Let him
talk and let
finish.
me know when you're finished, we could do that as well.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah. Go on.
So yeah, so I've always referenced this for the most part of 10, 15 years now, and I remember what his counterparts were saying. It wasn't actually anything special. Basically, the music that was being played had sound waves, and the sound waves created these crystals, ice crystals. Then that's why it is the way it is. And he went back and repeated his experiments, and he had people pray over the water, and he had people not even touching the water or saying anything, just by the mere thought alone, the intentions alone created the same sort of results. So for me, I understand that there are things that can't even be measured that can theoretically have an effect on matter. So I understand these things. It's not like I don't understand these things. It's just that
Okay.
when somebody says something, I like them to explain it and say, listen, 5G, because of its frequency or whatever, it may have an effect on blah, blah, blah. This is why people are getting sick, or it has an effect on the... And that's all we had to start from the beginning. Instead, we went on this whole roundabout of me being stupid, me being dumb, or whatever. I don't
No
know.
one
You're not
said that.
dumb. You're not dumb. You're
No
not
one said
dumb.
that.
No, but we got there in the end. That's the main thing.
Nah, no one was saying that, man, Buddha, man.
I'm glad you said what you just said, though, because what the scientists would want us to believe is that they can measure everything and they have a scientific explanation for everything, which is what they base their theories on, scientific explanation. But scientific explanation is not absolute proof. It's not absolute truth. It's not absolute knowledge. It's not absolute anything.
Well, the worst part is the scientific explanation goes against them. So I would like to hear what scientific method. Yes, you're on the panel, yeah? Scientific method.
Yeah, big
Wanna
up,
chip
answer.
in on this?
Yeah, what's up, man? You all right?
Yeah, what's up, man? You good?
Are you lot, if my signal dies, I'll jump back in because I'm driving through the countryside. But when I get to the house, I'll jump back in. But yeah, carry on. Sorry, scientific.
All right, just send a message in the back chat, innit?
Yeah, basically, I'm with Buddha on this. I mean, I disagree with Buddha about a couple of things, but generally speaking, I think he's pretty much correct about it. There's not really any major evidence to think that 5G is what you guys claim it is. That's pretty much bollocks.
What you're saying, 5G isn't 24 to 90 gigahertz.
All right, we got another agent in the room. We've got another government agent in the room.
I told you,
Yeah.
but come,
Alright, no,
we'll
but
give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll let him have his say, but I just want to
So
question
no,
you.
guys, this is just silly. Yeah, the simple fact of the matter is, you lot all go on about how everything we learn from scientists, how everything we're taught from the government is all a hoax. So let me just ask
forget
you.
that. Forget that.
Look,
Let's
bro,
talk
shut up a
reality. Let's
second.
talk
Just shut
reality.
up
You
a
just
second.
said.
Let me speak.
No. But I asked you a question.
What I want to know.
Question.
What I want to know is, where do you lot get your scientific knowledge from?
You said that what we said about 5G was wrong. So I'm
My
asking
information.
you.
Just tell me.
Hold on.
Tell me.
My
What is it that
information
was
on
wrong
5G.
that we said?
Hold on. Say one thing, yeah. My information on 5G comes from someone who works for Vodafone, working on 5G, the development
One
of
person,
5G.
Yeah? So that one person knows better than the consensus of experts.
That one person who has
So
been developing 5G
yeah.
is going to know more about 5G than your people on the news, my brother.
Bro,
One second.
dumb. That is genuinely
Scientific
dumb as
method.
shit,
What
bro.
does the
You
consensus
found
of
one other
experts say?
retard who works for Vodafone, and you're saying
Forget
that
that.
he knows more.
Forget the
Bro,
Vodafone
you shut up
retard.
a second,
What
bro.
does
I
the
can't talk to
consensus
both of you, can I? Bro, they
but
dumb. Shut your mouth a second. I
tell
can't
us
talk
to
to
back
both of
what
you.
we're saying if you can't back what you're
Bro,
saying, alright?
let me just ask you some simple questions. Where do you not get your scientific knowledge from? Now, Schiffer said he gets it from his mate who works for Vodafone, who knows more than the world's best experts. Like, can you believe how dumb Schiffer must be to say
Words
that?
in my mouth. I never said my mate. This is a whistleblower from Vodafone.
Okay, so one guy, you found one guy on the internet who says this dumb shit, and you think he knows more than the world's best experts?
Not on the internet. This guy is now a pastor. Yeah, a British pastor.
Hey,
Yeah,
Shipper, Shipper,
because you don't
Shipper,
believe,
Shipper.
because you don't believe in religion,
bro?
because you
And
don't
you
believe in
think that
religion,
helps
you'll
your
never go to
case,
church.
bro?
You'll never
Yo,
meet
You
Shipper,
think
people
that
Shipper,
like
helps your
me.
Shipper,
case, bro?
Shipper,
You will
Shipper,
You
never
Shipper,
meet
mentioning
Shipper. This
people
is
you
like
all
me.
mentioning he's a
pointless.
pastor.
Hey,
You think
Shipper,
that
this
helps
is
your
all
case, bro?
pointless. He's only doing
Bro,
exactly
that's
what you said
so
he would do,
dumb.
yeah?
I told
That's
you.
so
Told
Scientific
dumb,
you.
bro.
method. Instead of
You said a
scientific
man's a
method,
pastor,
instead
like
of
that backs up
attacking the
his
guy from
intellect.
Vodafone, can you tell us what it is that you're saying that is wrong? What is the
Right.
information
So
that you're saying is
what I'm
wrong
asking you?
information?
No, bro. The type of stupid
Don't ask us, tell us, Mr.
the type
Science.
of uneducated, retarded shit you lot have been
Stupid, you
chatting.
guys are
Yeah.
stupid, idiot fools. Yeah, we get it. What is
The
it
reason
that is
is so
wrong
there's
that
no
we
bro.
said?
There's guys. Anybody listening, if you want to know what the real deal about 5G, you can type into Google and you'll see exactly where these
All
lot
right,
get this
type
dumb
into
shit from.
Google,
Bro, won't you
type
just shut
into
up a second,
Google
bro?
5G
Wait,
frequency
the day
band and tell us
the
we're
day
wrong.
dance. Why don't you shut up a second, yeah? Because you don't let
Because
man speak.
you cannot
No,
speak
all right. So if
properly,
you're not
bruv.
gonna
I'm
let me speak,
asking
then
you
I'm not
what
gonna
is
let you
wrong.
speak, am I? If you're not gonna
Bruv,
let me speak,
listen.
I'm not gonna
Well,
let
I'm
you
not gonna
speak
let you
either. Bro, we
let
all
you
know how
speak
this
either.
goes. We
Anyone
all
could
know
be a
how this
little
goes.
child, bro.
We all know how
Anyone
this
could be
goes, bro. You've
immature,
been
fam.
talking for hours. You've been talking for hours. I just come on.
Yeah, but I wasn't
So the
chatting
fact,
shit like you
yeah,
are, am I?
but bro. So this is what I'm saying to the people listening. Yeah, anybody who wants to find out what 5G is, you would type into Google the real deal about it. You will find
Yeah,
where these lot get
Just
this
let him run his
retarded dumb shit.
mouth.
You will find where these lot get
Leave
this
him.
yeah,
retarded
yeah,
dumb shit. Conspiracyforidiots.com, shit like that. Yeah,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
you will see what genuine experts have to say about this. Now, the only
yeah,
thing
yeah.
they have to fall back on is everything you're taught at school from the government and the scientists is all false and all fake. So I'm just asking, that's your general position about all this conspiracy shit. Where do
Yeah, yeah.
you get your scientific knowledge from?
Google. The same source as
Right.
you.
So
Right in
when you go
Google,
to Google, you
5G
find
frequency band.
Oh, but
yeah.
when we go on
Go
Google,
on.
it's
So
not
does
good
No,
enough.
wait,
But
wait,
when
wait.
you
Go
use
on,
Google,
write it.
Okay, so does Google also give you what expert scientists who don't work for Vodafone tell you different shit to what you lot are
Okay,
saying
so
there?
tell us what the expert scientists say.
Yeah, they say that what you lot are saying is bullshit.
Show me where an expert scientist said
Bro,
where Schiffer and
this
Dayton is
is
saying
the
is
thing. Like,
bullshit.
you lot want
Go
to
on,
get
go
into
on. No, no,
this
no, no, no,
level.
no, no,
No,
no,
you
no,
lot
no,
want
no,
to get
no,
into.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
lot
no, no.
want to get
Tell
into
us
this
where
level of
the
argument
scientists
when I've already
said
told you
that
everybody
Schiffer
can
and
type
Dayton
this
is
into
chatting
Google
bullshit.
and find out the two different debates. Yeah, the two different arguments about what 5G is. Whether it's that harmful shit that fucks your whole body, or whatever this lot said about radiation. Yeah, there's that
What
one
did we
side
say
of it.
about
What there's
radiation?
one side of it that the conspiracy
But there
idiots
you
say.
go. This guy
Then
does not
there's
know what we said about
there's
radiation, but he's
bro.
saying
You
it's
know what?
false.
Yeah.
There
You're
you
such a
go.
bitch.
That's
You don't let man
scientific
talk at
method
all,
for
bro.
you.
You're such a dick. You don't let people talk. Yeah, we've
I'm not
all
even chatting
heard what
shit.
you've said.
I'm not
Bro,
gonna let
we
you
have
chat shit.
all
No.
heard. We have all heard it. You lot have been
Hey,
talking it
Dayton,
for
let me ask
hours.
him a question. Your
You lot have been
scientific
talking
method.
it for hours, yeah. So
Scientific
we've
method.
all
Can I
heard
ask you a
it.
question?
There's no
Alright,
point
can I
me
ask you a
going into the
question, please?
specific.
My brother, can I ask you a question, please? Oh, shit.
Why
Are
do
you
you
still there? Yeah, my question is this, yeah? Why is it in Hong Kong they're ripping out the 5G? Why are they doing that?
He won't answer your questions, bruv. He came here to boil us off and say nothing. Say a bunch of nothing.
Idiot. Come out of here.
Bruv, he came to say a bunch of nothing. He said, he came, yo, you lot are chatting shit about 5G. What are we chatting shit about? Oh, you lot are idiots, stupid. Why? Because you get me, scientific experts don't agree. What did the scientific experts say? That you lot are chatting shit. Bruv, this is literally what he's saying. You lot are all hearing this, you get me? Scientific method, thank you for your enlightenment. Like, what do you want me to say?
Just while you're on that, so in Hong Kong they're ripping out the mast, the 5G mast. Is that right?
Yeah.
The 5G towers.
Yeah,
I just put the link in the chat room. I put the link in the chat room.
And do you think the only reason they're doing that is because of the connection between the virus? Is there any other reason they might be doing that? Or
No, my
Maybe.
brother. Go on the link, read for yourself. Like you said, you don't want me to just tell you. Read for yourself and then do your own research.
I'm asking you a
No,
question.
I know
yeah,
you're asking. I know you're asking, but this is what I'm going to say to you. We've already explained why. Now you go and look at the research that because these are scientific people who have gone and done research into it, which is why they're now ripping them out. Because what they're doing is they're listening to what the scientists, the scientific community are saying, and they're saying, hold on, some of this don't make sense. So then they do their own research. They get their own scientists who are impartial. They're not part of the scientific community, but they understand science and how to do it. And then what they do is they go and do their own research. When they realize that they've been lied to, what they start doing is start ripping out this 5G.
So let me put an assumption forward, and maybe you could tell me if there's any feasibility in what I'm saying. So let's assume that Hong Kong have got these 5G masts that have been put up, and they're ripping them out. The reason they're ripping them out is because they don't want the Chinese government to control their internet, because the Chinese government censor a lot of communications within China, and Hong Kong is trying to
That's part
disassociate
of it.
itself from.
That's part of it. And the
Yeah, but
AI.
let me maybe finish, and then you can comment afterwards. So, yeah, China's trying to disassociate itself from. Sorry, Hong Kong's trying to disassociate itself from China, and so they don't want to be ruled by China, and they definitely don't want their internet being censored by China. Now, me giving you that scenario, do you think that's feasible, or do you think that's just crazy?
I'd say to you that's only part of it, and that's why I said read the article, go and look at it for yourself. And also, like I was saying, I've already said this already, so I'm going to repeat myself again. The 5G is used to run all of these automated systems, the automated cars, the drones that the army use, and things like that, which is what's going to bring in the new age of AI, artificial intelligence, which means loads of people are not going to have jobs anymore. Yeah, which means there's going to be a massive recession. Yeah, which means there's going to be masses of people with no work, no way of feeding themselves. So these people in Hong Kong, they're quite smart if you think about it.
So just out of interest, you mentioned the drones several times. So prior to the 5G being about, what was controlling the drones then? What are they using?
Oh, when you say the drones are manually controlled. If you buy yourself a drone, you control it manually. Yeah, just like if you buy yourself an automated car from Tesla, you control it manually to a certain extent. Yeah, they map the roads out. They've sent cars driving around, mapping the roads out physically. Yeah, but there's only so much information that those vehicles can gather from those manual updates. Now, as far as it being able to work on its own basis without anyone else touching anything, yeah, it needs the 5G. Yeah,
right.
All of the
So,
AI, the
are you saying the military use the same sort of drones that you can buy, yeah, off the shelf?
No, I'm saying that some of these some of them are manually controlled, but the ones that are not manually controlled, they rely upon 5G.
Right. Okay. Right. See, I understand it differently. I mean, as far as I know, like if you take for instance, the Predator drone that the US used to bomb countries all around the world. Now they use GPS telemetry from satellites to acquire targets and highlight and send stuff back. Because clearly, as we've explained, 5G works on masts. So if you've got a place like London that has maybe about 50 masts within London, that creates a net where you can control devices, like you said, and communicate with all these types of places. But if a drone is flying over Afghanistan to acquire a target and there's no 5G post mast there, clearly the 5G wouldn't work. Or is there some other sort of way that the 5G works?
My brother, let me just give you a bit of free information.
Connection.
Let me give you a bit of free information. Yeah, one of my close friends. Yeah,
Big up
I used to work
everybody,
with.
man.
Yeah,
Big up,
he
man.
used to work for the
Freddie.
army. Yeah.
Yeah, big up Freddie, man.
He used to
Every
work
time,
for the
brother.
army, yeah, and he used to be
Is
the person.
this the gentleman
He
you're
used to be the
talking?
person. Listen, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of my friends, he's actually he
your
was
friend. Is it the
ex-army. Yeah?
pastor, the Vodafone guy?
No.
Is that the Vodafone guy?
No, that guy's
okay,
not my friend. That's just a pastor. Yeah, that's someone who is a pastor in the congregation. Yeah. Now, my friend who used to work for the army, he was the guy who flies the drone. You see, like the Predator drone you're talking about? He was the guy who controls the drone. So someone still manually has to control the drone. The one that they caught Osama bin Laden with, all of these drones you're hearing about, now that they've got the 5G operating at certain frequencies, now they can bring in the AI. Yeah. And I could get him and say, NASA, jump in the chat room and give these guys the breakdown, because he works for the army. So it's all well and good us not being in the army talking about what they do. Yeah. But if we've got someone who was there that was actually using the technology, what's the chances that he's going to know how it operates?
No, but Schiffer, listen. The point I'm trying to make is this. It's only a very simple point. I've got a 5G mobile phone, okay? There's a number of 5G masts around London. Okay, cool. Now, if I went to somewhere like Afghanistan where there's no 5G masts, would my 5G mobile phone work on 5G?
No.
Okay, brilliant. So then, if the drones are using 5G and it goes to Afghanistan where there's no 5G, how are the drones operating on 5G?
Manually, not 5G. They have to now be manually controlled.
Oh, I see. So the drones only work on 5G when they're in 5G areas. That's what you're saying?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
Wait. Also, there's 5G peer-to-peer connection. You don't really need a mast for that.
And how far does the 5G
peer-to-peer controller
how
up to
far,
the drone?
so yeah, how far does that peer-to-peer go?
It depends how powerful your technology is.
It's line of sight. So if you can see the person, that's how far the 5G goes.
Line of sight only depends on which frequency you're using, really.
Okay, so we've already established that the frequency for 5G, yeah? 3.5?
Yeah.
What did you say it was? I know it's 3.5, but
24
you know
to
it's
90 gigahertz.
24 to 90 hertz, gigahertz, right? Okay, cool.
Gigahertz, yeah.
Gigahertz. Okay,
and that
cool.
penetrates walls.
So
Yeah.
we know. Okay, so that frequency, can it stretch from here to France?
From here to France?
Yeah.
Depends how powerful your transmitter is or your receiver.
Okay, cool.
For the phone system, you need masts because you don't want to rinse too much power coming out of one station when you can spread it out and use less power and have more coverage. Otherwise, it would have killed us instantly, which is not very good. Yeah, Freddie, what are you saying, man? Freddie?
Just to say here, they done that you see a lot of these things here when they start manually controlling the drone once it goes out of 5G radius, it's now using radio signals, radio frequencies. Yeah. Now these radio waves, these frequencies are consistent right the way across the planet. You can transfer a radio signal from a plane all the way high up in the sky to a submarine at the deepest depths of the ocean. Yeah, Morse code and all of them things rely on radio waves, radio signals. Yeah, escaping the radio.
So when you say transfer, what do you mean by transfer? Try to understand what transfer means. You said they transfer radio signals.
They transfer information.
You can transfer radio signals from one side of the planet to the
frequency.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, they call them repeaters. So you've got something called a repeater. So it bounces the same signal across many different places. In fact, if you use ham radio, the reason I know about this is because I used to use a CB radio. I used to have a bug out vehicle. So this is how I know about frequencies. But even if you look at things like ham radio, you can actually communicate with someone. You can actually communicate with somebody across the world because it bounces the signal actually off the atmosphere. Exactly. It only happens at certain times. You can't do it all the time. When the atmospheric conditions are correct, it is feasible to do that. Yeah.
Does it also not depend on what frequency you're on as well? The higher range frequencies.
So in the UK, the ham radio is considered amateur radio, which means you need to have a license. It's higher than 78. I'm not too sure what the frequency is that they use. It's quite low, wherever it is, it's low.
Yeah, my brothers, I was saying that any new technology that comes in, they're going to try and use it to their benefit and try and line the pockets of the rich, bro. Every new technology just means the poor people are getting more poorer, innit? And the rich people are getting more richer. Like, that's just the essence of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the sad vibes of it. Do you know what I mean? 5G won't necessarily benefit any poor people.
Too bad.
It will trickle down to them years later on. They'll find out that they can order clothes quicker, or they can, do you know what I mean, book a holiday a bit faster or whatever.
You can Facebook a bit quicker. You don't like that? You can put
yeah. That's years down the line, though. That's like 2026. Do you know what I'm saying?
But you know what it is, though, Fred? You see the 5G, yeah? You see if you got a computer at home, yeah, and you got the wire plugged into the router and you're downloading something, yeah, what the 5G is going to do is going to boost the phone signal. So when you're doing your downloads, they come in at that kind of speed, or like the speed of you being on the indoor on the house Wi-Fi. That's what it's actually doing.
The 5G
The
is
benefits
gonna.
in that.
They've brought this. Yeah, and I think they've also brought it in to gather more information because they need to process and gather this information quicker. So that's mainly one of the reasons why they brought it in. Because where the artificial intelligence, that bit there is the bit where they're gonna want to hopefully
Exactly,
make
my
decisions
brother.
for you on your behalf.
Exactly, my
You get what
brother.
I'm saying?
Now, if you
So
notice, if anyone's
process
noticed,
it.
yeah, my brother, you see how my man said, you see, your brain, yeah, can give out frequencies, you know. Now, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this now, yeah, but even with 4G, yeah, sometimes you'll have your phone in your hand. You might have been meaning to have a conversation about something, and then you go to type something in, or you're meaning to search something on Google. You go to type it in, and it's already there before you've even started typing the whole thing in.
Definitely, bro. Definite. Bigger than a bomb and a gun is control of someone's mind, you know, bro. You
Come
get what
on.
I'm saying?
Come
All
on.
these things are like really designed to, because this 5G is gonna ramp it up in it. Where
Yeah,
as
but
soon as you
Fred, according to scientific method, we're just conspiracy theorists. This shit don't happen.
nah, none of this stuff happens, man. This is just all a build between the brothers. That's why I only come on when certain men are on. Because unless it's
But look
not
at it,
building,
scientific method came, chatted shit, couldn't handle the heat. He left, and he's still chatting shit in the comments, blood. Like nothing. I can't believe how thick these guys are. He gets his scientific knowledge from a pastor. You get me? He's trying to character assassinate you instead of actually dealing with what it was that was said that was wrong. Like,
So hold on,
because
the guy's a pastor, he can't know about science, really.
No, but sorry, scientific method. If you can't say what it was that we said that was wrong, then
no. But hold on, I do get his point though, right? So anything that is being put forward needs to, at least by the bare minimum, it needs to be scrutinized scientifically. It needs to adhere to that, right?
100.
So, for example,
but wouldn't we need to know what it is that you're scrutinizing?
Day, hold on. So, for example, if I said to you, Raj, you know what? There's a medicine here. Take it and it'll make you better. I don't know. Say you've got a headache. Take this medicine, it'll cure your headache. Would you not want to know what that medicine is? Would you not want to know if that medicine is being tested? Would you not want to know the ingredients? All of these different things.
100%. But just telling people they're chatting shit is not going to prove anything.
Yeah, definitely. No, I agree.
See, but did you not come with actual, like, we said frequencies. You asked about the frequencies. You know what I'm saying? You didn't come and say, "Oh no, you're chatting shit," and like, you get me, and you wouldn't tell us what we're chatting shit about. There's a big difference, like, you know what I'm saying? He just came to say you're chatting shit. Oh, pastor, ha ha ha, and no substance. So what do you want me to say?
That's not gonna wash in it. That's just silly in it. But I was saying bigger theory than that. Like if they do come with the vaccine, there's gonna be people that want to know what it's like without the vaccine.
Bro, you know what?
You know what's in the vaccine? Hey, Fred, do you know what's in the vaccine? You know that there's
going to be one of them people.
Vaccine, right?
I'm probably one of them people, you know, Freddie.
Yeah, same here, family. Because remember, I'm boiling up my soups and all that every day, and I'm boiling up my wicked vegetable curries, innit? And I feel like that alone, my mind has got me 100%. Like that's gonna help me get through anything.
Yeah, you know the thing is, like, look at this now. I haven't had what do they call it? A vaccination for 20 odd years. Yeah. So by rights, like, this thing should have fucking killed me, if anything. Like, but I managed to catch it and fix myself and medicate myself and clear it myself. You understand? So if someone came to me and said to me, "Hey, what is a vaccine?" I'll be like, you know what? I don't think I need that, to be real with you. Like, I've had it, I've dealt with it. It is what it is, isn't it? I don't think I need it.
Buddha, did you see the press conference the other day?
Which one?
Where they said basically, only certain people who get this virus are going to have the antibodies to fight it. Now, if you've already got the if you've had the virus already and you've survived over a certain period of time, then your body already has the antibodies to fight it. So you can go back to work. But people who get the virus, who don't have the antibodies to fight it, are just going to die. Now, hear the joke.
When they're rolling out the vaccine, they're saying the vaccine, everyone's going to have to take it. Does that mean that even people who's already had the virus, who don't need a vaccine, they're going to force it on you? And it's got a rotted microchip in it. Check that out.
Everyone's not gonna have to take it, bro. Because if man feel cool, man ain't taking nothing. And that's the
Yeah, I
God's honest.
don't know if I take it.
I'll test myself for corona, and if I haven't got it, I'm not taking shit, bro.
Now they're going to force it on you. Freddie, they're going to force it on you. And they're going to say, if you don't take the vaccine,
they're going to give you an option
travel.
of time. They're going to give you an option of jail time or something else. I'll take that.
Yeah, but if they put you in jail,
imagine I caught this twice, you know that. I caught it, got better, and then overexerted myself and fucking got sick again. So second time round, I had to really kind of take it easy. You know, even though I'm getting bored and whatnot, lucky enough there's a little hangout or a little streamer I can jump on and just kill time. But other than that, you just get bored shitless. What are you supposed to do?
So Buddha, your testimony is imperative right now, because why they're telling everyone stay in the house? As most people have, they already sprayed the air with the corona and given it to most people already.
Yeah, because I can't actually identify how I caught it. That's the
sprayed the air with corona.
And you noticed all these chemtrails going through the air recently. When you look at
no, I haven't.
You see the chemtrail thing, right? For the most time, people have been talking about chemtrails for years and years and years. So it's not a recent thing. It's been going on for years.
I hope the European HARP, you know, the European HARP, the weather organization. I hope that they get
Alaska. That's Alaska.
Yeah, I might be saying it
the
wrong.
Weather modification thing, but that facility apparently has been shut down for years now. So
a lot of things have been shut down, but I want them to reopen it, fam, and warm up the atmosphere, because it look like it's only if it's in tropical atmospheres or really warm atmospheres we can get a better chance with this thing.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things. The virus can't survive in high heat. Which is why if anyone does catch it, the best thing to do is drink some pepper soup, wrap yourself up, and just stay in the fucking bed and sweat
every
it
day.
out. You understand?
Or if I'm eating hot pepper cabbages, I mean hot pepper carrots. You get
anything.
Me?
As long as
that's what I do.
But body up and just sweat it out. Because that's
what you man. I'm jumping off here. Big up everyone in the chat room. Big up Freddie. Big up Buddha. Big up my brother Nate Dunn. Yeah, listen, you lot just keep up the good work. Keep the energy how it is. And if the scientific wizard jumps in and starts chatting foolishness, just back him up. Back him up in the corner room, boy. Tell him to keep him talking.
Big up, man. Big up every time, man. We ain't come on to argue with people, man. Anytime it gets divisionary, I'm gone, bruv. I just come on to reason because I'm bored. I ain't come to score points with no one.
Yeah, if he comes on a reasonable flex, then we can reason in it. But if he comes on,
big up my brother Buddha as well, because I ain't really chatted to you before, and I like the way you think, my brother. So just carry on doing what you're doing, lads. Yeah.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, let me big up Mr. Eclectic in the chat. Big up Mr. Eclectic still.
Man. Big up Ultra, man. Big up the whole chat, man. You don't know, man. Vibes in, man. I'm not bored, you know. This is normal for me. What?
I'm sick, bro.
Yeah, Ultra got coronavirus, bruv.
Ultra's sick. How?
Man flu.
Man flu. Well, just ride it out, man. Just ride it out, family.
You know this shit
deadlier
than corona, isn't it? No man flu.
Well,
big damn bear, man. You know what I mean?
Remember the times we was on the hangout?
Just make sure you get someone to cook you some food, man.
Remember the times we was on?
Yo, Freddie, imagine this. Apparently, this whole coronavirus is disappropriately affecting men more than women. You know that?
More than likely, yeah, definitely. Because we're probably the heavier smokers, heavier drinkers. We probably got more of the respiratory problems. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you think it might be due to the fact that men are more active generally?
We probably got more respiratory problems than women. Trust me, broski.
I don't know. You know, it's a good question. Like I don't know. I don't have any answers.
Maybe. That's just a quick guess, isn't it? That's just a head top guess, isn't it?
Yeah,
But
this
If I
that's
is
what
was
true.
I'm
if I was
thinking.
to hazard a guess, I think don't know. Maybe it's hormones. Maybe I don't know. Fuck those, man. Who knows?
Nah,
No,
nah, not
could be,
hormones, bro.
could be anything.
Nah,
I
not
don't know.
hormones. I
Could be
think it's
anything.
I think it's more the lungs pattern, innit? The pattern of the lungs, and where the man them we're active, we're up ladders, we're dealing with asbestos, with this, with that. You know what
Yeah,
I
that's
mean? We
what I'm
smoke
saying.
30
And we deal with a lot
cigarettes.
more people on a regular and that.
Yeah, with this, with that. Like, look at Ultra, he was bound to get sick because he's front line. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
I don't know about where you man live, yeah, but I've noticed something peculiar around there. I've noticed that most of the nitties ain't about no more. I feel like,
They're still about, blood. They're still about family, man. Blood,
nah,
they got told to come off the road. They got called because they had to put on the TV up here. Don't give the nitties no money because they've been rinsing. Nitties have been all 8 bills up, 9 bills up.
fucking
You get
hell.
me? Yeah, the nitties have been cashing in. This Corona thing, they've been rinsing because they
Yo,
got the
but
early cash.
you see the food they buy, yeah? You know it's coming out of one man's mouth to a next man's mouth and then to a next man's mouth and they're all sharing fucking needles and God knows what. You understand? How they
Yeah,
fucking walking around and everyone else is dying? The fuck?
bruv,
Like,
their immune system, remember, their immune system's fucked already, you know, scrambled. So,
Yeah, but at the
not
same
even,
time, they got the strongest immune systems as well, bro.
I was going to say that not even a monster can kill them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they be fucking without no rubbers and all that and still be running up and down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing can stop them, man. Yeah,
Man, these man.
apart from an OD.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
they're not as around as much as they were. So maybe you're right. Maybe the police them and just said, listen, come off road, innit?
Yeah,
Fucking.
and the government's giving them real cash in it to chill out. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Give them hotel rooms. Yeah, man, give them hotel rooms and all that. You know what I'm
But you
saying?
heard that. So for all of you there who ain't get, you know what the title of the show is today. There's the solution to your problem, man. If you got no money and nowhere to go, and you don't know what to do, tell Feds you're a nitty, and they'll give you a yard and some peas, innit?
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
right now.
What's a nitty?
Nitty, like Chris from the
A
ends.
fiend, a fiend.
What? Or a
A
crack fiend?
fiend.
Like a fiend, innit? Like
Yeah,
a bitty, you know?
Ah,
It's a nitty.
I don't know. I can't keep up with you young people and your slang, man.
Nah,
A
man,
nitty. You know that guy who comes up on road to you and says, "I'll suck your dick for a cheeseburger." That's a nitty.
Oh shit!
No, but they're not like that over here, though, man. They'll be like,
Yeah,
I'll beg
no
you
one
for
does that
half
in
an
London
hour.
still.
I'll beg you for half an hour, please, mate. Just give me a 10 pence. Give me 20
Get
pence.
10p, man. Get 10p. I need to get chicken burger. 10p. Yeah.
Mate, if you got 50p, I need a cup of tea. I'll beg you for half an hour if you don't fucking, if you look like a weak one, I'll be on to you.
Oh shit! Someone just sent me something on WhatsApp that is so disgusting. Listen, I'm just putting this out there, yeah. I got a fucking PlayStation gamer tag, yeah, and I'm downloading Street Fighter Anniversary Edition now, yeah.
Yeah, but Ultra, the thing is, yeah, see how
Allow
you're
Street Fighter, blood.
Yo, listen,
What?
see how you're sticking that Ultra. Do you reckon you could still big up bad up Shahid, even though you're sick?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Right, the way I feel right now, I'm not sure.
All right, come we play, man. Come.
I'm not sure.
20 quid a
Oh.
round. You want it?
Huh?
20 quid a round. You want it?
I'm
Hey,
not sure. Yeah, no, bro.
made it a
Listen
bit
to me.
juicy.
No, listen to me.
Listen, I
I'm
might
not
need
sure.
to download the Street Fighter thing, you know,
I'm
because
not
I take
sure.
them to the cleaners. Yeah.
Nah, get
I'm
Tekken,
not.
bruv. Get Tekken.
Ugh.
Nah, Street
No,
Fighter.
I'd rather
Street
get
Street
Fighter.
Fighter
Corona.
2, bro. Come on.
I'd rather get Corona than
Come
Tekken.
on, man.
Hey, Tekken a bit, bro. Hey, Tekken is sick, bro.
It's all about
You
Ryu and
said
Ken.
he'd
They're
rather
nothing.
get Corona than play Tekken. Yeah, Tekken's a bit pants, too.
You know what, Ultra, yeah?
Compared to
You see
Street
the new
Fighter, just
Tekken? It's
compared
got
to.
Akuma in it. Do you know how to play with Akuma?
No, I saw that my brother's got it.
No,
I
no.
picked
Do you
up the
know the one? What's his
controller.
name?
I pressed
Who
some buttons, and I was like,
rang?
this is so shit.
Who ranks my boy on the second one?
This is
Yeah.
so shit. I've never
You're a hater,
switched up
bro.
from Ken. I've just kept it Ken all the way through, and I'm
Yeah, man.
taking man's money.
Just keep it, Ken.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
not
It's
even
it's a
Blanca.
big box out your teeth, bro. Trust me.
Nah,
Not
it's
even
been
Blanca.
Ken from it
Box,
come out, fam. It's been Ken
Although,
from it come out. I got the light kick for you if you mess about with Blanca. I'm taking your
Yeah.
money, innit?
Oh shit! Listen, I've got
You get
Street
what I'm
Fighter
saying?
4 on Xbox One. Yeah, so anyone who wants it on Street Fighter 4 on Xbox One, I got time for you. Oh no, I'm gonna get a box and I don't feel good. No,
oh,
fuck
that's
it,
it. You
tomorrow.
got an Xbox One. You can't. Oh, yo,
Yeah,
Velle. Oh, actually, that was you, Ultra. My bad.
what's that?
Unless scientific method is in the back. I don't know.
Wow, what's happened?
Most hated is in the. Oh, Velle, there's some people in the back chat. Velle. Yeah, I
Yeah,
hope you heal up quick time,
yeah.
man.
Listen, if Street Fighter 4 on Xbox One, I'm not bad at it. Yeah. Street
Box
Fighter
one, you
2,
know.
Street Fighter 2 Turbo, I'll box anyone on the internet. Anyone.
PS all the way, man. PS all the way, man.
No,
PS all
just
the way.
another thing. Let me tell you why when Buddha asked me if I could beat Shahid, the reason why I'm not sure is for some reason I can't use the PS4 controller. I'm just not good at it.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, you need to fix that, man. You need to get with it. Cause I can't do the other one. The other one's like holding an ashtray. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing a game with a box of eggs. It's too big.
Yeah, that's how I like it though, man. Not even that. It's just
Oh yeah.
like I realized when I literally downloaded Street Fighter on the PS4. It's downloaded now. It's like 80% done. I can see it. Right. Even when I was putting my address into the fucking and my card details into the machine, like the R2 and R1, like there's no like the button when you press it, it doesn't go into anything. It just goes in. Like it just
I
like it's
know.
weird, bro.
But trust me, once
What
you get used to it,
your R2 button goes in and doesn't come back out?
Yeah, no, it comes out, but it's like
yeah.
like when you
I
press
know.
it, it
He's
doesn't
used to
go. It
doing
doesn't
something
stop
else.
going. It just keeps going in, and it's weird. Like
Oh,
it's got
you
no
know what it
body.
is? There's a tiny little piece of plastic on the R2 button in the back inside the controller that's just broken. It shouldn't be too much to worry about anyway.
Oh, I don't give a shit. It's my son's controller.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm
Yo,
only downloading Street Fighter Anniversary Edition because one, it's only $12.99. Yeah, it's gone down from
only,
like
you know.
Yeah, I saw that. But I'm just gonna go Argos and grab the hard copy, innit? Because I like it in the show. I like it in the
yeah,
show.
no, I hear
You
that. I
like
hear
you like
that.
having the whole package, the CD itself.
Yeah, I
And
like having the whole something.
I like
You
that
get
But
as
do you
me?
know
well. I
what it
like
is?
having a physical
Do you know what
copy.
it is, Freddie? How are you gonna go Argos when they're all closed?
Nah, not now. I'm not going Argos now. I'm not
See, no,
haunted to
but
play
that's what I'm
Street
saying, Freddie.
Fighter
In a few
By the
months.
time you've gone
Ultra.
to get it, by the time you've gone to get it, yeah, the fucking quarantine and
Ultra. I
lockdown's
used to
gonna be
spend
over.
change. I used to spend all my change on the real Street Fighter Ultra and line up to play it. So I'm not
Yeah,
haunted to
bro.
play
What do
it
you know
now.
about arcade life, huh?
Yeah,
What do you know about
that's what I'm
arcade life?
saying. I was the
Come on.
Yo,
arcade
what?
kid, Cracker Jacks.
I
We
what
used to have a
arcade man
bad
them,
boy
yeah.
arcade called Cracker Jacks,
What, do you
blood.
not know
Yeah.
any arcades right now in London?
No.
Nah.
Oh, I'll tell you, Heart of Gaming Arcade is probably the best one right now.
Where's that?
It was in near Central Middlesex Park Row sides, but I think it moved to Croydon or something. They expanded like loads.
Oi. Hold on. I went to this VR thing in Estonia, yeah.
bro, it's the sickest shit I've ever done. I'm gonna hold on. Let me find the Instagram.
While you're finding that, most hated S1. What, have you been on this panel before? Oh, he left.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
thinking of getting one of those things though. Still, you know, the Oculus, not the Rift. There's a new one, like a light version, Oculus something or other.
Oculus Rift.
No, not Rift. Rift's the big one, isn't it? There's about 3 models down. There's like a new version, like a light version. You don't
Yeah.
even need to. You don't. Yeah, because Oculus Rift, I'm sure you have to plug it into PS2 or something or PC or something.
I know
The
there's the
new.
Rift, Go, and the Quest.
I think it might be the Quest or the Go. One of them two. One
Oh,
of them
yeah.
two. Because they stand alone, isn't it? You have to have you have to have a machine to use it. You know what I mean?
Is it? It's its own device. So
Yeah.
how do you put up things onto it?
So you can sideload from. It's got an OS on it. I think it's an Android OS, and you can sideload just connect to the Wi-Fi.
Okay. All right.
I've got
Cool. That's
something
cool, man.
similar, but it's a China knockoff one. It's not. It's dead, man. It's not. There's no what's that thing called? You know that thing when you move your phone, it's got like a compass in it. I forget what they call it.
Oh, yeah. It's basically you, you put your phone.
Gyroscope.
It's like, yeah. It's like Google Glasses. Not Google Glasses. Google
Cardboard,
Cardboard or something.
cardboard. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You just put your phone in it, and then it runs it like that.
Yeah,
I've got one
it's
of
like
those.
the ones
I've
beat
got
the
one of
phone.
those. I've got one of those. You just slip your phone into it, and it's a
You-
3D headset.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
mine's built in though. There's no phone. You don't put. But if you go on YouTube and type in 360 videos, you see some mad shit. You know, like
Yeah.
shark
Yeah.
cage, and
Yeah, I'm
the
not gonna
young was
lie.
quite
You
interesting.
can
I ain't
you
gonna
can
lie.
do all that shit on your phone. Like all you have to do is download, go to any website that's like VR, or download some VR apps. Slip your phone in. Yeah, done. Bam. Don't cost you a penny.
Yeah.
Don't cost you a penny. Now, listen, fuck that. I just posted a link in the back chat and in the YouTube chat. Yeah, of this VR place I went to in Estonia. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if I would go back to Estonia just to spend like 9 hours in this place. Like
Nine hours, you
I
know.
would spend 9 hours in this place. Yeah, like it had everything. It was like a game's wet dream. It was if you was born in the 80s or late 70s,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, or early night. No, in fact, fuck 90s babies. No, if you was born
yeah,
1990, if you was born
yeah.
between 1970 and 1990. This would be your wet dream if you're a gamer. Trust me. This place is mad. It was
No,
mad. Mad. Mad.
but I got one of them arcade machines that's got like an emulator on it, you know.
Oh yeah,
It's
like
got
games and that.
yeah, it's got like a Neo Geo emulator on it. Got
Yeah,
like
blood. I've got a Neo
fucking
Geo emulator on my phone, right? And I've got a
yeah,
Bluetooth. I got a Bluetooth controller. The problem is, I just need to
yeah,
I need to
pair it
program
up.
it,
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah,
locked
yeah,
down now, innit? I've got time. I've got time.
yeah,
I've got time.
definitely. All my gadgets are come out now, man. I'm going off my watch and the steps up the stairs and all that.
hmm
I'm not fucking about, like, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
saying, trying to keep occupied, but mainly I'm just staying happy. You know what I mean, fam?
I hear you.
Yeah, cause whoever I got to see FaceTime, and you don't know. You get me? If I really have to make a move, I'll make a move. You get me? But right now, I'm just staying happy because the main killer is stressing over nothing.
Mm.
You get me? I'm just doing what I'm told, and then we'll see how this thing pans out in the next couple of weeks or so. And then you get me? That'll be that.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? All the
I hear you.
speculation, it's nice, but it's not really, you know what I mean, necessary, some of it.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like all the speculation is doing my nut now. Do you know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
think so.
It's just like, oh, all right.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of getting on my nerves a little bit still. I don't know how the man them feel. I think it's like information overload for me a little bit. And plus, it's all negative shit, isn't it? So man ain't
Do you know
really
what? For me,
interested
it's just
in it.
like riding a fucking remand or something, man. Ain't no big thing. You get me? It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I got it. But go on, Buddha.
Get
What did you
smacked up.
say?
Buddha, you want to get smacked up?
By who, bro?
No, I can't do it right now because apparently,
You
because
never
I'm
be able to
sick,
do it.
I'm
So
not
shut
allowed in the
up, bro.
front
You
room.
ain't smacking nothing, bro. I'll
I
fucking get that
will.
bus and reverse over, fucking parallel park it over you. That's it. Fuck out of it.
I'm not gonna lie to
Yeah.
you. If you ever wanted to play me at Street Fighter, today's the day, bro. God, I'm feeling
I'll
rough.
be real. I'll be real with you. Do you know what? I haven't even got a machine. I ain't got no PS2 or anything like that. So I mean,
PS2, you know, fuck's sake.
what's
I've
it
got
Wait,
a
called?
what,
PS4,
Ultra?
PS2.
whatever the
Did
fuck it
you
is.
do this
I've
VR
still got
thing
my
on that?
PS2, but it's silver. Huh?
Did you do this VR thing on the racing rig, Ultra?
Yeah, bro. Listen to me. The whole thing is mad. They've got Nintendo GameCube, Super Nintendo, fucking N64, fucking SNES, Mega Drive.
No
Um,
way.
they've got VR. They've got a VR thing where you sit in the car and you do the racing, and it's on
Yeah,
hydraulics.
yeah, that's what I
So
was
like
talking about. Did you try that?
when you turn left and like the thing goes, and it's mad, bro.
What, the thing
Yeah,
moves like that?
yeah, bro. It's a mad. And
Oh,
then they got the thing where you could do 4 man up, and you're in this zombie, you're in like a desert, and then there's zombies coming from all sides, and then like you have to reload and keep the zombies away from you, and like normally they tell you to headshot the zombies to down them, yeah, but some of them have got like armor on, some of them have got fucking helmets, and you shoot them,
oh yeah.
but they'll keep coming, and if you don't look around properly, they'll start clawing at your ankles and you die. Bro, it is mad.
Yeah,
Trust
in
me.
VR, that would be mad. True say, I remember when I
Uh
used to play Black Ops Zombies in Kino,
mm,
and them
mm,
times you just turn around and see a zombie behind you, and you're like, oh, you jump a bit in it. But you know what?
mm.
If you're playing VR and that thing's in your face, it will look like the zombie's actually there, bro. I've seen
Yeah, wait,
people
listen,
jumping on VR and
it's
smashing into walls and that.
crazy. It's crazy. And you know what as well? If you see, yeah, the PCs that they've got it running off, like the liquid cooling system is crazy because like bro, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
For
my
me,
PC got a liquid cooling system. Good
that
on
one trip to this place, I can't remember. I think it's called like Maverick or Mabarak or some shit. I can't remember. Yeah,
Maverick.
like yeah, that place made like the whole trip sick. Like I'm not gonna lie. I could have spent 9 hours there, like easy, easy. And they do food. I'm not gonna lie. The food's not like some restaurant menu. They do stuff like hot dogs and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I
I
see.
could have
I'm
stayed there all
looking at
day.
it. I'm seeing this
I could have
coffee,
stayed
hot
there.
dog, popcorn,
Mhm.
ice
It's mad,
cream.
bro. It's
Yeah.
mad. Trust me.
Where did you
It's
say this
mad.
is?
Estonia.
Oh, Estonia.
Yeah.
That's out of ends.
Yeah, that's off ends a little bit. Off ends a little bit. Listen, you see, I'm not gonna lie. I would
Did I
literally
tell you I was,
travel to us. I would travel
yo,
to Estonia, like go to this place, and then catch a plane home,
Oh
yo,
my
but
days.
like
okay, did I
same
tell
day.
you I was a digital citizen
Use what?
of Estonia? I'm a digital citizen of Estonia.
How do you manage
Jeez.
that?
You
Let
go
me
into the
know. Let
embassy,
me know.
Fraud,
Huh?
isn't
you
it?
apply at the embassy. You apply at the embassy, the Estonian embassy,
Yeah.
and they give you like a digital citizenship. You can get a bank account and all them kind of things, which
Oh
comes in
shit.
very handy.
I won't
What?
lie to you
Wow.
though. Like I
Can I
won't
get
lie to
that?
you.
That's good still.
There isn't. I wouldn't move to Estonia. Like yeah, I wouldn't move there. But
It was
there's
good, but
some
it wasn't
really
that good.
no. It was like Estonia's fully sick in it, but like for like compared to London, Yeah, no, because I'm used to it being busy, cosmopolitan, multicultural, but like, yeah, Estonia's it's quiet a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
There's this if you're a proper gamer, there's a hotel in Amsterdam called, I think it's called Gamers Hotel. What was it called? Something like Gamers Hotel or something. But it's one
Where's that?
sick thing. If you're a proper gamer, yeah. Like I don't know why someone would do this. Like if you're going on holiday, you're not gonna chill in your hotel, but this whole hotel is for gamers, in it. Just I think you get in your hotel room a PS and an Xbox and a collection of I don't know how many games, and there's an arcade there and that. It's like literally built around the gamer culture, and let me try to find it. Hotel Amsterdam. Amsterdam. The arcade hotel. Sorry, that's what it's called. The
I
arcade
just
hotel.
buy the emulator and call it a day, man.
That's exactly what you, bruv. You know what? If you got one Windows PC, that's it. That's all you need, man.
That's it,
Download any
man.
game for free, like.
Yeah. All them games that once you got I bought the box in it online long time ago.
Yeah.
So box thing, yeah, it comes with a pad, 2 pads. And you can just whack
What?
it up.
What's this box?
It's like a emulator box. It's got Neo Geo. It's got most of them Genesis games in there. It's got
Oh, one of
Master
them ones.
System. Yeah,
Where'd you
it's
get
got
that from?
all Super Nintendo. I got it off of fucking eBay.
Shit.
Yeah, I got it off of eBay, bro. You know, like just fling it in the fucking wherever I am. It's easy to walk with. It was one of them small ones.
Yeah. Have you
Yeah.
ever used one of them joysticks? Like them you
The
know which one
old
I'm
school
talking about, innit?
ones.
Old
Yeah.
school ones, yeah.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah,
those are
yeah,
sick. I'm
yeah.
not gonna lie, bro. I don't know why they don't use those.
Buddha knows about all of that.
Buddha
But
knows
I mean,
about
not
that.
lie though, I have used it in it because that's like a Commodore thing, in it. There was a computer called Commodore.
Oh, how old are you, bruv? How do you know about
I'm
Commodore?
old man. Huh? I'm
Oh,
old,
okay,
brother.
because my
I've got
generation
3
have
big
no
brothers.
idea what a Commodore is, bruv.
I've
What,
got
Commodore
3 big
64 and
brothers.
that, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've got
Oh,
3 big
bruv.
brothers as well. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, my
I,
days.
yeah.
I can go back further than that BBC machine. You know that
Oh my
fucking
God.
Hey, Buddha Bing,
Lever
you gotta tell me about that. This is like the kind of stuff I'm interested in. What
Pong.
is
You
it,
know the
man?
game. You know the game Pong.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's the first console that come out on the BBC thing. It's orange. It's just like it's some
What's
mad controllers.
tell
Shut
me
up.
what do I just write a BBC machine and I
Let
found it.
me see. Let me see.
Wasn't it Atari that launched Pong? I don't know in it. Obviously, you might know better than me.
Hold on. BBC games console.
BBC Games console, you know. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you go on
You find
to no, it's not even the one. Let me try this. 1980s game console, orange.
Have a look at these pictures.
Did you find it on that?
No, not the one. The one I'm thinking about. I can't
Was
really
it
find it
looking
now.
like Atari and that?
Yeah, it's like an Atari, but it was orange, and it had like some flicks. Oh, there it is. That's it, there, isn't it?
Okay.
Game Studies Foundation of Brief History. No, it's kind of like that, but it ain't that.
What are you sharing? Yes. Oh, I'm not
Nah,
seeing.
true, my big brothers, they had everything in it. So man got bust on things early, you get what I'm saying? Yeah,
It's
because
before
they
the
had.
Sega Mega Drive, is before all of that, man. Before the
Sega
Yeah,
Atari.
Mega
way
Drive was the
before all of that.
first console I ever had, man.
Way
First
before
ever
all
ever
of that.
console.
And
I
then
actually got a Commodore 64 way after PlayStation came out.
Bruv, I had an
mm,
Amstrad. An Amstrad used to put cassettes in. And,
What
fuck,
was it called?
it was called an Amstrad CPC 464.
Um,
fuck. He used to put
oh
cassettes
yeah,
in.
I remember this.
I remember all them that cassette era as
Right.
well. You know. I'm not even gonna lie. You had all paperboy and all that, innit?
I wish I lived in you lot's era,
That's the
bro.
code. Like,
That's
this is
mad.
what it's called. It's called a was that it? Yeah, Binatone TV Master MK4. Kind of looks like
Yeah.
that. I think that's like a new version, but the one I had was
Oh
the
shit,
original.
I've never seen this in my
Mm,
life.
nuts.
It was kind of like that.
What's that, bro?
So you see the two orange things in the corner? Like, that's the controllers. You got flick switches, so you can choose what game you want to play. You only had Pong and different variations of Pong.
Oh shit, so those are the games, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait,
this
brother,
is
you're
We
joke.
old,
say, oh
man.
yeah.
How the fuck did you get your hands on
This,
one of them, man?
this is
Wasn't that
There
the
was,
wait?
joke.
Hang on a second. Wasn't the first home console an Amstrad?
no, I had an Amstrad as well, but yeah.
We say only had Pog with that.
Bro, you had Pong and you had some next game that was Pong,
The
but
man
just a
had
different
6 games.
6 games. You flick the switch to the game you want to play.
You flick
Nah,
the
And it was,
that's
switch.
fucking.
Hey, this
and it
is
was
No,
sick.
black and white as well. I
no,
remember it was black and white.
no. Ultra Funky does not agree with female genital mutilation. Okay, I don't know where that question even comes from. Some
Yeah, bro.
people are
What?
so strange.
What did someone ask you that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
someone
got.
asked if I believe in
You say it,
SGM. I'm
man.
like, yo,
Yo,
Suedo, I was
yo,
over, yeah?
yeah,
General,
fuck's sake.
Yo,
General, bro.
Oh, shit.
well, were you in the
Day
Oh,
era,
day shift
baby?
have been killing me, man. You might have been killing me, blood, for about 2 hours, fam, but I've been in Tesco getting vexed and shit. Fuck
Why
this
you
thing
getting vexed,
talking
bro?
about, man. You hear me?
Why you getting vexed, bro?
Nah, you mama killing me still, man, with your Suedo. Alright, what?
Pseudo. Are you saying pseudo? Pseudo science and that. Are you? But what are you? Are you gonna come on a scientific method flex, or are you gonna tell man what it is that's so pseudo?
Well, when Buddha said to Shifa, yo, do you know the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation? Yeah. And then,
Yeah.
yeah, but when the 5G goes into the air, it turns into ionizing radiation. I was like, what the
Yeah, but
fuck?
you know what? You
Just
know what,
made that
Velle?
up on
It
the
doesn't
spot,
even
G.
matter whether it's ionizing radiation or not, because I even told Buddha, even just sound waves, just normal speaker, literally a speaker from a club, yeah, you can destroy a man's body with it. So it doesn't even matter what kind of frequency it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, man. I don't know, still.
Yeah, you can't do that from a normal speaker. You need a specialist speaker to do that. But yeah, it is
Yeah.
possible. It is possible.
If you got the right power and you got the right, well, you need to see how many. You
No, it's the actual
need the
design of
current.
the speaker. So you know what
Say
it's
again?
like? It's like having a tweeter. If you know about sound system, yeah, you got a tweeter and you got a subwoofer. You can't play the
Yeah.
sound of a tweeter through a subwoofer; it just wouldn't work. You understand? So it's the actual speaker itself to emit those kind of frequencies you're talking about. It needs to be a very specific type of speaker, and you need the power of maybe a hydrogen collider to power it. Still,
Nah, man, what are you talking about? You need the power of a hadron collider to create a wave
He's
that would
right,
destroy a
man.
man.
He's right, broski.
What
He's
you
not
need the
wrong, you
power of a hadron collider to be able to create a wave powerful enough to destroy a human.
know. Think about it, bro. Think
you
about
said
it, fam.
disintegrate.
Think about it.
Disintegrate a
Well,
human.
yeah, I don't know about that still, but what way would you say it would take them day? Like, what power would
What?
you say it takes?
I don't think it will take that much power, bro. It will take you the flipping plug in your wall at home.
That's enough power to supply it.
to disintegrate
Yeah,
or
it's
to
not
give you
about
electric
how
shock.
much electricity. No, it's not about electric shock.
Because I've been
It's
shocked
about
by
the wave.
my mains live wire before, you know, and it's not.
No, no,
You see, like
no,
when you
no.
watch a film,
It's
yeah,
about the wave
someone
actually ripping
fucking.
you apart, not the
Yeah, but listen,
electricity.
you see when you touch a live wire, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
like in a film, yeah, when the people fly off, yeah, that's like a
yeah,
high electricity bolt, yeah. When you touch a live
yeah,
wire, yeah, it fucking makes your teeth shudder. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah.
saying? This is
I've
like,
been, I've done that
then you
before.
fucking
No, yeah,
you
bro.
pull
Like
your
I've been in a
finger away or
situation
whatever.
where I was in
Yo,
one of
big
Bruv,
up,
these broke up
big up.
showers. Yeah,
You ever been shocked
and
by
man
free
had
phase before?
what's that?
No,
No. I
no.
melted a sledgehammer.
Just about
I
yeah,
melted a
What
fucking hell,
what did
that's
you
sledgehammer.
ask?
dangerous,
What
boy.
did you ask him?
Free phase
Shot by
electricity.
free phase, yeah, that will fucking blow you across the fucking room.
I
You know what I mean? Like
imagine
if it's in like
I was knocking down
N-Power
a
power
fucking
plant or
wall.
something like that.
Imagine I was knocking down a wall and behind the wall I didn't
Free
realize
phase.
there's a fucking three phase junction box. That the fucking sledgehammer melted in seconds.
Yeah, fuck, that was fuckeries. Yeah, man. I just talking about domestic house power in it, man. Like
the
240
sledgehammer
volt.
melted, bad man. Fuck.
240 volt.
If you slap a fork in the fucking plug, that will fuck you up still. But
Yeah, no, nobody
like,
wants to do that. That's not.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
that's
people seem
but
dumb.
to
like just
think,
touching a live wire or something, yeah, that won't kill you still.
and people seem to think that the electricity is off when you turn the switch off. Like it's still live. The socket's still live. Like
Yeah,
the
you can
wires
get burnt
behind
and
it.
Family,
get hurt as well. Yeah.
I think when electricity is conducted, you know, like when they got the pylons and they conduct it and they can.
Oh shit,
Right.
Freddie, you dropped off, you know. Yeah, come back, man.
But
Freddie.
you know,
Yeah,
guys. So hey, everybody.
yeah.
But you know,
I'm
guys, this
out here.
makes
Can you
sense.
hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me, Broski?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you. Go on, Freddie.
Yeah,
guys.
I'm saying it might be.
Freddie. Guess what? I just made sense to me now. When I was a kid, I was playing Super Mario, right? And for
Yo,
some reason, I wanted to buy copper pipes. Now
Walter.
listen to me.
Hey, Walter, get water in your ears, man. Freddie was
It all
just
makes
talking. Let me
sense.
finish what he's saying. Fuck's sake.
But I have the
Go on, Freddie.
conspiracy of all time.
Right, listen, water. Just let me finish my point, innit?
Okay, finish,
We
Freddie.
were talking about electricity. You didn't even greet anybody in the room. You just run in,
Yeah, but
innit?
this
You
just
can't
came into
really
my
do
head.
it
It was
like
like
that.
bang.
Yeah,
Hey, don't
but
worry about Walter.
greetings
He
got to
had
come
something
into
to
your
say
head
against me.
first.
Just wait,
Greetings
Walter,
have
for
to come
Freddie to
into your
finish.
head as
Yeah,
well. You know
yeah.
what
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
Blade?
All I know is
Let
that I had a friend who told me that someone was buying a lot of
let Freddie
copper,
finish. Then
and
tell us
Hey,
about
Super
your
forget
Mario
friend.
was
it.
out
Forget
at that
it.
time.
You can
Cool,
say
cool,
what you want
cool.
to say, Waterman. Don't watch it.
Oh, you want me to tell?
No,
No,
what I was
when
gonna say,
because
whoa,
I remember when I.
shut up. So,
I
Freddie, what I was
Walter,
gonna
man,
say, you know,
just
when you were talking about electricity
But it all
pylons, I
makes
remember
Yeah,
sense.
brother.
back
Yeah,
in the day,
brother.
they were saying something about eggs. They used to get chicken
Yeah.
eggs, and they done some experiments on them, and they find when the eggs were developing all fucked up because they were near electricity
Mhm.
pylons. I don't know if that was ever proven scientifically, like beyond the sound of a doubt, but they were saying that it causes leukemia, all kinds of fuckery.
I
Apparently,
think so, you know. I do think so, bro. I reckon because it's got a vibration that follows it in it. It's got like a frequency and an energy that follows that in it. So
yeah,
like
they're saying like
even when it's
when it rains and that you can hear the fucking electricity sizzling or something. Like,
yeah, definitely, bruv, man. That's what I'm saying. When they do tests in certain of the pylons, isn't it? Like they conduct the energy, they conduct the electricity to come down, and it comes down on a big nut, and then it comes down like lightning. It's like a test. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
to see whether
mm,
things are shockproof or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And
I
yeah,
remember.
that can fry you up. And that's like a million, or I don't know if it's a million, but it's like a couple thousand volts. Well,
You know,
yeah,
you
I
know,
was in.
you know where I see that it was in a
1.1
program.
1.1 gigawatts according to Back to the Future.
Yeah, when
It's
I was
not giga. It says gigawatt. Sorry, gigawatts. They
gigawatts,
called
yeah.
it
Gigawatts.
gigawatts.
yeah, but
Gigawatts.
that's
One point
Americans.
one
1.21 gigawatts.
gigawatts.
But
Fuck's sake.
Americans call giga, innit? So they say I think they say Well, actually, they don't say gigabytes still, but some countries do say gigabytes.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, there was a program back in the day that used to be hosted by Esther Ranson. It was called That's Life. Was it called That's Life or something like that? And yeah, that's where I saw that on there. I was like, raw. And as a kid, I was too shook to go even touch the pylon. I think to this day, I've never actually touched a pylon before.
Brother, I'm never touching a pylon. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just making you know, brother. Because I've the amount of electric shocks man's had, I've had a lot of electric shocks, bro. Like in work life and in just life in general, trying to find a place to play or hide out or do my thing. You get me? And it's just boom,
Remember
electric.
back,
You
I
get
remember
me?
back in the day, you used to see like barbed wire around the top of the pylon. And in my head, I'm thinking, what kind of idiot's even going to try and climb that? Let alone fucking. I mean,
You gotta be fucking lonely and dumb.
But you know what?
That's
It's
a
not even
real
a
thing.
pylon you should be worried about, bro. There was this two guys who went and they never went to the actual power plant, but you know, basically they got these blocks. I forgot what they're called, but the power is transferred to there and then to the pylons. Yeah, these blocks they spread the power, and then from there spread to the pylons. These men went to play around in this thing, and they must have touched the wrong thing, bro. And one
yeah,
day, the actual
it's dumb.
electrician must have come and just found two mountains of dust
You
chilling
know,
there.
the maddest thing is, you don't
People
even
like,
have to physically touch it. You know that? You know, it can arc. Like,
yeah,
you
yeah,
just have
yeah.
to get close enough and it'll fucking fry you.
Especially if you're in a spot like that, bro. The power
Hey,
is next level. Next
hey,
level.
brothers, I saw one thing, right? It was a tape of India, yeah? Like a short clip of a video in
He
India
was
and it
on top
was
of
all
the train.
jumping.
He was on
Oh
top of the.
my
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
God.
But Freddie, do you know why that guy died? Freddie, do you know why he died? It's because he was touching the ground. It's because he was touching the ground. Because people don't
Nah,
realize, yeah.
he was on top of the
No, no,
train. Is
no.
that the one you're
Because
talking about,
remember,
Freddie?
there's
Yeah,
like
I felt it.
10,000
He
volts
was
going
on the
through
roof.
them
Nah,
wires, yeah.
he was on the roof of the train. If that's the one
Yes,
I'm
no,
thinking of.
Buddha. Yes, he was. I'm saying
It was grounded.
the current going through the wires at the top is actual current, yeah, AC, right? That means it's 10,000 plus volts. If you touch the wire and you weren't touching the ground, it would, because it's so strong, it will push you away. But he was touching the ground or a surface, which is why it fried him like the way it did. People don't realize because the current is like 10,000 volts or whatever the fuck, it will push you away if you won't touch it. So you have burnt fingers, but you'd be alive. It's the third rail on the railway tracks you need to avoid. Do you know why? The current isn't nearly as strong, but what it does is it cooks you from the inside. It holds you down in place and it fries you from the inside out. Whereas if you touch the stronger voltage and you're not touching the ground, you can live. Yeah. And I know this because I used to work for Silverlink Metro, which is now called London Overground. Yeah.
What?
And that's
You
part of the
telling me
health and
what?
safety training.
Man done this PTS track safety and that, yeah? Go on.
Yeah, come on.
Gonna do that on myself, you
Also as
know.
well, the
Just as a little
current going
side
through the
hustle.
third rail is direct current. That's DC.
Freddie, don't.
So
It's
actual
a,
current and DC is
trust me.
direct current.
It's
Not
one of
worth
them.
it, yeah?
You know what it is? You have to go up all fucking stupid because you do it at night time, innit? And the people you're working with, bruv, I turned up there one night. The guy decided to have a fight right by the third rail, on the middle of the fucking between Waterloo and some next place. And the
He
guy decided to have
decided
a
to have
fight.
a fight, yeah?
He was having a fight
What with the next man?
bruv, they look like nitties anyway. Like they were drinking Kestrel before they started work, so you can imagine what kind of turnout it was. And imagine that's what my
Oh my
probation officer
God.
sent me. Trust me, yeah, I'll take this number, I'll go and do the training. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, cool. Okay. But it's a depressing job, man. You don't see daylight. When you don't see daylight, I mean, you're going home, your girl's going out to work, you're going to sleep. Imagine.
Nah,
It's the
that's
same.
a bit long for me, yeah. That's a bit long for me because I don't do no night driving either, innit? They've been begging me to do the night work, innit? They've been like, yo, come out and deliver to the supermarkets or whatever. But I've been like, nah, I'd rather drop my brethren to the supermarkets that can't make it. You get what I'm saying? I ain't
What
trying
you
to
driving?
stress out and run up and down for you lot. You
What
get
you
what I'm
driving?
saying? Hmm?
What you driving?
I drive a lorry, 7.5 still.
You got the license for that? It's not HGV, was it?
Yeah.
It's something else.
Yes, LGVL.
Yeah. What's it like getting that license? Is it easy or
Bro, piece of piss.
serious?
Yeah, because you're a driver, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
imagining. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Piece of piss, bro. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Can you tow on your thing? Can you tow on your license?
Sorry?
Can you tow on your license?
Yeah, of course I can tow. I got the disco qualification card as well. So they teach you all that shit.
So how long's the process? Like is it weeks, months, or?
It's a light process, family tree, man, and it's up our alley because man don't really care about people like that. I'm not too social in it. Like I
Yeah.
like people, I love my people, my original, like my friends. I've had them for 30 years, innit? So I'm a bit, I don't know, different maybe. Yeah, what I'm saying, but yeah, I just like working on my own. You know what I mean? It's better for me.
Yeah, I think I might give that a try though. Still, one of my
So lorry
brethren
driving,
just
it's right up
qualified.
my
Like,
alley.
my brethren just qualified as a forklift instructor. Imagine. But like,
Just qualified just now.
well, to be honest with you, he was at the place and they locked down the training center because of coronavirus. So I don't even know if he
Okay.
finished the course because he had to come back because he had to go to country to go do it. It's like
Oh boy, God bless him, man.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Hopefully he got through. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they can't not put him through, man. 'Cause he's done the majority of the course. I think it's the last 2-3 days that they locked off the thing.
All right. So he must have gone through for real. Yeah, man. Because I need one of them tickets myself. I mean, I'm gonna lie,
When
because
you're ready, man.
I've been a ticket collector from a little while ago. Still, do you know what I mean? Because you never know when these things are gonna come in handy. You get me? Right. It's not to
No, that
say that, man.
HGV thing. Well, not HGV. Light. Is it called light GV? Whatever it's called.
Yeah, like GV. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing there. But back in the day, you used to be able to drive them things on standard license. You didn't even need that 7.5. You was covered.
Yeah.
But they changed.
Granddad
They
rules,
changed the
innit?
law.
They used to go
Yeah,
through
yeah,
the
yeah.
granddad rules, innit? But obviously, man's not old enough for none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know the
So it's
maddest
like,
thing is I was driving them times, but I didn't have a license. That's the maddest thing.
I was driving all them times, bro, but man didn't look about no license, bro. Man didn't give a fuck about no license, bro. Just jump in the ride, get the ass out of there. You get me?
Man used
Man
to have
had
a
couple. Go on, sorry.
an old BT van. You know, remember when BT vans used to be yellow? I don't know
Yeah,
if you know
yeah,
them.
yeah.
I used to have
Shout
one of
out.
them.
You had one of them.
Ain't
Shout out.
no police ain't stopping me, man. You know what I mean?
My first car was a white Fiesta, innit, family. I bought it with my brethren, innit, and we didn't know how to drive, so man had to push it.
Oh shit, bro!
Yeah, fam.
I had a Renault 5 Turbo. Remember them? Like those things were dangerous. Like,
Cool, I
fuck
remember
me,
them,
man.
man. Little cherry bombs, man. Little
And I
cherry
could
bombs, they called it.
just about drive. But I tell you, yeah, that's how I know God is great, man. I wrapped that thing around a lamppost, yeah, and walked off with no scars, no nothing. I was like, yo,
Blood,
Done.
I wrapped up my thing around the tree as well, man. I was pissed, man. I had a Rover Sterling. No, it wasn't even a Rover Sterling. I smashed that up at work. Big
that's one of them
fucking.
Your
skinny cars,
Velle
boy. What are you doing with
Bernie's in
that?
the
That's
back,
a
man.
skinny car, man.
Bruv,
Your
these
Velle
times
Bernie's in the back.
I'm just buying anything, you know that, innit, fam? You know we're youths, innit? We're just buying anything, you get me? So man just bought the Rover Sterling. I'm rolling up a spliff with me and my brethren at work, you get me? We're laughing. I'm not even thinking the car's doing anything, you know. These times the car's moving forward. all we can hear is bang. The lorry's just the van's just skidded. It's gone on his side. It's gone all the way up the road. Better traffic block, man. Man had to get out of there. Gone. The car was still working. Was lucky, blood. I just had to park it up and call it a day on that one, and just
Yeah, that's what the police used to use them cars, isn't it? There's a police cars.
Trust me, I didn't even know nothing about automatic them times. I just jumped in it. You get what I'm saying? I'm not realizing that you have to put it in neutral, and even when you put it in neutral, the car can still roll. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I've writ off the van, not realizing, because I'm chatting to my brethren. Boom. Had to get out of there, boy. But yeah, everything was all right in the end, you know what I mean? Because he went back to work.
Velle. Bernie Bay is waiting in the background, Velle.
Oh my God, Bernie. Love mercy. I heard Bernie for a hot minute.
Was Bernie in the panel earlier? Is that who dropped off earlier, or was it someone else?
I don't think Bernie's been on since I've been on.
Actually, wait, someone was. What happened to Walter?
Well, I don't know. He just came in there.
I wanted to come in there and chat some shit, man.
I know that's what he usually does, but I wanted to hear the shit that he had to chat still.
I know he's bored though. Walter's bored, you know, Bridget.
Yeah, but sometimes it's jokes though, isn't it? What he says.
I know. But when you mock
I think he was gonna
Tuesday,
say something funny though.
No, most definitely, fam. But you see, when I remember, I've been cracking jokes on niggas. People all my life. When I mock someone Tuesday, mock someone Wednesday, do this Thursday, Friday, gets boring.
Yeah, I hear you.
Get me? I'd rather build with man, and then when the mockery thing comes, crack 2 jokes, and I'm out of there. Especially if I don't know, man. I ain't trying to run no jokes with you. Or we're not even going back or forth. If that's my opinion, innit? That's just my little humble thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I see it. Yeah, what is electricity thing, man? Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. One time I was in some country, where the shower.
Free Willy.
Bruv, it was
it's Free Willy.
Shower,
Is it not Free Willy? Huh?
What are you talking about?
The movie.
What Free Willy?
Have you not seen Free Willy?
No, I haven't still.
You're too young for me, you know. I can't be your friend.
No. I know about Free Willy, but I haven't seen it. I don't watch like movies. I hardly seen any movie. Bro, I just watched Matrix last year, bro. The trilogy.
What? The greatest film ever made, and you've only just watched it.
That's why I had to watch the whole trilogy, innit? Because I was like,
no,
bro.
the trilogy shit though.
Yeah. The first one's the best. Nah, bro, we talk about them 2 twins that come and ghost in and out of things. And
oh, the 2 white dons. Yeah,
bro, white rastas on that.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie, but they got murdered easy. That's the wickedest.
Yeah,
they got murdered easy.
Like, but you know, it started getting weird by the third Matrix. Like,
to be honest with you, if you think about it, even the way the second one ended was dumb.
Well, how did the second one end?
Hey, brother.
The second
I just wanted to say, they're not Rastas, bro. Yeah.
Are they not? All right.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not. They got long hair in it. They're just long hair white guys,
yeah, locks.
Long hair guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
They had locks, bro. Just accept it.
They had locks. Yeah.
That's
what I was gonna say. Can I say dreads then?
Yeah.
2 white dreads.
They had locks, man. All right, listen to what I'm saying. Do you know the second one ended with Neo? They were being chased. They were running and they were being chased by sentinels, and then Neo stuck his hand out and stopped them, and then passed out, and then the film ends.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Do you know why that happened?
Why?
because they're still in the matrix. The real world is just another layer of the matrix, but the humans just don't realize it.
Yo.
Like the real world is the part of the matrix you go to when you choose, like you get me, you choose the real world, you choose to wake up, and then the machines just put you in another part of the matrix, and they call it the real world. You think you're fucking some freedom fighter, but it's
And
just another
rerun the
system of
whole
control.
program,
It's just
innit?
it's just another system of control. Like you think you've made it out,
Hey,
but you
peace,
haven't.
brothers. I'm gonna go and get something to eat. Yeah, wonderful.
All right, Freddie, do your
Yeah.
thing, bro, homeboy. I see
No,
you in
but
a minute.
that's what I'm saying. It reruns the same program basically, and you just don't even
And then
clock it's the
yeah, and
program.
then
You
and then
think
it
it's
does a thing where it creates the one. It creates the one, and also the one isn't Neo. It's Agent Smith. Yeah, let
I
that
thought
sink
that
in.
as well.
Let that sink in, and then
They have to both be the one anyway.
yeah. So the only people that know what the fuck's going on is what's the architect? Is it architect or the archetype?
The
I can't remember
architect,
what he's
yeah,
called.
yeah, yeah. The
Yeah, yeah,
architect.
the old KFC colonel,
But you
and
know what? He ended up not knowing what's going on anyway, because he predicted move wrong.
no, he didn't. He knew exactly what was going to happen.
So why did he say that? It always or maybe he influenced his decision. Basically, that's what you're
Yeah,
saying, isn't it?
exactly. But
Yeah.
like I said, for me, the biggest like mind blowing minute for me is when you clock that even the real world is just another layer of the matrix. Mad.
Yeah, that is super
It's
mad.
just it's mad. It's
Oh,
mad.
sorry, M.A. Brown, man. I didn't know that. I Velle, M.A. Brown, and Bernie's in the back chat. I don't know who else, but Velle, if you're there, these
Yeah,
man
big
are
up
bit
NA Brown. Big up all the Moorish American Muslims.
Moorish.
Yeah, yeah, man. Matrix is
Who? M.A.
cold, man.
Brown? Is he
Yeah, he's
more?
a good cat. He's a good cat. I can't lie.
Is he that more guy? M.A.
No.
Brown.
Bernie's the American Moorish Muslim.
Is it? I
Yeah.
thought the Moorish guy was someone else.
No. There's only one Moorish American Muslim.
What's a
It's your
Moorish
boy,
American Muslim?
Moorish American Muslim. I
Wait,
can't do the
watch this.
accent very well because I'm sick in it. Come, babe, you ready? Let me
What do you
dish
mean
these
it's
cards, yeah?
jokes but serious?
Huh?
Alright, M.A. Brown's put us a link to watch that is jokes but serious.
Come on, babe. Top card, diamonds. Let's go.
Someone finally cracked that overpriced shit in the corner shop. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Wait, let me see. Wait. Oh, Facebook. I don't have Facebook, man.
Oh
I don't
my
have
god.
Facebook, man.
I don't have Facebook, it opened for me.
Oh, you just clicked the link. All right, cool. Let me open this Bumble link then. Hold on.
Hey, that is jokes. She goes,
Come on,
yo,
babe.
I slapped you. She got a punch in the
Oh,
face. And she
I've
clapped
seen
him.
that. Coming in. Coming in. I've seen this. Yeah, I've got it on
Bro,
WhatsApp.
what did she clap him with? The baklava or something?
Come.
Bro, she clapped him with something,
And look, she
bro.
took off her bag. She was ready for him, and he didn't want it.
I like, hey, man goes, I punch you. I punch you. Hey, bro, that is funny, but it's serious.
I've got the whole clip there. I've seen that. I saw it yesterday. I'm not gonna lie to you. Them Indian dons have been taking a piss, right? But
Bro,
um,
fully.
that they released some number that you can call if your local have been marking up prices. But the worst one I
Serious.
saw, is this. I can't remember the name of the shop, but the woman was selling like two toilet papers are worth less than £1.99, and she's selling it for £10. So the guy started filming her,
Right.
saying like, "What the fuck you dealing with?" And then she called the police. She called the police on the guy recording. What's the matter, man? No.
That's some weirdness, bro. What have you got this number? I used to holler at these birds, bruv. My guy's trying to bump me still.
Wait, hold on. Go on. Top cards diamond. You okay? Oh no. Is she not in the wrong position, yeah? Leaning on your bladder and that. You know what will help you feel better? Playing cards.
And like blackjack will make anyone feel better still.
See? Everyone agrees, babe. If you play blackjack, you'll feel better. Apparently, I'm not allowed to talk to you anymore.
Oh, that's deep, man. Let's flip a coin, man. Let's make it fair.
Yeah, Michelle, they're saying you should flip a coin to see who I talk to. Yeah, she doesn't like that idea. Yeah, she doesn't like the idea. Fuck's sake. Babe, top cards diamond.
MA Brown. Yes.
Oh shit, I'm on now. Yeah. What's going on?
We saying MA.
Yeah, what's up, man? What you saying?
Oh, that clip was
MA,
funny,
you've
innit?
only got me for like 3 minutes because I'm gonna have to go on mute because the missus is on stuff right now.
Yeah.
And I need to fry some ultra chicken as well. So yeah.
I just had some salmon and some mashed potato and some.
How'd you do your mash? You just add like butter, garlic, salt, and pepper.
I didn't even cook it. I'm not gonna lie. My wife did, didn't it? She put some black pepper in there. It tastes like there's maybe a little bit of garlic in there.
Yeah, bro. She's a keeper. I'm telling you. Anyone that wait, well, okay, all right, keep going. Anyone that can bad up mashed potatoes, she's definitely a keeper.
Yeah,
So what are you saying? No diamonds, yeah? All right, pick up.
Are you not playing blackjack again?
Yeah. She's getting good though. She's better than one of my boys, Ashton.
Hold on a minute. Didn't she beat
She's
you?
better than one of my boys. Huh?
Ashton just got smoked online.
I swear she beat you.
I'm not gonna lie, Ashton's garbage, like secretly.
But Ultra, I swear, Ultra. Didn't she beat you the other day though?
No, she's never beaten me once.
Nah, you're lying. She did beat you.
Turok.
Oh God, it's Turok. What about Turok?
Oh God, Turok. About Bakata, I deal with. Spades. Cards.
Hello?
No, hearts.
No,
Cards. Hearts. Cards.
What are you saying, Turok? We heard one hello and that was it.
Innit? He's upset about something. Is someone upset him?
Nah, I think his connection might be cutting.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of delay, so yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Big up everyone.
Big up, man. What you saying?
Everybody's enjoying their Sunday.
Trying to, man. Locked up. They won't let me out. No.
Every day is a Saturday. Every day is a Saturday these days, man. You know what I mean?
Innit now? Bloody yeah. That's true with that.
I think the whole world needed this, though. I think there are a lot of people who are not going to be complaining at all.
Well, there's some people that have got no income, though, so...
Yeah, that was the whole point. Yeah, you know what? We solved this earlier, yeah? Just tell feds you're a bitty and they'll drop you a yard and some cash. You get me, sir? That's what you gotta do.
That's funny, man. That's Joe. What are they doing at the moment? Because I know that was the plan, innit? So are they literally just giving people yards? Like, not even yards, but like, I heard they were going to use like empty office blocks and that to put them in.
Bro, everything I heard from the government turned out to be bullshit. Everything.
No, true that.
You can show me something they actually said that turned out to be true, bro. I'd like to see that.
And you know what? I was out earlier on in the shop, and it started hailstones. So sleet started falling, bro. It's cold outside, you know.
Today?
Yeah,
it was cold, bro. I went outside in the morning, and I was like, "Yo, this is not what the temperature should be right now." You get me?
Welcome to England.
Yeah, bro. Compared to yesterday, though, and day before yesterday, I don't know. It just like sun came out, Said,
Bro,
yeah, I'm
listen,
back.
the sun's been out, but it's been cold. It's
Yeah,
been
free.
cold. Like there's no day in the last week has it been warm. Not even
Now look,
in the slightest.
yesterday morning though was not as cold as today in the morning. I know that. It was not as cold as today. Was like some ice thing happening. Yeah, like my man said, hailstones, innit?
Yeah, I keep telling people, man, from the last maybe 4 or 5 years or whatever. Like I always expected, my birthday's in March, innit? So I always expect it to be warm. But for the last number of years, it's just been cold. I know it snowed in April a couple of years. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on. I think it's just, to be honest, I think everything's shifting altogether. But yeah, it's not the same like it used to be.
Where do you think it's all going?
Huh?
Where do you think it's all going?
No, I'm just saying about because obviously, like here we apparently have seasons in it, and the seasons are
Yeah,
indistinguishable from each other now. You know, what I mean?
yeah.
Like you're having snow in April, that's crazy. That's not
You know
only.
what? That's actually pretty crazy, bro. That's not a small thing. That's not something that should be just dismissed like that.
And you know what? Let me rephrase that. It's not crazy. It's nature doing what nature does, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like we have expectations that things that wasn't remain the same, and that's really unrealistic, isn't it? We need to kind of clock the changes that are happening and move accordingly. You know what I mean? As we should do, as animals do. You know what I mean?
Try to
Do
listen
you
to
think?
it and see what it's trying to say.
Exactly.
Do you think every 100, I don't know, say every 80 to 100 years, there's some virus that comes out?
The Black Plague, for example.
Mm.
When?
I think
Mm, do you remember when that was? I don't remember what year that was, man.
it was 1912 or something like that. No, Black Plague was different. There was another one that was kind of mad in the 1912.
What, a big thing like that?
Yeah, I forgot what they call that one. That's supposed to
Oh, you
wipe
know
out
what?
nearly.
A few years ago, they said that the Black Plague. They said that the Black Plague must come back somewhere or something like that. The bubonic
Listen,
plague.
that was from rats and that, innit? Like the Black
Yeah,
Death. Yeah, that
the
was.
Black.
Listen, as long as when this city, innit, this city is bound to explode at some point. Like I remember watching a documentary a few years ago about the people who maintain the sewage system in London, and they followed a bread down there, and he was just like unclogging shit after shit after shit with his hands and that.
Yeah,
And
I
he
think
ran,
Bro, I think I've seen that still. But you know
yeah,
what? I'm telling you, my whole ends stank of shit for like 3 days. I don't know what was going on, bro. Like, and like a few months ago, it stank of shit as well, bro. I'm thinking, what's going on, bro? I don't even know what's happening, bro. Sewage system is messed up, and this is supposed to be London, bro. The place with the sewage and the plumbers and the man.
yeah.
Guess.
But this is it. We're saying that if the guy said that if them man stopped working for like a week or whatever, we would be fucked. Like because basically all the rats down there. Anytime you see a rat, it's if they've been disturbed to have to go overground. Their natural habitat now is underground, isn't it? So if
wow.
the sewage thing backs up enough, they'll all be just on road, and it's gonna be a
We'll
madness.
basically all be in deep shit, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know what? Flipping. What was I gonna say? What was it? Something about the. Oh, I forgot. I think it had something to do with the Black Plague. What did you say just before that?
Who, me?
Yeah, what were you just
Or,
talking about?
Oh, by
the
that
seasons,
program.
isn't it? The seasons. No.
I think you're talking about that program about the sewage, maybe.
Yeah, I forgot still. But yeah, what was that disease you were talking about? You saying it came after the bubonic plague, yeah? Black Plague.
Yeah, I think it was the one in 1912. I forgot what it's called now. But there
Well,
was a few other ones.
was it in the UK as well?
I think it was worldwide.
Yeah. Yo, let me check that out.
And it could
Oh,
have
this
been
is
a
what I
war.
was going to say. Yeah, the UK or London specifically, bro. You see, if it didn't rain, I think rain is the biggest mercy that God sends to this place, bro.
Interesting.
Like,
Why say that?
because look at it this way, yeah, it rains so much in London, and it's still fucking
Yeah, but do you know
excuse
what
my
it is?
language, stinks of piss and shit all over the floor, and like, bro, think of it this way: imagine it never rained in London.
No, but you know why it rains?
Everywhere you step, you'll be stepping in piss, shit, vomit, and all types of filthiness all over, bro. Trust me.
No, but the reason
Like,
why it rains so much in the UK is down to like certain pollution and things like that.
oh, I assumed it was because, like, you know, it's an island and there's sea all around it, so it just
Yeah,
collects
I thought
water.
that the pollution. The pollution is infused into the water droplets and the molecules and that, but it
Yeah.
would rain regardless of the pollution.
So
Yeah,
like
that's what it causes acid rain, isn't it?
Yeah.
like
Basically,
take for
that's why you.
instance like take for instance like places like London where it has so many
Yeah,
cars, so much movement going in and out. It gets to a
yeah,
point where there's just literally clouds and clouds just stemming over London, and plus with the
yeah.
chemtrails
The
and all that.
condensation from the water vapor that's collected from the combustion of
It's
all
like
kinds of
if you're
fires.
driving, if you're like outside of London driving in, you can literally see the clouds that are just literally covered the skies of London,
Mm.
and got to do with like the pollution and certain things, how it travels.
Yo,
Can you imagine if I'm just looking at, I'm just reading up on the Black Death in it like that. Having to go through that must have been just grim.
what were you reading? You said.
About the Black Death in it, the bubonic plague.
Oh, that was nasty, bro. I remember studying that, and I was like, yo,
Yeah,
I would have never wanted to live there, bro.
Trust me.
it's one bit appealing at all.
I'm trying to look for this other thing that came out after it.
So especially when you go to these places, like Blackheath is possibly where that happened, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe that makes sense.
And
Okay,
like when you
yeah, go
when you
on.
go there, when you go there, you can just see it's like a bit like fields upon fields, no trees and nothing like that, and it's just that's supposed to be like loads of dead bodies under there.
Yo,
But it's mad though when you look at places like Blackheath, it's got sort of like that pirate sort of like that pirate town sort of look, and like Greenwich and all them type of places. You can see that it's like very popular there at one time where.
Well, yeah, because that's where all the ships would have come in as well, isn't it? If they're coming into London.
yeah, I can't find this thing, man. I'm really interested to find out what it is, though. Outbreak of the worst pandemics in history. Coronavirus, HIV, AIDS, flu pandemic, 1968. 1 million influenza. Category 2 flu pandemic. Referred to as the Hong Kong flu. Is that what you're talking about? The Hong Kong flu?
I think it's the early 1900s.
That's mad, isn't it? The H3N2.
Oh, that's the SARS, isn't it?
Yeah,
No, that was the H1N1.
Yeah, I think it was SARS actually. I think happened in the early 1900s.
What, SARS? So SARS came back again.
I think that's when they first sort of came across it. I think it's the early 1900s.
No, it was lit. What, you mean 1990s or?
Yeah, like 1900 or like 1912.
Isn't it, no, SARS was the other day, unless it was there before and come back.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. Like, because SARS was in the 2000s, it came. So was that like another mutation of there's a virus in it, SARS? Yo, 75 to 200 million. The Black Death. The Black Death.
Yeah, bro. Them things there, when you caught them back then, that's it. You get me? Like, that's a wrap for you. That's it.
So what? There was 2 bubonic plagues, you know. Justinian
Plague of Justinian. Anyone know about that?
What year was that one?
This was this was 541 to 542. Antonine Plague. All right, these are just going back in history. You said this came after the Black Plague, innit?
Yeah. When was the Black Plague? Like 18th century, 17.
1300s.
That's when the Black Death was.
Yeah, 1346 to 1353.
Okay.
Europe, Africa, and Asia. Right. I thought it was just serious. Did you lot know about this?
Say that again.
Look, from 1346 to 1353, an outbreak of the plague ravaged Europe, Africa, and Asia, with an estimated death toll between 75 and 200 million people. Thought to have originated in Asia.
Yeah, because
Bruv.
it's funny you say that. 'Cause I remember watching that. I know Robin Hood is a made up sort of story, but I remember they were saying, "Oh, the Moors brought the Black Death," and it's like if you check it, like Portugal. I think Portugal was run by the Moors at that time, like before the 1400s and all them type of times. So you might have some sort of historical.
What you're saying? That's why they called it the Black Death.
Know how it spread because of like Spain and Portugal was very big on the seas there at that time, innit? Like a lot of the Ottoman Empire, Portugal and Spain. So like the only way you could really get a lot of diseases, and a lot of people who used to be pirates on the sea used to carry a lot of diseases, to be honest, as well.
On the sea, you said?
Yeah, so like just say you see like Blackheath, it's like it's another little port town or it's on the docks. So like when you're getting all these different things from different countries, like just how you see with the Ebola, the Corona, it could affect a lot of people quickly.
But you know what? When I remember when I was in school, yeah, like there were certain things I was not good at, yeah. One of them was geography, the other one was history, yeah. But there were certain things in history that man remembers, and I remember we were taught that Black Death was like a UK thing, like London people, like they never involved nothing to do with Africa, nothing to do with Asia, nothing to do. But you know what? I think I found what you were talking about.
Yeah.
The the flu pandemic of 1918, 20 to 50 million people. So
Yeah, I think
between
that's the
1918 and 1920, a disturbingly deadly outbreak of influenza tore across the globe, infecting over a third of the world's population and ending the lives of 20 to 50 million. So what? This is like the first time the whole world. Actually, it's the only time we would have ever known anyway.
I just think that probably where people are a bit more aware.
Because we got communications and that, innit?
Yeah, because for a message to get to somewhere would have took about 3 months.
Yeah. So HIV has taken 36 million lives.
Wow.
At its peak, 2005 to 2012. Yeah, you know what, man? This whole COVID-19 thing, yeah. I don't know if you lot have noticed, but it's taking over the internet. I can't find anything anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Bro, Google's been broken for a few years, bro. It's nothing new, bro. Swear down, I'm using DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, that's the one now. But that even seems infiltrated now.
Bro, look, the more bullshit people put on the internet. But here's the thing, it's the idiots that put bullshit on the internet. So you can't tell idiots. If you tell everyone, okay, everyone stop putting bullshit on the internet. Bro, the idiots are gonna come start putting more bullshit on the internet. What's this new rule about bullshit on the internet? And you get me, more bullshit.
I went to the shop to buy, and you know what? I was getting a bit vexed when I got home because I thought, hold on, let me look at the prices of these things because I just grabbed it. I just bought cleaning products and that. £40. £40, 2 bags, 2 little like carrier bags, £40.
Wow. Sorry, carrier bags of what?
of cleaning products. Like I bought a couple. Like I bought 2 bleach. I bought whatever Silic Bang or whatever, and £40, man.
Right.
Like, I said to the guy, let me go to the cash point and get more money because I bought a 20 out, and he said me, that's not good.
What did he say? If they're not here by the time you come back, it's not my fault.
No, it's fine. Nah. But I was thinking when I got home, I was like, hold on. But then I looked at the prices and I'm like, then it's not even his prices. It's the prices on the bottles. More time in it. So
Well,
I've never spent.
actual marked prices.
Say again?
What, marked prices?
Yeah, they're just on the bottle. It's telling me all $3.99 for a $1.99 thing. So like, it's not even. I don't even know if it's just the shops. Maybe the manufacturers are actually doing the thing as well.
Yeah. Oh, what? Did you find any debt or anything like that?
Nah, I got the Dettol soap for the hands, but I've already got Dettol in it. Like I always put it in my bath anyway. So
Yeah.
we've always got Dettol. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You always have to have that in your yard, man.
Yeah.
But you know what? Most people are buying antibacterial soaps, yeah, when they should be buying antiviral soaps.
I don't think we know the difference still.
One kills bacteria, one kills viruses.
No, I know what that is, but I'm saying I don't think people know the difference.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't, innit? Yeah, you're right.
But even worse than that, yeah. I'm a guy. I always ask the weird question, innit? I was speaking to my wife last year about toilet roll. I said, "Do you think toilet roll is sterile? Like we're using it to wipe everything, fam. Our children's faces, your nanny, your dick, everything. You know what I mean? And
That's a good question, man.
That shit is not sterile. It's just
Did you
not.
find it out after?
It's not sterile. They're not making it. They're not. Number one is they're not making it in sterile conditions. The plastic that they put it that wrap around it is not sterile. It's not
I'll tell
vacuum
you
packed.
something. Even if it was, you would only find that in like the highest quality ones. The shit ones are definitely not sterile, bruv.
Yeah, no,
My
it could
man
be
made
like.
it in his garage or something.
Have you seen that clip of their man in China or whatever, and they're making masks and they're making them on the floor and that?
Oh my days. Using their 2 hands to connect this, and they need to put their toes on the other side to hold it properly, and you know them ones, bro. Like, here, wear this mask, blood. Fucking hell.
We're stupid, man. I'm telling you, we are fucking stupid. We're dumb.
That people trust the factory just because it's a factory.
Like that's
So
the
you don't know.
if there's one place I don't want them to make my shit, yeah, it's in a factory, bro.
Bro, the shit I've seen of videos of factories, bro. Look, I'm one of them guys. I love sweet corn, innit? I always have loved sweet corn. I don't care if it's on the cob. I don't care if it's comes in a tin. Like, bro, man, love sweet corn, yeah. Until I saw this video of my man unloading his truck of sweet corn with his feet, like, and I was like, bro, man was like, bro, is this what I'm getting in my green giant, blood?
Yeah.
Serious, fam.
You're getting a green giant in your green giant, mate. That's what's up.
Man's telling me it's lightly salted. Taking a mick, bro. I swear, since then, bro, I was put off sweet corn forever, and I kind of got put off bare stuff, man. Anything I don't know, like anything I can't wash and repair back to nature quality, nah, I'm not. I don't even want
Exactly. It's like not being funny here, but when I go to like the corner shop or whatever, the green grocer, I always obviously usually buy my chicken like whole in it or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like the other day it was run out in it, and all they had was the marinated one, and I was tempted. I said nah, because I need to wash it. I need to wash this bitch in it. Like I can't be.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not about that.
Like, what are you gonna do? Go get that marinated chicken and then wash it and then re-marinate it, bro.
I'd have to strip the skin. I'd have to strip all the skin off and just make it like a fillet.
That's the thing. If it's marinated, yeah, I don't know who marinated it. I don't know what happened with it. Were they wearing gloves? Did the glove rip? Was it sweaty underneath? Too many questions. Safe. Allow it.
Hey, you see both of you, yeah? You see it? Obviously, like I see that we're all clean people when it comes to food and that, yeah. Have you ever been in a rush or whatever and you've been somewhere? This happened to me the other day in Marks and Spencer, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know, like behind the bakery bit, and Marks and Spencer always comes off as a clean place, yeah, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But like in the bakery section, there was this girl, yeah. And also because it's a girl, sometimes you feel like, okay, they're gonna be cleaner. Nah, but this girl was behind the thing, and I was like, oh, have you got any donuts left? She was like, oh, I was just about to pack these away, but you can have some of these. So, and I was almost in a daze, bro, because tutus now, she's picking them up with her hands and putting them in the bag with her hands, not even gloves. And like
What?
a dickhead, she picked the donuts up with her hands, bro.
Right.
And
Right in
like
front of you.
Yeah, but like a dickhead, I bought the bag.
Oh, it's just
I don't
one
know
of them
what.
ones. It bypassed the firewall and that, and yeah, but I know them ones. Yes,
I had
man.
a brain freeze, brother. I don't know what Jedi mind trick she did with me, but I bought the bag. And even as I walk in, I'm like, I can't eat these. But I
But
ate
M.A.
them.
Brown, yeah, you know, hypnosis.
Yeah.
What you experience, that's how it works.
Yeah. You have no
That
control over you. Yeah.
that's literally how it works, isn't it? It might have been an accident or whatever, but like that's kind of the gist of it. A lot of people don't believe in hypnosis is real, but it's a real thing still. That's like a lot of people have experienced it, but they don't realize. Everyone's like, "Oh, I can't be manipulated and suggested," and well, you can make anyone see anything really.
You can safeguard against that. Like I think I don't know which one it is, whether it's alpha or beta brainwaves, but obviously that's by the way. Yeah, I don't know which brainwave it is, but it's obviously related to suggestion in it. So like when you're watching TV, you're in that state. When you're watching TV, when you're playing computer games, you're in that state. And
Well,
it's a state.
you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. I have this patent number. Let me see if I can. I might. I might not be able to find it. I'll try, bro. Because it's either on this phone or it's on my other phone. My other phone's with the feds, so I don't. It is on my other phone. But this patent number, yeah, is basically a patent for.
I think it was painted in what, Corona?
No, not about Corona. It's about TV and how to use certain frequencies in order to get certain functions of the mind going and to get people glued into the television and be able to basically influence the viewers.
Was it you the other day was talking about the needle on the record or something?
No, what's that?
Some people were saying like something about the needle on the record, like it causes like different type of vibrations. And if you notice like the sound quality when you have like a record compared to a CD or even MP3, like it's a whole different type of quality of sound.
As in, it's supposed to be better, isn't it?
And they said that it gives off certain like pheromones or whatever it's called.
You know what? The thing is, it's actual real life sound made by real life physical indentations, dips and peaks in the actual CD. Like there are people who are professional enough that can listen to the not CD, sorry, the vinyl. They can listen to the vinyl just by looking at it. Like there's one guy who actually
Telling what part the actual part is, sort of thing.
yeah, they can look at the vinyl and hear the sound.
because they know what the sounds correspond to. Like there was a guy, yeah, who actually challenged people to come bring them vinyls, and they would tell them what it is. So obviously, to cheat proof it, they would have to cover the middle of it where it actually shows um the album information. But just by looking at the dips and ridges in the vinyl itself, he'll tell you exactly what it is or what song it is, and it will even tell you like which part of the vinyl says what. You know what I mean? I mean, everyone is capable of doing this, but you get me. You develop what you focus on, really.
Sorry, I'm just watching a clip.
What were you watching?
No, it's just some dumb prank, innit? Like just some dumb, like normally you have the guy, the pranks when the girl walks in and the guy's with some fake girl in or whatever, and then she goes mad, but they've done it in reverse. The girl's with some fake guy.
Okay.
Yeah, she's lucky she didn't get her head kicked in, man.
But you see all these prank videos, yeah. I think the godfather of all of them is Dom Jolly, who used to do Trigger Happy TV.
You can do that in the ends actually near Brunel, innit?
Yeah, all over the ends, bruv. That was the funniest. You know what? I remember my man is dressed in a traffic warden uniform, yeah. And he's there on the street, and he catches a cab in it. He waves down a cab, black cab. Cab comes. Where you go, mate? He goes, sorry, this is a double red line. You can't stop here. I'm gonna have to write you a ticket. He's like, yeah, but you waved me down, innit? I'm like, no, you're gonna have to write you a ticket. You know, back in the days, bro, these things did not exist, innit? He was the one who invented that big Nokia ringing in a library. Hello? I'm in the cinema. Nice fucking shit. You get me, bro? My man. I swear, Dom Jolly, bro. Legend still. Gotta give props to SG. But yo, you lot, answer the question of the day, innit?
What's the question? Oh yeah.
Question of the day.
Yeah, are we at the start of a recession, and how will the poor in society cope? I think we're at the start of more than a recession. I think we're at recession is just the tip, is the trigger for all types of stuff. I just put a post up a little while ago saying if I was a megalomaniac totalitarian world force of a kind, this is the perfect opportunity to try all of my new toys, to try out, to experiment with all, you know what I mean? This is a prime scenario. I've never experienced before, because all of the other, whether it be false flags or wars that have been instigated to institute some paradigm shifts and that, none of them have come with the internet like this. Sorry, that's my phone.
Oh wow.
What's that? It's some alien thing.
You're right, man. Yeah.
What happened?
No, I think he's on a phone call.
Oh yeah, okay. Real one. Obviously, I'm not gonna go and wash one dot of sweet corn by one. And yeah, backmasking is the next thing still. But Turok, what do you think about the situation we're in? Is it do you think it's a start of a recession? And how will the poor people in society cope?
Is it a start of a recession? Is it a start of a recession?
Because look, right now there's people who ain't got peas. They just have to leave their yard. They can't pay their bills. They can't pay their rent, and they can't go to work in it. So
I think I don't know where it is, but I think England has all the luck in the world for some fucking reason.
all the luck in the world.
Yeah, bro. I'll be honest.
Why? Why you say that?
It's like for you to come out of Brexit and something like this happens, it's kind of like not the same.
Yeah, that is. See, things like that though, they don't make me think, oh, England's so lucky. Wow, 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 what a coincidence, bro. I say that
It is kind of lucky.
it is too many coincidences, bro.
Them have different. Them man are like fucking what they call it, peaky blinders, bro, of the world, bro. Just fucking what they
Literally
call it, people in every fucking thing.
running things, man.
Yeah, them man they're different, bro. Them man they're different.
But it's
But it's like,
moving, bro.
how does England itself has a higher currency than America? How does that work out?
Yeah, it's
How does
moving
how?
though. It's moving. It's
No, but
moving.
it's like you can see there's certain levels to this, like, and it's like, man are some devious mans, bro. They man are different.
Bro, you know what? I remember when England's currency was like nearly two and a bit. How much was it? Was it nearly $3? I know it was two and a bit. I remember that 100%. If someone gives me less than $2 for my pound, I'm getting bumped.
And that's how and that's the fuck up thing about it. We've got that sort of proudness, if you know
Yeah,
what I mean.
yeah.
But realistically, the USA should be the other way around. Realistically,
Because you
because
got the petrol dollar, bro. You can't buy petrol with any other currency. You know what I
petrol
mean?
or but even look at the kind of
From Saudi anyway.
look at the industries America has.
It's got
It's
every
like
industry that exists, really.
yeah, and it's like what industry could you say Great Britain has?
The royal. I don't know, bro. What was it? Got a few like Great Britain is basically America, man. It moved houses to a bigger house.
I don't know, boy. I feel like England they've got some skills to them, man. There's some kind of there's something like there's a different type of thing about it. It's like even Spain, the way how they're able
Bro,
to
there's a mad pattern though. Like at the moment, yeah, England is America's bitch, and America is Israel's bitch. So it's a mad one. It's a mad one. So I really think we moved from here to America, and then to Israel. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. What actually is happening?
this is the thing, man. Germany, all these mans are different, man. It's like Germany when they had the recession. Germany was the first country in Europe to get out of it quickly.
It
And
didn't want no part of nothing, bro. It was like Elron. Where's Elron when you need him, bro?
And if you look at the where all the finance of Europe is, that's Germany. Because in the EU they do something where like Luxembourg is like the human rights courts. Germany they handle the finance and like different other places handle different things.
You got that. I know the Swiss deal with their monetary systems and that. Yeah.
Shit.
Yo, James
Jones.
James
Yo, who's
Jones.
that?
It's James Jones.
James Jones in the house.
Something, lads.
What's happening?
Nothing, man. It's another day.
Another lock-up day, yeah.
Are you listening? Yeah. Brother, you know what? I wanted to ask you something. I asked you in the comments, but you obviously I don't think you read them. Yeah. But
who, me?
Did you tell Buddha that you can see infrared with the naked eye? And if so, explain that.
You're going in deep, man. You can't even come in like softly, innit, James? You have to come in hard like that.
Yeah,
Brother,
I know.
Listen. That's what she said. Give me a second.
You're a joker. Yeah, that was a funny one.
Yeah. So you want this thing about infrared?
No, him and Buddha knows a bag of shit about 5G. I didn't know, and I was listening to you. I was learning a lot. You know, the the frequencies, the gigahertz, whatever, the 24 to 90 gigahertz or something. But but then Buddha asked you, can you see infrared? And you said, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And I
thought
said yes.
infrared, yeah, but from my understanding, you can't, and you need like imaging like it's like what do you call it, innit? Isn't it like thermal imaging and shit?
Yeah, I
It
don't think it's
depends. It depends what frequency and wavelength of infrared you're talking about.
But okay, so what infrared like radiation can you see with the naked eye? Is what I'm asking then.
You can see 150 nanometer pulse laser infrared radiation.
Jesus.
Jeez. Say that all again, one more time.
You can see you can see 1050 nanometers pulse laser radiation. Infrared radiation, yeah. Or light, whichever way you want to put it.
Go on, James. Google that, mate.
That's
so,
what I'm
so,
doing.
so, so, so do you mean
Nanosecond. Oh, nanosecond. You mean nanosecond pulse?
Nanometer wavelength.
So basically, the stuff that comes out of your remote control and that you can see.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
You can't see the connection. You actually can't.
You can't see what?
So the actual waves of radiation, you can't see them in the same way you can see.
You can see the light that the light you're seeing is the effect of the waves interacting with the environment.
No, but when so you'd only see it at number one at source, and then you'd see it less on TV, right?
So again, you kind of went quiet
Yeah,
halfway.
what you're seeing at the source and what you're seeing at and the TV, that's not infrared.
What TV? What?
No, I'm saying so maybe you're not saying that, but someone said a remote. But if you're talking about what you're seeing, so you're not actually seeing the
remote.
connection from the. Okay, go on. Sorry, go on.
Nah, remotes infrared wavelengths are actually they vary in it. Some remotes you might be able to see, some won't. But if you want to see a remote thing, you can just put your phone's camera on the remote LED and you'll be able to see it.
So you know, like laser pens, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Can I just quickly infrared? Sorry, MA, to cut you off. Is a type of radiant energy that's invisible to human eyes. So what? So you basically disprove.
So what did you write? What did you write?
I just said infrared. I said infrared radiation. I said what types of infrared radiation can you see? And the first thing is what is infrared from life science. And the first introductory paragraph is infrared radiation or infrared light is a type of radiant energy that is invisible to human eyes, but that we can feel as heat. So like a good example is do you know like sensors like for alarms, for like burglar alarms and that?
Yeah.
They use infrared, right? And the infrared, that's where it detects like the changes in heat. So there's like beams going out that when pressed upon something that's, I guess, changes the temperature of the room, it sets off the alarm. But you obviously can't see them. And in the movies, when the people look to see infrared, they use
depending on their wavelengths and depending on the conditions.
James, it says here on Wikipedia, Wiki, this as a reference. Sorry, not as a reference. You can reference it. It says, it's sometimes called infrared light, wavelengths longer than those of visible light. It is therefore generally invisible to the human eye. Although IR, infrared at wavelengths up to 1050 nanometers per second from specially pulsed lasers can be seen. That's exactly almost word for word what my man said still.
Well, that's exactly what I said.
That is what he said. Yeah, no, I'm not. Brother, I didn't say it was wrong. I just.
No, he just wanted to know.
It didn't come up.
No, that's good. That's good. You're seeking knowledge, bro. That's good, man. Respect to that.
No, but hold on. Let me. Can you give me a practical example of that though? Because I don't think I've ever used the pulse laser. That's why I'm interested. Like, what would I be seeing? Just red light? Is that, or how would it look?
Hold on, wait. You see, well, laser pens for a start. What are they? And also, I saw a test the other day, an experiment that these scientists were doing to counteract flat Earth theory, innit? And one was on one side of the lake, and they fired a laser across the lake, and it was visible on the other side of the lake. Obviously, but it was much higher because they were trying to indicate that the actual lake is bent, is bowed.
Yeah. So what they actually do is they showed you the laser from an angle where you can actually see the beam in a shorter what do you call it? Like you're actually looking through the beam rather than looking at it side on.
No,
So
but,
right.
but hold on.
Yeah.
What did you see? Let me see your thing, MA again. So, what infrared is invisible to the naked eye?
It said it is therefore generally invisible to the human eye, although wavelengths up to 1,050 nanometers per second from especially pulse lasers can be seen by humans.
Where are you reading that from? Are you the one screen sharing to me?
Wiki, nah, I can do it. Hold on one second.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm saying. No, I just read the screen. Sorry. Okay, cool. I just read the screen share, and then it just said it's invisible to the naked eye. Sorry. I thought. So then, so you're just you just wikied infrared light, basically.
Yeah, and it's come up with that.
Okay, cool.
Can you see infrared in smoke?
Yeah,
No,
he's saying infrared light is invisible to the naked eye. You can use a few different tools to view it.
But they're saying, Velle, that it is not invisible to the naked eye. They're saying that you can see it.
Well, you can't see it with the naked eye.
Look, yeah, I see it. Is it therefore generally invisible to the human eye, although at IR, like infrared, at wavelengths of up to 1050 nanometers per second from especially, pulse lasers can be seen by humans under certain conditions. But under certain conditions doesn't necessarily demonstrate or doesn't describe the naked eye, right? Because the naked eye,
you can see it with the naked eye under certain conditions. Yeah.
So,
no, but then,
when if there's something in the way, if you've got the infrared glasses on, then you'll be able to see it. If you film it with look through a camera or something, you can see the line or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the cameras will probably catch all sorts of infrared, not only the 1050 range, pulsating laser infrared radiation.
So James, you see where you said where you was asking about seeing it at source and seeing it when it hits an object. Would you class that as not seeing infrared light?
Yeah, no, but I feel like the question that was asked was seeing it radiate, innit? Like, so in the same way there's other, because I can't remember specifically, but the argument they were having was basically not all radiation is bad radiation or something like that, and then they were speaking about actual radiation. So I imagine it was in the context of it radiating. So in the same way, like for example, I don't know, man, you're seeing heat emitted from like an individual through some kind of thermal imaging camera. Yeah, that is picking up on infrared radiation, isn't it? Am I saying that right? You'll be able to see the sort of, you even see the heat that somebody leaves behind in a room. You can even see that when you're looking
depending on how deeply you want to go into it, you can actually see that, but then you're gonna start asking me mad questions about that. So
yeah, no, we can. Well, why not, bro? Listen,
I know, but I'm just not bothered to go into that right now, man. To be honest.
Okay, but all I'm saying is so what MA said is, do you class it as the same thing? I would say no, because
no. Look. Right now, yeah, if you get a 1,050 nanometer wavelength ultraviolet diode. Yeah.
Okay, what's a diode?
A diode, a LED, bro.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Go on.
So you literally you can get it and pulse it twice in your eyes, and you'll see it directly into your eye.
But is that the same as a human being able to see infrared radiation? Because
that is infrared radiation.
I think what it is.
Is it though?
No, James. I think what it is when you're talking about heat, thermal imaging, and stuff like that, that's picking up a particular range of frequencies, isn't it? Like it's not. It's, you know what I mean? It's like that. Yeah, it's not. Maybe it's impossible for us to see that frequency. You get me? Like, does that fall into? In fact, that's a question. Does thermal the heat that comes off a human, and that thermal imaging picks up? Does that fall within the 10,050, whatever you want to call it, limitations of the human sight, or whatever it is?
1050 infrared nanometer. How do you pronounce it? A 1050 nanometer infrared.
1000, yeah, 1000, 1050 nanometer wavelength infrared light or frequency.
Yeah, so wave. So it says. Yeah, so again, it says infrared.
Quickly before just Emmy, but isn't that the same as saying I'm putting on a in a specific mechanism I can pick up, I can use it to demonstrate infrared. But isn't that the same as wearing glasses or some kind of camera that picks up infrared? Because it's a
Listen,
device.
the question that was asked was,
I know, but
can
no,
you see infrared light using the naked eye?
I think
That's
it's radiation, in it, because there is no such
answer
thing.
is yes.
Yeah, radiation. But
Can
arguably
you
you can't
see infrared with the
then
naked eye?
arguably you
Yes,
can't though. No, but to answer his question, argue you can't, because what you're saying is within this mechanized device you can, but then that's to say then
No
he could
device, no device, bro. You need
but it's a pulse laser. What do
infrared
you mean
torch.
it's a device?
Just look at infrared torch, yeah, and your eye. That's all you need.
No, but that's not. No. You're misunderstanding.
Misunderstand what?
No. It's a so you can use it. So any device you say that picks up infrared, arguably you're viewing it through your naked eye. Then.
Oh, that's
not
not
picking it up. Gives out.
It's emitting the light, bro. It's
Huh?
not picking anything up. It's emitting the light. It's emitting the radio. It's not picking anything up.
Explain that. Sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Say what you're
The
trying to.
device that he's talking about is emitting the radiation.
Yes, but with a control that allows for humans to see it. Therefore, it's not the same as can I see it with my naked eye? Because
Why? What's between the light and your eye? That's not making it naked.
So then, all right, cool. So then, arguably, then you're saying one specific type. What's the word, man? One specific frequency of radiation is available, and all others aren't. That's
no. It's up to 1050. So it's a range. It's from red to 1050. It's from the extreme red to 1050.
That you're saying that you cannot see, and then 1050 afterwards
you can see, and that you can see 1050 onwards you can't see.
Oh, okay. So red to 1050 you can see, and then okay, cool.
Yeah, 1050 onwards, then you go into things like X-ray and radio.
So I think that's the real question. I need to understand what.
So basically, see red to violet. You can see those.
So you can see a constant stream up from 1050.
No, look. Red to violet is visible more clearly than what is just over red and just under violet, which is infrared and ultraviolet. You can see them until the point where you can't. And using different methods, you probably can see the higher and lower frequencies. Like using pulses, for example. You can still even see those.
So the question, what was the original question? Can you see radiation?
The question was, can you see infrared using the naked eye? I said yes. Can you see ultraviolet using the naked eye? I said yes.
Yeah.
And then he said, that's it, then I can't speak to you. So, cool.
Who was that anyway? Who were you talking to at the time?
I'd rather not mention, man. Maybe they don't want to be mentioned.
Are you sure? Can you see ultraviolet? So I'm scared to sound retarded here because this is really outside of my wheelhouse. But can you see ultraviolet light?
Yeah.
Ultraviolet light's not just sun rays, is it?
The sun provides ultraviolet light. That's why your white shirt that was washed in, what's that thing called? Aero? What do you call that thing?
Persil or something. Go on, anyway.
Persil, yeah. It shines very brightly in the light. That's actually why in a black light, when you go to the club, it shines blue.
Yeah, hold on. Black light is ultraviolet light, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't see that. Can you see that with naked eye? Like in the daylight?
Yeah. In the daylight, you do, but because of the overwhelmingness of the other 7 colors in the spectrum.
Wait, hold on. You're saying when you turn the lights off, the light that shines from like you know, like the forensic people use, that's ultraviolet light. So yeah, arguably you can see that then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
fair
fact,
enough.
that's the only light that can be visible in the dark.
Yeah. Well, no, all light can be visible in dark.
No.
But you know what?
Okay.
Some black lights are not visible, so it depends what wavelength or frequencies you use.
But is that so? Because this is my thing, yeah, and I'm not trying to win an argument here, honest to God. But I could see a logical argument being made for the specificity of the two ways we're seeing. Someone could arguably say they can't be seen to the naked eye, i.e., human beings from antiquity would not have been able to witness what do you call it, infrared and or UV light. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Actually, to the contrary, they would have been able to witness it a lot better than we can.
Okay, explain that.
Well, we have things that our eyes are glued to 24/7 that damages our eyes, and we are not able to see what a natural man is able to see.
Okay, that's a bit
We
vague.
also,
But I'm saying specifically, without the mechanism, without the devices, would they be able to see the two things we've described? I would argue no.
bro, I'm telling you right now, you're looking at a device that is ruining your eyes and
Yeah,
killing
but
them.
listen. Let's just work within the parameters of the discussion. That's you're gonna go too far. I'm saying specifically based on the two.
No, that's what I was saying.
No, I know. So just wait. So based on the two examples we've given about being able to see UV light and being able to see infrared, without those machines in place, yeah, would somebody have been able to see them in antiquity? Our argument would be no, I guess.
When you say machines, you mean the light emitting machines?
Yeah, the pulse laser and the black light. How else would someone be able to observe UV lights, UV rays, or whatever? And how else
They
would
would
someone
need a source in it. They'll be able to get it from the sun, but otherwise, if there is no sun available, they would need the source of light to begin with. Like,
yeah,
for
but I'm saying they
example,
wouldn't be
there
able
are,
to see it, innit? They would like, as in, so when it was dark back then, they wouldn't have been able to see it, and when it's dark now,
well, they were a lot better at looking
UV
at
light.
seeing in the dark. Would you wonder why that is?
Say again? I didn't hear you.
I said they're better at seeing in the dark. Wouldn't you wonder why that is?
Okay, why is that?
Because they could absorb more of the light spectrum than we can.
By definition, ultraviolet light is beyond violet light and invisible spectrum that can be detected by. Wait, what? By definition, ultraviolet light is beyond violet light and the visible spectrum that can be detected. It cannot therefore be seen directly. Detectors that are sensitive to UV convert it into a form that we can see. In this scenario, however, UV light is being emitted and not received. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. Can humans see ultraviolet light? People with a condition called aphakia, possess ultraviolet vision. Jeez, some mutants walking around, yeah.
Oh, yo, do you want to see a video of one of these mutants?
I think Edgar Davids had something like that.
Yo, do you want to see a video of one of these mutants?
Like a shower, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a video in the chat, yeah, of this kid that can, and there's bare kids like him still, but
okay, what
you can fully see him.
That's probably a better question.
Well, what's a better question?
Well, go on, man.
Well, go on, man.
Come on, brother.
Mess up some. You get me? Let's mess up someone's fucking dreams today, man. Let's debunk some bullshit.
Mess up my dreams, please. Because if you mess up someone else's dreams, they might get upset. So mess up mine. I will volunteer.
You said you're volunteering for the meeting today, yeah?
I'm volunteering, bro. God.
So what are you believing in so far?
I believe that 5G is 24 to 90 gigahertz. And the
go on.
No, go on.
No. First of all, he proved his case about the like, as in whatever the reaction Buddha gave you that like your thing was proper retarded. that like you've got enough information to say to the contrary. So I don't think it's fair to dismiss your shit like that. And then, but why does scientific trigger people so much? Like,
because you know what, he came on and he said, "Look,
That's why
you lot, what you did you hear explanation for why?" Like the answer to your question, basically. Or should I explain it again?
Go on.
He came on the channel, yeah. Like, look what you did. You said, "Yo, what did you say? How can you prove that?" You did it like he just came on. Hey, bruv, you lot are chatting bullshit. You know what I mean? And I said, what was it that was so bullshit that I was chatting? Nah, foolish, stupid, bruv. You guy Vodafone the pasta, yeah, the Vodafone pasta. And I'm like, so what did this guy say that was so wrong? Yeah, nah, bruv, he's a pasta, innit? He's stupid.
Hey, Day, what was
Yeah.
I think he was coming on true. I think Schiffer, you and Schiffer were saying something about the 5G. You were saying he's got some evidence about 5G does something fucked
Yeah.
up.
So what I'd said prior to him coming on was that 24 to 90 gigahertz was where 5G's frequency is, and the active denial system's frequency is only 5 gigahertz over that, which is 95 gigahertz, and the active denial system actually cooks you alive.
Hey, Velle, you know what I'm saying, yeah? I'm cooking up madness right now.
Looking up a madness, yeah?
Alright, let me show you the thing. Hold on.
Asimo, yeah?
I put him on the full screen, Velle.
He's gonna pull out back from that thing.
Chicken
I
in the
full
cage.
screen it.
Yeah, we saying Dutch pot sizzling, yeah?
That's not how you use a Dutch pot, man. You're using that thing, fam.
That's American Dutch pot.
That's American. That's American one, yeah.
American.
Hey,
how can Rod say that? Rod says America.
I full screen that, Velle. Full screen it.
I don't want to break your heart. You know that's not proper, though, isn't it? Ultra. You know that's not proper, isn't it?
Oh no, Ultra.
Nah, that looks proper, man.
That's not proper.
Needs a little bit. Needs a little bit.
Proper. Do you deal with wet batter and dry batter though? Like you're a pro. You're not a pro.
Me, I'm not. Sorry. You're right. You're right. Sorry.
But you revealed. You've showed your cards.
I said that looks proper.
It's not proper.
Colonel.
But we've already clarified I'm not expert in it. So
Colonel.
Colonel.
Jeez. Making bad people hungry, fam.
I give you using my secret blends of 25 herbs and spice. Spicy. What's that? The Corona glove as well, yeah? Say nothing.
No, that's a hot oil glove, bro. You man.
Watching my bubble.
That's the one I saved him from nothing still.
All right, bro, how do you know when it's done, though, Black? How do you know when it's done that you have to take it out?
Yeah, no, he's grinding it off and then he's going to put it in the oven, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to cook it.
Are you going to put him in the oven as well?
So it cooks through, yeah.
Jeez, techniques and that.
No, and put them in one another. I just need to
I should be watching and learning.
Science teachers are always.
Yeah, you got to sort of, cook it through, and then you got to actually cook it in the oven, so that's not too greasy, in it.
Oh yeah.
Jeez. Yo, you lot, can I just switch it back up to the 5G thing that man mentioned?
Yeah, go on.
If you see a big mast in front of your house, what are you going to do about it?
In front of it,
I will personally break it down.
Anyhow, my connection don't work, Reggie. Everything.
They're on top of buildings, are they?
There's big pole ones in it that I've been seeing, like on the internet. like a big like a pole, yeah, with a thing on the top of it.
If it don't help the reception, I said they have to go, man.
No, man. So, I don't know, cook, man.
If it don't help the reception, it has to go, innit? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. What you mean, like cell towers, cell sites, and that?
Hey, what proof have we got? Yeah, that 5G actually does cause any of these issues. Because I've seen some dickheads putting videos on YouTube talking about. One brother was talking about, yeah. Someone sent me a video, yeah, saying I'm driving down the M25 now between Kent and so, yeah. And I was actually on that part of the M25. There's dead birds in the air, the man said. Dead birds in the air. Yeah, we'll just start with that statement. Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
Dead birds in the air. Yeah.
How can there be dead birds in the air?
Right, okay. We'll start with that statement. There was fucking dead birds in the air, and 5G is messing up this, that, and the other, and this, that. What evidence have we got for it? Like?
Hey, Velle, shall I show you some stuff, yeah? Go on Google and write active denial system.
Dead birds in the air.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Write it so you can see what it is that I'm talking about.
I'll read it out. Active denial system is a non-lethal directed energy weapon developed by the U.S. military designed for area denial. Oh yeah, what when dispersing crowds and that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I read that.
This goes past your skin, and this is what I was talking about. That I'm telling you is only 5 gigahertz above the 90 gigahertz of 5G. This is 95 gigahertz. This thing here, yeah. Look, check it. Okay, right. Active denial system frequency 95 gigahertz.
No, he said there was dead birds in the sky, Cotton. He was going, there's dead birds in the sky. There's dead birds.
Don't worry about that. We'll get there. We'll get there. Just one by one. We'll get there. So have we finished this? Shall we go forward? Now, let's write on Google sound frequencies that kills humans.
What frequencies?
Okay. Wait. Sound frequencies that are harmful to humans. Frequencies.
Heavy metal.
To humans. And I'll show you what 177 frequency does. Among the more consistent fine. Okay, you know what? Let me try to search this first. 177
searching like Google.
Civil effect on humans. If you're exposed to 177 decibel sound waves at 0.5 to 8 hertz, it can start messing with your lungs, making your breathing erratic and literally shaking your bones around. Short-term exposures can damage your joints, but the effects of chronic exposure can include nausea and visual impairment. Yeah? This is not electromagnetic waves. This is not microwaves. This is normal sound waves. Sound, like speaker sound, yeah. So, have we got past that now, yeah?
I missed all of that, but I'm assuming what you said was you said there's evidence that those kind of 5G frequencies can affect human health, basically. Is that in a nutshell?
It wasn't exactly that. It was showing that sound waves alone,
yeah,
like what I can play from a speaker, can cause. Let me actually read it word for word, because it seems a bit corona-y, like what I just read. You know what I mean?
All right. Let me read this then, what you just read.
Shall I read it again first?
About the health risks of 5G related. 5G does not cause coronavirus. That was on the first line. Let me just click on the page.
What you searched on Google, 5G does not cause coronavirus.
No, I said how. I said what? Does 5G cause any illnesses?
5G could be responsible. What this is what we were saying about the connection between 5G and the coronavirus is that we know that inducing waves into another wave creates a interference pattern, a disruption of waves. The peaks push the peaks higher, the dips pull the dips lower, and then the medians interfere and create median dip, not dips, but medium. Now you can push a human cell in a different direction. We know that cells can be manipulated using waves. So what we're saying is that it's yo.
Yeah, he's ringing still. Let me read this out while he's ringing, innit? Yeah.
Jeez, that's the active denial.
Yo, I'm gonna jump back on 1 second.
Man, you can hear me, yeah?
I'm reading the thing that you said. Like,
yeah. Let me just read this quickly, yeah. 5G has been hyped for a few years. This is the year that carriers begin the process of rolling out the new wireless standard. AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint have all started to deploy their networks in the first half of the year. New wireless availability is still a year or more away. 5G will get a foothold in a little more than a handful of cities this year. Update: with the onset of coronavirus pandemic, a number of viral social media conspiracy theories have speculated that 5G is the cause of the world's current problem. Simply put, these claims are factually false. 5G does not cause coronavirus. Related: no coronavirus. No, 5G does not cause coronavirus.
I think. Do you know what would be more interesting? Yeah, because
wait, James. Velle, what was the purpose of reading that out?
What was the purpose of reading that out? To see whether 5G causes coronavirus. That's what was hard trying to speculate. It was.
So who's talking? What's the reference? What like I just heard a bunch of words and no evidence.
What evidence do you got?
What was it? No, what was the purpose of reading that out? What does it prove? It's just who's talking and what are they, you know what I mean? Like what I don't understand what that was.
It was just the article on 5G. It was the top of the list of can 5G cause illness?
Right, so
can 5G cause illness? That's what I've typed in. Will 5G cause health problems? What are the symptoms of 5G exposure?
5G has been confirmed safe by Radiation Watchdog. No scientific evidence says that technology poses threat to human health, say experts. 5G is safe according to the international body in charge of setting limits on the exposure of radiation, which has updated its advisory guidelines for the first time in more than 20 years. The International Commission of Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, ICN, whatever, the Germany-based scientific body that assesses the health risk of radio broadcasts, called for new guidelines for millimeter wave 5G, the most high-frequency version of the telecommunication standard. But in practice, that form of 5G, which is used in the US and will be coming to Europe, still has output levels significantly below the new maximum. Dr. Erin von Rogen said of the ICNIRP chair said, "We know parts of the community are concerned about the safety of 5G, and we hope the updated guidelines will help put people at ease. The guidelines have been developed after a thorough review of all relevant scientific literature, scientific workshops, and extensive public consultation process. They will provide protection against all scientifically substantiated adverse health effects due to, in brackets, electromagnetic field exposure in the 100 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz range. The radio frequencies 5G uses in the UK are similar to those that have been used for mobile telephones since 1998, when the ICNIRP published its first set of guidelines for the EMF exposure. But millimeter wave 5G and other broadcast connections above 6 gigahertz band were not anticipated in 1998, end quotes, according to Dr. Jack Rowley, the Senior Director for Research and Sustainability at GSMA, the industry body for mobile network operators. Higher frequencies interact with organic tissue differently, dissipating more energy at the surface and penetrating less, which means the new standards take measurements across a smaller cross-section and specifically pay attention to the power absorbed by it rather than simply exposed to a body. The most important thing is that the fundamental health risk assessment is unchanged, Rowley said. The limits that we had in 1998 are still protective now. In practice, both the old and new limits are unlikely to be breached in the conventional operation of a mobile phone network. Exposure from base stations hit about 1% of the maximum, Rowley said, while the testing regime for mobile phone handsets ensured that when running at the maximum possible power, they hit about 50% of the upper limit. In our day-to-day usage, however, it's very similar to the base stations, about 1% of the maximum. Despite overwhelming evidence that 5G, like earlier mobile standards, is safe for the public, a large community of skeptics fear it will cause or already is causing health problems, including supposedly coronavirus. There is no evidence to support the link between the two.
So also, yeah, like I was saying, where's the evidence that this 5G has been killing animals and birds are dropping out of the sky and all this bullshit? Because like, when I'm driving around the M25, I've seen birds fly through the air. I ain't seen no shit to drop out of the sky.
You two sound very unscientific at the moment. And I'm not saying that you're supposed to assume that things are happening, but in fact, like we've said in the last couple of days or whatever, I think on CC James, about the idea that scientists assent to particular ideas that are put forward by non-scientific minds at times, right?
Bro, you know what I feel about the coronavirus. I don't know enough about the 5G to see a link, but I would ask you this: what are the protections in place? Seeing as everybody understands the mechanisms that they've used to create and orchestrate this corona virus sort of pandemic, what are the protections that the major leaders, or the ones who, maybe it's not the major leaders, whoever this mysterious shady cabal of individuals who are planning this 5G expansion to create the coronavirus, what protections do they have in place? Is it like a lead lined building that they're all fucking hiding away in, like some sanctuary? What?
I suppose that could help.
I would suggest that something like 5G. Let's imagine that 5G has caused a mutation in a particular virus or whatever. Yeah, I would suggest that sometimes these things happen by accident, innit? And that doesn't make the thing any less dangerous. But we don't have to always think that it's a mass collusion going on. You get me? Sometimes things happen by mistake. Sometimes they happen on purpose, but there's a very few people that know about it. So I'm saying all options are open at the moment, because
what
that's
evidence?
a good position to hold, M.A. Brown.
You're going to bring to prove or to at least speculate that 5G is causing any harm to anyone?
Bro, we're in early days. Like, we've only just locked down London. You get me? We're in very early days. We don't have anything, but that doesn't mean that we're not supposed to search.
But isn't it fair to say that, for example, so that I imagine that, so that is a more reasonable or logical conclusion. I'm not sure if it is actually. Let me rephrase that. But it sounds smarter to someone dumb like me, yeah, that you're saying that a flu exposed to 5G could potentially catalyze some mutation. Yeah, cool.
That's what me and Shifo were saying.
Okay. Well, I don't think Shifo was saying that. I
don't know. When I said it, he agreed with me.
You'll come out bad on the other end, because there's a bag of shit.
No, but look, when I said that, Shifa agreed with me, so I can only assume based on what you said.
But I'm saying to you that would you? So this is the thing, right? There are skeptics that are highly qualified in the world. I don't think you're the smartest skeptic that we're going to find on planet Earth. There are real smart, so people that don't believe in the mainstream narrative, that are really smart and that have enough sort of funding to be able to conduct their own experimentation, any kind of traction in that experimentation. And you're right, the media, the powers that be would fucking obscure their shit, would obfuscate their shit enough so that you and I couldn't see them. But I would assume that there would at least be some kind of evidence, to like some kind of basic primitive understanding evidence to support it. Can you provide that at least, like as in virus?
No, but I'm not saying it's a fact.
Radio wave interaction. Can you prove that at least? And then
I'm not saying it as a fact. I'm saying, I'm just literally pointing out the fact that that is a possibility.
Right, but I'm saying, but the hypothesis that the rich skeptic would use, that would have to be substantial, because they're scientists. They'll be like, yeah, I could see how that was possible. Could you even prove that in any way that radio?
If you can get me tools that can recreate 5G in a closed environment and then microscopes and some coronavirus subjects, then maybe.
You see, with the conspiracy side, yeah, the conspiracy side can just basically say anything, yeah. But then if you read from an expert that's done the test and even understands the shit more than all of us laymen's understanding, yeah, like James just read out that the experts carried out their test or whatever. Man's not gonna believe what they say, but then if someone who's got enough, I don't know, who's got enough of a convincing voice on YouTube says, "Oh, yeah, man, 5G kills so and so," everyone to believe them. It's not about what.
Wait, Velle, you see mobile phones, yeah?
Who said that though?
Wait. You see mobile phones, yeah? And even laptops and stuff, yeah? Do you think that when they released like Motorola and all these things that they said don't put it near your balls because it might fry up your testicles in it?
Say that again?
I said when mobile phones were first mass released to the public, yeah? Do you think that they were putting a warning, don't put the phone next to your dick because it might fuck up your sperm and give you testicular cancer and thing?
If you read the small print in the actual mobile phone, it probably told you to hold the phone a certain distance from your head, don't have it on so and so times. All the small print was probably in there. But
when it was first released, I doubt it. I very much doubt it. I very much doubt it completely. You know what I mean? Like
new phones, yeah, maybe.
Over time.
I'm leaning towards they probably did say it, yeah, but I'm saying that there's no way for me to prove that.
No, we could probably find that out. But what I'm saying is,
I can show you iPhone's documents that tells you these things, but they're more recent. They're not like the old school ones.
But lads, I think it's more like, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel
I'm
like
just trying to wait, James. What I'm trying to do, because like I'm a bit baffled as to like the approach that Velle's taking right now.
No. I mean, Ron, you know why it's different? Because remember, when mobile phones were first released, think about the analog signals that they were using. There was no internet. It was literally just telephone. Obviously, with then we had GSM. Then it moved to 3G, 4G. You would assume that with the up in technology, the terms and conditions would have to change. It's possible that when mobile phones were first released, they didn't necessarily need that warning.
That's a good point. That's a good
mobile phones.
But
You're
also,
saying
respiratory diseases have been mutating historically, like, you know, be it swine flu, be it SARS, be it Spanish flu, and different. And there has been, like, if we bother to look, there have been different or sort of years where people have regarded the flu as far more dangerous or severe that year. So when it comes to respiratory illnesses, I feel like, and these easily transmittable illnesses, I feel like there are a lot relating the 5G directly to corona. So listen, like, there are genuinely verifiable conspiracy, and I bet you Zero could tell you a bag of them conspiracy. And not, I don't even like saying conspiracy.
Is it okay if I stop you there? You and Velle keep using the word conspiracy. No one said conspiracy.
Oh, but forget conspiracy. Right, no. You're saying, hold on. You're saying they are.
There's no conspiracy.
Hold on. You're saying people that are in the know are conspiring to prevent information being let out. That's what you are saying.
No.
I'm not saying that at all. I didn't say that at all, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is possible for waves to mutate cells. That's all I'm saying.
And I would add to that, it's not necessarily a conspiracy. Like what I said before about things occurring by accident. That's not a conspiracy. That's not the definition of a conspiracy.
No, but no. Be honest.
Okay, someone's conspiring to do something is deliberate.
No, but then you're saying, so what you saying? All the experts, hold on. So what you saying? All the experts are redundant. That you men are the smartest men on the planet. That you're the only ones that
No. Wait, Velle, 1 second. Hold on.
So
I'm not saying that. And you can use your intellect. You can use your intellect to not be pushing in that direction so hard. You could say, what else could you say to counteract what you've just said?
I don't know.
So where I'm saying that obviously a conspiracy indicates that it's deliberate, yeah? And then you're saying that the experts that have done all the tests, all of the tests, yeah? All of the tests. Wait, all of the tests.
Who said all of the tests? I said done enough tests for them.
Wait. They must be, like, that's you're of the opinion that I must be saying that they must be lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, can you hear this? Hear this for a second. Can you hear this?
That all of the tests might not have been done. There's plenty of examples in history where people have tested and tested and tested, and the government have signed it off, and they put a little fucking "this is certified organic" sticker on the shit, yeah, and then they've mass produced it and put it out, and then tutus now, after 15 years, they've found out it's fuckery.
Yeah, cool. So let's do it simply. This is the simplest way to do it, right? Do you believe? So just go. I beg everyone keep it as short as they can. Go through everyone, yeah. They done everyone. So I'm gonna start. Do I believe that 5G causes corona? I don't have any evidence to believe it, so I don't believe it. Go.
The point I was making was that if there's experts in the field that are pointing towards one way, and there's no other evidence pointing towards the other way, if a man's going to believe something, at least bring some evidence that we can say, right, that's linked to this, that, and the other. And do you know what I'm saying? Like that, then we can at least
Velle, I missed a lot.
Can everyone answer that quickly, just so we know where we all stand? Because then no one can make claims on anybody else and say they were disrespecting each other. So, do you believe that, Velle? Do you believe that 5G caused coronavirus?
There's no one's showed me no evidence that points towards that.
Okay, Day done. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's possible. I don't know if that's the cause of it.
But I'm saying, what do you believe at this current juncture? So you can change your mind, bro. You're not under.
I don't know what to believe, bro. It could be mutated from animals from China. Could come from America to China. Could be because of 5G. Who knows, bro?
So do you believe it was because of 5G?
I don't believe anything, bro.
All right, cool, great. Ma.
Yeah, the same. I don't believe that it was caused by 5G because I have no evidence. However, I'm open to any suggestions that make sense to me.
Okay. Well, I just think it's fair if right now, because I'll easily concede I'm not smart enough. I feel like this is what Velle's saying, because you're saying like it's far to defer to experts at this current point. The second I've got any reason to believe that they would A, lie, B, have it wrong, or C, there is far more compelling evidence, I'll be in the other camp instantly.
Yeah. This is why I was asking. I think I missed it. What did the experts say? Did you read something out? I must have missed it when I was on a call. Hold on.
We're in that. Are we not like being that 5G has just come along to the public, yeah, and that we know that when people have invented new shit and they want to sell it out to the masses, they're quick to do so, and they will at times bypass certain safety checks, innit?
100%.
We're in that space now where there's a reason why everyone's asking, what is this 5G? There's a reason.
I would say, do you know what, M.A. Brown, bro? I would say yeah and no, yeah. Why I would say no, yeah, is because there's obviously certain industry standards that have to be passed, innit? So you can't bypass what there's certain standards, innit? Like there's tests that you have to meet for it to go past this level and for it to be able to come to market. Because if I take it home and I can provide a test on this product to show that it causes harm in whatever, or the parts on it ain't measured to CE standard, where the parts are going to come off and I could swallow it and die or something like that. If there's any parts like that, the company can get sued and the whole company can go down.
Let me just respond to that really quickly, yeah? So with 5G, like I thought this when you lot were talking, yeah. With 5G, imagine with 5G, yeah, you've got the mast, and then you've got the wavelengths, and you've got a certain amount of distance that you have to be away from it to be safe. If you're standing there and you're using 5G pole as a pillow, yeah, then it's a different situation. It's like with my phone, yeah. I know that when I put my phone either on my lap or on my lap, yeah, at times I do feel a sensation. Like, no word of a lie, I feel a sensation, and it's not coming from. But sometimes I do it, and I don't even clock that I've done it, and I only realize when I feel a sensation down below. Real talk, right? So I'm saying, I'm serious. I'm really serious. And then,
hey, you sure it wasn't a white woman walking past?
Yeah, that's you. I would like really and truly, you can ask the question: are mobile phones safe? Period. Because if they are proven to cause any type of cancer or whatever, like, should we even be using them like that? Like, it's a mad thing. Should we be wearing special trousers and shit? Like,
we know mobile phones are not safe, innit? But James, 1 second. James, I wanted to say, like, you're kind of making it sound like, and I don't want to say that this is what you're saying, but I just want you to clarify that these experts that you're talking about, will deny the fact that 5G could possibly cause mutations, because you're saying if you ask the experts, like you're saying,
No,
like
I asked
they
you that
are
question.
actively denying it.
No, but I said for you. I said for the base premise for a skeptic attempting to falsify the current the current assertion. Yeah, for the skeptic who doesn't believe, who believes they're all lying and wants to falsify and prove that it caused the mutation. Does their premise, or does the premise for their hypothesis, is that even a coherent argument? So, and then I would need you to provide that. So let's say not completely separate from this, providing that radio. So for you to have your belief, for example, can radio waves impact virus mutation? And if you give any kind of evidence to support that, then we can also obviously make perfect sense, right? That's what I was asking you. So I feel like,
do you believe if you ask the experts, they will say no?
Yeah, so hold on. So then at this current juncture, until there is the relevant material, I would have to agree with them, because I don't know enough to dispute.
Is that a responsible position to take? It might be a logical.
It is, brother. If you're
wait, James, I'm saying it might be a logical one, but is that an entirely?
I'll be back, guys.
All right, in a bit.
Of course, it's responsible. What do you mean responsible? Logical entails responsible entails logical.
If I
be responsible,
if I come into your house, and I pull out this black box out of my pocket and I put it in your living room, I'm saying this thing, I'm a scientist, by the way, and I say this thing.
But who are you, though?
No, I'm just saying. Imagine if I'm a scientist and I come.
What does that mean? Scientist doesn't mean anything. If you're charged with, if you're the guy that's in charge of bringing boxes into houses and making sure they're safe, then I will trust you. Why wouldn't I?
No, but then I tell you that this thing is for a certain purpose. Yeah. Okay. For example, you know the what are their meters called now that they're fitting into yards? What's it called? You know the meters that they got for the electric and gas. What's it called?
I don't know. Gas, electric,
smart meters.
Smart meters. That's it. Smart meters. So if they're not telling you, okay, these smart meters are safe. They're not even having a conversation about whether they're safe or not. They're just giving it to you. Yeah, they're just giving it to you. So in the next 20, 30 years, whenever they bring something into your yard, are you going to question it at all?
Yeah, I'll question them.
Of course, but
you're being dumb.
You know what it is though. Yeah, it's that
I'm saying that to the response for me anyway. The responsible thing to do would be to be skeptical and research as much as possible. Not
yes, so I'm saying, bro. No. Now you're being different. I said, you've got a hypothesis. Provide any kind of substantive evidence for that hypothesis. No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. No, you have to listen. You have to listen to what I'm saying, because you didn't understand it, and that's why you come with your premise. Is it possible? Is it possible? So if you got burgled tomorrow, and one of your theories is that a human flew into your bedroom.
Hold on, G.
They flew from the sky into your bedroom window, and you come in like, well, how do you know that someone didn't fly? Well, I would need proof first of a fucking flying human for me to even contemplate whether or not that was possible. So if you're saying and getting all scientific with the jargon, the mutation of the viruses and the radio frequencies of some 1 megahertz, and prove that's even possible, fathomable outside of this, So right. Then we can all say, we agree, that could happen, it could be.
Okay, all right. The difference in the perspectives, that we have is I'm not willing, like that example was shit, by the way. The difference in perspectives that I have with you is that I'm not willing to just allow things to just enter my life if I can avoid it before I've done.
Example shit.
Wait. I'm not willing to allow things to just enter my life like that until I've done that investigation, right? To the best of my ability and my resources, isn't it? Like I don't understand the idea. I don't understand
why that was shit though.
Have you got any children, James? Have you got any children?
No, you know I don't. I'm showing you.
Right. Oh yeah. Whatever. So if you haven't got no children, if you had children, and I think probably most parents would probably have a similar position, is that they're looking to like be skeptical and maybe avoid these these kind of unknown quantities entering their life.
You're having two different arguments here, man.
No, it's not a different argument because it's about responsibility, bro.
But can we stop talking about? Hold on.
If I wouldn't want something coming into my life because of my child, then I don't want it for me either.
Can you hear this? Can you hear this? Can you hear me in one statement?
Bro, it's like who would you trust in MA? The expert.
Sorry, go on.
But who you gonna trust though? The expert in the field, or do you know what I'm saying? Like, or what research are you gonna do to find out if these things are safe?
Hold on. Emma, please, I got to say this to you. No one's arguing about safety. So whether something on safety is an interesting discussion, because then it also, there's other forms of safety. Like what about privacy? What about the move towards a police state? What about the fact that it's been used in conjunction with this global warming? We can have right. So safety is not the imperative, is the operative issue here. What is operative is we're saying, does it cause coronavirus? You said my example was shit. No. Hold on. My example.
Can it cause cell mutation?
Hold on.
Just one sec, brother. It's kind of developed from that part of the conversation into a conversation about incorporating new shit into people's lives, and whether we incorporate it then question, or whether we question and then accept it because we've done
it hasn't, because me and you the main
that's definitely where it's moving to, because unless you want to stick unless you want to stick on hold on. Unless you want to stick on 5G and Corona.
My man's responding to us. He's responding to me and Velle, saying that we're defending scientists kind of thing. A man saying no, a specific claim was made about it causing a specific thing. Then if man looks up on any literature that man is available to man, is saying that that's not the case. So until there is available literature, is it not logical and fair for man to say, okay, we don't believe that it causes corona, bro? Anything outside of that, any emotional pleas to whether you have children, be responsible, that's got fuck all to do with fuck all, bro. Is it safe? I don't know. Is it causing corona? Probably not. That's the argument here. That's what you're hearing from us.
Sorry, James, where's the literature that shows that it doesn't cause cell mutation?
Okay, so that's the new argument, saying cell mutation. Yeah?
All right, cell mutation. I'm gonna stick to what you said. The text that you said you found, can you help me find it also, please?
Not text. I just read the article from The Guardian saying. Hold on.
Read it out again.
The International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, the ICNIRP, the Germany-based scientific body that assesses the health risks of all radio broadcasts, call for new guidelines for millimeter wave to the most high frequency version. But in practice, that form of 5G, which is used in the US, will be coming from Europe, still has the output level significantly below the maximum. The Dr. Eric Van Rongen, the ICNIRP chair, said, "We know parts of the community are concerned about the safety of 5G, and we hope the updated guidelines would help put people at ease. The guidelines have been developed after a thorough review of all relevant scientific literature, scientific workshops, and extensive public consultation processes. They provide protection against all scientifically substantiated adverse health effects due to electromagnetic field exposure in the 100 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz range." I'll find some more quotes.
But James, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's more important. Yeah, Joe's actually mentioned a few of the other things. Yeah. Do you mind, Day One? Just one sec. I just need to. We're getting bogged down at this point, but there's so much more to unpack in this situation, in this scenario. Like, for example, the fact that there's early treatment. I don't know. This is perhaps something more kind of in line with what we're talking about and discussing, where they're saying there's no treatment, there's no vaccine or whatnot, yeah. But there's been basically a French professor called Professor Didier Raoult, I think. He's from Marseille. He's this is all like mainline. If you just put in Didier Raoult chloroquine, yeah. Chloroquine is this. It's been popularized by Trump talking about anti-malaria as a possible treatment of that, but really and truly goes back to the science. There's a few scientists behind this who are doing studies, who have done studies on the name is DIDIERRAOULT. That's the name of the professor I was mentioning, Didier Raoult from the University of Marseille. But so he's done studies on the effectiveness of this anti-malaria drug chloroquine in early stage treatment. Now, this is just a quick point. The early stage treatment here. This is a very important distinction to be made. That it only works when you treat corona, with this anti-malaria drug early stage. As in, if it gets on too long, or if it goes on for too long, then it's not going to be effective at all. Now, what France has done, and this, I'm doing a video on this, but France has very, very conveniently lost its medical reserves of this chloroquine. And they're talking about using it, like to scale up the study that this French guy did in Marseille, using it, but in late stage treatment. So meaning that effectively what we're going to hear now is that this drug is not effective when it comes to treating corona, but because they're treating it at the wrong time, too late, as opposed to earlier on. Do you get me? But yeah, that's an example of how, scientists it can be fudged in order that, the pharmaceutical companies who would stand to make more money if they were able to repatent or make another drug, as opposed to the quite cheap and readily available anti-malaria drug.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah. That's the thing in question. Yeah. So there's even, and you know what the funniest thing is now? Yeah. Go on.
I just wanted to check, how did that sort of link up with what we was talking about the 5G thing?
See, I knew this wasn't gonna be finished, Ziria, man. I feel like I should put this to rest. So, James and Velle, are you looking for studies to show how waves can destroy cells or mutate them?
No, we're not looking for studies. You need to provide what these studies are. If you're saying, because
I'm saying, is that what you're asking for? A study that...
we're asking for the evidence of the damage that 5G can cause. If there's any evidence that is proving that, then cool, we're going to accept that. That's what we were saying.
Let me try and jump in.
When there's no evidence,
the thing is, scientific studies have showed that even weaker waves have destroyed DNA tissue. Once we say this, because scientific research has showed that even weaker waves than 5G destroys DNA and breaks it away. So 5G would be obviously a lot more harmful than that.
No. Okay, listen. Hold on. You need to slow down a bit. Look. So I would give you a very simple example of how waves can damage DNA. So, for instance, remember we was talking about ultraviolet light. So the sun emits ultraviolet light.
Yeah, but Buddha, before you carry on, is it going to be how 5G waves damages cells, or just how waves damages cells? Because as James read out
about 5G though.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying first of all. Because as James read out in the first article, he read out that the wave levels that the 5G is putting out is not in the dangerous zone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
This is what I've been trying to say for the past maybe 4 or 5 hours. Same like TV transmissions are a wave because they're radio, same as FM, same as CB, same as all of these different waves are non-ionizing things. The smallest amount of ionizing radiation, which is what I think the Born is talking about, or Dayborn, whatever, Daydun. That the smallest amount of ionizing radiation. So, if, for example, even if you go near a piece of plutonium that's locked inside a case, it's still radioactive. If you go near it, you're going to get sick because that's ionizing, penetrating radiation, similar to gamma, similar to X-ray, similar to alpha. You with me? But being right next to a communication tower that's transmitting is not going to kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, man, I beg you don't look at. I beg you don't look at. Sorry, I beg you don't look at the links that I put in the back chat, innit?
the point I was going to make was this. So everybody accepts that long-term exposure to waves of any form can have an effect. Everyone accepts that, yeah?
Say that again.
Everyone accepts that long-term exposure to any form of wave. Yeah, so for example, long-term exposure.
So like we talk about like Wi-Fi or like 4G and 3G and shit.
Just let him say it. Let him say it.
The problem with that is the long-term studies ain't been done. So, for example, like I was giving the example of the sun, because everyone understands this. Long-term exposure to the sun will give you mutated cells in your skin, which will cause melanoma cancer. Yeah, so that's a very simple example. Yeah, so in the same way that UV can cause damage, it's only plausible to expect that any form of exposure to something on a long term can have either a positive or a negative effect, but an effect nevertheless. For example, virus, UV, ultraviolet UV light kills viruses. And that's a fact. It's not like, do you get what I'm saying? So here we have an example of a wave killing a virus. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the waves can kill cells, manipulate them, mutate them, and destroy them.
But like he's obviously
Yeah,
delivering.
Because if I need to ask a question, I'm gonna ask the blood clot question, man. You think we're just gonna stay there and just speak to myself? I need to ask the blood clot question, man. What do you mean? Every time I'm gonna ask a question, I'm gonna ask it every time, fam. Don't ever feel shame to ask no questions, yeah, or to get clarification of anything. Don't let none of these men make you feel shame for asking that, man.
I hear that. Man, just asking. I'm just asking you, why is like obviously yours and James Jones's stance is quite clear, isn't it? That you trust experts to safeguard your family, yeah, regardless of what we know about the system and these type of things, yeah. And I'm just noting that is a lot of like, rather than being open to the possibilities, it's like you're trying to shut it down immediately. That's what I'm noting, isn't it? Like, have a read.
You can know that still. That's not you to know that still, man. But like,
have a read.
Yeah, man, that's you, isn't it, man? Like, you get me, like. You're entitled to have your opinion, man. Man's not questioning you to have an opinion in it, man. But like I said,
can I read you something from the Journal of Environmental Health Science and Engineering? Is that all right? Yeah.
The stuff that
to be honest, sorry, is that MA?
Can I read you something from the Journal of Environmental Health Science and
Hold
Engineering?
on. I just wanted to address Mr. MA. I think it was MA that was speaking.
Yeah.
But Bigger's actually right in what he's saying. There are standards that exist within the UK and Europe and all the rest of it. That when you're releasing a product onto our market, it has to go through rigorous testing. So if they were to test this 5G and they found that it was any kind of detrimental problems to society or to the well-being of society, it wouldn't have got sanctioned within the UK. And that's
so how do you explain Coca-Cola?
Hey, listen to this, yeah. Like, obviously, I do plumbing, yeah. The parts that you use in plumbing, yeah, have to be BSE, British Safety Standard. You get me? So
who are they? Sorry, who are they? And who are they run by? Tell me who they are.
They're run by the government to make sure that they're run by the builder's body to make sure that all the parts are to standard, that they're going to work properly, that they're going to do what they actually say on the label.
The Union Jack Kite thing you're talking about, Biggs.
Yeah, the British standards.
Yeah.
So they're telling you can only buy our parts, so no one else gets money.
No. They're saying that the parts have to meet a certain standard.
What would you?
Yeah, the parts have to meet a certain standard. Yeah. Now hold on a sec, buddy. Yeah, but I'm just saying the parts have to meet a certain standard before they're released to the public for public consumption. So it has to pass a certain test. So that means that it has to do what it says. So if you're gonna solder an elbow onto a bit of pipe here, it's not gonna fall off in a year or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna last actual time. Yeah, it's not just gonna corrode. The copper that it's made of is made of proper copper that's gonna last the time. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just there's standards and things like checklists that it has to pass before it's fit for consumption.
All right, let me go one better. Or if not the same. What would you rather? If you bought an Apple phone and you got a charger, would you rather a normal Apple charger or would you like a cheaper Apple charger?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, isn't it?
Exactly. But why? Because you trust in the standards that the Apple use in their testing of their products, as opposed to a cheap Chinese imitation one, which might or might not blow up. So it's the same sort of thing. If you can have trust in those legit companies testing and retesting and double testing all of their products, because they get sued if they use an Apple charger and it blows up.
But who's going to sue them and who's going to carry out the sewage?
You lot, that's
Carry the
one of
sewage,
the-
did you say? So what you have is you have joint action classes where a bunch of people who this has happened to will get a lawyer and take the whole company to court.
All right, and
You
the
lose
guy
your
who
whole
owns all
company.
the lawyers and the
Listen,
courts will
yeah.
shut that down.
If you got check it like this, yeah. If you got a toy shop, if you got a fucking toy market stall, yeah, on any flipping high street market, yeah, and you're selling fake versions of toys, yeah, and one of the kids it licks the lead paint from the toy and fucking dies, you'll be charged for that. It's you that will go down for that. So then this part, that's why you have to buy parts that have passed if it's not the European standard, at least the British standard. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like you
but
can't.
if you're in
been tested to that
coordination with the
level.
people who make the rules, no one can really say shit to you. And then if that
Say again?
baby eats that thing, if you're in coordination with those who make these rules and standards, no one can say shit to you. And if the baby eats the thing, you can blatantly say, yeah, well,
Yeah, but
my guy
usually
standardized it, so it's calm, your baby's done.
No.
When they do
when you
industry
sell
standard,
something,
yeah, industry standard testing is usually independent, bro. It's an independent body. Like the
How come
British
no one said
standard
that they ain't
testing thing, it's
Coca-Cola?
independent. It's not linked to the government.
liability insurance.
Can I just say something? Yeah, I just googled how many products have been recalled in the last 4 years. Yeah, I beg you go and Google that. You guys are like,
bad products have been recalled.
Wait, man.
Humans make mistakes, mate.
Hold on, wait a second. I know exactly.
Thank you. Wait. M.A. Brown, Velle, say that again, please.
I'm gonna jump on that. Don't worry, Dylan.
Repeat that before you carry on.
There's testing thing levels.
Just repeat it.
Yeah, I'll just repeat it, bro. I repeated it. I said humans make mistakes, bro, but there is testing levels that have to be passed.
Allow me to finish. Yeah. What's bugging me, is that I know that everyone on this panel is smart enough to apply a slightly better critical analysis of the situation. Yeah, and I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying I find it really, really strange. Yeah. Forget the whole conspiracy, whether we're on this in this camp or whether we're in this camp. Yeah? Like there's clear evidence that corporations and NGOs and whoever it is, and the guy down the road and whatever, it's like there can be situations where things are manufactured and they're either manufactured wrong or they're not tested. Look at fucking Grenfell, bro. What are we talking about? Like, what are we really talking about here? Like,
the people at Grenfell didn't buy the correct standard of cladding.
Wait,
that's what the issue was. If they didn't buy the correct one, that doesn't mean that it was the tested version that went wrong.
Nah, they bought the correct one.
They didn't. They bought a cheaper version.
Hold on,
they bought a cheaper version.
Velle, wait, because there was a whole list of situations that occurred to enable Grenfell, including deregulation, right? So let's not talk like their man just bought some cheap shit and whatever.
I'll tell you what, I want to know where you buy your food and everything from. Where do you buy your stuff from? What shops do you go to?
Bro, listen, man went around Grenfell. I used to chill in there. I could tell you the whole story. Like, you don't want to get into that, bruv. If you want me to get into that, I'll explain to you. It wasn't just the cladding. They put them. All right, Velle, I beg you tell me if you know the main gas pipe, the main gas pipe to the whole block, in the middle of the fire escape staircase.
Right in the middle.
Who put that in there? That's the architect put that in there. That's not the...
Nah, bro, that's when
the architect... Listen, do you know how to construct a building? Do you know how a building's constructed?
The building was
laid out first of all.
The gas pipe
plans laid out first of all.
Thing.
Yeah, there's plans laid out first of all that the architect lays out all the plans and everything that has to get passed by whoever is his senior. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's my man's fault that laid out the plans like that. If they laid out the plans like that,
so there was someone. There's someone who had these faults. A, they took off the sprinklers. B,
I'll tell you what's funny though. What's funny what you man are trying to do, No, but listen, let me say this though, because what you man is trying to do, let me finish what I'm saying though. What you man are trying to do, is now switch every single testing standard now that like I have to defend every single standard of testing. When I'm saying that right. If when it was with the 5G thing that we was just talking about, James read out article from the experts in the field saying that 5G doesn't cause that damage, and I'm saying
let me read my article from experts in the field.
Before that, what I was talking about was that there's independent testing things for when you purchase stuff, like anything that you buy from a consumer, like purposes, like that you can either use in your house or you can eat or whatever, has to have pass a certain standard before it's brought into the country.
Bro, do you know the standards that are?
Or before it's sold.
You know the regulations, yeah. So the laws that are passed for these things that you're talking about, yeah. So these laws are passed. So say in America they're passed maybe by the Senate or by local council or whatever. I'm not sure how it works in local council, but the Senate passed most of those things, yeah. So you know that they are lobbied by corporations. This is why I'm saying, like, we're smarter than this. I don't understand why we're kind of pretending that these things don't go on, right? Like I said, I just typed in how many products were recalled in the last 4 years. If you type that in, yeah, and you said, yeah, humans can make errors. They can also make deliberate decisions that are for the benefit of profit as well, right? Just like Grenfell. That's why I brought it into the equation. Man's not trying to get you to justify and whatever no, I've just used one example to illustrate the point. That's it. Like, and look, they done. I beg you, just read out the article, whatever you've got in it.
All right, look, I'm gonna.
But then after, yeah, let me ask you, man, a question after it, because it's like a can't in there.
This is the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information. This comes from the Journal of Environmental Health Science and Engineering. Extreme low frequency electromagnetic fields cause DNA strand breaks in normal cells. Here, abstract background. Sorry. Extremely low frequency electromagnetic fields aren't considered a real carcinogenic agent, despite the fact that some studies have shown impairment of the DNA integrity in different cell lines. The aim of this study was evaluation of the late effects of 100 hertz and 5.6. I don't know what this MT is, to be honest. Like, let's check that out. MT, small M, big T. All right, we'll find that's some sort of unit of measurement. If someone can find that, 5.6 MT electromagnetic field applied continuously or discontinuously on the DNA integrity of viral cells assessed by alkaline comet assay and by cell cycle analysis. Normal viral cells were exposed to extremely low frequency electromagnetic fields, 100 hertz, 5.6 MT, for 45 minutes. The comet assay and cell cycle analysis were performed 48 hours after the treatment. Results. Exposed samples presented an increase of the number of cells with high damaged DNA as compared with non-exposed cells. Quantitative evaluation of the comet. You know what? The rest is, I think I said enough information, yeah? This is some low frequency wave damaging DNA, and it's not considered as a real carcinogenic agent, despite the fact that this study exists and other studies exist to show to the contrary. Now, you're telling me that these people are not considering this thing to be harmful, despite the fact that it blatantly in reality is and is testable. Like, you're telling me some low force will damage your DNA, but some stronger version won't.
Hello.
All right, so go on. You ask a question quickly, Buddha, then I'm going to ask a question after.
So when you're speaking of that, what are they actually talking about? What kind of waves? Is it sound wave, light wave? What are they talking about?
I believe it's electromagnetic waves as
electromagnetic.
Yeah, right. That's
so
what.
Is the 5G, is that electromagnetic or is that radio?
Yeah, electromagnetic waves. That's what it's made of. Electromagnetic waves.
5G is made of electromagnetic waves. Are you sure?
Yes, a 90 gigahertz electromagnetic wave is considered 5G. Yes, 24 to 90.
Where have you pulled that from? What article?
That's what the waves are, electromagnetic.
No, as far as I know, and again, I'm not a scientist or anything, but all of these transmissions are radio. They're not electromagnetic.
Radio waves are electromagnetic waves.
As far as I know, you can't send information via electromagnetism.
Hold on, wait. All of those waves are electromagnetic.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
Hold on.
Always are some
Go
creators
ahead.
that
Go
come
ahead,
out.
Biggs.
Yeah, so I want to ask MA and Day Day, like, where did they buy their products from? Where did they, like I'm saying, like, how
The
did
rest
they
that are trying
test
to
their,
kill me.
how did they, what sort of tests they carry out, to what sort of standards that they need their products to be at before they're purchased? How do they carry them out without these testing guidelines that the testing government bodies have provided have to be independent?
Shall I answer first?
Yeah,
Go on.
you can.
Yeah. I can't test shit. I'm waiting for specifically the black community to be able to actually come together and do our own shit. So we've got our own people that can test our own shit. Not even in this country, because I can't see that happening, innit? So
That's big business.
I'm a sitting duck, innit? I'm a sitting duck. And I
I'm
know
in the same situation, man. Yeah, bro. If these lot are selling me poison, I'm buying the poison and eating it, bro. And I know this. At least I'm aware of the fact, bro. I try to get organic or
and even that's ridiculous. The organic.
Yeah, even that. Yeah, you know what I mean. So that's the best we can really get.
There's a documentary called Land Grabbing. Yeah, it's a good documentary. It's quite long. It's about the process of land acquisition in places like Kenya and stuff, and how obviously the food ends up on our plates and that, and in places like Dubai and that and whatever. But then it goes into manufacturing regulations and pesticides and all this kind of stuff. And it's just the man them are just spelling it out to you plainly that these things are fuckery, and corporations pay for the right to. It's like McDonald's paid for the right to not have to put certain ingredients on their thing back in the day, right? It just happens, bro. And the thing is, we need to not be arguing necessarily about how can you prove this. No. We need to understand that there is enough evidence, yeah, to suggest that not all is well in the manufacturing processes of certain things, and that we need to hold certain people to account.
Yeah, but you see, that's what I'm trying to say. Obviously, it's not perfect, innit? And man's never said that the testing facilities are perfect, innit? But I'm saying that there's a standard that needs to be met. And like you just said as well, with the recall thing, yeah, was that if the standard is met and passed, and then they still find something wrong, they'll recall the product because it's not safe. So anything that's out,
really, what if your boy is
anything that's,
lose
let me
50
finish, man.
billion
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Anything that's not out, yeah, that's not been tested, or that anything that's out that's been tested and then is deemed to be unsafe for public consumption or for public health, 9 out of 10 times gets recalled, man.
So
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, why do they release again? This, I reckon you could do better than that. Why do they release stuff having tested it? Like what do? They release it and then they do the last 5 tests that they couldn't wait to do before they released it, and then they realize there's something wrong.
Say that again. They do. No, because you're saying wait. You're saying that they're releasing it before they do a test. I'll tell you what. Yeah, let me just read that before you go in, James. Yeah, let me just read that. Let me read that.
Talking about when.
Let me read that. Let me just read this thing out. Yeah, because so God, what did you say? Repeat what you said again, MA. Yeah, and then let me read this thing out. Repeat what you said.
So what they're doing, yeah, is they're testing and testing and testing to a certain end, yeah, to a certain end because they want to release this thing, yeah. Then when it goes out and it's actually in operation, yeah, in the real world, so real world, like just like vaccines, yeah, when they test it on humans and stuff, when they realize that, okay, when we're actually using this thing, yeah, that we didn't have the parameters to test this thing in this environment in the lab. So when it gets out there, then they're like, okay, rah, this thing's actually, otherwise there would be no recalls, bro. So what I'm saying to you is there's a certain level of testing that's possible within controlled conditions. And once it gets out into uncontrollable conditions, then that's when you see recalls. So you're not
because like you're saying, there's obviously humans ain't perfect, but bro, it's like you're expecting them to release perfect machines that could never have no faults that could go wrong, bro.
No, that's what you're expecting them to do.
No, that's cool. That's how is that what I'm expecting? I never said that, bruv. I said that. No. It's not wait, bruv. It's like you. I just said that. I just said no. You just said yeah. Wait. Because you just said that I am expect. like I'm expecting them to release perfect things, but I'm saying that how can they release perfect machines like that? They can't do.
Let me tell you why. Right? You're saying that the regulatory bodies, yeah, have tested and tested and tested and tested, and they've got given the seal of approval, the stamp and the tick, yeah. That means that this product is ready for human consumption or human use, right? That's so in that sense, like, what would you say that those regulations are? What are they? Shaky regulations? Are they foolproof regulations?
No, they're not foolproof. Nothing's foolproof. Nothing's.
Are those regulations there, yeah, to ensure the safety of the public 100%, or are they there to get the product out under satisfactory conditions of testing and results, and with wiggle room for extra fuckery, for a battery to say blow up or whatever?
Let me read this out for you, because this will answer your question. The importance of consumer testing, the importance of consumer product testing. With growth and competition in new markets and increased demand for quality and sustainability from consumers, quality assurance, compliance solutions are vital to go through the concept of the consumer journey. Consumer products testing is the evaluation of goods sold in the retail marketplace. Testing can determine if products comply with regulatory requirements and the industry standards, along with identifying how a product will perform for the consumer or against competitors' products. Customizing an appropriate testing program for your products can provide you with the ability to better manage risk and to protect your company's brand. Comprehensive services are available for full range of consumer products like soft lines, textiles, toys, juvenile products, electrical, electronics, hard lines, hard goods, consumer and health, household, food, beauty products, footwear, smart products, and automotive products throughout the chain supply. Benefits of consumer product testing: to evaluate how a product will perform in the hands of a consumer, benchmark performance against the competitors or a national brand, demonstrate compliance with appliance worldwide regulation, analyze how environmental factors will affect a product. So that obviously it's never going to be perfect. So they're going to test. So they're testing to make sure that the thing's safe, or as safe as they can test it for. And obviously new regulations and new stipulations are made and changed to the testing standards each year. They got to be upgraded. We're in electrical, there's something called PAT testing, So the PAT testing regulations are upgraded every year. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's the electrical standards 13th edition. Must be on 14th or 15th edition now, because that was the last time I done any sort of when I was doing it, and that was years ago. Do you know what I'm saying? Like so that's what I'm saying about the thing. I'm not saying that it's perfect and it's always right. Of course, there can be mistakes made, but without there being no testing at all, there's going to be even more fucking dangerous shits out there.
Nobody's advocating for no testing, so there's no point in saying that. So what I said to James earlier on, about the idea of being responsible, for me, my choice would be to, if it was up to me. Imagine I was governing, my choice would be to things that are essential, well, not essential, but things that have become essential to the modern person's life or whatever. Those things obviously have ended up in the mainstream, and they should have always been tested to their limits wherever possible, to their limits, and then obviously problems would arise and whatever. My thing is 5G is not necessary, isn't it? So where I'm seeing this 5G argument is that I would rather, being that there's people have come out and said, look, this 5G thing is fuckery. You've had actual installers coming out and saying, I refuse to install this shit because I've installed like 50 so far, and actually there was one guy that was saying, I've installed a few of these and I feel like I've done humanity a disservice, but I need the money, right? Because he knows, etc., what you know, this thing might be able to do to the human cells and whatever. My thing is this, yeah. I know that if there's something, nothing that we're really getting now is really essential. It's all additions and additions and additions and additions. But my thing is, I don't want no bloody 5G if I'm getting it from a government that I know is not trustworthy. If I'm getting it from corporations who I know are there just to make profit, I'm not on it. And from when they
mate, it's not just to make
wait. From when they done is showing me, and I didn't even know any of this, but from when the two links that I put in the back chat, yeah, where they done is telling, and I heard about this active denial technology. I didn't know what it was called, yeah. The way to disperse crowds using frequency 95 whatever frequencies at 95 gigahertz and stuff. And then I'm seeing this other thing, this other table on the list of 5G national networks or whatever. And I'm seeing levels way above this 95 megahertz. Like, I'm not being funny, yeah? I don't need to be anything other than a layman to be like, okay, that, look, let me like, I need to verify this.
Can I just quickly, yeah? Everything you said, I agree with you. I could give you a reason. One of the reasons, the sort of sharpening up of data transmission and info transmission is to further develop what we would arguably refer to as Big Brother or a police state. These smart cities, the plans of the future don't bode well for the regular citizen. So I would reject 5G on that standard alone. I feel like you lot have developed that because I popped to the shop, so you lot have developed it a little bit more about all the safety standards and shit. I'm not really gonna get drawn on that, but specifically when we're talking about, there is so many independent sources. I'm skeptical about coronavirus, let alone 5G, the connection, right? But when there's people that have enough, if there is information available to us that mobile telephones or 4G can cause cancer in rats or whatever kind of experiments have been done, then I doubt that anyone would have too much trouble proving the connection between 5G and corona. So when those same experts who are sort of the whistleblowers and credible are making the case against 4G and making the case against cell phone networks and cellular networks in general, yeah, when they're making the claim about corona, and you know, and there isn't the other evidence corroborating it, you know, like the fact that there was SARS without 5G, the fact that there was a Spanish flu without 5G, and so on and so forth. When that there's a whole wealth of that kind of evidence, then I would easily make the initial claim as well. Like, yeah, I would say how confident Schiffer was, you know, yeah, but 5G, the sun, whatever nonsense. That's all I was rejecting. I feel like Velle as well was rejecting, and we got drawn in on this debate about standards and that. But the reality is, I would concur with everything. Anyone that's skeptical of government plans to roll out these grand initiatives, or the fact that big pharmaceutical companies need a threshold of like 10 or some stupid percent, like 90% of people can die from a drug, but if 10% of people see some benefits from it, then they can roll out those drugs and that. Mate, 100% I agree with that about safety standards, but not corona being caused by 5G. There is no evidence aside from conspiracy theories to believe that.
No, I'm not.
Do you have any evidence to show that 5G is safe?
Yeah, I've not.
No, are you deaf? Did you not just hear everything I fucking said? I said I wouldn't want 5G. I don't need it. Sorry, that was rude. Let me
I've not advocated for this idea that it is, because even my wife, yeah, she was listening to a podcast yesterday. I walked into the living room and she was like, "These motherfuckers," and I was like, "What's going on?" And she was listening to some fucking pastor who was saying that, yeah, 5G was created. Sorry, Corona was created by 5G, and I reprimanded her for it, right? So I'm not saying that I'm not in that camp. What I am saying though is that I'm not stupid enough to to dismiss some of the things that I've seen on 5G. And furthermore, just trust the government to anything new that they do, to trust anything new that they do, full stop. Anyway.
But Emma, you're a smart guy, yeah? You know when people are making outlandish, and I'm not saying you, Dayton, I'm being clear, not you, yeah? When people are making outlandish, extreme claims and they have a history of doing so, I don't think it's good to even offer some tenuous support to them by saying, I am actually skeptical. Not skeptical as you, but I'm not in the same I feel like there should be a clean separation between a lunatic's rambling and a genuine skepticism. I feel like there needs to be because it's like we're having two parallel arguments.
I get what you mean.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because I don't disagree with much of you've said. And Rob said in the chat, just real quick, yeah, what skepticism do I have of coronavirus? This is just a random one, yeah, because it's every day for me. Me and you've been talking about this shit. But you know one thing that I just was thinking about recently. I was like, like the burden for the NHS, yeah. If I can have corona right now. I may have corona right now, and I may be asymptomatic throughout my whole, throughout the whole ordeal, if you like, yeah. So I never know. I will never rely upon the NHS to help my corona. Correct. The majority of people that have severe symptoms of corona have underlying health conditions. That's generally accepted to be fact. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Those people would need the hospital anyway. So where does the great burden come from? Is the great burden coming from people that are scared that they have corona and they're running to the hospital? Is the great burden from people who have flu or the cold who are running to the hospital, who arguably could all just be sent back anyway?
Actually, no. I don't agree with that. So I'm asthmatic, yeah, and I've only been to the hospital once for any type of attack. Like if they're saying that this corona will cause whatever, I'm probably more likely to go in it.
So so the great burden is coming from who and where? Because they're saying 50,000 people have the coronavirus, right?
Yeah.
And those 50,000 people, conceivably, because there hasn't been mass testing, have all gone because of symptoms to the hospital, right? And they're saying that most symptoms so aside from the people that are saying, I've got, I feel kind of ill, most likely they're going to tell them to quarantine themselves, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So the people that would require hospitalization are extreme cases, right? But of the 50,000, not every single one of those is an extreme case.
How many extreme cases have there been? Have you got a number?
I don't know the percentage, but I know that not the whole 50,000 isn't all extreme cases. I know that for a fact because people have recovered in that number, innit? There's people that have recovered. So what I'm trying to say is basically of all of these people, yeah, these 50,000. Are you saying 50,000 patients have caused the biggest strain ever on the NHS?
It's a good question.
50,000 people.
I would imagine. I mean, maybe what it is that I would guess that a lot of the cases that are ending up in hospital are nothing to do with corona. Yeah?
And because they say the most extreme cases are all people that have underlying health conditions. So arguably they would have been regulars in a hospital anyway.
No, but say, like I said about me, yeah, if there's say 20,000 asthmatics, yeah, who don't usually go to the hospital, they get a cold, yeah, or they have some symptoms,
right?
Especially if it's to do with respiratory symptoms that they don't usually have, because mine's mild, isn't it?
Yeah.
I caught a cold maybe about a month ago.
Yeah.
Wasn't that bad, but had it been a little bit worse or affecting my breathing than that, then I'll go hospital, wouldn't it?
Right.
So,
I get
there might be a lot of that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but then it's an amalgamation of all the major diseases. So it's not 100% of all asthmatics that are going to be in a hospital, right? For example.
No, definitely not.
And then, but then the totality of those cases, number about 50,000. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I'm missing it. To me, it sounds like that. There's initially. In fact, let's rewind a little bit. Yeah. So I don't know when the first coronavirus inpatient or whatever person who was submitting themselves to hospital or whatever. I don't know where that happened. Yeah. But whenever that did happen, there probably was an influx of coronavirus patients at the beginning before they decided, okay, nobody come to the hospital, innit? So God knows how many people actually got into the hospital.
Like as in Bearman was scared, you mean? Yeah, cool. But I'm saying for them to say like sustained period. So like I get when they're saying projections, like so if this percentage of people gets ill, we won't have enough ventilators. I understand that. I'm not retarded, yeah. But the actual strain that has been put on the NHS now, yeah, is 50,000 people, a percentage of them being extremely ill, and the extremely ill ones, almost in over 90% of the cases, having an underlying illness that would have required, I imagine, them to at least be frequenters of a hospital. And in the over 80s case, a lot of those people that were contracting it, like in Italy, were already in the hospital.
Yeah, but bro, if they're all happening at the same time, it's gonna overload the thing. Plus,
But it hasn't happened to the nation at the same time, and the numbers, like, so the ventilator shortages. So in every case, you're not going to require a ventilator, for example, right?
Yeah.
Right. And in 50,000 people today were all ill of a disease, and then there's a, you know, there's a cause, there's sort of a number of like, what's the word? There's like a base level of hospitals anyway, like a base level of patients in inpatients in a hospital anyway, right?
Yeah.
Are we saying 50,000 people has destroyed our NHS? And that's even in that 50,000, that is the greatest overestimation in history. That's 50,000 people requiring a bed, let's say, for example.
I don't know the numbers in it, but what I do know is that hospitals are running on bare bones. I've visited the hospital probably about 4 times in the last maybe year and a bit. You get me? So I've got pictures of bins overflowing and all types of shit going on in hospitals. It's a madness, isn't it? All I'm saying is I could envisage a scenario like this or any other scenario where on a normal day, a hospital is just about functioning. And then anything that tips it over the edge is going to be a problem. You get me?
Okay. Maybe that's due to my ignorance then. 4%. Yeah, Khan's just saying 4%. Khan's saying London NHS can only imagine 4% of us to get ill. I'm wondering if that's 4% extra or 4% in totality. So the 4% of the population of London has beds. I imagine that's what he's trying to say, right?
Probably just 4%. It's probably how many people in London? Like 70 million or something.
Yeah. It's crazy because the amount of private hospitals, you know, and private medical facilities, if you like, yeah, the amount of them that are provided that the government could essentially commandeer, if you like, for lack of a better word. And we're not talking about ventilators here because I understand the lack of ventilators, but for beds, if you like, or for treatment rooms, and then I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
I was even thinking of getting private health insurance, like even today, innit? Like for the last year, I've been thinking about doing it. I don't know. I think it hasn't got to that stage where, like, there's probably Boris's family in that, and all these MPs and whatever, all the rich people in it. That's what they've got. They're sitting in the Bupa waiting room or whatever, and it's like they don't want to fucking mix with the riffraff anyway. So. And they would be the ones to push the button.
But it does beg the question that if they knew about this 4%, right, and they knew about, you would assume that the herd immunization that would have raised a red flag for any health minister in the world. They would have been like, oh no, we can't handle that. We can't handle 100% of the nation. We can't handle 100% of the nation getting, or 80% of the nation getting ill.
They probably said that in their meetings, but it's like if it's gonna have to happen. I don't want it to. I'm not
saying now we have, so like let's say we take stock of like a doctor on the ground saying, "Oh my god, it's frantic. Oh my god, but that could be due to mismanagement in the upper levels. That's not necessarily the doctor isn't familiar with the finer details of government infrastructure. Yeah, for example, and then so we have that information to corroborate the nonsense they're saying, and then we have the upper level. Right, and then we have all of these cunts here in executive positions that have been making money for God knows how long, mismanaging the NHS. Will always agree with the upper edge, with the whatever the upper up, as it were, yeah. And then you have people like, and this is again what we're talking about being skeptical and that, having to accept that they just got it wrong, that they were just so stupid in the beginning, that they just didn't see how serious it was going to be.
Who, James? Dominic Cummings
and Boris.
In my opinion, they made a decision based on the financial element because they're thinking, do you know what? Let's look at it this way. Whoever catches this illness, yeah, they're either going to die or then, yes, my brother, they're either going to die.
My Turkish brothers, you get me?
Yeah. The hypochondriacs are here now, yeah? Right. So the way how it is, yeah, I think if you catch this illness, you're either going to die or you're not going to die, right? So if we could take that for granted, if we look at the amount of people, that will get ill, but with treatment will recover, yeah? The number is so low, yeah, that they're just saying, do you know what? Just let everyone catch it. Let everyone who's going to die, and then we all get back to work and just like keep it moving. And I think that was the original plan.
Yeah, yeah.
And it sounds a bit callous, and it sounds a bit like, but financial people usually are very callous. You know what I mean? Because they're saying we're going to spend X amount of money to save X amount of people. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
No.
No. So that's basically why they come up with this herd thing, because they're just trying to say the herd survives. Like, we will all survive. Humanity will still carry on regardless. There will just be this bug floating around, killing off 80-year-olds from now until whenever. Because the
You know what?
bug's
It's
not going
plans of
nowhere.
depopulation that gets to me, bro.
I
But
can't. Yeah,
the thing is, the
that was
second
the
plan,
most
yeah, the second
medical
plan.
diagnosis I've
But
ever
they
heard in my
don't. The
life.
second plan is this, yeah. We take the most vulnerable people and we lock them away, right? And then there's people like me, for example. I've got to look after my mum now, so I'll come into the category of being B, not A, but B. And then there's C category people who got no old people at home, for example, no asthmatics, no diabetes, nothing, like normal healthy people. They're the ones now that are going to go around and basically just keep the country going. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happens? What happens when eventually category A people, yeah, will come off this 6 months staying at home thing and have to mingle back in with the population? They will eventually catch this virus, yeah, and there's no guarantee that they're going to be safe, regardless of how many beds there are.
That's because it's not
Yeah.
about safety, innit? You called it, innit? It's not about this.
Another.
It's about getting everyone back to work. That's all it's about, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if it is just about getting people back to work, yeah, without people being healthy and able to carry out their job in a safe environment, they're still got to be part of. You know what I mean? Like part of. Without
Yeah,
any workers.
Yeah, definitely. But I think
I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? That.
I'm not. I still. Go ahead, go on, man.
I was gonna say now. What Khan's saying. Well, I think what Khan's saying is that, like, once it hits kind of zenith, is it zenith or
yeah, zenith, yeah, top.
Once it hits a peak and it dies down, then we don't mind if everyone goes back to work and the odd person dies still, but not everyone is going to be crippled by this thing, innit?
I'm not.
But that's sort of what any sorry, James. Yeah, that's sort of what any head of state would hope for, though.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That because if it's like a disease or a virus, that's do you know what I mean? That that's the best case scenario. That most of the people recover from it and there's less people die as possible.
No,
you know
no,
I mean?
the number of people will still be the same. You won't say there's less people dying.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm saying that you would want as least people to die as possible. That's what I was saying.
No, but what I'm saying is, Billy, imagine this. Someone invented a virus that kills off the old and the ill, right? So the only people that's going to get left is the healthy people. Do you understand?
Yes,
now, whether someone invented it or not, or whether it's nature, or whatever it is, regardless, whether it's 5G, whether it's aliens, whether it was fucking the second coming of Christ, it don't matter. The point is, something has been introduced to humans that is going to cull, according to the Chinese numbers, 2.3% of the population. No. Now, whether or not there's like a rush for hospital beds or not is irrelevant. Then people are still going to die.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say.
Regardless of whether we do it all in 1 week or over a year, they're going to die.
Hey, can I just say, yeah? Can I just say, yeah?
That's bullshit, bro. It's not even. It's not 2.3%. It's not 2.3% of the population in China that's died from it.
I know. He was trying to say.
You want me to pull the stats?
Hold on, man. Hold on, please. He's trying to say mortality rate, but even that's questionable. And just quickly, on what I'm saying, what confuses me is it's been reported already in Italy that their reporting techniques are dubious at best, yeah. And then we've obviously so the presupposition is that it's going to hurt the economy, but they could take less of a hit by doing mass testing, which they're not going to do. If they did mass testing, it may describe a far less severe mortality rate. The initial herd you make it seem as if like it's like almost dismissive of the disease, but at the same time that they're talking about this herd immunization, they're still promoting this hysteria. They're still showing us every day coronavirus is in China killing people. So in actuality, it worked. If you were trying to scare the population, it would actually be, it was almost equally effective by suggesting herd immunization and then posing quarantine in some kind of dialectical structure in which by the end we're fully compliant with the government. They could have let us all die, but now
there's certain people
that
are scared.
Hold on.
No matter what.
Don't just talk through hold-ons, please. And then if you look at it in totality, right? If you look at it in the whole totality of it, in every single scenario, it makes the most sense for some kind of mass testing, obviously safe within some kind of safety structure, to get a true and accurate understanding. But every single government seems to be using some kind of method of obfuscation so that we never truly know.
You're making James, sorry, but you're making out like the government's intention is to save lives. It's not. It's to save money.
No,
kill lives.
But listen to what I'm saying. You're missing my point. I'm not saying I understand either what exactly is transpiring. What I'm saying is, it is while I would want to take your narrative of these evil bosses. This is why this was like this. This is why that's like that's. A lot of it's conflicting because a lot of it's like if even at some stage there was a paradigm shift where it's like, oh yeah, to actually get to save money, we need to save these people. Then why wouldn't there be an emphasis on the accuracy of the infection rate and the mortality rate? And then forget England now. This is one case study. But we look at other countries like Italy. Why is there an investment in people dying and you saying it's from the corona? Why?
Guidestones.
Why is there an investment in that though? Like, and then you look at
let's assume the government them want to save people's lives. Okay, that's cool. Let's assume that. Now you could go about it in a number of different ways. One of the ways was the one in which the government actually rolled out, which was a delayed kind of 3-step process, containment, delay, and all of that stuff. You get me? And then now up until now, quarantine, and then putting that in place so that you stop the spread. And all of that, so that the NHS is strong enough. Even though, now this is the point. This is why I can't really entertain that idea, because like tail end of last year, they were running simulations as governments do, different types of stress situations to kind of test the government's readiness to respond. And one of those situations was a pandemic. You get me? Bill Gates has talked about it in these globalist circles. It's a common thread given the globalization and how interconnected the world is, and that's the point. This disease ultimately is almost like it's one of the shortcomings of globalization. That's why these people talk about this, because it's almost like a necessary kind of part of globalization. The way one sec. The way in which the way in which the world is interconnected allowed for its rapid spread. That's the point. So something which was a local problem became a worldwide global problem. Now, what I'm saying is, in terms of the response, what I'm saying is the reason why I can't entertain the government actually was in any way serious about this, because they wrote a recommendation to themselves when they ran that simulation of a pandemic in this country, which highlighted the fact that the NHS and ventilators, for example, came up, and other problems which have obviously reared their heads now, were there and had to be addressed, but they weren't addressed. So what I'm saying is that there's failings on failings before any of this happened, and they were privy to it because that's their job, innit, as the government. They need to know what threats might pop up. Now, what I'm saying is the pandemic was one of those threats. So the fact that the NHS is going to be overstressed or overloaded or flatten the curve or all of that, really and truly, if you think about it, even from the airlines' point of view, like the way the government has treated the airlines, they didn't shut down air travel, which obviously was a big importer of the disease. They're now going to bail out the airlines, and you get me? It's just mashup. It's only mashup if you don't think about, all right, so what interests here are being served in these actions or delayed reactions.
But Ziria, if we're looking at a monster with more than one head, you can see where the conflicts happen. Like a government, if it was just like a dictator, like one person, like Ziriab, in charge of everything, you'd see a more direct approach to everything, not just this. But when you're dealing with stuff like this, you've got different elements of the government in conflict with each other. So you've got the finance people saying, well, it's gonna end up with this much people dead. If we do this, we can save this many. It's gonna cost us this much, but fuck it, let them die. We need to save money. Now the other side is gonna say, wait a minute, but that's gonna fuck up the morale of the country. We can't just let people die or be seen to be letting people die, because then they're going to do us out of our jobs. We're going to lose our jobs because Boris is going to look like he didn't do nothing and he let people die. He's going to lose his job. Yeah.
Have you got like? Are you just like speculating right now? Have you got like anything?
No, but Velle, you know how government works, yeah? There's all different ministers in it, and they're all like, there's the health minister, the finance minister. Like, this is how a government runs, isn't it? It's like it's a monster. It's like a dog with 10 heads. You get me? And if a person who's leading, if a person's leading, is a strong leader.
But without no sort of evidence or nothing to, at least, even if it's like
ain't about evidence, but knowing how governments work.
But if your opinion, yeah, and I'm not saying I know anything, I'm just asking you. In your opinion, why would they, if they want to get the population back to work quicker, if there was any way to minimize the concern and show progress and show what a great job they're doing, why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they test so many people and say, look how great we are for getting the test? Why wouldn't they test so many people and say, look how much our mortality rates reduced to Italy? Why wouldn't the Italian government say, look how our quarantines become more effective? This person died of. Why wouldn't they obfuscate the stats the other way? Why wouldn't they start saying, this guy died of pneumonia? He didn't die of corona. This one died of this one. He didn't die of. Why are they going the other way? And all of these different governments telling us how dangerous it is, even though you and I know that we could have corona right fucking now, and we wouldn't even know it or feel it.
I think this might just be a training program.
Why? Can't answer that. Why? Why do you think that?
It's because they're overstretched. It's like, for example, if you was at war, yeah, you'd be concentrating on the numbers of people that are dying due to getting killed.
No, but you're saying
some people died of other stuff. If some people died of other stuff, you wouldn't be able to stop the war and start investigating why they died. You just bury everyone and say, do you know what? During wartime, X amount of people died.
No, but you're saying they're losing money, yeah? Which I would agree on the face of it. This is definitely causing an economic downturn. What I'm asking you is, why wouldn't they be seeking to end it sooner? Why wouldn't they be taking a Trump kind of approach?
What they do, they speculate on what's inevitable.
Fine. People, please get back to work. It's fine. It's not a problem. Why wouldn't they be taking a Trump kind of approach?
What they're doing, yeah. Look at equate money and energy. Yeah, the government to do something, it's always going to cost them money, isn't it? So money's energy. Look at it that way. Now, when you look at something that's inevitably going to happen, yeah, and you don't do nothing about it, you basically minimized any cost on your end, any extra cost. Now, what's going to happen, which is inevitable, there will be a global downturn, but it will affect everybody. So everybody will have a downturn. But when you invest money, for example, turning the O2 into a massive hospital or a morgue, you spend extra money that a next person might not have spent.
No, you're not. I think you don't understand. I'm saying to you.
I understand your point, James. I understand your point.
Listen, man. No, go on. Brexit means Brexit, though. That's the point, isn't it? So all these considerations and all of that is just garbage, man. Really and truly, they should have shut down the borders. The warnings were there from fucking December. You get me? The warnings were there from January. The warnings were there from February. I already showed that the simulation that already ran. They knew that something like this could happen, and they would be woefully unprepared. So what I'm saying is measures were not taken. So these are just clear failings of the government. And I think the economic angle comes into it, of course, but I don't think it's wholly responsible. I think a major factor is the fact that the government was reliant upon shoddy science, like so-called science, which is ultimately projections and mathematics and kind of just, scenarios as opposed to hard facts. Like, that's why they were so reluctant to even put in these social distancing measures or these kind of quasi-quarantine measures, and only did it like the other day or the other, last week.
Yeah, thank you for that link, man. That was another 65 million.
Like, why would there not be an emphasis? Like, remember, we are keep calm, carry on, supposedly. Yeah, that's like our fucking national mission statement. And yeah, it's completely the opposite. It's but
then it's to keep calm, carry on. People that's having house parties and barbecues right now.
No, bro, yeah, forget. What I'm saying is, it seems like there is conflicting strategies at play, and fair enough. Yeah. I kind of feel like Ziriab's saying it's because they're donuts. Yeah, I get that, But logically, it would follow that. Wouldn't you maintain some consistency in either or? Are you saying Zero, for example, now they're playing catch up? That they've realized how stupid.
And this is the irony. This is the irony. It was even captured in that old comedy show, fucking Yes Minister, where there's like 4 steps or 3 stages to it. You get me? Where they say, "Oh, there's not much we can do." You get me? Oh, okay, there is something we can do, but it's too late now. And and it's just So it's just a catalog of errors. You get me? And that's.
And would you say the same? Would you say the same with Italy and Spain?
And not so much for Italy. Northern Italy is interesting because obviously they've got. Think about the fashion houses over there, and think about the industrial manufacturing basis sector that's there, isn't it? So they've got links to China from long time, and they were saying that there was a lot of Chinese people floating there through tourism as standard anyway, and so that obviously didn't help itself. You get me?
I mean, with regards to now.
I'm saying it spread there for longer, but as soon as they knew, and this is the danger of this disease, and this is why I think that social distancing should have been put in place long time ago. I think the fact that the disease was able to spread for so long, unchecked and unknown by the government, right, until they were able to put these measures into place over there, is why they dealt with it the way, or why the fallout was as bad as it was, and it's only now kind of leveling out.
I'm saying, okay, so for example. If you increase testing for something, and then you accurately report cause of death, right? That would really reduce what we are now seeing as these fucking these sensational mortality that are coming out from all these different places, right? And not only that, it would suggest it could potentially, I'm not saying it would suggest a reduction in cases and or fatalities caused by corona, but they're going the other way. They won't, like the Tiananmen Square thing. They won't tell you how a celebrity is recovering. They'll tell you that celebrity's got it. They won't tell you that celebrity's being asymptomatic. They'll just tell you he has it. Oh my god, this person you follow on Instagram has it too. The Prime fucking minister has it.
James,
not asymptomatic though. It's calm.
Just before I'm gonna ask you guys to excuse me. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And
come on,
Dave. Big up, bro.
Yeah, bro, big up, man. You lot check out Steve Jackson Games, Illuminati New World Order. It was a card deck I had as a little kid. It showed all of this stuff. Bait. Right,
big up Abe, my Turkish friend.
I want to before everyone does that, I just want to say, I don't know about
promoting
other channels.
Let me respond to James quickly. So James, I fully get the irony that you're putting forward there. It's a good question, actually. My response probably would be that whatever the government are doing, then like the fallout to this whole thing, like on either side of it, whether it's loads and loads of deaths or loads and loads of people getting sick, or if it's everything kind of goes smoothly and whatever, and either way, someone's making a whole heap of money in it. And my thing is that they can, at any time, with their lobbyists, they can switch from one position to another. So as far as I'm concerned, I can see the way that the government and their brethren can benefit from both
outcomes. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's the most logical thing. Or we could do I can get my tinfoil hat out my suitcase, you get me, and go deeper, New World Order conspiracies, you get me, 5G. Locking the climate change. We can just link them all up. We can link them all up to some grand conspiracy.
No, man. Hanlon's razor is always best, man. Fuck the conspiracy.
I get. You know what? That came to mind when I tried to reframe your position. I was like, yeah, it's true, man. The most likely thing is geniuses don't run the world.
Get me? They're just people,
opportunists, not geniuses. Opportunists, man. When you got enough resources, you can make moves that would take a genius like years to execute.
You know, with the 5G causing corona though, that's
true. Say geniuses are languishing on waiting on grants, bro.
Exactly, and this is one point I wanted to make as well by the earlier argument is that obviously when scientists and that have to do tests and that, they got to get funded. And a lot of the time are coming from pharmaceutical companies and government bodies and whatever, and they can just rip their funding away at the drop of a hat as well. So it's not that easy, isn't it?
I've got a quote for you, Zero. I need to find it though quickly, man. It's Hanlon, isn't it? HAN.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it. It's a Bertrand Russell quote. The trouble with the world is that stupid people are cocksure and the intelligent are full of doubt. So say like when it comes to strategy, like the intelligent person, I need more data. Some idiot bald-headed fucking cunt will just be like, no, this is what you fucking do, mate. Just let everybody get it. You let everybody get it, and we'll all be fine.
Yeah, you don't want to do it like that. You want to do it like that.
You know what's mad, yeah? David Icke, his site, yeah. His site looked.
Did you see him run away from number 10 as soon as it was announced that Johnson had it? I need to show the video. Try and find it. Yeah, it's David Cummings running from number 10. He's running like a little wimp and that. And then what's playing behind it is the Monty Python skit of Robin Hood when he runs away. It's like, he bravely ran away. He brave.
I was just looking at David Icke's site, and his site, I don't know what's going on with the font or what, but it's meant to fucking panic you, man. This site, I'm telling you.
Who's that? The lizard guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with lizards.
When I first met my wife, yeah, we had I had to rip her up about the whole lizard thing, man. I said, she's like, yeah, I've seen lizards on the train. I said, and I had to destroy that, man. I said, oh, yeah.
Nah, serious.
That's why it's deep for black people, because like no, but we gravitate toward conspiracies because some people would regard something like systemic racism as a conspiracy. So it's like, because some things are so clear and evident, yeah, to you, then you start having sympathy for those people that have even sort of more fanciful conspiracy theories than you. And then you know what I mean? Like, you give them far more sympathy, like, or empathy even. Sorry, not sympathy. You give them far more empathy. And then somehow that's like I don't know what's the word, man. That's like the bait, or that ensnares you into their beliefs. You know what I mean?
You get a contact high.
That's funny.
And then you get fucking addicted, mate.
Like yesterday, I was checking when after she listened to this fucking pastor, however you say it, chatting about whatever. They're not a Bible people, isn't it? A family. So like, yeah, and then she listened to it, and I was like, she said, oh yeah, these motherfuckers and whatever. And I said, oh, what's man saying? And he was saying the 5G coronavirus thing, innit? I said, wait. How much? I said, who is this guy? Where
was that? The guy who was saying the virus is your cells pushing out back. What's it called? What's the word they used? Debris.
I haven't even listened to it yet. It's on my phone. I'm listening to
some nonsense.
But yeah, she was going, yeah, he's saying whatever. And I said, look, have you verified any of this stuff? I said, why? How have I walked in the room and you're already fucking on a hype? Like, you haven't even verified none of the information. And I know that some of it's going to be bullshit.
You don't even know who the guy is. He's just in a white coat.
And then and her sister called her while we were talking, and she's like, yeah, I'll chat to you in a second. And her sister was like, yeah, did you listen to it? And I'm like, you lot are fucking doing my head in, man. Like, we had ended up sitting down with her, and I do this. I sat down with her, and I was like, listen, when you react first and then investigate later, that reaction, you're creating like pathways. I'm sure you're creating relationships between that type of material, your emotional reactions, and your neural pathways. I might be chatting shit, but to me, that seems how a lot of people, even intelligent people who still are able to get emotional about certain information, they may be able to break it down later, but they've already fucking damaged themselves by reacting to the thing in the first place. You get me? So that's how, sometimes I feel like that's how certain things slip under the radar, because like you could be chatting to someone who seems intelligent in it, and then like you bring out a particular subject and then you realize they believe in that, and you're like, what? How do you believe in that if you're so intelligent in other areas of certain things? And it's because they allow it seeps in it.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
You know what I mean?
It happened with the vaccine thing where someone of that like believed in the link between autism and vaccines, innit? And it was weird, bro. Because I was like, I get a reluctance or a skepticism towards vaccines, but to say that they cause autism is just, bro, come on, man. You know that paper was debunked.
You know, I took my kid to this African doctor, yeah, and he started talking to me about Christianity, like the power of Jesus and all that. But I've never been so scared in my life. If it was anyone else, I would have been fine. But because he was a doctor, I shook it differently, boy.
You know, speaking of Christianity, you know that South Korea, yeah, that church group, it's like a cult almost that was responsible for spreading it. There were super spreaders, basically. Like most of the new cases while South Korea was going through it, yeah, was due to this one super church in Korea, South Korea, yeah, which was headed up by this cult leader, you get me? And he basically, bruh, I'm telling you, man, look into it, bruv, you can catch him on YouTube, like, going into like almost like prostration, putting his head to the floor and apologizing in a press conference, because obviously it transpired that his group was responsible. They had to go and check the CCTV, they had to do contact tracing, they had to break it down fully, because his people then went up and down the country, you get me, spreading the thing everywhere, bro.
Patient 31.
Yeah. Bro, as I say, you can catch him trying to apologize wearing a mask, and he was the same guy saying masks are no good and right. He's telling all this nonsense and pseudo babble, and obviously he came back to bite him in the butt. But and the whole country as well. That's the peak thing, isn't it? And that's the irresponsibility or the responsibility aspect to this all. That there's a lot more. That there's a lot of vulnerable people who may be affected by, irresponsible decisions like that. And that's the point. Because we've seen it and observed it, there's no recourse for like, it's cool, we can just go back to normal. And this American type push, they were trying it until the chancellor kind of came out and said, self-employed people are going to get the same amount as employed people in terms of benefits and 80% of wages and all of that. There was almost like this inkling to, or kind of a slow push towards, going back to normalcy. Obviously now we're talking about 6 months and all of that. Still isn't too much clarity as to what is essential and non-essential work. You get me? So a lot of people are confused in that. But yeah, the reality is, man, one wrong move, you get me, and it can be like South Korea, like, or this group.
I think to be honest with you, like, because I don't really do much research on it at all, and I notice when I hear people speaking, there's like even 5G and all this, these kind of like so the original. I remember originally hearing about like police states and whatever, and 5G contributing to like the development of smart cities where you're like they'll be able to predict all your based on all your information on all your devices. And I think when it gets to like this kind of globalized sort of ominous impending doom, yeah, I just kind of bury my head in the sand, and I'm skeptical about. I don't really like researching it because it just stresses me out, and it's unnecessary stress that I don't really want to do.
Do you know if they're actually using the
I'm thinking you're gonna say something courageous, brand.
But you know it is like, if I die, I die in it. I've been in situations in my life.
Are they using the GPS on your own phone as evidence of you going out when you're not supposed to? Because I know there's people that are getting fines for going out.
Yeah, I've been up there.
I swear they're using their own phones. They're sending them a text.
You mean man are getting scammed? Man are getting scammed. These scammers are sending out texts pretending to be the government and saying that you've been out more than your allotted time today or something like that, and you have to pay a fine.
I didn't. Well, to be honest, I know that texts have been going around. Like someone's sent me screenshots of text, but I don't know. Like I don't turn my my thing off. My
yeah, verified scam thing, man. It's a scam thing.
Yeah, but the point I'm making.
I know, man. Unlike I might not get it, but still.
But anyway, yeah. Boy, I'm just saying that these things here, I remain skeptical, but I don't like what MA was saying about the vicissitudes of these kinds of things. Like it will change constantly. The scope or the spectrum, or not spectrum, the frames will change. They'll reframe and all. Now they're doing this or they did this because of this. So it makes no real sense for me to follow the trail that these idiots leave behind, bruv. All I can really do is internalize it. I think I won't go visit my mum and my grandma. You get me? I won't do that for obvious reasons, like just in case everything they're saying is true. And then as far as it goes for myself, I don't give a shit, bro. I'm not observing nothing. Like I'm not trying to get nicked. I'm fine, but I'm not really observing none of these idiot rules. That everything is business as usual. Except, yeah, it's business as usual.
Jim.
Huh? Yeah, no, but I just bought today. I found some Donny, yeah. Some mad G. There's some mad individual. He's building his house. He's got a whole back room, like a big ass room, with like, well, he's probably got a ton of weights in there, like a metric ton of weights. He's got fucking squat racks, dumbbells, all fucked up. The quality is fucking like it's mash up, yeah. And he's that man's asked him, he's like, oh, him and his brothers used to have a gym, some old like Greek Donny or something, bro. Man just bought I just bought 60 kgs off him for £50, but all busted up weights.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, I'm killing it, G. Bro, you know what I got right now? I've smashed life, G. I've smashed life, fam. I've like,
Yeah, same.
hooked.
I
What
got my
you
things
got, bro?
from day one anyway on my home. I got the
What you
fucking decline bench. I
Go
got
on.
the flat bench. I got the fucking weights. I got up to about 70 kg. I got the straight bar. I got my easy bar. I got my hammer grip bar. I got my fucking heavy dumbbells. My light dumbbells all set up. Everything. I even got a fucking mirror to
Bro,
fucking train with.
You know you're getting over a jib for that, innit? You're getting over a grand for that.
He only uses the mirror.
That was tight. That was tight. Hey, you know you're getting a gun for that if you wanted to shot it.
I got a fucking exercise bike with a thing, you know, the hand grips
oh,
where
for
it tells
fun.
you your heart rate.
Yeah, for banter, put that on Gumtree.
Bro,
Take pictures of it all
I
and,
got-
and put £2,000 up
Bro.
and see if you get a call.
I got a treadmill that's worth about £700.
Okay, all the actual expensive stuff that will always be expensive. Don't worry about that. All the dog shit cheap stuff, like your individual weights, one of those benches, one of the bars, like let's say the barbell, something you're not going to use frequently, yeah. Or actually, furthermore, keep the barbell, shot the dumbbells because they'll go for more. Put up something that you wouldn't even mind selling for a ridiculous amount of money and see if you
I ain't shot in nothing, bro. If I die, my son can inherit all my fucking weights, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
I ain't
I've
gonna
got
lie,
kids out there.
you see what I've got now. The second the gym opens, I'm gonna show it all.
They'll still be brand new.
Hear that? Say that again.
All your shit will still be brand new.
Who?
So you can sell it.
I'm lost. Sorry, I'm so many steps behind. I don't know if you're talking to me or you.
Yeah, you ain't got some still.
Oh, mine. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Yo, Velle, share my screen quickly, please.
There you go, Sam. Trial,
No opt-out at the end of the first month, you get me?
Trust me, your details have been taken. You get me? Yeah, details have been taken, man.
I don't know what else you can do with this shit still.
I can't. What are you saying? If you got any templates?
MA, yeah. Obviously, that we unless we're trying to get our people to go into.
Wait, say that again. Say that again. You cut out.
Unless we're trying to get our people to go into these scientific testing labs, and do you know what I mean? Like into them sort of careers, yeah. We're always going to be at the hand of other people.
100%.
Testing standards.
Yeah.
There's always, that's what I'm trying to say. There's always a catch-22 the fucking what. So if I'm saying if you don't trust the standards or whatever, our man's not willing to try to take the place of the standards and make sure that the shit's safe. Like it's going to be relying on other people to do shit all the time.
Well, this is it. This is what I said. Like when you are, I think I don't know what question you asked me, but my response was, we need to have our own things in it, like our own. Its own, you know what I mean? All these kind of things, and I said it's probably not going to happen.
You can't have your own scientists. Scientists work in a community. The scientific community, like they can't work on their own.
I'm saying that but he means like scientists from the community. So if you're then Nigerian scientists, that work to whatever standards or whatever.
It ain't that you need Nigerian scientists. You need Nigerians to invest money into science, into the subjects that they want investigated.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying.
Yeah, but that's just money, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But really, is that I think hinting at having people in labs working in science, which
it's autonomy
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
I'm
is
saying that.
limited by the lab
Nah,
itself where you're working.
I'm saying that if we're going to be at the bottom, just wondering how the shit's done and never be in a position to explain how the tests are carried out or be the people carrying out these tests, yeah, then we're always going to be looking at, oh, it's this conspiracy, oh, it's like so. Yep, we're never going to be in a position to say, right, I actually know the facts of how this test center works or how this test is carried out.
When you're saying me, do you mean black people or do you mean poor people?
Yeah, well, I meant black people at that time.
All right,
Poor
okay.
people,
Then it makes sense. Then it makes sense. I thought you said poor people though.
And generally, it is to poor people anyway, because right now we're in England, innit? So I'm sure that the fucking local, fucking broke white community don't have any idea what the fucking government is doing that might be fucking them up either. Do you know what I'm saying? That. So
Hey, listen, I don't really agree with that.
All this shit as well, bro.
But I don't really agree with the science part. I agree with definitely the money, the autonomy, the ability to produce things. But there are some sciences that I don't like. For example, when we're talking about all of the sciences from the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, early 20th century, regarding racial separation or all the tests about all the tests for medicines and that only had white test subjects and volunteers and generally men as well. Same like for women. I agree with that being sort of a
Yeah. It's like nutrition, James. They got no chart for black women.
Hold on. Sorry. But yeah, Khan, you got some fucking weird way of doing that, G. Like it's never at a point that someone wants to stop. But
what do you mean, bro? I'm like a midget surrounded by 5 giants. I'm trying to speak and I don't even get a chance.
It's
I've
not
got to come at you.
when you jumped in, you spoke for a hot sec and no one interrupted you. Think of the level of
that was about an hour ago. I ate my dinner since then, for fuck's sake.
You don't get into this choppiness, man.
Long story short, yeah.
All right, James, I'm sorry. Fuck's sake.
Cool, no problem, mate. But when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, maybe, and I'm not saying this is across the board, but I'm just using like general rules. When it comes to fucking particle physics, or there are stuff that isn't colored and that black people can use that information or that evidence, if you like, or that methodology, well, not necessarily, but that specific sort of maybe apparatus, the specific tools and machinery, we can use that and not have it sort of be poisoned or affected by the fact that it was predominantly white scientists that developed the machines or found out the information, so on and so forth. Like I do agree there was a point where science was definitely colored 1,000,000%, yeah. But then I don't agree that it extends across the board. I think the real issue we have is autonomy and funding, or like autonomy and money, or money equals autonomy. So just autonomy, if you like.
Yeah. Okay, that's reasonable.
And James, you made the distinction there as well, innit? Like between the pseudoscience, obviously the shit that's saying, oh, this means that flipping black people were stupid and stupid stuff like that. Yeah, obviously that's fucking pseudoscience, isn't it? Like, yeah. But the actual applications that can work, even if they're pre-1920, that applications that actually work with real testable. Do you know what I'm saying? Like in today's world, do you know what I'm saying? Like that's the shit that obviously needs to be taken seriously. All this pseudo shit needs to get forgot about.
In 1920, there was definitely like medicines, vaccines, whatever tested that had not tested anybody with African DNA, for example, yeah, or sorry, not African DNA, people that were from Africa or whatever, yeah, for example. And it was the majority of test subjects were white males, for example. So the methodology is flawed, but maybe the science was correct. Yeah, so maybe the test, the results
No, James. The science is the methodology.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying that maybe
their science was wrong.
No, but the fact that maybe you test a combination of drugs on X subject, find the.
No, like, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Yeah,
So
of
it
how
wasn't
the
tested in
methodology.
all environments, sort of thing, innit?
Yeah, but I said what I mean. So what you like? What I'm saying is you know what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is
You're wrong to start with.
But then you can
Yeah,
wait.
but
What's the point of you going down the road?
You can
being
wait.
wrong.
give his best.
Tell me
Yo, can't let him
wait,
finish giving
I'll
his
wait.
own definition, yeah,
I'll wait,
and then
I'll wait for you,
and
Massa.
then you can correct him after with whatever you feel like.
You know what is so dumb? There was a lull in the conversation where you could have said something. You're only responding to what I'm saying and not letting me finish saying it. Think about that. So you're never going to speak if what you want to speak about is criticizing someone mid-sentence. How are you ever going to get a chance to speak? Think about that logically. The reason is
But I can only speak about what I know about, innit?
So then why don't you let the motherfucker finish? Finish. You can say what you want to say for all 10 minutes.
I don't want to say nothing until you say something wrong.
So why don't you let me finish what I'm saying?
Look, this brother is a joke, you know. You can't try to troll you still.
Saying, and then now you've actually got something to say when there's the next break. But
you weren't even a big thing. I was just a slight correction of what you were saying. I weren't trying to take over your whole flow.
No, but it's not, because it's an inference that you've made. It's your perspective on what I'm saying, but it's not. I'm not wrong or right, because what I'm saying is their methodology is incorrect if they're going to test it on black people. But if they want to test it on the white males, so if they want to sell it to the white males that they tested it on, then it's correct. That is how the scientific method works. They made a hypothesis. Oh, these white men all have the flu. Let's test these white men with these vaccines. Oh, it works on these white men. Therefore, we'll give the white men the flu. Now we're going to nationalize the vaccine. Every black person that's in this country, they get the vaccine too. But no. You haven't tested it on any of us, so you don't know.
Yeah, that way, then you're right. You're right, but then you can still say the science
we've got
is
different
wrong.
races, yeah. There's your blood type. There's so when they're testing, say like if you're allergic to or if something will cure or whatever, harm you or whatever, like is it like tested to your blood type? Because
no,
like
blood
obviously
type,
every
blood type don't really
hold on a sec. Let me finish the thing though, yeah, because every black person hasn't got the same blood type. Every white person hasn't got the same blood type. Every Chinese, you know what I'm saying, that. So
yeah, no, I want to say, like, white people, it's not as simple as saying you haven't tested this vaccine on white people. The issue on black people. The issue is there might be some black people that are more genetically similar to white people than other black people. But if you literally ruled out testing all the black people, so you're not testing any of these motherfuckers, but you want to give them the drug that you haven't tested them, then we don't know if, like, for example, maybe the 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5% of black people in England at the time that were more similar to white people than black people, maybe they would have been fine. But maybe the other 95% or the other, maybe it's 50-50, maybe it's whatever, maybe they have there's been no potential for the vaccine working on them because they haven't been added into the testing pool, or people that they are more genetically similar to, i.e. other black people, have not been in the testing pool. So in them instances, even though the fundamental methodology is correct, yeah, and is scientific, the fact that they haven't included groups and it's happened in a time of segregation, yeah, or excluding people, maybe that would lead to incomplete results, yeah, At exactly the same point in history, man creating the Hubble telescope and seeing stars redshifting. It isn't to say that in that exact period, because of the racism that was beset, that this country was beset with racism, whatever. It's not to say that both sciences are wrong now. Do you get what I mean? You can't say that all white man science is wrong. That was the point I was making.
But they are wearing racist tinted glasses. And they're looking at the whole world through these tinted glasses of racism.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
You get me? So, for example, at uni, I had to do a study on anthropometry, which is like measuring people's bodies. Yeah. So, like, you have anthropometry. Yeah. So you know, like, where you can measure someone's body fat percentage with pinchers.
Can you spell it?
You can spell it. Fuck's sake. ANTHRO anthropometry.
Yeah, I found it. Sorry, carry on, bro.
Yeah. So basically, right, we had to measure all these people's bodies and then come up with their body fat percentage, their height to weight ratio, their BMIs, yeah, everything. And when we compared it to the charts, yeah, it didn't match up. Now, I obviously, being the man that I am, realized that when you look at muscle mass, it doesn't equate into BMI, because BMI doesn't tell you the difference between your fat and your muscle. So when I realized that black people are leaner than white people, yeah, then I realized that that's why the data was skewed. So when I wrote it up, I said that it's basically these charts were made back in the day where everyone was white. Now we've got ethnic mixes in this country of people like black people or even Filipinos and them that are leaner, yeah. That's what's thrown off the fucking result. And obviously I was right. So that's how it is. Like you said, James, back in the day, they come up with all these things and it was only for their own people. You know what I mean? Because they didn't regard next man as people even. And it's not because, do you get me? A scientist would think, okay, let's compare this group of people with that group of people. But they're not getting paid to do that, because a lot of science is based on who's providing the money for the study. Do you get me? That comes into it as well. So like that's why China literally has a mirror image of our scientific community in China. Like they just then turn up with their own studies and say, well, we think this. And usually they throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and then I'll have to go away and start thinking, oh shit, let's like relook at everything again because the Chinese come up with something different. They don't like sit there in a team and work with you, but they will use your same methods. They'll invest the same amount of money. They'll have the right labs with the right people qualified. Do you know what I mean? But other countries don't do that. Other countries just sit back, relax, and let Europe do it. That's a fact. They don't have to do that. Chinese don't do that. Do you get what I mean? So there is racism. There's racism in science. Of course there is.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. But that's what like Velle was saying, and I just it was like there are some things that
what Velle is saying is right. It does come up to being pseudoscience.
No,
that's what it is.
Yeah, but no, the original point was there are some things like there's some general rules that have been defined that are colorless, if you like, for lack of a better word. You know, like, or we don't need to observe through the prism of sort of colors. You get me?
Yeah, no doubt. Like you said, if they're doing like studies on black holes and shit in space, obviously you don't need to go and invest your money in doing that as well, because obviously,
but
you know what I mean, it's only certain things.
But that's the fear of this flat Earth nonsense, where it's like people assume that that any kind of globalized, or is it interstellar? Is that what you call it? Interstellar research, is an extension of the sort of oppressive and divisive techniques that they've been using throughout the history of in the same way as like pseudosciences. You get me? Like people they're saying like, oh, you know, believing there's a sky sort of furthers your subjugate. Believing there's a space furthers your fucking subjugation and or you know fucking believing Archimedes or fucking believing Aristotle was right is a further, you know, whites is a further like what's the word, man, like validation of white science. But in Kemet we believe the earth was flat and the pyramids and all this.
Well, you know, that's something like you said. When you speak on them ones there, I'll just be quiet and listen, because it ain't for me to say. But
you know what,
I did agree with your earlier point about, you know, racism and slavery. You could equate that to being a conspiracy. So then when people would become, you know, very much biased in favor of conspiracy theories because of their past experience, you have to kind of like take that into consideration. So, you know, but, you know.
To respond to that, I don't say nothing either, really, because although I oppose what you're saying, but I basically need to go back into some of my previous studies. So when I went to uni, I didn't finish my degree, but when I was doing arts and humanities and stuff, and we were looking into we you know explored the origins, obviously, of European Enlightenment thought and all this kind of shit and whatever, and how that feeds into obviously political systems and whatnot. And the thing that I would say, I'm not gonna try and pick up an argument with you at this point, but what I will say is that Aristotle, Socrates type shit and whatever that leads to kind of the exalting of university professors as, you know what I mean, as the high, maybe not now, but definitely like earlier on in the 20th century, as being the pinnacle of, you know, what it means to be a human, you know. And then you go into kind of Descartes type of thought processing on what it means to be human and stuff, and that feeds into a lot of stuff that is not necessarily, I don't think, compatible with with what I regard as the African tradition. So, like where we see, for example, again, I'm not trying to get into an argument yet. I will come at you at some point though. But when we see, you know, the treatment of the land, and you know, how certain civilizations and cultures don't even think that it's important to have an understanding of the way nature works and whether they incorporate it into their, you know, their daily life and their decision-making processes and stuff. And I think if you're an African spiritualist, or you have a tendency to see the value in how those systems worked previously, you will then find not only evidence in the current system, but if you then unpeel the current system, you'll see what philosophies underpinned the current system in the first place, and so then you'll see a problem. You get me? So that's where some of that argument can come from.
You know, interesting, yeah, because you see the language of at very least my parents' birth, yeah.
Fair enough.
See the language of my parents' birth. There is you know where that is, isn't it, Emmy? You don't say it, but you know where that is, isn't it? Huh?
No, I don't.
I never showed you. Is it?
I got no idea what you're talking about, bro.
He's saying, do you know his ethnic background? Like, do you know where he's from?
You do, hold on, you do, but you're just on some gangster shit. All right,
No,
cool.
no, I'm confused. Wait. Are you asking me? Are you talking about your parents' book?
Yeah. Like,
yeah. All right, yeah.
Sorry. No, I thought for a moment I wanted to tell you, but I was like, no, you're one of the ones. You're in the circle. All right, cool. What I'm saying is, there's a proto version of that language, yeah, which things are written in. One of my relatives once told me, I should, you know, you're the younger generation, like you get me, like you should be learning. Like I can't remember, I told him something I was reading, and he was like, but I think it was like the I Ching or something like that, and he was like, what? You're gonna waste time reading that shit? Read this shit.
James, you know about I Ching? Fuck's sake.
Me and you spoke about it, that fucking insane book, bro. I've got it in my yard.
It must have been a long time ago.
Yeah, no, we spoke about it. Like, you're the only person I actually spoke to, but it's fucking nuts though, that book, man. It's not like a readable book, bro.
But the maths behind it, it's all based on maths, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's I'll show you anyway. But long story, sorry, I'll show you. I've got it. But a long story longer. What I'm saying is, he told me to read that in it. He was like, "Oh, you should read that, bro. Come on, bro." He's like, you know, like basically, you know, the untold secrets of the universe, one of them ones. And I was like, bro, what do you think? I was like, what equation? Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, what do you think? What information is in that book that I could not be privy, because the way he was talking about it was like, that person's not spiritual, and they know I'm not spiritual either. So he was talking about like there is, you know, sciences, kind of like what Isa says. And I was like, what do you think that there would be in there? What equation? What would be a revelation to me that is not readily available now? Mind you, this is a language that's what I mean, well over 2,000 years old. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, James, you hit the nail on the head for me, is that when these people, like we go back, like for me, the conversation's come a full circle now. We were basically saying earlier that these people were looking at the studies done by Bill Gates and they just chose to ignore it. It's the same thing as what I'm saying to you about I Ching, yeah, or what your friend was trying to tell you. It's not that the thing is magical or mysterious. It's the meaning that you attach to it, or the significance of which you give to it, that makes a difference between you and someone who might just dismiss it as nothing. So do you get me? Like,
Yeah, but
it's
this is
more
the thing,
important. It's more important. Just go on.
If I could listen, this is what I'm saying as well. It's about your intention, isn't it? You go, I'm almost finished reading, yeah. I've taken an extra long time to read it, but I'm lazy. Reading Machiavelli's The Prince, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The way in which things are phrased, I find like as really like in a pretentious way beautiful. Like it's beautifully phrased, and I mean like the combination of old English.
Shakespeare sort of.
Yeah, right. Yeah, almost Shakespearean. Yeah,
Mm.
but the actual principles I already know, and it's
Yeah, of
good to
course.
hear them again. And it's nice to phrase them. You know, it's nice to condense them into like a sort of pithy statement to give to somebody to make that point. You know, it's really nice to do that. But in reality, the sentiments behind it, I already do know. And guess what?
Yeah.
I can have much more modern examples. Yeah, I could have much more modern examples from like one of these modern self-help books, or one of these 48 laws of power. You know, like you.
I knew he was gonna say that. Yeah.
I bet you every single one of Sun Tzu's like best tips.
Yeah.
In the 48 laws of power, right? But
Of course.
It does make sense to read Sun Tzu, you know, to put yourself in that space, to, you know, have that cultural connection to what was happening in China, hear the references of all the great Chinese generals and whatever.
But it gets boring, isn't it?
It's not even that, but it's like the actual information, like if you're saying you want to learn something scientific.
What I mean is when you're looking at 4 different versions of the same thing, it's boring, isn't it? Because you know what the underpinning like mystery is already.
Exactly. And one of them has more than the other.
Yeah.
One of them has actually far more information than the other. And unfortunately, we get bogged down with this sort of cultural connection shit rather than the success that comes from actual fucking knowledge. You have information, you have knowledge, and then you can fashion and use the information, you can manipulate it. But if you have less information and more cultural connection, well, that's the shit that allowed these gunboats to enslave you.
I get your point.
Because British white people ain't fucking Greek. I think people need to appreciate that for a moment.
Of course.
There's British people that think they're 10 times better than any Greek motherfucker in the world. But those same British people will derive a lot of their concepts, the origins for them concepts, from Greek people. But they believe they're better than Greek people now.
Oh, yeah, they'll just say that they improved the Greek version, and then they don't even have to give the Greeks no respect anyway.
Right, but then there's this level of like, you know, we must claim it was from X civilization that all of our, our greatness was derived. But no, we can just say, ha ha ha, we stole that from you. You dumb motherfuckers, we took that from you.
Yeah, I think you're just a very pragmatic person, James. Like I'm like that as well. Like, and that can come across a little bit like
racist.
Yeah, it could be racist.
I'm joking.
Just to be like more of a realist though.
Yo,
got a super spreader.
What's the man saying, man?
I've been had corona. What, bruv? Someone try to tell me something, bruv.
Yeah, man, you can't catch it online though still, so you're good.
Yeah, what, fam? This Donny today that I went and bought the weights off. He offered his hand for me to shake. Mind you, I was getting a great deal.
Would you offer him the elbow?
No, I was getting a great deal. I shook the man's hand, fam.
Just wash your hands.
It was
after.
at that moment you knew. You fucked up.
Trust you.
Zeria's a walking meme, fam.
If you come in with a smoker's cough tomorrow in James, then that would fuck up still. If you get the smoker's cough soon, then you know that was a fuck up.
You say it might just be that the lockdown is getting to a minute.
Yeah. Trust me.
Well, James, how much weights did you actually get off him?
No, I got fives in it. I got 60 kg of fives, so I got 12. I got 12 fives of.
Yes. Oh, that's decent. For how much?
No. Oh, sorry, I'm lying. I already had 4 fives. I got 8 fives off him for Yeah, 8 fives for £50. So I think it worked out to £6.25 a kilo.
That's a fucking bargain.
Huh?
That's a bargain, bro. What's my man a crackhead?
All Hampton. Brother, brother, the guy's got like a ton in his yard.
Wait, James, what are you benching?
What, in my yard?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. So the bench I just bought. This is the Liberty of the bench. Yeah, the bench I bought carries 170 kg max, so I can't put more than 40s on the dumbbell. I can't do that. And
Yeah, but you're not carrying baby elephants. You're not carrying baby elephants out there. So what are you actually?
I feel like that's something I should like a current.
James, this could be an opportunity for you to
work on 40 on each side, yeah.
Some certain techniques.
What, dumbbells?
An Olympic bar as well.
No, not, bruv. You think I ain't
Olympic
got a
bar in your yard?
I only use dumbbells, bro. I ain't got. Yeah, the bench I built.
Dumbbells, yeah.
Yeah, the bench I built yesterday is
40 dumbbells.
Yeah, 40 kg dumbbells. That's what I take now, max.
Yeah, that's big still, man.
Yeah, that's minor. Well, it's not minor, but it's
But they're all 5. You can't fit them all on.
No, I got 10s in it.
Oh, you got some 10s as well.
Yeah, so all in all, in my yard, I got 12 5s. I got a bag in them 2.5s, and I got 4 10s. And I've got a bar that I just weighed today. I put myself on a scale with it. But imagine a bar weighs 5.5 kgs, fam. Joke thing. Yeah, I got.
Yeah, how much does the Olympic bar weigh?
20.
Yeah.
I got Olympic.
You got an Olympic bar?
Yeah.
You want to show it?
No,
I don't want it, but my brother's got a gym. He'll buy that shit off you.
How many plates you got to go on the bar, Velle?
Not a lot still.
Why the fuck?
You can't use them on normal bar, innit? Like they will have the big hole in the middle.
5. About 4 20s, 2 10s, 5.
4 20s? You got 4 20 plates?
Yeah.
Oh, you're.
But I don't use them all like that, man. I don't use them all
You
like
got
that.
100.
Velle's the don out here.
Well, you got 130. But you know what it is, yeah, man. I'm getting creative.
No, because I remember I bought the bench set that come with whatever weights, and then
the plastic weights.
I bought
threw away.
No, not the plastic ones, but they come with the metal ones still. And then I bought some extra, like just a set of 220s in it. So it already had the 220s with it, and then I bought an extra 220s as well. You get me? Right. That's when we was being serious about lifting weights and all that. But man, need to get.
That when you was running little cycles of Winstrol and that.
And my man got a squat rack for £200 by the
Winnie.
way. Oh.
Winnie.
No,
about Winnie?
Yeah,
I'm not talking about Winnie Mandela.
I never used to. I never used to do no.
Right.
I only used to take fucking protein shakes or anything like that. Still.
That's normal. That's just normal food, bro.
Like that still.
You could just be drinking milk, innit? Same thing. What's the difference?
Steroids are tempting. I'm not even gonna lie. I never will take them, but they are tempting, bro.
Why? Why won't you never take them?
Because I'm scared, innit?
Scared of what? What do you think's gonna happen?
I've never
What's gonna happen? Your dick's gonna get bigger or something. Like what? It's testosterone, bro.
Are you joking? Or is that possible?
No, it's not possible.
Of course it's not possible.
It's the opposite. The opposite is possible.
Hey guys, forget I asked that. Yeah, I wasn't being serious. I was joking.
Yeah, Khan was setting you up there, man. He want to see you fail still.
Like what?
No, I wouldn't. No, you know what?
Man's like, why don't you use this thing that would negatively affect you?
Negatively affect you? That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard in my life.
No, but it gives you muscle gains in fucking roid rage, but it don't fucking.
What? It gives you water mouth. It gives you water mouth. Like, whoa, come on, man. What are you talking about?
No, there's all
different. A negative net effect.
Shut up. There ain't a negative net effect.
Yeah, there is. Don't be.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
There isn't. There's negative side effects that does not factor into the net.
Net, bro. Net. What do you get? You get. Hold on. You get strength. You get your strength with impotence. You get strength with fucking disgusting acne and acne scarring. You get fucking your strength, and you get fucking super stressed out and almost bipolar. You get your strength, and then as soon as you stop your dosage, you lose the strength and end up getting stretch marks. Bro, there's a bag of side effects.
Come on.
But that's if you're not like educated on how to use them.
No, that's everyone, bro.
Most people, unless you're like like you've done any sort of sports degree or whatever, who's going to be educated on how to use roids? You're just going to fucking find out from another roidhead in your gym, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they know.
You know what I'm saying?
They'll tell you.
Yeah, and at that time, he's going to be like, yeah, he's going to tell you the side effects. But why he's looking like fucking, like the peak of fucking muscles, yeah, and he's telling you, yeah, just bang these. Just bang this in your ass and you'll be fucking banging weights like me. Yeah? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, what you got to do? You fucking ain't going to listen to them side
That's not a healthy relationship with the older generation of your gym right there, man. That's wrong.
I'll tell you what, though. The only thing I will say is if you're somebody that, because you know there's some people that powerlift and all of that. Yeah, it makes sense to use it. Don't get me wrong. For a short period of your life, achieve what you want to achieve and get the fuck off it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Then, no, but
be smart with it.
But even then, it's really dangerous. Like all these bodybuilders and power builders. Look at Ronnie Coleman now, G. They're fucked when they get to.
Yeah, but you can't use Ronnie Coleman as the example, bro.
Just use the picograms if anything.
Yo, zero.
Yeah.
Esoteric.
You know the picograms. Remember, what's it? John Jones got done for picograms or something.
Oh, the picograms, yeah. Oh,
Pico. That's it. Yeah. Pico.
You see what, man? But these lot need to chill out with John Jones, man. What's wrong with them?
I know, but he's moving reckless, bro. He's moving mad.
He drinks and he drives, fam. Relax. I don't see why people.
You're taking a piss.
I think I'm joking. I'm being serious, bro. He drinks and drives. That's his shit, isn't it? He gets drunk a lot. He takes cocaine. He fights for a cage for a living.
He's a cage fighter, yeah, bro. He's like an actual cage fighter, fam.
Yeah, but putting others at risk is the problem. That's
just someone that was extra bad at busting heads on the road.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I'm not saying there's a problem with how he meditates.
Head buster from the roads that's just stepped up to the cage. And it's like, you get me, like, Ross.
Head buster.
Yeah, head buster. That's what them man are. Them man will bust your head up.
Yeah, but Velle, we live in a society though, man. The man can't move like that on road. You get me? That's the whole point.
What, getting drunk and driving?
What? Yeah, that's the whole. You get me? That's not the drunk part. It's not the cocaine part. It's the obviously driving, isn't it? Not to add the fact that he's a celebrity and all of that on top of it, but obviously, all of that aside, you get me? Is the fact that he's moving on road and he's putting others at risk.
You see when
that state.
Yeah, because like you're saying, because he's fucking man up so hard in the fucking ring, he's thinking he could just do anything. Like, what? Fuck, man. They can't tell me nothing.
But he's been done before. That's the point. Last week. That would make sense if this is the first time. But he's been done on this particular charge before, and it's been embarrassing for him. He's come out. He nearly went to jail, bro. Do
you know one thing? I agree with you. The fact that how he was all apologizing and crying before, he should know better. But you know, for me, being objective, like looking at it, like it's not that big of a deal to me. It doesn't, like, first of all, he's not a role model anyway. John Jones is a scumbag. Like, we all know John Jones is a real scumbag, yeah? So he's not a role model. And then, man, I'm making it like, oh, he should get stripped. That Pusio, what's that Brazilian and the Dominic Reyes? Thiago Santos and Dominic Reyes talking about he should get stripped for the belt. We should fight. Shut up, bro. Why? Because he got waved and drove home and didn't crash his car. Shut up, bro. Don't be stupid.
Yeah. No, I don't agree with all that. Obviously, they're trying it, but obviously, Reyes is just salty from when he lost.
Yeah. To be honest, I feel deep for Rep. Well, I don't feel deep. He's a rap, but he didn't deserve to take the title, but he deserved to win the fight. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, 100. I agree,
man. Yeah. Drink driving, bro. 90% of British people on the roads are drunk. Over the limit. I need to know that shit, man.
But bro, it's like the Diaz brother said, isn't it, on testosterone, on what's it called? On steroids. They're all on it. Like, you get me?
Yo, Connor got upset when man said that, innit? He got super up. What do you mean?
Hey, the only reason why the man don't get pulled is because man don't swerve on the road. You get me? Man, them a wave, bro, driving home from
my man's got the Tesla.
That's one spot.
The one that drives you home.
Hey, listen, yeah. I usually, we went to my girl's friend's house, yeah. One time, it was like around Christmas, yeah. And, you know, usually I just have like a little fucking couple of drinks or whatever. Not get too waved off or whatever, but just have like that. I might have 2-3 drinks or whatever. and then we would drive home. But this time I just had one drink here. I just said, do you know what? Yeah, I'm not even gonna drink. So I'm driving home, yeah, bruv, woo, pulled over, breath test, drug test, all that, bro. I'm like, blood, fucking hell, fam. Imagine this time I usually would have went there, bund it down, yeah, drinking it down, so and so, and I just said, do you know what? This time I'm just gonna have one drink and just chill out. You get me? So it was
You know what,
mad.
really? It's like there's almost as if there's a god or something.
Guardian angel. You say my guardian angel.
Hey, listen,
My
see, when I
Islamic
was young,
angel was there.
hey, listen, yeah. See, when I was young, I bought a bike, yeah, like a 125 and that, like a geared thing, a RS, yeah. These times, so boom, I'm on my bike more time now. Now I'm on my bike every day, a couple times a day. No insurance, no license, like no CBT or nothing, but just on my bike every day. These times, man used to, you know how it's like a Dragon Stout or a Stella, like at least 3 or 4 a day at different points of the day, like whenever man go hit the block, Banazoo, whatever it is, yeah. So these times, yeah, but and then you know like Alizé or Cavossier and that night times, and I never used to go out at night times with my bike, but it was just like one of those little periods where man was going to some park, which was quite a lot for some weird reason with these my brethrens, yeah, and these chicks. These times waved up my mind, you know.
Girls in the park, yeah, James.
Come on, I was like 17 or something. These times I got waved up my mind, and I had to drive my bike back. And everyone was like, "Yo, push her if you don't drive your bike home, yeah." So I drove my bike home, scared out of my. It was wet as well, scared out of my mind. But like at like 2 miles an hour, like, you know, when you're drunk, that everything feels retarded, yeah. Got it home, I was like, "Oh my, you can drive a bike drunk." You know, this is me. I'm thinking rare. Did it like maybe a week later. Parked it up at my brethren's house and went across his road to some white people's house party. My brethren lived in some proper like nice areas, black, yeah. These times went to he brought me into some house party. Boom, it was a sick night, whatever. In the morning, 5 in the morning, I waved up my mind. He's like, he's like, you might as well just get a cab or something or bop even. I wasn't too far from his yard. I was like, no, but I can drive drunk, G. Ripped off, like, you know, badly ripped. Hospitalized. Yeah, like. you know, I kept thinking.
I knew this was coming.
I was thinking to myself though, how did I get home? Because the other night it was like at least 3 miles I drove, and this was like half a mile, and I fucking ripped off, G, like badly.
That's what happens, man. I was gonna ask, you know, before you said that, it wasn't the same though, was it? That first time.
Yeah, man, it's mad still, man. Drink driving is not the one, man. Yeah.
I ended up being the worst night of. I'll actually arguably go on record and say that was top 3 worst nights of my life because
you could have pushed the shit down the road probably.
No, G. Whilst I'm trying to recover, I'm trying to recover from just writing off, like bro, my lid was cracked, like bad, G, it was bad, fucked up my shoulder, fucked up my knee. I still got the scars on my knee and my shoulder. Bleeding all out, tracksuit car. When I've got up, a car's pulled up beside me with some black brother and it smelled of weed. First thing that goes up in my mind, I'm saying, I ain't got insurance. This bike cost me like 3 racks. I'm telling him, I'm like, hey, yo, big man, I beg you, help me pick up the bike. I can't walk though, like, so I'm limping and I'm like, help me pick up the bike. This guy jumps out the motor, fronts like he's gonna help me for a minute or two,
puts his
gives me
hands in your bike.
a whole half a tank of CS gas in my eyes and licks my chain.
Licks your chain.
And you know what's
sucked your chain.
Rub my chain. My white gold chain. I bought my brethren. Listen, it's a £1,500 chain I got for $450.
I'll
never get the deal again. You'll never get the
You can get the chain, but not the deal.
No, I'm paying for the chain. Lick me, bruv. This guy's trying to stab me. These are my. I'm telling him, take the bike. Take the fucking bike. He's telling me. It's only when I fell over he told me because I couldn't run. Like I tried running a little bit. I'm give me the fucking chain, bruv. I'm like, what? This time I'm blind. I'm like, what? Like, give me the chain. I'm like, oh, the chain. Try to take the chain off. I still got my lid on my head. Can't get the chain off. So fucking up. Bitch, I got off giving him the thing, bruv. Fuck, G. Fucked.
Oh, Chris, yeah, man.
Off my back.
in hospital for a sec and fuck it. I got my chain from all in one
Man's
night.
trying to get help, you know. Man should have get help from him. Man suck man's chain in that.
You get
That's
me?
how it goes
Big
as
up,
well,
yeah,
fam.
that's what I'm saying. Black power.
London living, innit? Mad.
Must have black power.
And you know,
Welcome to London.
how I got help?
Oh,
You know how I got help? Yeah, I went.
yeah.
I went like because I thought I was going. Gee, I've never been gassed before, and it's deep because anyway, forget. But I've never been gassed before, put it like that, yeah. And I'm blood. I'm going blind, and this pussy hit me right in my eyeballs, you know, like close contact,
With
like
the spray, yeah.
it was right
Like the water, you felt the water touch your eyes.
in my
Yeah.
eyeballs.
He was a motherfucker, innit?
Fuck me. You know what, yeah? I tell you what, yeah. You know
What
what
a
was mad, yeah? And it was dumb, yeah. What we shouldn't have done, yeah, but we done it anyway, yeah. Was you know when the tasers first come out and the fucking CS spray first come out, yeah. So my brethren, yeah, like he lived with his dad, innit, yeah. But his dad used to go to stay at his girlfriend's yard in like it's basically on the other side of England. You get me, yeah. So all the man that we used to chill at his yard to get me on the weekend or whatever. So we're like, let's see what the CS gas is like, yeah. So one man tried to spray someone else, yeah, and obviously the whole spray's in the room, innit, man. So everyone's
in it,
choking out and shit, yeah. But you know what? Man's like, let's see what the fucking taser feels like, yeah. So, bruv, man was tasering each other on the leg and shit. That fucking shit hurts, bruv. Are you dumb? Don't get taser cuts. Yeah, the taser thing hurts as well. The CS gas is nasty as well.
You see the CS gel, my Bridget, bruv, this guy was meant to shot us all CS, yeah? And when he come through with these little canisters. But mind you, we've seen the real CS. Furthermore, yeah.
Yeah, man, yeah, we got a bit too deep now still, anyway, man.
Yeah.
So let's get back to fucking up man's dreams, man, and telling man that they're God's fake and shit. You get me?
No, I feel like you're a sick flat Earth destroyer, boy. Where you been at?
Yeah. No, do you know what? Yeah, Zero. We had Flat Earth Week, yeah. I think Zero might have been listening still. We had Flat Earth Week.
Yeah, I was there.
We started one day. Yeah, we ain't heard a response since. I think this is going to be a Flat Earth free zone from now on because.
Yeah, I was beefy. Yeah, I was beefy on the point of snipers. Yeah, on the point of snipers, I was like, basically, if even snipers have to take the Earth spinning into account when they're shooting, yeah, and I sent even an article and all of that. Yeah, I was like, man, how can you say no, it doesn't spin and all that? And he's like, I've spoken to a person in the army and he told me no.
Wait, he spoke to an actual sniper and the sniper.
No, that's what he said, man.
The Earth don't move. We just, man. We weren't aiming. We only blowing out for the wind. It's like, yeah, even you hear that in the fucking programs when they're telling you about it. The sniper even has to account for the movement of the fucking Earth when he's trying to do his sniping thing. You get me?
It's true. I killed it the other day. Man said, but even if why would there be different? Why would different countries be hotter than other countries? Yeah, if the sun was just straight up orbiting the Earth. Man said it orbits in a figure eight, and we were like, why? And he was like,
because that's what works. From my mom.
Figure eight. But you know what? Yeah, it's mad though. The other Flat Earth lady was telling me that it's a figure eight as well. And that's a crazy thing. It's like, why did you man come with the figure eight thing? Why the figure eight?
They've got a website, innit, where they would refer to like dismissing Islam. Like one of them ones.
You see, when I was playing the video about the seasons and that, yeah. So I was explaining that to the lady in the park about the seasons, the equal days of sunlight and this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. Yeah, fall and autumn and shit. Yeah, and then I was saying to the lady, all right, then, so you show me how the Earth moves around, how we have different seasons then, because the way that the scientists explain the fucking Earth moving and being at different points to how much light hits the Earth and why we're cold at this point and why we're hotter at these points, that matches up. And then she started doing that figure eight walk around the fucking speaker's corner. I was like,
you're joking.
Yeah, man.
It's not.
Issa was
though, man.
caping for that beans as well, man. I know, man.
Oh,
Issa was caping
Lord.
for that beans that day still. He was supposed to be my
Was
cameraman, you know. Imagine that.
Was she
Imagine
white and
running
racist?
that, man. He said a black Tilek as my cameraman to try bad at some fucking flat earthers, fam. Let's
Oh,
figure
yeah,
that he
hey.
almost turned into a flat earther, fam. I'm like, blood clot, not up to you, fam.
Hey, come.
They all
Hey,
caping
come.
this shit.
Hey,
What?
come. I saw that comment.
Was she
I
white
said,
and racist?
no. I said, idiot, the black.
I mean that.
That was cold. That was deep, man.
Oh, mate. Yeah, man. But yeah, she's a Trump supporter as well, anyway, man. She's all right though still, but she's a Trump supporter still, so.
Obviously, you know that, brother.
And a flat earth believer, so it's like, bro, you know, like, I'm not.
No, but
Nah, man, you know what? Just
and you believe in flat earth. You're a scammer still.
standard. No, all of them, like, especially that what's it called? Is it the Caribbean guy, the Caribbean British guy? He's prominent in the flat earth circle.
Dave.
Yeah, him and the people around him, circles around him, they definitely want to tie the same. Yeah.
That's it, man.
And there are people that
girl
probably get
Roxanne
that as well. Yeah.
Hey, do you remember that brother that used to be on Reels panel called Two Real?
Oh yeah.
One of
Reels bubble.
No,
it's Nomi, yeah.
One of the funniest exchanges I've ever seen, was Real saying, he said that guy, you know, the black, it's like a kind of light skin, kind of not light skin, but it's like not too
Straight
dark,
there.
yeah, with grey hair and shit, isn't it?
It's the flat earth guy, yeah.
Yeah. And then he was like, Real ended up playing a video of him, but then Real was like, cool. Do you lot know who this person is? And then Two Real was like, who? Do you mean the guy that drinks his own piss?
yeah, that guy.
And Real kicked him straight off the panel, bro.
Hey, James, do you remember when Real kicked me off the panel? Do you remember when Real kicked me off the panel?
That was funny still. Man. And I was telling him about flat earth and that shit. I'm like, bro, you're dumb. You just dash off the panel.
Nah, Real's so funny. The other day we was having a conversation about, you know, that Tommy Robinson incident with the 3 kids when he jumps out on them, and people are like, yeah, but the car kept rolling. That's why the kid called him to jump back in the car. And Real turned around and went, no, if you get a ruler and measure the screen, you can see that the car wasn't moving. I was like, what are you on, bro? Measuring screen with a ruler.
Are you listening? Yeah, you see that?
That's why the earth is flat.
Exactly.
No, but you know, I jumped on Real's panel the other day. Yeah, remember when he come on?
Tonight or not?
Huh?
Are we doing this tonight or not?
No, you win. You won it by default. I surrender. Hey, listen.
Hey,
who the fuck are you coming and talking to like that, though?
Bro, like, I thought it was supposed to be this yesterday. Obviously, I fell asleep in it. So whatever.
I didn't say we're doing it today. I said, give me a minute. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna add you on the thing. You're gonna see that I've added you, and you're gonna know that we're one step closer.
Yeah, but like that's long. We could do it right now.
But I'm not doing it right now, though. I gotta go into my living room.
No. You've opened
get a room. You two need to get a room. Man.
It's Street Fighter again. I bet you.
Give him my thing. Give him my thing, and then you can chat to me thing, or I'll message it in the private.
Yeah. Put it in the hangout.
Yeah. No. Yeah. In the hangout. Yeah, I'll do that now. Yeah. Imagine, so I jumped on his panel that day. Remember when we was having a flat earth discussion, yeah? Because he said that thing about density. And then I went and asked him about it. Bruv, he literally just said, all right, cool, there's a study. Like, just moved straight on from the point. That man said, gravity. He said that human beings are just denser than air, the nitrogen-oxygen combination of the air. And he said, that's why we fall to the ground. But then I read something.
Has anyone anti-gravity like rooms and that? How like what's going on with that?
Has anyone studied how they exist?
As an argument against flat Earth and that. No, sorry, as an argument. Well, flat earthers tend to believe that also gravity is fake and shit, innit? So
No, but you can only simulate what thing
What it
looks
feels
like.
like.
Yeah, you can't actually remove gravity from a room, can you?
No, but what do they do? How do they do? What's an anti-gravity?
So they're basically the plane is falling at a certain speed, so it feels like the gravity of the room's less in it. So you're floating about, sort of thing.
So
As of yet, no technology exists to neutralize the pull of gravity. The best way to approximate the feeling of weightlessness on Earth is to ride on board a plane flying in parabolic arcs that mimic the shape of St. Louis's Gateway Arch.
Yeah, bro. Oblivion in Autumn Towers does the same thing. Like, there's
Yeah,
a
by
brief
doing
moment,
aerobatic maneuvers known as parabolas, specifically parabolas. Yeah, parabolas. Sorry, imagine you taught me this the other day as well. Specifically trained pilots perform those aerobatic maneuvers, which are not simulated in any way. Zero G's passengers experience true weightlessness. So it's basically moving in a similar shape to. It's almost like what they were talking about with the rockets, isn't it, Velle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to move in a similar shape to try and break out of the G, all of the gravity.
But even that's what I'm saying. Like even when it comes to density, there's such overwhelming evidence for gravity, and the only argument they're claiming is that we're denser than air. But density doesn't necessitate a downward force. So to be denser than
how
air,
does a blade of grass? You know, he said that to me before, and I said, all right. So how does a blade of grass fall to the ground?
Still denser than air, Velle.
Like, it's denser than that, and I'm like, yeah, but it's the pull of the gravity that's pulling it.
But that's
obviously there's planets without air that's still got
the
gravity.
major point is but why is it a downward force if it's just density?
Why does it go down to the floor?
Above you, there's oxygen to the left of you, and there's oxygen to the right of you. Why does it
Why
move
does
down?
it zigzag up, down, left, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like it just goes down.
And how do you measure yourself? Like how do you find your weight? Like can you put a scale on the top of your head and measure your weight? Your weight is
Can you put a scale on your elbow and measure your weight? You know, like on the side of you.
You can only put it under you for what reason? Because the force of gravity is acting upon your mass to create your weight. That's how you create your weight.
Can you put a scale under your elbow? You know, every fat person tried that, innit?
You know what? Yeah? You see, Jerry Jones. I was always talking about assent into scientific studies by, posing an idea or whatever. If there's any anti-gravity situation that can occur, I think it's going to be to do with the wheel. Yeah. Have you ever heard of an anti-gravity wheel though?
No.
I just googled it. Yeah. I was always convinced that it's something to do with a wheel, but this is quite an interesting thing. I'm gonna post it in the back chat. Yeah.
All right.
It's not an anti-gravity wheel, but it's you'll just check it and you'll see what I mean. It's interesting. It's about motion.
Makes you feel nigh on weightless. Yeah.
Is it about perpetual motion?
Yeah, something like. No, it's not perpetual. No, it's got to be started, isn't it? But
no, perpetual motion means it don't stop.
Perpetual motion, is why we don't feel the earth moving, innit? Because it's constantly moving.
Oh, right.
Like, you see that when you're driving, and you throw a ball in the air, it don't stay behind you, innit? It moves with you, innit? Like, even though you're throwing it up. Do you know what I'm saying? It's because of the perpetual movement. So they get
got with inertia or something.
Yeah, but the perpetual movement of you moving carries the means that the because the earth is still moving, isn't it? Like,
so you're saying that
movement can be called inertia, yeah. But I'll be back, guys. Yeah, I'm coming back.
Yeah, inertia is the name for the tendency of an object in motion to remain in motion, an object at rest to remain at rest unless acted upon by force. Physical objects changing its velocity.
This includes changes to the object speed, direction. No, maybe yeah. Sorry, carry on. I think I overstepped it.
Has anyone looked at the link yet?
I'm about to. He said Twitter. Oh no.
Yeah, I just played the video. Just played the video, and yeah, I haven't even heard the audio yet. But
oh, imagine I'm actually looking at that on YouTube without having to click the link. This guy lifting 20
Yeah, my
kgs in
bad.
one.
I lost the connection there still. So I didn't hear what you were saying, bro.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When I let go of my left hand, what you'll see is that the shaft remains horizontal. See it going around there. It almost looks as though the wheel is weightless. How does this work? Well, instead of pulling the wheel down to the ground as you'd expect, the weight of the wheel creates a torque which pushes it around in a circle. You may recognize this as gyroscopic precession. For a more detailed explanation, click the annotation or the link in the description to see my video on the topic. Here, I want to try something more extreme. I'm going to try to lift it over my head with one hand while it's spinning. Wish me luck.
Yo, you seen it already, Emma?
I'm still watching it still.
Oh.
Well, yeah, it's interesting, man. Like, can we class anti-gravity as a reduction in the natural weight of something, or does it have to be something that's literally floating?
I don't know that anti-gravity exists in that way.
No, but like, if there is a definition, I mean, the definite is it's a hypothesis, right? It's a theoretical non-starter in it at the moment. But if we wanted to use the term practically, could we say that this is an example of anti-gravity?
I guess so, but if there's other physical processes at play, then arguably it would be ineffective. It would be an ineffective description.
Yeah.
And like I think as well, yeah, because gravity isn't solely an attractive force, but at least theoretical or quantum gravity can be a repulsive force as well, isn't it? So like if gravity denotes some attraction or some repulsion, then something being free from it, I'm not sure if if that means it's free from all types of gravity, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
So how does the gravity attract? You said it repels as well. What part? I don't understand that part. Explain it.
Yeah, in theoretical, in some quantum cosmological theories, they see that the force of gravity can be used as like, so when the universe achieves so when the universe becomes too dense, gravity acts as a force repelling and almost causing an expansion of the universe. So as opposed to so if you can imagine the universe contracting to a point and then repelling, so they refer to it as, instead of a big bang, a big bounce. Well, the thing that makes it sort of spring back to and begin expanding is hypothesized to be the force of gravity at play.
Is that like string theory or something like that? Is that related to that?
Literally, it's quantum loop theory, from my understanding. But I think that the example that the scientists gave for, like, for stupid people like me, was that made me understand kind of what you were saying, was essentially, a sponge, if you fill it with water, will absorb the water. So we can absorb the water as almost the sponge as being attracting water, for example. Yeah. Well, there'll be a tipping point where the sponge is eventually full and it can't take any more water, and then the water will start gliding off the top of the sponge as opposed to going through it.
Yeah. That's mad.
So it's that point. Yeah, when it achieves that point of density and it's too dense, the force of gravity begins now to work as a repelling force.
Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you ever studied chemistry when they tell you about the cells and the proton, the nucleus, and how it attracts the electrons?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they never tell you about the fact that there is a equal amount of repulsion as there is attraction, which keeps the integrity of the cell, like the tension within it.
That was
Because
part
I'm
of it.
thinking, I never got taught that. Like I had to ask that question. I was like, wait a minute, if there's a nucleus which is attracting the electrons, then what's stopping the whole thing from collapsing in on itself?
Nah,
And then they were like, oh, but there's an equal amount of repulsion from the nucleus as well.
You're a bad teacher, man. I knew that shit. You're a bad teacher.
Connell, innit? Tottenham, what'd you expect?
I was in
College
posh,
of North East London.
I was in posh Westminster, mate. You get me?
I went uni Westminster, but I used to walk past your building every day.
What's
It's
the
a nice
building?
little college.
No, you don't know,
College.
man. I'm talking about school, bruv.
Oh, you went to school in Westminster?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice.
West MCs through this year. Jay, you know I'm right through this year. Anyway, lads, I think I'm gonna go and make something to eat, mate. You know what I mean?
Well, you've been eating the whole time. You never stop eating, motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't. I'm heavy. How much you weigh, on?
You're bulking. You're on a bulk cycle, innit?
No, I'm not talking.
How much do you weigh?
What now? About 100.
Yeah, I'm about the same, just a little bit more than that. But I'm not.
Bro, you know what? You know what? Our half Nigerian, half Cameroonian, relating love to crack smoking friend.
I was there when you were chatting.
Oh my days, fam! I'm never gonna chat to him again.
Who you talking to? Who you talking about? Sorry. Who you talking about?
You know Raz.
Oh yeah, Raz, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say on the live because obviously, but do you know how much? He's a big man, you know, bro.
James from chucking it with Raz officially. That's it, man.
Yeah, I'm done, bro. Raz is a big man for me, G. I'm not talking nothing to him about nothing. You know that someone's got you beat when you start thinking of conflict with them and your mind goes straight to weapons. You know, you don't even are you gonna beat them up like I reckon I could use this on them. That's how you know you're done. You're done out here. You can't touch
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. I want to use the
Saying that, man,
scaffolding
I'm
pole
gonna
and lick
get
out the top. My thing, yeah, man.
Yo, big up
Yeah,
Velle
big up yourself, cuz.
for keeping it.
Yeah.
Listen, all you religious dons, you get me on when God is resting. What's Velle doing? Working. Some mad thing.
Big up Velle.
Oh man, you say it, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna jog off. Some cleaning up.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Yeah. Big up, calm, man. You know how we do, man. We out here, B. You get me? Like it's G blocking this bitch, man. Yeah. So, what you saying, man? I might wrap it up in a sec still, car. You know, Sunday, 10 o'clock. Still got fucking work tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Ain't heard nothing about no work yet. So, boy, it's crazy still. Like, what can you do, eh? What can you do, mate? Yeah, flat Earth's dead still. Boy, yeah, I was trying to talk about this this upcoming recession, man, that's going to be kicking in. Car. Even though, well, I don't know, man. Like, this one's not like made by bankers or whatever, innit? Like, this is like a natural disaster sort of recession. You know what I mean? You get me? So yeah, this time most people can't even come out of their yard to go to earn any money. So it's kind of peak out here, bruv. Trust me. You get me? Like, boy, one of them ones still. But Yeah, I don't know, man. That's it. Online business is looking like a good idea right now, still, man. But like, again, when people ain't earning money, how can they spend money? Crazy still. I don't know, man. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone's looking to load up a Canon for a live stream. Let me know in the chat, man, so I can promote your channel, and I can wrap this one up still. Yeah, we could. I can wrap that one up real quick. You get me? Yeah, man. No, we do, man. Yeah, big up Skyworks, man. Big up Scientific, man. Big up James SC. Big up yourself, Jews. Yeah. Yeah, man. So I don't know, man. Like, let me know, like, I'll tell you what. Let's check. Recession. Is the UK in a recession? A V-shaped recession. All right, let me just read this out for you. Prepare for the coronavirus global recession. My thing. Okay. What will initially seem localized, worldwide and economic pain will go on for longer than first thought. Travel bans, sporting events cancelled, mass gatherings prohibited, stock markets in free fall, deserted shopping malls, get ready for the COVID-19 global recession. Up until a month ago, this seemed far-fetched. It was assumed that the coronavirus would be localized problem for China and that any spillover effects to the rest of the world could be comfortably managed with a bit of policy by easing central banks. But it became clear that the COVID-19 was was not confined to China, and that the economic economic effects would be more widespread. Forecasts started to be revised down, but central banks, finance ministers, and independent economists took comfort in the fact that there would be a sharp but short hit to the activity, followed by a rapid return to business as usual. Right. I think that's what they're hoping still, man, that if as long as the what's it called? The interest rates can be held or can be paused for that bit, then hopefully everyone should be able to return back to their jobs that they previously had and start to earn money anyway. But this line of thinking has exact parallels to the events of 2007, when it was initially assumed that subprime mortgage crisis was a minor, manageable problem affect only the US, and nobody needs reminding how that ended. If history is any guide, the global economy will eventually recover from the COVID pandemic. But either this is going to be a V-shaped recession in the first half of 2020, followed by a recovery in the second year, looks absurd after tumultuous events of the past week. What's more, policymakers know as much. The Federal Reserve, the US Central Bank, did not need to be told by Donald Trump that it needed to cut interest rates. and resume large-scale asset purchasing, known as quantitative easing. Jeez. The world's most powerful central bank had pulled the stops out on Saturday night by slashing rates to nearly zero and pledging to expand its balance sheet by 700 billion. Wow. The UK coordinated response by the Bank of England and the Treasury last week was seen as a textbook example of how policymakers ought to respond to the crisis. It was thought only the start. Airline companies will quickly go bust unless they receive financial assistance. The same goes for retailers, many of them hanging on by their fingertips even before COVID-19. Britain has a new Chancellor of the Exchequer in Rishi Sunak, and from Monday, a new Governor of the Bank of England in Andrew Bailey, and they will both be aware that the risks of doing little, too late are far greater than of doing too much too soon. So in the coming weeks, the bank can be expected to cut interest rates to 0.1%, the lowest they have ever been, and resume its QE program. Sunak will have to add to the 12 billion he has set aside for the COVID-19. As in 2008-9, the authorities in the Eurozone have been the slowest to act, but have been welcoming signs in recent days from Germany, most significantly the need for governments to spend and spend big. Hold on a sec. It has been clear from the start that COVID-19 affects both sides of the economy, supply and demand. The supply of goods and services is impaired because factories. Hold on a sec. I need to scroll down a little bit. Because factories and offices are shut and output falls as a result. But demand also falls because consumers stay at home and stop spending, and businesses mothball investment. Mad thing. Mothball investment. Conventional policy measures such as cutting the cost of borrowing or reducing taxes tend to work better when there is a demand in stock. When there is a demand shock, there is a limit to what they can do in the event of a compliant supply and demand shock. Policymakers know that, which way Sunak stressed the budget speak, that the economy faced a tough period. The aim is to make the downturn as short and shallow as possible, even though the chances of this look vanishingly small. One reason for this is because the economic disruption caused by COVID-19 is enormous. Entire countries, Italy and Spain, are in lockdown. The problems facing airline companies are symptomatic of the crisis facing the global travel industry, from cruise companies to hotels that cater for tourists. Discretionary spending by consumers appears to have collapsed in recent days. Despite globalization, much economic activity remains local, but here. Two, there will be an impact as to people cancel their appointments at the dentist, put off having their hair cut, and wait to put their house on the market. Paul Dales, a UK chief economist in Capital Economics, has estimated the output in Britain will shrink by 2.5% in the second quarter, but says a 5% fall is possible. The more pessimistic estimate looks quite plausible. What's more, in the service sector, dominated economy, much of the lost output is never going to be recovered. If people do not go out to their weekly meal, have their local lunch restaurant for the next 2 months, they are not going to eat out 4 times a week. when the fear of infection has been lifted, it also seems likely that the economic pain will go on for longer than originally estimated. Having imposed bans and restrictions, governments and private sector bodies will be cautious about removing them. Countries such as Italy will be wary about opening their borders, whilst the fear of the reinfection, the idea that Premier League football will be back early April is fanciful. Wow. There is also a question of how long it will take the consumers and business confidence to recover. Policy action by central banks and finance ministries can help in this respect, but only so much. The chances are that the imminent recession will be a U-shaped, a steep decline followed by a period of bumping, and on the bottom there will be recovery, but it will take time, only after much more of the damage is caused. Yeah, man. So people then, man, start to get prepared for like this little recession, man. Because no, you can jump on, Rob, man. I'm not done for the night still. You can jump on another convo if you want. Like, I was just reading about the recession. True, no one was here, and I don't think many of the people are really taking it seriously. You know, so oh yeah, man. R.I.P. to Bob Andy, and R.I.P. to Delroy Washington as well. Yeah, rest in peace, still. Yeah, man. That's all right. Yeah, man. So this recession thing is going to be real, man. You know what I mean? There's going to be a bit of stress on everyone in general. It's going to be painful, man, because like you're saying, man, if all of us in general can't go anywhere to conduct any business, it's like only sort of key workers and, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, right, I've got work on Monday, innit? Like, but I don't know how long that's going to be the case for, because, you know what I mean? Like, if they tighten the rules on the strictness of how we're to be between each other, then like if it's like full isolation, then no one's going to be out. You know what I mean? Like, so no, I don't know, man. You're right, Rob. Do you have any ideas of what we can sort of try to plan for to ease the pain of the imminent recession that's about to take place?
That's a good one, man. Difficult to say, really. I think. Well, I'm looking at doing stuff online. So, because like I said, when I looked at where there was demand, it was pharmaceuticals, it was groceries, and it was online media, right? So that's what the demand is. And I think you doing a show like this and other things where you can either entertain or educate people is one way to go. Because this is going to run on for some time. It's not going to be a few weeks by the look of it. So it's a case of probably getting ourselves used to or ready for an extended period like this. I can't see people not being allowed out of their houses. I think that's just a non-starter. I think that's happening. I don't know if that's happening in Italy or whether they're allowed out for certain essentials, but I can't see nobody ever getting out. So that would just be people go out and rather get arrested if they don't have enough food or whatever else, right? So
yeah, well, it seems like I just don't feel like most people are taking taking that side of it seriously, because obviously this is sort of just come out of nowhere, innit? Like,
but I'm baffled though, Velle, that there's people who think the coronavirus is a hoax or isn't real. I mean, what evidence? People are dying left, right, and center. If you look at reports of actual doctors, we're not even talking government. Let's forget about the government. Let's just say that it's a big government conspiracy. There's doctors unless you think every single human being that is reporting this or has lost a loved one, this is all a conspiracy. In which case, I think you probably need to get yourself evaluated, or you have a level of skepticism that is impossible to meet. It just baffles me that people think this is, either not going on, how it happened, and so forth. You could speculate about that sort of thing as to whether, government's got it started. Again, I don't think there's evidence of that. But in terms of it not being a thing that is affecting people and killing people, I mean, that's just extraordinary that there's anybody that thinks that.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying, obviously, like, it's not, the government's not perfect in it, and even the rules and regulation part of me are not perfect. Yeah. So can you not put it in there, because I won't find it. Just leave it on the side there. Thanks. So obviously there's going to be mistakes and things that happen as well, innit? But like you're saying, at the moment they try to make the regulations as stringent as possible, innit? Like, so there's things that have to be checked off. But like, I don't know, man.
There's a balance, right, between people's safety and an economy. If an economy tanks entirely, then people will die or commit suicide, or there'll be, potential anarchy or whatever the case is. So there's always a balance to be struck. I mean, no conservative government, maybe Labour would say, okay, everybody go home and we'll just pay you whatever, right? But a conservative government, supposedly conservative government, this is the last thing they would ever want to do, is shut down the economy, or pay people more social welfare. So for them to do it, there's something extraordinary happening, which we can see. I've looked at the numbers here. I know somebody that was infected, and as far as I can tell, has recovered. And the numbers are because you can go onto the BBC website and you can see the breakdown of who's been infected. I don't think they're showing you the deaths. Actually, maybe they are. I need to check. But the infections and the deaths, I think, and obviously it's huge in London. But it's Western governments would not want to do this, and if the view is, hey, well, they're doing this to suppress the population, well, anybody that's thinking about it to do it to this level to suppress a population where the economy will tank, and as you say, the recession is very likely coming, then that would just be crazy, right? The biggest thing that keeps the government afloat is a thriving economy. They could be hated for everything else, but if the economy is good, then they're likely to stay in power. So it's, I don't think
it's true that if the people that vote the government in are able to have more spending power or feel like they've got more powers, like obviously they're going to vote for this person more, isn't it? So a government having to make restrictions on your freedom is obviously like a bad move for the government. So they only do it if they have to, isn't it?
A free society, because otherwise this country could easily become a second world country, right? And that's the last thing you want. It doesn't have investment. You don't have people wanting to come here. You're not seen as a world power. There's so many downsides to doing this sort of thing. Oops, he's jumped off there. So again, we'd probably need economists and people that have expertise in this to shed more light on it. But it seems to me extraordinary to think that this is a government conspiracy with the intent to enslave or to control the population, and the way that's been done is through hoax virus, especially around the world with every country doing this. either every country is, this is like a flat Earth type conspiracy. All the nations are getting together to stop you getting to the South Pole, or that sort of thing. It's just, yeah. I think we can put that one aside. You'd need such extraordinary evidence for that.
Hey, Rob.
Yep.
I just need to restart my computer here because I kicked myself out of the.
Okay, I saw that.
And then yeah. So
okay.
I was like, I was jumping off my phone to go to the computer, and then I just kicked myself out of it.
Where's everybody? Have they all had an early night then?
Yeah. Well, everyone was on. We was having a little discussion about the conspiracy side of it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, is there any? Was there any link between 5G and coronavirus? I don't think anyone said that yet. It was just that it was one of the conspiracies made earlier on.
Yeah, I've heard a few people. I've heard a few people sort of mention that on Facebook or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's radio waves. I actually looked this up.
Someone sent me a video, Someone sent me a video, and they was laughing in it, They was taking the piss because they was like, "Well, I know you drive past this part, what the guy's talking about, because I've spoke to you while you've been on the motorway at this part before." So the guy was saying that on the M25 between in Kent somewhere, then the birds are dropping out the sky or something like that, or there's dead birds in the sky and stuff like that, So literally, when they sent that video to me, I was actually on the M25 around that sort of part. Do you know what I'm saying? That while birds were flying through the sky. Yeah. And I'm like, what? Bro, birds are flying through the sky right now, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? That. So I don't know about this 5G's killing birds.
And if they were right, you can do an autopsy on birds, and you could see very likely if they were affected. And I'm looking at a website now. I think it's the BBC actually that's quoting some of the experts here. The 5G range is in the non-ionizing radiation, and this sort of expertise that are talking about it. Nobody's saying that it's perfectly safe or that it can't affect somebody. I think what seems to be the case is that it doesn't have any noticeable effect. I mean, you could say, well, Wi-Fi or 3G or 4G or whatever the case is. Where I live out in the country, Vodafone put up a 4G tower, and there was a mass outcry here because it was within sort of, if I look at it there, about 200 meters or 300 meters of a school, but it was centrally located, because people thought this has an effect. But from what we can tell here, it's the wavelengths are not at the ultraviolet, X-ray, or gamma rays, and those are harmful. Those are demonstrably, everybody knows those are harmful. I say everybody, scientists knows that the ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays are ionizing radiation, and that's harmful. But that's beyond visible light. That's a very high frequency. In other words, looking at it here, the up and down, like the heartbeats, they're very close together. So as you move away from visible light, the radio waves become more wider, should you say, more like a trough. But it does say here, let's just see what it says. People are concerned about it, might elevate their risk. But it's crucial to note that radio waves are far less energetic than even the visible light we experience every day, says Dr. Grimes. There's no reputable evidence that mobile phones or wireless networks have caused us health problems. There are going to be more transmitters because it does require new base stations, and the distance is much shorter, but it allows a lot more people on, which means, but crucially, there will be more transmitters. Each one can run at lower power levels than previous 4G technology, which means that the level of radiation exposure from 5G antennas will be lower. The government guidelines says radio frequency fields at places normally accessible to the public are many times below guideline levels. Some people have mentioned about heating. However, the levels used for 5G and earlier mobile, the heating effects are not harmful, says Professor Rodney Croft, an advisor for the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. The maximum radio frequency level that someone in the community could be exposed to for 5G is so small that no temperature rise has been observed to date. While small increases in exposure to radio waves is possible when 5G is added to the system, the overall exposure is expected to remain low.
But like I said, again, that's like part of the testing standards, or the, like, say, the European Commission standards, the British safety standards, or whatever, that they have to pass before they make it available in their in the UK, in Europe, or whatever, ain't it? Like,
Yeah, I need to see if I can find a video. I'm sure I saw a video where this was laid out in a graphic form, and why longer wavelengths don't affect the molecules in your body, or have virtually negligible effect because of the way they essentially pass through the body and don't actually interact with molecules. It's almost like dark matter, right? They have to have detectors 2 miles under the earth to try and get dark matter, because it interacts so weakly, and it appears to be the same with this, at least from the scientific point of view. But he says that the exposure to 5G will produce has been considered in great depth by the ICNIRP, which is this group, with restrictions set well below the lowest level of 5G radio frequency that has been shown to cause harm. So, I mean, again, that's one opinion. So if somebody's going to come along and say that 5G is harmful, or that's in any way connected to the coronavirus, I'm not sure. They're going to have to bring overwhelming evidence and show the scientific peer-reviewed papers. And if they do that, that's fine. But at this stage, I haven't seen that.
so another point that was a fair point, was that companies, big conglomerates and big companies, can give funding to independent testing bodies, which may be able to, I don't know, produce results that are preferable to them. Is there, even if that was like true or whatnot, wouldn't that affect the actual so once it starts to affect the consumers and people are starting to get ill and that, wouldn't that be like something that more of a risk to the company than their profits, really? Because obviously they can basically lose their company via getting sued for selling dangerous goods or whatever.
Yeah, potentially that can be the case. In the US, you have class action lawsuits. I don't think we've got the same here. But then there's the practical side of, does that actually work? I mean, it's the same thing with tobacco, right? They should have been sued into oblivion, and yet they're still going, right? Admittedly now with serious health precautions, which should have been done, many, many years ago. So sometimes that takes a long time, which is unfortunate, because there is always this balance, right? Of, hey, we've got to have the economy running, and how bad are bad things? What freedoms do we give people? If everybody suddenly wanted to take, drugs, would we allow that in the, society? We probably wouldn't, right? That's a freedom that we would remove simply because of the consequence. And somebody saying, well, I want my freedom, that would be okay on a desert island, or if you lived in your own cave. But if you're going to interact with society, and especially if you're going to use the NHS or have other impacts, then at some point there's a balance to be struck where you have to stop somebody from doing something either they don't know is bad for them, or if they do know it's bad for them, you prevent it because they're being, just ridiculous. So, but that's the sort of thing you want to avoid to whatever degree is possible. And that's the problems, for example, with tobacco, because it takes so long for it to have an effect. And it's the same thing, if 5G were have a negative effect, it's going to take many, many years to find out. And there's been this testing, right? And this is an international commission. So it's called the International Commission for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, INCIRP. So this is obviously an international group. It's not a UK-based group. But somebody could always argue, right, hey, they're being funded, right? And are they being funded? I mean, you could always say that about anything. If it's a scientific, prognosis or conclusion that you don't agree with, you could always make the claim, well, who's funding them, and is that going to be a problem? But then you could do that for anything, right? So you need to find a clear link with, let's say, where we could say, for example, is with the Templeton Foundation, because their entire purpose, for example, it's a $1.5 billion foundation from John Templeton, who died X number of years ago. But their whole thing, for example, is to try and make science and religion compatible. So whenever they sponsor studies or whatever the case is, there is an implication that this is the sort of thing we're looking to do. They won't outright say it, and they'll try and deny it, but that's the purpose of that foundation. And I came across this, of course, because I did a bit of research on a couple of claims about certain things with children and that sort of stuff, and it turned out that they were funded by these people, and when you look into them, that's what the group is. So there are certain things where that happens, but I think you'd have to get quite strong links to make that the case. So I wouldn't.
So like you're saying, so a company like GlaxoSmithKline or even Vodafone, because that's like a multinational company, isn't it? Like, or whatever. Do you feel like if they could get the power to, they could be able to sway a testing body to put favorable test out, which they know have a long-term bad effect on people, but because it's going to be in so many years, you know what I mean? Because I understand the points that when people were trying to make points like that, saying, right, obviously these companies could potentially do that, yeah. But then I always sort of look back on what if you're opening a business, then obviously the basics of the business is to make your customers happy and be able to return, isn't it? So if you're selling stuff that's going to actually kill your customers, that's sort of defeating the business, isn't it? But like you're saying, we've got tobacco companies, so
yeah, I mean they're still legal, aren't they? So look, it's always possible that the multinationals can influence certain studies or whatever the case is, but that's why you'd want to have a look at a larger group or have an international commission that is less likely to be influenced by that sort of thing. That's what you're ideally looking for. And of course, if you can have studies in other countries, specifically countries that are more hostile or more socialist, and therefore potentially less prone to big corporation intervention, that would be ideal. So you want to have a look, with these sort of things. Are they getting similar results from around the world? Because they're testing on various animals and so forth, or birds or mice or whatever the case is, and the one I was reading. And those tests, one would imagine, would be able to be replicated in different countries around the world where those corporations don't have any potential impact. So
it's like sometimes I understand why the people have distrust in testing standards and so as well, yeah. But like because unless it's you carrying out the tests and ticking the boxes, you don't really know what it is, isn't it? Like or how it's.
But I think that's part of society, right? We do have to put our trust in people that have expertise and that we think or accept are honest people that are going to give us a result. And if it is, and that's the sort of purview of science. And if it is found out that it's not the case, often it's other scientists that do that. Because like you say, you and I are not going to know. They could present us a paper. It's going to be like Greek to us. But to other people in the field, unless you're going to claim that everybody in a particular field is bought or has a particular sway or likelihood. But again, I don't think that's realistic. So it's normally you get a lot more praise when something's peer reviewed and you can show an error than it is to put a paper out there and not have any peer review and then claim that you've done something, right? So
yeah.
But sometimes it's difficult though, right? Because you get people saying things that we as lay people, it might sound intuitive to us. And we go, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But we haven't looked at the science. And sometimes the people haven't looked at the science. I mean, the classic case, right, which I looked at, and I would encourage anybody who's listening, is on climate change, right? The climate change deniers, if you listen to them and you've never heard anything else, and you've got a little bit of a sway to wanting to believe there's nothing going on, they are persuasive. But as soon as they're put under scrutiny by people that understand it, the people that look at their what they're saying and then look at the peer review papers, oh my word, it just falls apart. Anybody who today, I mean, Potholer 54, Potholer 54, is probably one of the most renowned channels on YouTube for debunking, climate deniers. But and what he does so beautifully, though, is he lets them speak, and they, these people provide sources or claim to provide sources, right? Which he then goes and reads personally. He goes and reads it. Most people never go look at the sources, right? He goes reads the sources and he brings it up on screen and tells you what they're saying, shows you the conclusion because he understands the stuff. He's a scientific journalist. And he goes through all of the stuff step by step for virtually every claim that you can think of in climate change, for example. He's gone through. And I appreciate that method because that's the strictest way you can do it. What does the paper actually say? And then contrast it with what the climate deniers are saying. They either haven't read the paper or they have, and they've misunderstood it.
Cherry-picked words.
Either cherry-picked it, or they've actually, in some cases, literally said the opposite of what the paper's saying in the hope that most people will never read it. But then you find somebody like him and he puts it out on YouTube and he's got over 100,000 subscribers now. Whenever a video comes out by him, he's also very good at narrating it, right? So when a video comes out, I'm like, I go watch it immediately because I'm just interested in what he's got to say. And he posts all the links and stuff. So that's the sort of thing. That's what you need more of. People like that can read the scientific studies and understand them and present it on screen. With the links. So
sort of break it down for people to understand as well. Correct. Because like again, I played a clip of the new finance minister reading laying out what the new measures are for the coronavirus, but literally because he was speaking in like political language, I sort of didn't really even understand what he was saying, sort of thing. Like I suddenly needed it broken down for me to understand. Do you know what I mean? So again, it was all good. We played it and we was hearing what he was saying, but didn't really even understand what he even meant. So
I'm amused by, you always get these crazy commenters, right? In the comment section, it sometimes it's comedy gold, right? Somebody saying Rob believes in papers sounds like a religion. Oh man, I believe in papers. That sounds like a religion. Oh dear. What can one say? The desperate need to have atheists on the same playing field as people who believe in supernatural things is
well,
it's very strong.
Like
with some people, right?
With you saying the man's gone through the paper, that means that's actual test that he's carried out. That something that you may be able to repeat yourself to get the same result. Do you know what I mean? Like, so even that's different. Like, you can't do that in religion.
Well, in this case, he's a scientific journalist, right? So he's not claiming expertise himself. All he does is read the scientific papers that experts have done. In this case, in climate science, right? He just reads those and says, "Hey, here's what they've said," etc. I mean, he's challenged Al Gore because some of Al Gore's stuff wasn't correct either, and again showed the papers, etc. And they're very tricky with graphs, right? If you chop a graph off at a certain point, you can make it look however you want, right? You can make it look terrible, or you can show a whole graph and then it doesn't look so terrible. And he's shown as well in some of the videos how they've cherry picked a small amount, and then you can see a line going up or down or whatever it needs to fit there. But then if you look at the original paper, the graph is obviously a lot bigger, and then you can see what's going on over a much longer period of time. So all of these sort of dishonest things are going on in an effort to, for example, deny climate change. But it's fascinating. I think part of and I don't look at them that often, but I just happen to have the other phone here, so I'm seeing it. I don't often look at comments, but unless I'm hosting Gin and Tonic, then I'm looking at it. But sometimes some of the commenters are just so amusing or so downright ridiculous.
The G-Block comment section is comedy gold, man.
It is, isn't it?
You could literally just replay the comment section with someone reading out the comments as they go along. Yeah, you could make a video of just the comments, man, and they'll be like comedy classic.
Yeah, and especially on this, as you say, on this particular channel, right? Because we do have regular theists that come and join us here, and you know, they really believe what they believe. And like I say, I think one of the big things that I notice is, for example, that they want to have a level playing field. They have a religion, so you atheists, we've got to find a way for you guys to have a religion, because then you're on the same playing field. Then you can't criticize us because you have a quote religion and we have one. Well, then we're both playing football. I always use that analogy, right? We're on the football field, and they're in the spectator stand, and they're desperate to get down onto the football field, but you know, they just can't do it, right?
Mate, still on the subs bench.
Yeah, it's fascinating. But again, you have certain panelists on here that's just amazing as well. I mean, I can speak to almost anybody, right? But at some point, you got to draw a line and go, you know, there's a level where it's just utterly unproductive. And I think with Flat Earth, that's pretty much the case as well. Although people can go and say whatever, right? But when you go past that and you make Flat Earth look like a scientific endeavor, then I'm like, okay, there's no point anymore. And in fact, it's brain numbing to listen to. So, but I suppose that's your prerogative, and I suppose that's part of the attraction of the channel is you'll have all kinds on here. What we really need is a few scientists. You know, if we could get Skydive full on here, but then they would need to have. Go on.
Yeah, that's the same. I try to get people like that know what they're talking about within the science side of it, like, because even there might be things that like we might be explaining that just might be totally wrong in it, like, so having someone that understands what they're talking about that can lay it out properly,
and they can explain it better. Yeah. That's always welcome. Right. Well, at least for some of us that do want to understand this, right? But if you have a preconceived idea and you're hearing something that goes against it, well, then you don't really want to hear it. So, you know, you'll find any way to avoid hearing about it, or you'll try and smear the person or whatever the case is, so you don't have to. That's a common tactic, right? You're a this, that, and the other, and therefore, you know, I don't have to listen to you, whatever the case is, right? So, not uncommon.
Yeah.
But what was it? I mean, I haven't been on most of the day, but what, apart from earlier on, what else was of interest that you? Because I think by the way, I think somewhat I saw occasionally 5G, yeah. But I mean, I think some of the Muslims are coming back, right? There was that attempted ban by odds, or well, not ban, but you know, get people away. But they're all coming back here, right? I wonder why they're all getting attracted back and they're coming back on the channel. So can't be all that bad, unless, for example, James SC, big up James SC comes on. That gives them an excuse to, you know, throw the toys out the pram.
Hey, someone in the chat said, Dave, I've never driven over a curve. I've never driven over a speed hump.
Well, I don't know where you live. Do you actually drive? Do you live in a civilized country where there are speed bumps, or you've just never seen them?
Yeah, flat Earth is it's done in it, man. Like,
yeah, I do rate flat earthers way below religious people, and I don't rate religious people silly or stupid in that sense. They're not intellectually stupid, right? I do think they don't use their critical thinking, but flat earthers make religion look like a scientific endeavor. That's how bad it is. I really do have. That's kind of the low bar for me, pretty much, or close to the lowest bar. Anything else above that, especially with how we can demonstrate it by today's standards, right? You know, that's the appeal of religion. I guess you can't disprove it, quote unquote, 100%. But with a flat Earth, that's easy to disprove if you understand science, or if you accept observations, tests, etc., etc. Now, if you don't, and they've got all the answers, right? These guys must sit together and go, okay, how do we overcome this now? Shit, our flat Earth doesn't answer this. What are we going to come up with that sounds plausible? And how are we going to try and debunk the globe Earth? We're going to have to invoke pseudoscience and make it sound like scientific, right? But all you have to do is go and watch that Modern Debate channel, and you'll see, because they seem to be having a flood of flat earthers recently. You only have to listen to one of them, and it's like your brain wants to explode.
because flat earthers are just saying, coming up with stuff that's just like, it's just crazy. So then, like the ice wall thing is stupid.
Oh yeah,
You can't go to Antarctica. How like water don't curve and stuff like that. And it's like, what? All right, man. You've got a spirit level. You've seen a bubble in the spirit level. Water around the bubble.
It's all intuition, though. It's basically, hey, my intuition says this. It can't
Even
be the case, you know.
Robert, a bottle of water, yeah. What shape is the bottle of water?
What do you mean, the bottle or the water?
Yeah, the bottle. Like, so it's got like curves on the bottle. So it's like it's stupid to say that water, like the way that water's sitting in the bottle is obviously the way that the water's sitting on the earth, innit? Because it's got to have a cavity what it's filling. Do you know what I mean? That it's the way that the water sits.
Yeah, and again, because it's an intuitional thing, because the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 kilometers an hour, to most people, they think of that as traveling above the Earth's surface at that speed, and therefore they go, okay, if it was that fast, you know, this, that, and the other would happen. But of course, if you are stuck to something and it's traveling at that speed and it's the size of the Earth, it's unnoticeable. The only way you notice is by the sun and the moon appearing to move across the sky. Of course, we know the Earth is rotating rather than them actually moving, but that's because it's such a big planet, right? Compared to us, at least. But there was one thing that I saw. I was watching a video just on Hubble, and I thought that it would look back, just because I see somebody saying humble, and I misread it as Hubble, and I went, okay, yep, and that triggered something. There was a video that showed Hubble looking back, right? Because I talked about that, and that to me is remarkable, right? That's like if there is an atheist version of some sort of amazingness, remarkable achievement, or whatever, it's this Hubble looking back. So they look back in space in the northern hemisphere first, and then they did in the southern hemisphere, and black in a dark patch of sky. And they left it open for 10 days, and it took in all this light. And it turns out that they actually, by mistake, in a sense, or it was just lucky, whichever way you want to find it, they were able to pick up a galaxy that is 12.4 billion light years away. So that's just over 1.4 billion years after the creation of the universe. And the only reason they picked this up is because the light from this galaxy, which was incredibly redshifted, had passed over another galaxy which had bent the light. It's called gravitational lensing, right? Because normally light travels in straight lines, but in the universe, it curves around large objects. It's a bit like, going around the picture. You can see it in the video. And so this light had traveled to Hubble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen it, because it would have been hidden behind this other galaxy, and you would just never have seen this. So 12.4 billion years is the furthest back we've seen in time, for want of a better word, through the Hubble telescope, because Hubble is not going to last that much longer. It may last a few more years, and then it's going to, some of the things on it have stopped working now, and because they don't have the space shuttle to service it, it's kind of on its own now. Obviously, they're building the James Webb, which will be even better than Hubble, but that hasn't launched yet. So if you look at a few of those pictures, for example, that's just stunning to think that you can, as a human, you've seen the light that left 12.4 billion years ago from a galaxy, right? It's not just a star, it's a galaxy. So when people say, oh, there's no meaning for us atheists, looking at something like that, thinking about the vastness of space and the accomplishments like that, that's incredible for me. That's the sort of thing
12.8 billion years ago.
12.4 is what they say.
4 billion years ago.
And the universe is about, give or take, 13.8 billion years old.
So that's like,
so it's an early galaxy, really.
That was created before our galaxy or after our galaxy?
Way before. Way before. I don't know how old our galaxy is. That's a good question. I don't know how old it is, but it's nowhere near as old as that. So it's a more modern galaxy. And they've
how do they? Because you see, this is the thing, yeah. Now, with understanding science, or how light works or whatever, yeah, that's how you can understand where they've been able to get where the lights come from that they're registering on the telescope, isn't it? Yeah, but just to laymen or just to like us normal lot, how would have you got any sort of way to explain how the Hubble telescope has picked up the light, what they're saying has come from that galaxy?
Well, light are just photons, right? And this travels in straight lines from its source. And so because space is essentially a vacuum, that light will continue to travel. But what actually happens, which is interesting, is as the light travels, the wavelengths get stretched. So that when you're close to it, it's at a, let's just say, whatever, like a normal heartbeat. But over time, as and this is what the video showed as well, as the light continues to travel, the waves become longer and longer, i.e. they become redshifted. And the interesting thing is as well, because Hubble only has a certain range that it can pick up visible light. And it can pick up other light as well to some degree, but nothing like the Spitzer telescope or anything like that. And so this light just travels in a straight line for billions of years, becomes longer in a wavelength because light travels in waves, and gets, hits the sensor it's a fairly big sensor on the sensor, like array, if you want to call it that, on the Hubble, and that's how it gets picked up. And because the shutter, for want of a better word, is left open for so long, more and more of this light, because imagine if you only took a photo for like 1 minute, it would be completely black. So you need to leave it, like if you know anything about photography, at nighttime, if you want to take a picture of the night sky, you've got to, take a photo and leave the shutter open so that enough light hits the sensor. And essentially that's what the Hubble is doing with this. But they took 10 days. Just imagine that. So the Hubble was positioned and looked at one dark space where there were no visible stars at all for 10 days. And just stayed there. And for 10 days, the light hit the Hubble. And that was those pictures of the ultra deep field that were produced. And to me, that's remarkable. As Christopher Hitchens said, don't worry about a burning bush or anything like that, right? Look at things like that, and that's pretty extraordinary. And then you compare that to old dusty books that have been handed down, made up by men that billions of people follow, and you kind of shake your head in disbelief. How is it that in the 21st century people still believe these things, right? But I think a lot of it is, as we've talked about before, right, is the quote unquote value that it gives people, right? Hey, it creates a community, it makes you feel good, blah blah blah. And obviously there's a bit of an effort these days to try and make arguments for why it's true, and they've been doing that for certainly in Christianity for thousands of years, unsuccessfully in my view, especially if you invoke critical thinking, no matter how complex the arguments are. Probably the most complex argument I've ever heard is the modal ontological argument by Plantinga. And I couldn't even repeat it to you here. I read over it and I was like, this, and then I had somebody I listened in and somebody explained it, right? And this was an argument for God that almost no layperson would even understand. And somehow they feel that this is, an argument in favor of God. So they're trying to make it more sophisticated these days to try and argue for it. But, but fortunately there's people that do understand it, and they've refuted or rebutted these things as well. So, but it is remarkable that we have this. But humans are prone to that, right? We are prone to, and that's why we've got to work hard with our critical thinking and so forth to not fall into the trap of believing things.
You think we're all easily led though, because like you're saying, if I can show you a couple things that appeal to what's true or what you feel is true, it's like I might be able to lead you down a long path for a little while. You know what I mean? Like, and then it's just like crazy from there. It's crazy from there, man.
Somebody's asking me to apologize. What for the truth? I'll be offending the chat. It must be nothing emits light.
Could you marry a robot in the future?
Nothing emits light. What do you mean?
You're already married, man. You don't need to get married to a robot again.
No such thing as photons. Oh well, I'm sure that the scientists, cosmologists, and everybody else will be fascinated to hear that. Do tell us what those things are that are reaching us from the sun. But again, we have potentially people here who have read something somewhere, or have read one of their books and claim to have some expertise in anything. I don't think those books have got anything expertise in any particular field, right? If you read those books, as I have with the Quran and certainly with the Bible many years ago, I mean, they don't have expertise in anything. about our reality.
Is there? There's not. What practical help? You don't necessarily. You don't. The Quran has got no help that any of could use, or do you mean that? Do you mean that any practical help that is in the Quran could be found, or in the Bible could be found in other places as well?
No, yeah, sure, people can take a meaning and get some quote unquote help. That's a subjective view. What I'm saying is that it doesn't, they don't give us any information about reality. Certainly not today. And even in those days back then, it was a guess rather than here's the evidence for X, Y, and Z, right? So, and if it happens to agree with science today, that's only a coincidence. It's not that, the Bible has got a methodology for showing us that it's true in that sense, as in like reality is true. And you see that the sophisticated theists, right, once they realize that science has got a very strong argument for whatever. I mean, like Isa, right? Isa wants to believe fully in evolution. I think that's a challenge for him to get that to work with the Quran. But he's somebody that wants to have science and religion work together, right? And other religious people do as well. And so now they have to try and find a way to do this. Why would they want to do this, right? If the book was straightforwardly read, said X, then you wouldn't need to do that, right? But because science is so strong in that sense, you either have to deny science, which is challenging, and you probably wouldn't be taken too seriously, or you have to try and make the two fit together, and that's what the Templeton Foundation does, and that's what a lot of people, at least some people, not a lot, at least some people that I come across try to do. Because they want to be scientific, but then they're being held back by this book, and this book is just not scientific. And so, okay, I've got to find another meaning here that will allow me to say it meets the scientific understanding of today, and then I can sleep safely. And I look at this and go, no, is this the best your God could do? No, this is substandard. I will give him an F.
Do you know, that's the issue that the religious people sort of have here, is if it wasn't that God knows everything and anything and whatever, then there's room for mistakes, or do you know what I'm saying? This was then at this time or whatever. But when it's like everything's in a book from one time, it's supposed to last for all times and all generations, all situations, then there's a lot of room for error. A lot of room for errors, man. You know what I mean? Trying to...
Yeah, look, we're all fallible beings, right? But that's why the scientific method is such a powerful method, because it does its best, or at least in principle, can overcome our biases, the errors in our thinking, the bad intuition that we have, all of those sort of things. And certainly by today's standards, we're pretty good at that, as identifying and take into account the natural human failings that we all have, and how do we avoid that? And that's why, it's almost like, I think something like Sean Carroll's The Big Picture should be mandatory reading, right? Because it covers many of these topics, and he goes into more depth than I would, probably be able to learn in a lifetime about many of these things. For example, Bayesian reasoning, and how we can use that, and how that should best be applied for people who want to understand things. And then goes into
so in your eyes, yeah, what would you think? What does humanity need to evolve from to get to the next level where humanity could be in a position where, like, we're literally trying to all progress forward, or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not because, like, I don't know, man. It's a little bit strange right now. Like there's a lot of progression.
The biggest thing is education, right? And the involvement of the human brain, and for us to point out all the weaknesses that we have as human beings, and then do our best to overcome that if we care about truth. And part of our journey is to find out to the best of our ability what this world, this universe, our reality is all about. And I think, I'm all for teaching religion as a historical idea that people had and all that sort of stuff. I would never get rid of that. And indeed, I wouldn't stop people practicing it or saying it. What I would say, though, is children need a proper education where this is told as a story that happened, and that they are taught, for example, philosophy, critical thinking, the scientific method, the things that will make a difference in life and that will progress the human, species.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was laughing at Granny Sam. Sounds give tech sound system. He's saying, Rob, stop brainwashing Velle. Yeah, Rob, stop brainwashing me, Rob.
There is
You're
an
a
interesting
dirty
comment there
brainwasher.
from. There's a comment from Hugo. It's slightly off topic, but Rob, choose your poison. It's either facts are grounded in circularity, infinite regress, or arbitrariness. Yeah, well, you're talking about the Munchausen trilemma. It's not arbitrariness; it's axiomatic. Now, if you're going to claim that's arbitrariness, I will disagree with that, because there are certain tests we can have, and not every. You just can't pick up any old axiomatic thing. So I go along with most philosophers, which is the axiomatic route. Circularity is only left to people like the Christian presuppositionists. There might be a few people that accept the infinite regress, but I think that's quite rare as far as I can tell. I could be wrong about that. But I've come across very few people that accept circularity. So arbitrariness, we can replace that word with axiomatic, i.e. there's certain axioms like we presuppose, we can't prove that we exist, that you can't prove the laws of logic. There's that there's external minds. You have to presuppose those. But if somebody said prove that, it might when I've spoken to a couple of people, when I brought this up against them, they go, well, I just exist. I'm speaking to you. Well, how do you know that that's true? How do you know that's you're not a brain in a vat, or whatever the case is? But that's kind of more the philosophical view. That doesn't really help us, I don't think.
But what evidence can you provide to prove your existence?
That's the thing, that you can't do, because everything you're going to appeal to is going to assume that you exist already in order to do that, and that would be circular.
Yeah, my missus just looked at me like, she's backing away from that convo. Yeah. So sorry, Rob, carry on.
Yeah. I mean, that's I reject circular reasoning for that reason. But again, somebody might just say, oh well, why can't we just have anything as an axiom? Well, no, there's a certain criteria for an axiom, and I've got them on my phone here somewhere. But one of the things is that they are self-attesting. That is one of the hallmarks of an axiom, i.e., that you need to invoke it in order to even disprove it. And that's something like our existence. If we didn't exist, we couldn't be talking about existence. There'd be no such thing as existence if we were not existing in some form to talk about it. Same with the laws of logic. You can't disprove the laws of logic without invoking them, right? So it becomes a self-attesting. You have to invoke it in order to try and disprove it. And at that point, you can't argue for it. It's axiomatic.
Yeah, you see, like you're saying, you have to exist to be thinking of existing. Does that go for the same as when you're saying something else exists?
Sorry, say that again.
So, like, you see, you said to prove yourself exists. Yeah, you like one of the things was you have to be existing to even think of being able to prove whether you exist or not. Yeah, but does that sort of same logic or rule apply to someone proposing that something else exists?
Does that rule apply to somebody else supposing something else exists?
Like for instance, a flying pig. I've seen a flying pig. You've never seen it, and but I can't prove it exists. And then I could say, well, but I know it exists, so that's therefore
you're
it
saying
exists.
like I can take it as an axiom that a flying pig exists.
Right.
But then we can just. Well, we can ask the question. Somebody could say to you, well, you can't disprove that a flying pig exists. Well, as far as we can tell on Earth, no, I can't disprove it with quote certainty, but then I'm not infallible. So that would be an unfair bar, because I could ask the person who asked me that the same question. So it's a self-defeating question, because if we're all fallible, then asking for epistemic certainty outside of, as Carroll calls it, what's the term he uses? It's within the domain of applicability, like I use the chess example or whatever else. If you're asking outside of that, well, we're all fallible, right? So as he points out, we're talking about probability. What's the level of probability? And most often when we're talking about claims about reality, we're talking about a probability. So when we say we know, or this is a fact, what we mean is that there's a very high probability of this being true as far as we human beings can tell. At some point, we've got to label something a fact. Otherwise, you could go the route, well, nothing's ever a fact. Well, then you're setting the bar for infallibility. But the only way that you would accept a fact is if somebody could know it all or couldn't be mistaken. And I don't think there's a human alive that's rational that would accept that they are infallible. And even the religious wouldn't accept that, right? And we wouldn't accept it. So we were talking about a probability.
So when we're saying a fact here, we're just saying that it's the most likely probable option of the options that are available.
So it's the likelihood of that option being the case, because there's two things, right? There's ontology, which is the whatever is out there, how the world is, and then there's our epistemology, which is how do we find out about whatever is out there. And if we agree that there is some sort of objective reality out there, whatever that means, i.e. that the universe exists or whatever the case is, that's the claim, right? That the universe exists. But then the thing that we often talk about here on most panels is our epistemology. How is it that we come to know about that? And what do we mean by know, or what do we mean by believe, or whatever the case is? And those are the interesting questions. And everybody will have their own standard for what they will accept as evidence or whatever the case is. However, there's certain things that we can demonstrate with a high level of probability, and then you would be irrational, illogical, or disingenuous not to accept. For example, the globe Earth, right? That's
right.
As close to an object. That's like a 99%, if you want to use that term, objective fact about reality. The only way that wouldn't be the case is if this entire reality was an illusion, and then in fact we were a brain in a vat or something. Then that would be it. But I mean, nobody seriously goes down the route of solipsism, as it's called. Or it's an interesting philosophical talk, but nothing more than that. It doesn't have any value in reality per se.
So
yeah, it's
another question, that's come up in the chat was, let me scroll up a bit.
There's one from Walter there. Who gives eternal life? Well, that's begging the question. Who says there is eternal life? You can't suggest there's eternal life and then ask who gives it. You need to demonstrate that there is eternal life. So that's called begging the question. It's a fallacy where you have already in your premises a conclusion that you haven't argued for, and I don't accept. So,
right. Were we created or did we appear randomly? Yeah. Why I read that question out again, is because I wanted to ask you, is that like if when you say stuff like were we created or did we appear randomly, is that another thing where is trying to push you to sort of two answers, like you where you have to say we was created, or we have to say it was randomly when
okay, so I think the dichotomy is supposed to be either we were created by an intelligent mind or we were not. And if we were not, what are the options? And one of the most common options, certainly for an atheist, would be randomness, i.e. in the sense of the fact that we are here is a result of the laws of the laws of physics acting on matter and energy over billions of years. But if you look at the size of the universe, the number of planets, the number of galaxies, etc., and you run the numbers, well, then the probability is not so far-fetched as it may seem, right? But theists sometimes will massage those numbers to make it look like it's 1 to the power of trillion that is possible. That's just so unlikely. And then they'll go, I'll pat myself on the back. That couldn't be the case. But if you look a little bit closer, you find those numbers are way over
so because something happened with a high probability of it not happening, or because it was like a 1 in a millionth chance, and the millionth chance that actually took place of something happening, it's like trying to make it like you're trying to stretch it or beg it, sort of thing, like trying to make up, trying to put something in place of just saying God created it or whatever.
Are we doing that, or are you saying that's what people do?
Is that what the people are trying to say that atheists are doing, or scientists when they're explaining about the way the universe was created and the way life was created on the universe and all those sort of stuff like that, evolution and.
Well, I mean, I think that again, theists that sort of understand science don't really make that argument. You might get the theists that don't really understand science that might try and make an argument. Hey, but you guys are making up something and you're not allowing God to be part of the equation. Well, the method of science is limited to what we call methodological naturalism, right? It excludes God from being the likely cause. Now, if we could eliminate any other natural cause, and the only thing left, if that were the case, or could be the case, could be a God, then methodological naturalism would allow that. So if we found that, for example, let's say that we could go back in a time machine, right, and we saw Jesus resurrected, we could somehow test that the molecules in the body were regenerated. Then we would say that that's an extraordinary event. And if we could somehow tie that with a God as opposed to some other explanation, then the scientific method could be brought to bear. I'm not a philosophical naturalist, which is they rule out God in its entirety. It cannot be the case that God could ever be involved in the natural world. I'm not of that view. I'm of the methodological view, which is if God does get involved in this world, and he does so in a way that alters the laws of physics or anything that we understand, then that's something that science in principle could be brought to bear on. Now, if he's acting within the laws of nature, well, then he's undetectable. So you wouldn't be able to detect him in that way, and nobody could make an argument in that way, because you could put that down to nature. So some people all they're trying to say is, well, why don't you include God? Well, because God isn't it doesn't explain anything, and you can insert God for anything and just say God did that, right? So if it explains everything, it explains nothing, and so it's not and you can't make predictions, right? And you would ask somebody, I would be interested asking theists, what sort of universe would we predict if God wanted to create us? He loved life and wanted to put us into an environment that was hospitable to us. Would this be the sort of universe he would create? And I would suggest it's not, right? It's the most hostile universe to human beings almost as possible. 99.9 recurring percent, we die instantly. We can only live on 20% of this landmass, maybe less. And even there, we've got a very short life. Is this the best that God can do? But then again, of course, it's all a test, and hey, it's man's fault and all this sort of stuff. Let's have a look at the comments there.
She brought it upstairs.
We've dealt with Walter's one there about giving eternal life.
We've got a customer, Mr. MA Brown just dropped off, man. I was about to add him, but MA, jump back in if you want, bro.
People our good friend Walter said people dying of coronavirus. Guess who saves them? Not an atheist. No, atheists are saving them all over the place here in the NHS and around the world. Atheists, and probably some theists as well, are saving them. How are they doing it? With science. They're not praying for them. Nobody's got healed. Nobody's been resurrected from prayer. So, Walter, atheists are doing it around the world all day, every day. I hope you don't get ill, or anybody you know, and more people will die, unfortunately, but if you were ill, by all means, test your faith out and say to them, please do not do anything medical for me. Pray for me and see if that works for you. I think the rest of us, and even you, well, except atheists, are healing people and helping people. In this case, we're not healing them. What we are doing is helping them survive without respirators or, medical supervision. Lots more people would die. And when eventually a vaccine is hopefully found, it's not going to be something that God produced, right? So, Walter, I wouldn't go there. Well, I'm not a medical person, Walter, so obviously I'm not going to be healing people.
Rob, sorry, mate. I was just talking to my missus in the background still, so
no worries.
It's not that. I was ignoring you, yeah.
Science means nothing if there's no eternal life. How does that follow? That is an utter non sequitur, Walter. Where are you getting that from? Science is a methodology, and it helps us understand the world, and it helps us improve our lives and people around the world and understand the world better. And you don't need an eternal life to invoke science or make use of it. And it has a tremendous meaning for people that take it seriously. You do, even if you don't know it every single day. The fact that you're on here, you're using science, it has a meaning. It can connect people around the world. It can also be used for evil, of course. But
Hey, Rob, you ain't even got to worry about water anyway, man, because he's just waiting to die, like he told me.
Oh, really?
He said he's just waiting to die
Oh,
because this life is nothing to him and he gets afterlife. So,
yeah, Hugo, I am a quote infant with regards to philosophical discourse. I'm happy to admit that. Now, of course, maybe you're an expert and you're welcome to come on here and do that. But I do listen to very smart people, so if necessary, I can always direct you to people who have expertise in philosophical discourse. And I don't claim to be in any way. I have listened to and read certain bits and pieces, but I am in no sense an expert. But I do listen to and read people who are experts. So I'm
big
quite
up,
happy
MA.
to admit that.
Do you know what, MA? You might have to refresh your browser, man. 'Cause it does that. It does that sometimes. Just keeps dropping people out, man. I've had that when I've been on other man's show as well. It just kicks you out, and you got to keep restarting. There you go, bro. Yo, MA, what you saying, bro? You in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you, bro.
No, I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
Yeah. I can, Rob, you might need to drop out and come back
Yeah,
in then.
I'll come back
you can't
in.
hear me.
Yep.
Yeah. Yo, MA, what you saying, bro?
Yeah, man. Like, just been looking at more 5G shit, innit?
More the 5G stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because obviously, like I'm saying, I don't know much about 5G in it, man. So, really and truly, again, all I can ever try to lean towards will be the experts in their food who know what they're talking about. So, again, like without me doing the actual studies of being in that line of work, yeah, you sort of are at the hands of the experts in the field, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, hopefully, they are putting the majority's best interest at heart rather than just the business making money. And that's why I always refer to the testing standards that usually have to be passed to be sold in countries. Although there might not be certain things that might not be on the list, it's like, and yeah, at least there is a testing standard in it, like, so, but if there was no standards at all, we'd be getting fucking some stuff that's just killing us all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like remember that remember the lead pencils? Remember MA, man, the pencils used to have lead in it in school.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And they stopped doing that once they found out it was dangerous, innit? Like the water pipes was the same thing, bro. It was lead water pipes, and all the plumbing was lead plumbing. You know what I'm saying? Like lead was specialist work and all that sort of stuff. That's specialist work, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and lead is obviously it's heavy as fuck, and it cashes in if you weigh it in it because it weighs so much.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so,
there's loads of examples of things that have been ratified by government and by the lobbyists, and those ratifications have been pushed by obviously corporations and people saying that want to sell something. And it's like even in I can't remember what part of the food industry it is, but what was it? I think one type of sugar, one type of glucose or whatever you want to call it, was actually a byproduct of a manufacturing process that they didn't know how to get rid of it. So they realized that it could be used as a substitute for something else, so they used it. And then obviously it took a while. The problem is that these things take a while. Even the ones that are honestly and righteously tested and honestly and righteously ratified to put out to the general public, even those ones, it can take time to establish
for the damage to to appear.
And so
I hear you, man, and like you're saying that I wasn't even really disagreeing with that shoddy business can be done and things can be put out that hasn't got the people's best interest at heart in it. But it was literally just on that, like, yeah, because it went over to different points. But really, it was just on the 5G point, in it. Weren't like literally to do with every single situation in it, because as you probably heard me say a lot of times, man, for me personally, I'm trying to work with a case by case scenario on most of the situations in it, because
that's all you can do, isn't it? That's all you can do.
Yeah. That's what you can really do. A case by case scenario.
I put in the back chat a link to a video from a doctor who's discussing 5G and what their plans are. There's a cabal of doctors who are unsatisfied with the situation. So copy and paste the link into your search anyway and have a listen. But it sounded kind of mad. I'm not gonna lie, man.
So it's like, but you see what sometimes why I'm like a contrarian with it as well, yeah, because like, so say we was on a panel now and everyone was saying 5G is good, 5G is good, 5G is good. I might be on the opposite side then, because do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, because just to see sort of like what, why is everyone agreeing, sort of thing, like, so. Sometimes I could be a contrarian as well. Like.
Yeah, I think that's healthy. I think that's healthy collectively. Yeah, I also think that there is something. There's a level of, not a level above, but there's something that comes after. A contrarian has limitations in it, in terms of, okay, you're contrarian because you don't know, innit? So you're offering a different point of view. Like, not even you, we don't know, so it requires contrarians, innit? So the level above that is actually knowing, which is what we agreed on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's true. Like, obviously, once the facts are out there that this is this, that, and the other, then if I know that, then I'm going to stand on that side, innit? Like, whether there's 100 people on the other side or 100 people on that side. Like, because I'm going to stand on that side because I know that that's the facts of the matter, innit? But,
Rob, can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. I'm gonna send something to you. Let me know what you think, and in general, what you think of the whole 5G situation. I'm gonna put it in the back chat one sec. But yeah. What do you make of the 5G rollout and its safety issues?
Yeah, I just read something from the BBC that accessed what was it called? That they don't see any problems with it. What's this panel called? It's the International Commission for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, i.e. The panel that looks at radiation that's non-ionizing. In other words, the radiation below the visible light spectrum, not the ultraviolet X-ray, which is the high energy, but the low energy 5G radiation. And they're saying that the exposure that 5G will produce has been considered in great depth by the INCIRP, with the restrictions set well below the lowest level of 5G-related radio frequency that has been shown to cause harm. So essentially, they're saying that they've done in-depth study and there's no evidence of harm from 5G.
Yeah. So what I've come to understand about the publishing of outcomes.
Oh shit.
The publishing of outcomes and experiments and whatnot, and there's always a bit missing, and there's always a bit missing, and it relies on the consumer or the public to not have the full picture, because if you don't have the full picture, you're not going to ask the right questions, isn't it? So if you just simply say to someone, non-ionizing frequencies are all safe, right? Then it doesn't take into consideration a bunch of other stuff. So like you've got, and I'm so glad that what's his name, They Dunn, came up with this. Let me just post that as well. And we got Schiffer now.
Do you think though that, MA, do you think that there are experts that do understand these sort of things?
I do, and some of those experts disagree with what the BBC have published.
So what? So if there's a disagreement, what do you think should happen in that case?
I think what should happen is what is going to happen, which is the debate is going to be had. There are going to be people who are not funded or don't currently have the funding to do the research, that are finding ways to do the research and come up with their own conclusions and publish them. Where they can publish them, however, is the problem. If you're an independent researcher or a scientist that hasn't been commissioned, it might be quite difficult to publish your findings in the mainstream media, as opposed to someone who's been funded by the government and has been plugged into the mainstream media channels to provide that. It's like the mouthpiece for the government's 5G rollout, in it. That's the mouthpiece is not going to be the independent researchers or the unfunded scientists. It's going to be the ones that have been funded directly by the government and by the telecommunications corporations to actually deliver that information to the public. So what
evidence would you accept that it's not harmful? What would it take for you to accept that it's not harmful?
For first and foremost, probably for all of the professionals who have given an alternative view on this thing, for them to kind of say, oh, actually, we were wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. And yeah, it's all good. That would be a big thing, because there's quite a lot of people who have said that this thing is a massive problem.
My brother, can I just say one thing, yeah? You see, if it stops killing all the wildlife in a certain radius, then that's the only time that you'll hear me say that this thing is safe, yeah? Same way they're telling people with illnesses and old people, they got to stay in the house for 12 weeks. So if your grandparent dead in the house, yeah? If your friend dead in the house, if your family member dies in the house, yeah?
Wait.
All of a sudden, suddenly.
Shifa, we're not talking about Corona. We're just talking about 5G for the moment.
No, I'm not just talking about Corona. I'm saying 5G, because I'm saying this 5G kills things within a certain radius, yeah? So today now, yeah, one of my boys...
Before you get into that point, yeah, where are you getting this evidence that the 5G has killed and has caused any damage or killed anything?
I've seen it with my own two eyes.
You've seen...
Okay, on that note, Velle, I'll say good night to you.
Yeah, good night.
The scientists on the panel here, so...
we got the government agent leaving the room again. Have a good night.
Yeah, because he's not going to chat to you, man, because man saying stuff like, you see 5G kill something, kill it, like... And then...
Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you, yeah, Velle, yeah? This is what I'm going to say to you, yeah? Now, you see, if you lived in the countryside like I do, yeah? When they put up the 5G mast in Bristol, yeah? It wasn't there for more than a matter of a week or so, cuz, yeah? And all of the tops of the trees started dying, cuz. Yeah? Fact. No fiction. Seen with my own two eyes. I don't need a scientist to tell me. I don't need a newspaper article to tell me, because I've seen it with my own two eyes.
So you've seen the tops of the trees in Bristol start dying as soon as the 5G mast was put up?
Yes.
What's that?
Yes, I've seen it with my own two eyes. I noticed all of the squirrels, all the things that live in the trees, they start disappearing, cuz. Yeah? The birds, they start disappearing, cuz. I don't know if everyone thinks that it's just a coincidence, but I noticed certain people, they're definitely government agents, because what they do is they promote government agendas, cuz. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. Like, obviously, if everyone wants to just believe what they're saying, then cool. But just remember what I said. When people start dying in their house, remember what happened in Wuhan, yeah? People just fall over, die in the street randomly, yeah? No symptoms. So when it happens to someone when they're in their house, who's going to know?
What evidence have you got that 5G, or what evidence have you got to support that the 5G killed the trees in Bristol?
Because the trees are perfectly fine before the 5G came in.
So, and now the trees are dying from the top to the bottom. So the bottom of the tree is still healthy, but the top of the tree is all burned up and dead.
the lower parts of the tree are dying slowly. They were dying slowly also. So I'm not going to say the bottom of the part of the tree is perfectly healthy. I'm just going to say that the top part of the tree, which is closest to the 5G mast, because it goes up high, yeah? It's not no short little thing. It's high up, yeah? And the parts that are closest to the tree is what dies first. Or closest to the mast, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, a lot of like I get it. Like a lot of people don't want to believe it, innit? Like maybe it scares people.
You know,
but
it's not, bruv. Even that, man don't want to believe it, bruv. Yeah? It's man don't deal with beliefs, innit? Man's just trying to see if man can show me the proof of that. Yeah, then I don't have to believe me. You could just prove it. You get me? It's not a believe. A man has to believe, or man don't believe it. Just slap the evidence down and bang, that's it. You get me? Then
I'll be honest with you. Yeah? You see, if I was even allowed, if everyone were on lockdown, yeah, and I was allowed to go where I want to right now, I'd go to, because remember, I do roadworks, yeah? So when they're putting in the 5G mast, who do you think's there has to put up the road closure? Like, come on, man. Like, this is fact, cuz seen it with my own two eyes. The guy who was putting in the 5G, yeah? I'm going to tell you what he did, yeah? They put up the tower, Ruba, yeah? Then the guy ducked. He said, nah, that's it. Once it's gone up, I'm not here no more. Yeah? The guys who were doing the roadworks did the same thing. They said, once that goes up, that's it. Like, I'm not even finishing this roadworks. They're going to have to call someone else in. They have to call in another set of road workers because certain people just ain't going to work on that site no more, guys.
What's going on, man? How's it going?
That's the truth, guys.
Oh,
I get that a lot of people don't. Yeah, well, go on, my brother.
What's the conspiracy? I don't understand. What's this 5G conspiracy?
It's just like this 5G. Like Schiffer was just saying that the 5G killed or is making the trees in Bristol to die from the top down. And I was just asking if there's any way that you could provide any sort of evidence. So it's not
I'll be honest with you, yeah?
believe me thing, and then it's just a
I don't know. Anything's possible with this new technology, man. We don't know what it's doing to the planet. We don't know what all those radio waves and all that kind of bullshit.
I could provide you, yeah? The way I could provide you that evidence, yeah? I'd have to come out of my yard, drive all the way up to Bristol, which I'll be honest, like, I'm not trying to get stopped by no boy, them or no army patrols or no foolishness, do you know, like that. We're not supposed to be out in it on no willy-nilly movements right now. It's work and home. And that's it. No one ain't allowed to do nothing in it. So that's not really feasible right now. I would do it though. If you really want me to, I'll do it. Cause like if that's the only thing that's gonna prove it to you.
Yeah, because the only issue that we're having at the moment though, with Schiffer, is that James before and then Rob another time read out two different studies, yeah, from leaders in their field that both practically coincided with each other with what they were saying, but there was two different study groups. Do you know what I'm saying? Makes sense.
Velle, here what I'm going to say to you. This is what makes sense, yeah? You see, when the government's got an agenda, yeah? Anyone who's got any information to contradict their agenda, what do you think's going to happen, B?
Huh? Anything that's got any information to contradict. But 5G is not run by the government, though. 5G is run by Vodafone, 3G, T-Mobile. But it's who's... Why do you keep saying that, man? It's fucking dumb, bruv. Why do you keep doing that, fam? It's like, bruv, be real, fam. Who controls fucking 5G, bruv? Does the government have anything to do with 5G?
The government bought out T-Mobile.
Does the British government? Does the British government run 5G for the phone lines? Does the British government own mobile phone companies?
Who's British
internet companies?
Who's British Telecom? Who's British Telecom?
But I'm told they have to approve it, though. The government have to approve it.
British Telecom British
man.
Telecom is a publicly licensed company. It's not owned by the British government.
When British Telecom, like the BBC, yeah, because the BBC
it used to be.
Hold on, you pay the BBC TV license for what reason? Originally,
by the BBC TV license, yeah. BBC and BT ain't the same thing, though, fam.
No, but I'm trying to illustrate something. What was the reason for paying the TV license?
Yeah, to help fund the BBC, innit?
No. The TV license was a payment for the nationalization of this thing called television, right? So they were the only ones. They were running the thing. They were basically a government department, right? So in most nations, when you have a new technology that comes into play, you have one person or one organization running it, and that is essentially the same as a government department because they have a monopoly on the thing. So where you've got all of the if you go to change your telephone line or your internet service provider or whatever you call it, yeah, they'll ask what line you've got, and you're guaranteed to have a line that was fitted by BT, right? Because they're the ones that provided all the lineage, right? So I'm saying, yeah, that when you have something like 5G, yeah, you're dealing with a government department because no one else has 5G, right? So where you might have Vodafone or EE or whatever you call it, or whatever, they're all basically one government department, or if at least ratified by a government department. You can't just install stuff on the road with no government say so. That's impossible. You get me? So the ratification's already done. The ratification's already been done.
So when obviously they need to get permission from whoever owns the land or whatever country they're in to be able to provide their services in their country, innit? But it is the companies that are providing the service, innit? Like it is. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
Vodafone
I don't
putting
think
up
the
their
government would. So I don't think the government would allow 5G to just be put in place without them kind of like authorizing it. They'd have to.
Yeah. So obviously, but that's what I was saying there, mate. I'm not saying that the government haven't got no say in where the master put up. Yeah, obviously because they're gonna have to put planning permission to where they're gonna put the places in it. But I'm saying that it's controlled and like it's paid for by Vodafone, by 3G, by them companies that's running the phone lines, innit? Like, because it's them that's trying to make the faster internet connection, broadband connections, and this, that, and the other for them to get the business of people buying broadband connections and having their phone lines running through their 5G masts.
Who do we think ratifies all of these like the installation of 5G? What part of the government was responsible for saying, yeah, you can do that?
I'm not sure still, but it was with the health and safety, the standards part or whatever. And again, for them to be able to meet them standards.
So I'm going to come back in a bit then, yeah? Hold on, I just need to go for a minute, hold on.
Yeah, for that to get passed, they're going to have to pass the test and all that though, bro, right? There's going to be standards that they're going to have to be met. I don't know what the standards are or whatever. Like I was talking about, remember I was saying about pat testing? Like with electrical appliances, they have to be pat tested so they're safe to be working in each person's home or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so anything with a plug has been pat tested before it's been sold to you. Like, so it's something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that the plug can't break and something can't go wrong. Or, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, we already said that last time, minutes.
Yeah, but I probably mean that.
Say that again.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, say that again.
No, I was just saying, obviously with this 5G thing, I think the reason why a lot of people are linking it, obviously, with coronavirus and 5G is because since, obviously, this outbreak has happened, that's when people have, or whoever's been installing these 5G towers, when, you know, what I feel like is every time a major crisis happens, there's a hidden agenda that we don't know about. It's the same with the Iraqi war. Initially, they told us that the reason why they were going in there is because they were there to fight terrorism and dictate. Once they'd done what they'd done, later on we found out actually that was not the case. So why are we gonna, you know, run with what they're saying right now? Do you get me? So I feel like it's got to the point where this is the same government that has continuously lied to us. This is the same media that has continuously lied to us. So at this point, for me, I just don't buy it because of the previous things that they have done in the past, and I see a lot of people questioning what's happening.
How do you know? I don't have an issue with anyone asking questions about.
And MA Brown and Velle, yeah. Let me ask you a question, yeah?
One section for brother, yeah? Like, I seriously don't have an issue with anyone questioning anything that they feel is suspicious or wrong or whatever, yeah? But like you're saying, we need to ask the questions in the right places, like, because that we're saying that it's the government's fault about 5G or whatever, yeah? But it's the telephone companies that provide the 5G masts. Do you know what I'm saying? That so really and truly, yeah, they have to meet government standards before they put these 5G masts
That's the
in
point. That's exactly the point.
in places. So,
that's exactly the point. So again, going back to the Grenfell argument, if the government regulations are skewed, twisted, corrupted, or just removed, yeah, that then gives corporations the license to do a fuckery. This is the point.
Yeah,
I can ask you that question.
You say about loopholes. If there's loopholes that companies are big enough and have enough money to be able to jump through, to be able to skip past this, that, and the other, yeah. But like, really and truly, I don't know, man, because it's 6 to 1, half the dozen to the other. So you can see where governments sort of might take bribes of money to prop up their own plans to do whatever, with taking risks to the lower class people in society. Yeah, but
so bro, what's happened? Yeah, what's happened in the way that it seems to have worked from what I've just read and stuff. Yeah, is that the government, just like with the original radio frequencies, right? Just like with television, right? The government commission certain experts to establish the viability of a particular new technology. Yeah,
just like with radar,
just like
they establish their lies.
Yeah, just like the internet and all these types of things. Yeah, they have their university professors and that who write papers to establish the viability of certain things and whatever. Then obviously they do their commission testing. But the commission will be done whether the government will pay for it or they put it out to tender, and the first one that comes back with the right results and whatever and can prove it, they will win contracts. So
Brown,
because it was put out to tender. Yeah, go on.
Have you seen the video with all the bees dead around the 5G towers?
Nah.
I just seen some video with some of one of those radiation detectors or something, and they were driving past one of the 5G towers, and the radiation level was like really, really, really high. So, this is one of the also things why people are linking this to 5G, because of the radiation levels and the effects it has on people's system.
That would make
what's that?
That would make because if you look at the last link that I'm going to send you, that last link indicates the strength of the 5G masts around the world. And most 5G masts are meant to be well below like 50 gigahertz, this type of thing. Now, if you look at the Wikipedia link, you'll see a madness in some countries. Like you literally see mad, like honestly, in the last what 4 or 5 hours, I've learned so much in the last 4 or 5 hours alone that indicates that there is a problem. Yeah, go on.
But this is what I'm not understanding. Yeah, why do they need towers?
Hear what I'm saying to you,
Wi-Fi is underground, or like obviously when I used to get my Wi-Fi.
For mobile signals, they have to have towers for the signal to be strong enough to bounce off to be received. So if there's no tower, then we're gonna have shit signals and it's gonna keep cutting out. But go through.
That's very true. I just want to say one thing to you, lot. Yeah, I find this very peculiar, and I want to know if anyone else finds this peculiar. Yeah, there was a guy in hold on, let me just find out the exact place where it was. Yeah, it was in California. Yeah, Sierra Madre in California. Yeah, and this guy done a video. Yeah, around the 5G towers. I noticed there was loads of dead bees on the floor. Now, it may seem like a very small thing, yeah, but bees are wildlife as well, yeah? Just like all the trees and whatever else, like I was talking about before, the wildlife. That's what is killing when they put it up first, because these things aren't as resilient as us. Yeah. Now, do you not find it peculiar how this video ain't made the news?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how they want to call this thing conspiracy. Like, come on, Velle, man. Seriously, brother, man. Like,
I mean, the thing is, like, even if this thing
what's that? What was you talking about then? Because I left the room still.
All right, so there's footage of a man, yeah, filming around 2 5G towers, yeah. He's filming the area around surrounding the 2G, the 2 5G towers, yeah, and there is hundreds of dead bees on the floor, yeah. Now, don't you think it's peculiar how these type of things are not making the mainstream media, cuz?
Yeah, because obviously they might not be linked to the actual 5G tower. It might be something else in it. Like, so what proof is there that it's the 5G tower?
I like your answer when you say it might be, but what else is my brother? Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. What proof have you got, or what proof has this man provided that it was the 5G tower that's killed these bees?
All right, I can tell you all the proof that I need is, yeah, unless someone has gone into that area, yeah, with some, for instance, if I get fly killer, yeah, or insect repellent spray, insect killing spray, yeah, and I spray it in a certain area, yeah, like indoors, yeah, it's gonna kill the insects indoors. But if I spray it outdoors, it's a lot less effective. It's not really gonna work because it's gonna be dissipated into the air. Yeah, it's gonna spread out too much where, you know, the bees, they'll just fly away from it. Yeah, but if you got a bee's nest, yeah, in an area where there's 2 5G towers, that's going to explain why all them bees are dead on the floor. There's nothing else to explain why they're dead on the floor, cuz. And this is what I'm saying to you. Don't you think that is peculiar that this has not made the mainstream media? Because there's nothing else. If they had an explanation, don't you think they would have put it out there?
Hey, check this, Velle, yeah? Check this. Why are bees dying? Yeah, the first response is, we're pretty certain that bees are not dying from GMOs, cell phones, aliens, electromagnetic radiation. But what they do say, so this is answering the question, is that there's no single cause. There's like a cluster of causes like parasites, pathogens, pesticides, poor nutrition, and habitat loss, which obviously some of it is our fault, some of it is
so more down to the construction on natural lands, more than down to.
It didn't say more. It just said it could be a combination. There's no more.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That down to the construction of land on the natural habitat in it, so the bees ain't living in their natural environment. So there's more stuff able to kill them. You're cutting out.
If pollution hasn't killed the bees yet, yeah, and there's still bees flying around the city, yeah, I'm sorry, that's a very weak argument, yeah. Now, at the end of the day, if these bees are all dead on the floor surrounding 2 5G towers, what more proof do you really need? Like, come on, man. It's not like they're dead on the floor in some poison swamp, or they're dead on the floor in an area that's got no plants, no vegetation for them to survive.
So you're saying that there's 2 5G towers and there's just one bag of bees surrounding them dead on the floor, yeah?
Yep.
What's this about bees? Because I had to drop.
So you're saying, so have you seen a video with bees? You see where the bees are dead, yeah, with another bee coming flying over and then just dying because it's right near the tower.
Brother, the guy who's filming the bees dead on the floor, yeah, he's come along and all the bees are already dead on the floor, and they're only dead in the area of those 2 5G towers. You don't when you come out of a certain radius of those 5G towers, there's no more dead bees.
You know what? Yeah, I've just typed it in, and it's actually on the Express website from August 2nd. 2019.
All right, this isn't something new, you know. This didn't just come out yesterday.
What I'm saying though is, what evidence of have you actually seen
you've seen dead bees on the floor around the tower. All right, I hear that, yeah. But what have evidence, or have you even seen another bee fly there and just die when it's flying near the tower, or you've only just seen the man with the video of the dead flies there? Imagine, I can make a video.
I'm gonna give you
Listen, I
information
can make
about
a video,
bees.
yeah. I can make a video, yeah. I can make a video, yeah, with bare dead bees around a fucking McDonald's or something, and saying, "Oh, McDonald's are killing fucking flies," rah rah rah, and then just put the video out there.
I'm gonna give you a piece of information.
It's true. It's true, man. It's true.
I'm gonna give you a piece of information about bees that is gonna make you understand how untrue what you just said is. Yeah. Now watch this. I'm gonna show you now something about bees, Rude Boy. Yeah. You see bees. You see, if, for instance, if I go near to a beehive and I kill one bee, you see that bee, it sends out pheromones. It sends out a signal to all the other bees. That's why when you kill bees near to their hive, they will attack you. Yeah. Now you see, if all of those bees are flying near to that tower and they die, yeah, they send out different signals for different types of danger. Yeah. So if all of those bees are dead on the ground, the rest of the bees have got a signal. Don't go into that area. Simple. Now, at the end of the day, it's easier for us to say, it's easy for us as human beings to think we're so smart, we're the smartest creatures on the planet, but forget that these insects, these little creatures, yeah, they're some of the smartest creatures on the planet, just like the ants, yeah? The ants are not stupid. When you see how they colonize and the way they move, where do you think we get a lot of our information from as humans?
All right, so like you just said there, yeah, when a bee dies, it sends a signal to the other bee. So what's the signal that it sends? Like how it died, or not to come here, or come and avenge my death, or what's the signal that it sends?
They send out different signals. So for instance, if there was a fire, yeah, and the place was filled with fire and smoke, yeah, and one bee flew into that area of the fire and smoke, it would send out signals to the other bees. They wouldn't go in that direction. They would go a different way round. This is
the bees. The one bee that died near the 5G tower should have ultimately sent the next message to the other bee not to come near this fucking tower, or you're gonna die.
Not necessarily, because if all of those bees, if within the region of those 5G towers, there's a lot of wildlife and a lot of food sources that those bees survive off of, it would have taken time for the 5G to take effect on those bees. Now, if they're all in that area, yeah, trying to do their normal bee routine, their normal stuff, then all of a sudden, a whole platoon of bees just downs, just instant, all of them just dead on the floor. The signal is not going to stay.
You're saying that the whole army of fucking, the whole hive was flying at one time around and ended up around the 5G mast and all died simultaneously.
No, because look, no. Let me simplify this. So the footage.
But listen to what I'm saying though. What I'm saying that. Let me explain to you why I'm saying that. It's because when Schiffer was giving his let me just explain to you that so you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. Yeah. When Schiffer gave his explanation, yeah, he's saying that when the bee dies, it sends a signal to the next bee about the danger that it died from or whatever. But then man's saying that there's a 5G tower with 1 million bees around it or whatever. And I'm saying that either
I never said 1 million bees.
Or whatever, however much bees are around there. We say loads of bees, yeah, because you never gave a number. You just said there's loads of bees.
Have you not got the video for that?
Yeah. Let me just explain the video, innit? Because like
have you not got the video though? So you can put it in the chat.
I posted the video in the back chat.
Right.
So like, let's just cut this in. So like, with what Schiffer's saying, yeah, it obviously sounds far-fetched and that, and it needs to be verified. Even if the beehive, which is in the video, which is right next to, yeah, it appears there's like a little fake artificial beehive or whatever right next to these masts, yeah, in some palm tree, right? It still needs to be verified, innit? That's fine, yeah. I don't believe that that's even the issue. The issue for me, yeah, and this is again, I'll reference Dave Dunn again, because this thing that he pulled up about the U.S. Ministry of Defense using what's it called again? The active denial technology, yeah. That's 2016. It's been used since 2016. Yeah. Now this what this illustrates is that obviously things work at different frequencies, right? And this thing is working at 95 gigahertz frequency, right? Now these masts, yeah. Again, if you look at
what gigahertz does the 5G work at, MA?
it was meant to be well below, say, 50. But you've got, if you look at the thing I posted again in the back chat, the Wikipedia link list of 5G in our network.
My laptop died still, so I can't share my screen again.
Okay, I might try and share in a minute. Yeah, that list of 5G masts around the world. Number one, you can already see what their max output is, right? And some of them are doing the 40 gigs. Some of them are doing all 400 gigs, right? So what I'm saying is, yeah, what I'm proposing is that these masts having been tested, they would have been tested at 30 gigs, they would have been tested at 100 gigs. Like, who knows? Not only just the test, but the fact that it can do that indicates that they've put a fucking weapon in the streets, fam. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. If it can go up that high, yeah, what the hell are they using it for? Why is it going up that high if 5G only needs something like 30 or 40 gigahertz? That's the question.
So
Hello, Velle.
Big up yourself, witness,
Yes.
bro. So MA, you're saying the mast that they put up is emitting over the 40 gigabytes that it's supposed to be emitting?
No, I'm saying the mast can emit well over what's necessary for 5G.
And also bees, ants, and certain types of insects all transmit signals through frequency. So if they're picking up something from that frequency and are drawn to it, even worse.
That's true, actually.
Could I share my screen, Velle?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know enough about this to make a judgment call either way.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, fam. Because it's like,
We don't need to make a judgment call, though. We just need to look at the evidence and then decide.
I will make a judgment call if I feel like either way is right or wrong. But at the moment, I'm not either way yet.
I think this is much deeper than 5G, personally. I think that's an option.
All right. So the idea of smartphones or masts causing problems shouldn't be controversial. Everyone's right to be worried. They've been causing problems for decades. People have EHS, which is electromagnetic sensitivity. I decided to do more research and I came across this article. I came across a number of articles. This is from computing.co.uk. And it says MPs warn over insect-killing carcinogenic 5G electromagnetic radiation. 5G will kill insects and 4G has the same carbon footprint as aviation, according to MPs. So I was just reading, I was curious, and he made a claim here that MPs who have claimed that it's going to cause a problem. It says there's an MP for Gower called Tonya Antoniazzi yesterday with MPs discussing the risk of health-related effects of electromagnetic fields, a long debunked urban myth and 5G communications. But she says here that the MP cited Washington State University's Dr. Martin Fall, who has described the 5G rollout as absolutely insane. Fall also claims that the electromagnetic fields are responsible for autism and is a favorite of conspiracy theorist David Icke. But it then goes on to say that basically this is responsible for killing. It gives the symptoms. Yes, symptoms apparently include headaches, fatigue, disturbed sleep, limb pain, stabbing pains, brain fog, impaired cognitive function, dizziness, tinnitus, nosebleeds, and palpitations. And then another MP, Geraint Davis for neighboring Swansea, added that 4G has the same carbon footprint as all of aviation, and 5G will be a lot more. And
is that enough evidence?
And in this article, they do go on to talk about insects as well. But these MPs, there are three MPs here. David Drew MP, another MP. So there are three MPs talking about it with people about it, according to this article in Computing.
But witness, do you know how this is all done behind the curtain? This ain't in the mainstream media's eye. It's not even on their radar.
Listen to this though, Schiffer, yeah, and witness MA and everyone, yeah, that if there's if someone shows you another report, yeah, that contradicts a lot of the stuff what man are saying against 5G, like what are you gonna do with that report?
That's a
no. What's going to happen? What you have to understand is that I mentioned EHS, which is electro hypersensitivity to the use of the smartphones and the masts. That's something which has existed for years. That's nothing new. So for years, people have been having effects, and it's called EHS. So that problem has always been around, whether it's affected animals or it's affected human beings. EHS, electromagnetic hypersensitivity. There's another one I came across, which also causes problem, called acute something. I'll try and get it for you right now. That's another problem that that's been around for years, which has been causing people problems. But these problems have been around. It's not like they're new. But people having problems with this stuff. Yeah, here it is: mobile phone dermatitis or something. I think it's called dermatitis or dermatitis. Yeah, mobile phone dermatitis in children and adults. So that's another problem. Yes, mobile phones have been reported to cause allergic contact dermatitis, ACD. And then it goes on in this article to talk about it. It's basically a T-cell mediated hypersensitivity reaction. Is common in adults and children worldwide. For example, this condition is often observed following cutaneous exposure to metallic items that release nickel in high concentrations. And these are supposed to be inside the technology of the phone. So human beings reacting to this technology is nothing new. It's been going on for years. So
I think everyone can concede that, you know, having radio waves kind of like flying all around the world is not a good thing for human beings. It's just about how dangerous is 5G compared to, you know, like 4G or 3G. I don't know myself.
But what I'm saying is that 4G and 3G are already dangerous to certain quarters of the population. They're already dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. But how much dangerous is 5G compared to those?
Okay,
is it a massive leap up, or is it?
It's a massive leap.
Before you read out your books, I don't know if you've been listening to the whole show yet, but James read out something from an expert on 5G and radiation, and Rob read out something from an expert on radiation. There was two different reports at two different times, but both of them two were saying that in theory that with them emitting the 40 gigahertz or whatever or lower, for them to get a higher speed network shouldn't cause issue to human and animal life.
Right. So
like, we got contradiction. Then we got two separate. We've got three separate experts in the field that's giving two contradiction stories now. So then, because we're not experts in the field, who do we lean towards? Now, obviously, you men are going to lean towards the stuff that's leaning towards how you feel about 3G. Then someone else that feels
confirmation bias, basically.
No, sorry, you can't say how we feel, Velle, man. You can't use the word feel.
All right, so let me explain one thing. You know when you type it 1 minute.
Wait, hold on a second. So Emma and Shifa, are you two now going to say that you're going to lean towards the evidence that Robin and James had read out earlier?
I'll tell you
This is what I'm going to say, Velle. Yeah? This is what I'm going to say, Velle. Yeah? I'm going to say this, then I'm going to let Emma go second, yeah, on this occasion. Yeah, sorry, Emma, to cut in that, yeah. But this is what I'm going to say. Anything that endangers wildlife, yeah, i.e., insects like bees and ants and the smaller creatures, yeah. The other creatures like the birds and the other smaller wildlife, they rely on these things to stay alive. Yeah, without those things in the world, we all die. First and foremost. Secondly, now, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, your boy Speaker's Corner, Rob, he's a government agent, and he ain't here to help no one. Like, I'm not hearing nothing this guy's saying. As far as James Jones is concerned, James Jones is just reading off of Google. He don't know nothing, and Google is a damn blasted liar, just like Christopher Columbus. That's all I want to say. Emma, you can go.
All right.
Yeah, I'm after Emma.
Wait, no, pause. Shifa, come off mute, man. So where do you get your information from?
I'm gonna
Who
tell
do
you
you
what.
get your information from, and why is your information? He drops off. Emma, you go quickly before Shiva comes back. Then let me ask
Right.
you a question.
One thing I hope that happens, yeah, because I don't like talking for no reason. Innit? Like I try to give as full reasoning as I can.
Sorry about that, lads. What I was saying is now, yeah.
Wait,
What I was saying.
Shiva, wait. Let Emma go. Then we're gonna come back.
Go first.
I try to give as full reason as I can as information arrives in it. So if anyone wants to look back at the rest of the show, you'll hear a lot of the reasoning because Velle should know all of my reasoning by now, innit? So being that two things, being that I am privy, I'm certain, and I've seen enough evidence to suggest that corporations who want to institute a new way of living or a new technology or a new type of pesticide or anything new, yeah, they are going to prioritize profit over maybe the 5% of safety that maybe the last bit of testing that's required, yeah, to make something like 99.99999% safe. They will happily forfeit that 5% as long as they get their shit ratified and out into the public, right? And if really and truly everybody on this panel is smart enough to know this, right? So the fact that 5G has been rolled out, 4G was rolled out, 3G was rolled out. They went to war when we didn't want them to. Do you know what I mean? Like nothing that we did that we want is actually taken into consideration. They will do what they want, right? So the fact that 5G is already out, I do not need to support the argument for 5G. That's not my job. I don't need to do that. It's already out, right? What I need to do, just like if they decided to privatize the NHS or they decided to take in all the United States fucking nasty chlorine fuckery meat, yeah, which is what they're thinking about doing, right? Or they want to fluoridate the water like they do in the United States, yeah. I don't have to support the research that's being done on that to say this is okay. I need to see what alternatives. So just like, I mean, actually, Velle, this is what I'm doing exactly what you're doing, right? So the prevailing opinion on 5G is not that it's harmful, it's that it's safe. Yeah, what we're doing and what we're focusing on is the alternative narrative, right? So you must resonate with that because that's what you said that you do, right? So with that said, yeah, if I see whatever stories I hear, I'll see, okay, cool, government has said it's safe, BBC has said it's safe, but actually the funny thing is if you read these articles, like the BBC article, it doesn't even say, it says, and this is where you need to know the technical language, yeah, it says 5G, yeah, shouldn't, it's inconclusive. Like there haven't even been, there's a, if you look at the article that I've posted, the last one, the Forbes one, yeah, by some guy, and he's like, yes, you can show that a high power 28 gigahertz beam can do damage, but not at the power levels being proposed for 5G. However, if it can actually boost the level, this is the problem. And I don't see why it's hard to understand. These things don't need to have that level of power. And I would suggest that all of those masks that have been put up have at least once fired to their maximum to test them. Now, if that firing to their maximum happened in that little clip that we showed, that little clip of the bees dying or whatever, that might be the reason. It might not be that the 5G is constantly firing at a deadly rate, but the fact that it can fire at a deadly rate is a very, very serious problem, right? And so when you go to what's that thing called again? The active denial technology, which is firing at 95 gigahertz, like I said, right? This thing, and let me read it out for you. The beam produces an intolerable heating sensation. Yeah, this is a weapon that the United States Ministry of Defense use or will plan to use in warfare and even maybe civil disturbances, right? Just like they used the fucking water hoses back in the day. The beam produces an intolerable heating sensation, compelling the targeted individual to instinctively move. Why do they move? The sensation immediately ceases when the individual moves out of the beam or when the operator turns off the beam. There is minimal risk of injury due to the shallow energy penetration into the skin at this short wavelength and normal human instinctive reactions. Let me give you some data now quickly. Where is it now? Human effects. Human effects testing on large-scale version of active denial technology has included more than 13,000 exposures on volunteer subjects, both in static demonstrations and in realistic operational assessments. Both laboratory research and full-scale test results demonstrated that there is only a 0.1%, so I don't know if that's like, I don't know what that is, chance of injury from a system 1 or system 2 exposure. Research on the safety and effectiveness of 95 gigahertz millimeters wave directed energy has been peer reviewed in number, blah, 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 blah. It's basically saying it has an effect. That's why they use it. At 95 gigahertz, they use that to have an effect on individuals. And now if we're saying that, like I said, in that Wikipedia thing that I sent you, you've got, what nation is it now? You've got, yeah, you've got Italy firing at 200 megahertz, or they have the capability to fire at that range. Yeah, you've got Japan, who have got 3 telecommunications providers who have all set up their own masts, firing each at 400 megahertz potentially. Yeah. Let's see what else. Yeah, just check the link in it. Like it's looking mad out here, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. Cool, man. So
Well, can I just
there's enough for me to want to know what the Ross is going on.
Can I just tell Velle, because he said, where am I getting my information from? Yes, I want to answer your question.
Yeah, well, you get your information, because obviously now I'll tell you what we did here. Now, because you were saying James reads off Google and blah blah blah.
Yeah. That's exactly what I said.
Like you're getting information from somewhere special where no one else.
That's right, from somewhere special. That's right. Thank you for pointing that out. So I'm going to show you where you know what? You see, I didn't know about this 5G thing. Do you know who alerted me to the 5G and how dangerous it is? Because the guy installing the rotted 5G. Yeah, so imagine this. I was at the roadworks in Bristol, right outside of a massive shopping center that they got in Bristol. I'm trying to think of the exact name of it, but it's near to a place called Frenchy in Bristol. Yeah, they got a massive shopping center there now. Yeah, not absolutely humongous, but like a retail park. Yeah, so they're installing this 5G. The guy who's installing the 5G, he's just standing there talking to the roadworks guys about it. The same roadworks guys, I said, once that 5G went up, everyone said they're not coming back to that site. Yeah. Now, let me show you something here. The reason everyone said they're not coming back to that site is because the guy who's installing the 5G said, you know what? This 5G is going to be good for your phone because your downloads are going to be super quick. Everything on your phone is going to be quick now. Yeah. And if you're using, your laptop at work or something, you're near a 5G mast, everything's going to download quick. But I tell you what, I wouldn't live near one. Yeah. His specific words, I would not live near to one.
Can I say something?
Coming from the guy installing the 5G, not from the internet, not from Google, not from YouTube. Yeah. And that's what made me start looking at this 5G thing, fam. Because why is the guy who's installing it going to specifically say, I would not live near to one? So Zabida, fire away.
No, I just want to say something.
Pause. Hold on a second, Zabida. Let me just ask you one question. So he said he don't want to live near one. And what was his reason that he don't want to live? He just don't want to live near one. Why?
His reason why he wouldn't want to live near one is because it not only affects wildlife, but it can have adverse effects on all living beings within a certain radius.
Because that witness brought up here from this not living near telephone masts and schools complaining about telephone masts being near their properties and all that. That's not a 5G thing. That's been happening since mobile phone masts were being put up.
Yeah, but this is what he said. He said, as far as 4G is concerned and 3G and all of these things, he said, you know what? That's less of a worry. He still wouldn't even live near to a 4G. He said 3G might be cool. His words, 3G might be cool. He didn't say it is cool. He said it might be cool. But he said, as far as 5G is concerned, this is the step too far.
All right, Zabida, you wanted to say something, man. I cut you off still.
Yeah, No problem. Obviously, it's not about the 5G. It's obviously based around this whole Corona thing, and obviously, like for me, obviously, I'm not really too tapped into the 5G theory. Obviously, I'm listening. I've been listening actually all day to you lot, and like, even when Buddha was here, and it's like really opened my mind. But I'm more on the thing of population control and sort of New World Order. And I was watching something today. And obviously, you know, with these New World Order, Illuminati, Freemasons, whatever, they're very keen on numerology. And obviously, you believe it or not, but when I was looking at this, it kind of thought, wow, like, is it that deep? So if you look at the word corona, Corona, that's a 6-letter word. And each letter is in the alphabet. So the letter C is the 3rd letter in the alphabet. And obviously, if you add all the letters and what number they come in within the alphabet, you get 66 plus the 6-letter word corona, which obviously eventually leads up to 666, yeah, whether you believe it or not, yeah. But obviously, like I said, the C, the first letter of the word, is the 3rd letter of the alphabet. Then you go to O, which is something like, I don't know, the 18th letter of the alphabet, then R and whatever. And if you add all of them up, it comes to 66 plus the 6-letter word corona.
This is why people like Velle make fun of people like
No, but obviously, I just conclude on my point, yeah, because at the end of the day, people can call it spookism or skepticism, whatever, yeah. But we also have to take into consideration the previous predictions about this specific event. And what I mean by that is obviously that book, which obviously predicted or spoke about specifically. And this is the thing, yeah, with this situation is so specific and it's so precise when people previously have spoken about it. So they specifically say Wuhan, they talk about coronavirus, they speak about pandemic. Recently, there was a series on Netflix, which was in 2018, and a specific episode where they speak about the coronavirus specifically and, you know, when it's going to come and stuff like that. And obviously, for me, like, it's not a coincidence at this point. If it happened once, then fair enough. But if it's a continuation of predictions and specific predictions with locations and dates and times, for me personally, that's enough for me to think something ain't right.
See, between you and Shiffer, yeah, the amount of weed that I need to smoke here to just stay calm is a fucking mad.
Serious level, yeah. Serious level. You know what I'm gonna say to you, yeah? My brethren is a doctor, yeah? Dr. Isaac, yeah? Dr. Osha, furthermore, to be specific, Nigerian, yeah? He's graduated from university in England, British doctor, yeah? Got doctorates, yeah? This guy said to me, you know what? He said to me, Shifra, this is what we need to do. All of us, man, we need to come together. We need to put together some money, yeah? We're going to go and hire out a house in the middle of the countryside, in the middle of nowhere. This guy's a doctor, yeah? And you know what this is to do with? Motherfucking 5G. Now, this guy's a doctor, yeah? So he understands how things affect the human body. I'm going to tell you this for now. I'm not even like, I can get him to join the chat room if you like.
You know what? Let me just say one thing, yeah. Big up Jimbo, yeah. Yeah. Obviously, you see, like, spending long times in front of computer screens and all this, that, and the other. Like, obviously, it's not good for adults or children, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we understand that still, but we was more trying to see what the effects of 5G or even what sort of links there are to these bees dying or coronavirus or any sort of illness from even 4G, 3G or any of the other telephone masts being put up around any of the places, man. But Jimbo, you wanted to say something, my brother? Come true, fam.
No. Well, big up everyone on the panel. Big up Shift. Yeah, I was gonna. You said doctor. He's got doctorates. Like he's got PhD.
This guy's got PhDs, doctorates.
But is he a medical doctor though?
Wait. He got a doctorate in white man science.
Let me show you something. This guy is a surgeon.
Yeah, bro. Go, say good.
Yeah, he's a surgeon, cuz this guy got doctorates, cuz he's not playing around. Like, and I understand, like, maybe I sound like a conspiracy theorist, innit, or whatever I may sound like, but this guy is educated by the system, got doctorates, yeah. can do medical procedures on people, yeah? Can do flipping, what's the thing? He can do incisions and cut people open and do things like that, take out organs and put organs in people. This guy is not playing around. He's a serious guy. Why is he going to say to me, look, you know what, Shifra? We need to get a house out in the countryside. All of us put some money together in the middle of nowhere, cuz away from all of these 5G business that's going on.
Yep,
He must know
true.
what's going on.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to distance myself.
Obviously, you need to take a break from. You need to have a retreat from the fucking hustle and bustle of real life. Recharge your batteries, get in touch with nature, and come back to reality or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, understand that still, but it doesn't mean that he was saying that. Wow, 5G.
No, because he specifically listen, Velle. This guy specifically said 5G is going to kill people, because his specific words. And what I will do, this is what I'll do. I will get my friend Dr. Isaac here, OSHA, to join the chat room if you like. I'll call him up tomorrow and I'll say to him, please join the chat room so you can give these guys the lowdown and explain to them that this is not no conspiracy business that's going on here. There's actual educated people, yeah, who understand this stuff, who are telling people. He's telling his own family. You know, like that. It's not a joke, cuz. Like, and I understand where you're coming from in the sense of where am I getting my information? I could just be lying and saying that I spoke to the 5G guy, but do you want me to get my roadworks card and show you it, cuz? You know, like that. So I can show you. I'm the guy who's there that sets up the road closure so that he can put up the 5G, cuz I can put it in the thing right now if you like.
But the fact of the matter is, yeah, the more that technology advances, the more that the human nature, human people are at risk. And what I mean by that is even when it comes to, you know, war and weaponry, yeah, the weaponry's become so advanced that one nuclear bomb has the potential to literally wipe out cities and countries and nations. And it's the same with all this 5G and all this, you know, the pollution that's out there. Obviously, since this coronavirus thing has come about, the ozone layer started to clean up itself. There's less pollution in the sky, so it shows the effects of these advanced technology that's having on the world. Do you understand? So for me, I'm not with the advancement. The only time I would agree with the advancement of technology is more for medical purposes, because obviously, you know, when it comes to inhalers and all these equipments, yeah, fair enough. When it comes to all the other shit, it's having a detriment on people and on Earth.
Can I just say, yeah, like, thank God, yeah.
You don't have to show your work ID on the stream, you know, fam. You ain't got to do that, bro.
Yeah, I don't do that.
You can do that.
Can I share my screen again later?
I don't care if people know who I am. I'm not scared, innit? I'll cover up the name if you want me to cover up the name.
You don't care about it, yeah.
See what that says.
Yo, can I give you a bit
sometimes you can have consequences in your real life thing when you're mixing up your YouTube and your actual day-to-day. You get me? So
I'm covering up my name. You can't see my name. It's cool.
But
you see what that says, yeah?
Can I give some information to the people then, just quickly?
Hey, 1 second before you go, mate. I need to insert something really important. Thank God, yeah, that Muslims don't have control of nuclear weapons, and thank God Muslims don't have control of 5G.
Okay, I don't understand what your point is, but anyway, like.
Yeah. Anyway, let me give you some. So
that's situation, bro.
I'm gonna have to revise some of the information that I gave, because there was a discrepancy between megahertz and gigahertz. So the weapon that's used, I keep forgetting the fucking name, man. Active denial technology.
Active denial system works in megahertz. What we're dealing with is gigahertz, which is a lot higher.
No. It's the other way around. Active denial technology deals in gigahertz. A high number of gigahertz. The 5G is does deal in gigahertz, but much less. However, I've put another link in the back chat. There's this thing called the C band, yeah. So there's so they've just like the radio station frequencies, they've given different bands to this part of the ether, and there is a band, this N79. The gigahertz is 4.7 gigahertz, which is more than, well, I can't say what it's more than, but it's a C band, and it's classed as anything between 4 and 8 gigahertz is classed as microwave. Yeah.
All right, my brother, do you know what it is that you're missing out? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what it is that me and Day Dunn was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's the millimeter wave band gigahertz. Yeah, that's when you're getting. That's when you're getting.
And that's the
See,
one.
James, you got them started now in the chat. They were like, Muslim countries do have nuclear weapons. You can. Man, Pakistan don't bomb Syria.
So yeah, but yeah, in terms of the radio, the electromagnetic frequencies, like that's actually telling you that there's a bandwidth that can be used, and we're not even talking about the millimeters thing that Schiffer was talking about. Just the wavelength itself, yeah, the frequency itself is they have the ability to emit microwave, low-level microwave energy.
Sorry, can you guys explain this to me? Because obviously I'm not gonna like, I'm a little bit confused here because I'm not very educated on this stuff. Yeah, so I'm just gonna ask some questions. Yeah, so are we like, what is the measurement for the frequency? Is it what gigahertz? Is that what you're saying?
It's complicated, isn't it? There's the I think there's the wavelength, and then there's the obviously frequency of the wave as well. And then there's probably some other parameters that we don't understand yet.
So when you say wavelength, are you saying how far the frequency can travel?
Schiffer.
All right, so basically, yeah, there's something called weaponized crowd control, yeah, and this is where a lot of people started talking about this 5G.
Wait, Schiffer, make sure you answer the question directly, because it's a simple.
Ask the question again. Let me ask the question again, so I can give you a direct answer first. Go on.
Yeah, because I'm hearing gigahertz, yeah. So I'm presuming that's the measurement that's being used to obviously speak about 5G. And then I'm hearing about wavelength. So when we're speaking about wavelengths, is that how far the gigahertz can travel?
That's the level of frequency that it's emitting. It's not even talking about how far it's traveling yet.
So it's the different wavelengths, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right. So,
okay.
If you guys like Google, yeah, you can go and Google this right now. You can Google this right now.
You
How many gigahertz is 5G?
You could probably look up the way that they travel and all that sort of thing, because it's like some of them going waves, some of them going lines, some of them going long waves, some of them going like medium waves, short waves. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's
yeah.
All right. Well, let me just tell you something.
Can I share my screen again? I've got some information.
Of course you can. Yes. Of course you can, my brother.
But what I was going to say is this year, the 5G spectrum in the existing LTE for people who like Google, the frequency range, 600 megahertz to 6 gigahertz. And also in millimeter wave bands, 24 to 86 gigahertz. 5G technologies have to satisfy ITU ITM 2020 requirements and or 3G PP release 15, while ITM 2020 specifies data rates of 20 gigahertz 5G speed in sub-6 gigahertz bands is similar to 4G. Yeah, so they're basically trying to say that the wave that it's emitting is similar to 4G. But I'm pretty sure that everyone that just heard me explain that, what Google is telling people, you're probably mighty confused. And there's a reason you're mighty confused, because it's supposed to confuse you. Google is a damn blasted liar. It's controlled by the government. They don't want to tell you the truth. Now, the fact of the matter is, this is what me and Day Dunn was talking about earlier. If this thing in millimeter waves is emitting 24 to 86 gigahertz, yeah, then that is only 4 gigahertz less than the anti-denial system. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to say on the matter, because like, I get where people are coming from, because people don't really understand it. You have to really get into the specifics of this thing if you really want to understand it.
So I was conducting some research on this 5G to see if it caused any problem. Came across a lot of articles. Came across this article from Scientific American, which says we have no reason to believe 5G is safe. So what I was doing is I was scrolling through it, reading it. Then I reached the bottom here and came across this very interesting piece of information. It says here, instead, we should support the recommendations of the 250 scientists and medical doctors who signed the 5G appeal that calls for an immediate moratorium on the deployment of 5G and demand that our government fund the research needed to adopt biologically based exposure limits that protect our health and safety. So I thought, what is this 5G appeal? Luckily, they have a link there. So I clicked on the link.
I big up yourself, big up yourself, my brother.
Thanks. I then came up to this page, which says the 5G appeal. Scientists and doctors call.
I was the set witness. Did you use Google to find that?
Yes, you know me. I use the internet.
Don't touch
I don't mind.
Go on, witness.
Hey, witness. Wait,
let him carry on, man. Just wait, man.
Are you regurgitating that?
Yeah.
Let him read the thing, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I regurgitate. I use sources, and that's why I highlight it so people see who my sources are. So I just recently came across this. It says the 5G appeal. Scientists and doctors call for a moratorium on the rollout of 5G. So it's got here a whole link of things describing what 5G is, the 5G appeal. It then comes here, the signatories. So the reason I'm showing you this is just the names of the various scientists all over the world. It gives their names, the ones in Austria, the ones in Belgium. But the thing that I found very interesting was when I clicked on news to see the latest things that's been happening. It goes news about 5G, March 2020, effects of 5G wireless communication on human health, a report from European Parliament Research Service link. Then it goes on here to say February 2020, Geneva halts 5G and 4G rollout for 3 years. Unfortunately, it's in the French language. I kept on scrolling down. It says January 2020, Slovenia halts adoption of broadband strategy, including 5G. And then I came across this one, which I thought might interest some of the people on the panel. It says January 2020, scientific study report that honeybees will absorb several times more power at frequencies intended for use by 5G, a relatively small shift of 10% of environmental incident power density from frequencies below 3 GHz to higher frequencies will lead to a relative increase in absorbed power of a factor higher than 3. And I thought, what the hell does that mean? And it's got a link there. So I clicked on that link as well to see if it gives more information. And then I came across this scientific report, radio frequency electromagnetic field exposure of Western honeybees. And it goes on to talk about radio frequency electromagnetic fields can be absorbed in all living organisms, including Western honeybees. This is an ecologically and economically important global insect species that is continuously exposed to environmental RF MFs. So this whole thing goes on to talk about how it's affecting honeybees. But the reason I showed you all of this is basically to show you this 5G appeal by scientists who are complaining and who are appealing to
your witness. Can I just ask you one question before you continue? It wasn't just scientists, was it? It was who? Was it doctors as well, my brother?
Oh yeah, they all come under medical science, so they're scientists as well. The doctors,
like Dr. Isaac, cuz Dr. Ocean.
So that's what I've come across. So if anyone's interested, they can.
Yeah, can you send that witness, please, in the back chat? I'd like to read that.
So yeah, well done for that witness. Yeah, for actually providing evidence. Yeah, that we can say, right, this is actual evidence. Yeah, rather than just I've got a YouTube video of fucking bee dying.
Very good, Dalil. Very good.
One second. Velle, just like I'm talking to you directly here. Are you disagreeing? Are you disagreeing of that there's potential health risks for 5G?
No.
All right,
I'm just saying.
Hold on. Were you disagreeing that 5G causes coronavirus?
I just said, where's the proof for it?
Because that's what I'm disagreeing with. I don't think 5G causes coronavirus. I'm not saying I don't think.
I don't know what 5G does. I'm just saying, like, I was just saying.
Coronavirus is distraction for 5G.
All we can do.
We get what Velle's doing. Velle's asking questions, innit? And you're being critical with your questions.
All we can do, is go with, like we're saying, with what the experts know, and then ask questions about it with our limited knowledge, innit?
No, but
Velle. Sorry, so let me ask Velle this one question, James Jones. One question, yeah? This Speaker's Corner guy, come on, man. You know he's an agent. He should even be in the chat room, cuz.
Who, Rob?
Come on, fam. This guy's supporting 5G, cuz he's supporting the thing.
Velle, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, man.
Yo, Velle, I want to ask you the question that you asked earlier on, yeah?
Pardon.
So, if you receive information that is contradictory to the government guidelines and the corporation's guidelines, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, look into that, man. You get me? Like, fucking, man's not just saying it, like, again, like, I've never been just a person where, the government says it's okay, so it's just okay. It's like, right, these people are supposed to be the experts in their field, so more likely what they're going to say is more likely going to be the truth. But if there is any evidence
why did you ask that question in the first place? Just out of curiosity. Because obviously you know that, man. Obviously you know that we're exploring the thing, innit? Like we're trying to find articles and obviously guidelines and people, doctors, testimonies and all this kind of stuff. You already know we're doing that. So what was the purpose of asking the question that I just asked you?
Asking the question of what?
What will we do if we hear contradictory evidence that goes against government guidelines?
Yeah, find out because like I was saying, first of all, yeah, like really and truly, both sides of work was trying to work with confirmation bias, innit? So you had a thought that there's going to be evidence for 5G causing information, yeah. So literally, man was looking for evidence to confirm that 5G is going to cause any sort of damage. Once man found the evidence of 5G causing damage, now man's saying, I was being balanced with looking for information on both sides. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, Velle, can I ask a question?
Man were looking for the information on both sides. Man was just looking for information that confirms. That
no, that's not true. We'd already.
It was though, bro.
We'd already seen. Wait, brother.
Why are you doing this? Bro? I don't know why you keep doing this, man. Because it's like because you're not being honest, bro. That's why I keep. You're not understanding. Bro, listen. Let me tell you why you're not being honest, though, bro. Yeah, because like I was saying, yeah, I said both sides. You know, like I was saying, me, yeah, right. I already thought that once I heard the report saying 5G didn't cause no damage, yeah. So I was like, all right, I've got confirmation bias leaning towards 5G not causing any sort of damage, yeah. So once that was there, it was like, all right, cool. We can roll with that. I can argue from that point of view now.
I got you, but my boy,
wait.
leaning towards that side, isn't
it? But you was on the opposite side of the argument where you was like, wow, there might be a chance of.
That's not the opposite side. No. Stop for 1 second. Me saying, hold on, wait. Me saying there might be is not the opposite side of the argument. That's not correct. I'd already seen all the opposite side.
My side of the argument was saying there might not be.
Velle, I beg you.
The opposite side of there might be is there might not be. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So where you saying there might not be, that's why I'm saying obviously any information, anything that is leading towards there's going to be a chance that 5G could cause this sort of damage, that damage, or whatever damage. Obviously, man's gonna lean more towards that than to the information that's saying the opposite.
All right, let me go. Okay,
go on.
So, let him speak, man.
So number one, because number one, saying that if the government and all of the corporations have said that this thing is safe, the opposite argument to that is saying that it's absolutely 100% not safe, right? Me saying that there might be a reason to investigate is not the opposite argument. It's doing what you've just said. Bro, I don't even know what's going on. It's doing what we've all just agreed, having heard the evidence from witness. We've all agreed that it's probably worth looking into. There weren't no opposite argument, and there weren't no confirmation bias. What your stance was kind of in support of the idea that the state and all of the regulatory bodies are experts, and so therefore we should take their advice, which is a fair point.
No, mate, that's my fault.
Wait, Shifa, wait. We're on the same page still. That their advice is advisable that we take their advice. That's not an unfair point. However, if there's also advice from other experts, which is what we see, I don't know whether you thought that we just been looking at videos and getting all our tinfoil hats on and all them kind of things there. But there were things that were out there, like what they done and showed you lot, to indicate that actually not, it's actually worth investigating. So now that we're all on the same page, you can see that our position wasn't direct opposition. Our opinion was that we'd seen opposition, because if no one had said nothing, we'd have nothing to investigate, bro. So the fact that there was stuff to
But
investigate,
lads, just to be honest, yeah, like there isn't enough of a period, like like electric, not electric, what do you call them, vape pens or whatever, vape sticks and shit. Remember when they first came out and they were like, they passed all of the sort of preliminary tests because you don't have testing over long periods like with cigarettes. So arguably in the sort of small time frame that you have to study the effects on the body, you could argue that cigarettes have a far more degenerative effect on the human body than the vapes. But over the long term, we don't know. And now we're seeing recently, these kids that getting pneumonia from it, or what's that, emphysema in their young age, and we're like, oh shit, you're smoking vapes and you're getting emphysema in like 5 years of using them. Well, now you have a large testing pool and you have a lot of people at a much longer period to test it. So with 5G, obviously it's going to pass preliminary tests because it doesn't have an immediate effect on the body. But as you see with rats on 4G and stuff like that, and with the mobile phones like we were talking about earlier, we've had so much longer testing period where scientists can be confirmed. And even the appeal that Witness just showed us is we don't know, there isn't enough information to say this is safe.
So James Jones, are you happy to be the lab rat then?
To cross the line to make something safe and then to study the long-term effects are two separate things. So I think it is fair for someone to say, based on the evidence I've seen, there's nothing. Because, for example, if you test something and it doesn't have an immediately negative effect, it's more probable that it won't have a long-term effect. I think that's fair to say.
Can I ask something here? What's the point of having 5G if we already have 4G, which is normal internet? It's usable. So what's the point of getting this 5G if what we have already is sufficient?
Faster download speed.
Rather than, that's the real question. And when you
faster download
muddy the water by saying what do you call it, 5G causes corona or something, you're not seeing the real conspiracy. And the real conspiracy is what you just asked. Why do you not need information?
What's the point?
Why do you need these networks and these systems to be this adept? Is it maybe to surveil the whole fucking globe? Is it maybe to
this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and that's more important.
Because initially 5G appeals because it's faster internet. That's what people want.
And it's competition, it's business competition as well.
We haven't. To be fair, we haven't brought up. No one's brought up the corona thing in this segment.
MashaAllah.
Right.
It's business
corona.
But can't you see lean to that side as well? Like where if you've got a fucking business that's working like with internet speeds and they're slow, 3G, forever buffering, and you've got an office that's across the road and they've got 5G and they're flinging emails about like there's fucking nothing
do you know what this
or
is
whatever.
like?
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah? This is like the iPhones, yeah? The first iPhone that come out was completely perfect. It was nice. The moment the next one comes up, the first one starts fucking up. So you got to buy the new one. The new one's perfect. It's got all the nice features. Then the next one comes out and the old one starts fucking up. So I feel like initially when 3G was out, that was the best thing since sliced bread. Then 4G came out. Everyone's like, fuck 3G. 4G was the best thing since sliced bread. Now this 5G thing is
like
coming out. Everyone's going to say, fuck the 4G.
It's the same thing with cars.
Yo, to be done.
What car would you rather? Wait, hold on a sec. So would you rather drive, the first car ever made, or the latest car that they've made of that model?
I'll be in the middle, brother.
If the latest car is gonna kill people, let me say something, Zabida. If the latest car is gonna kill you, then why would you want the latest one?
Serious, the latest car is gonna kill you.
If it does the job and it does what I need, I don't need to waste more money.
Zabida, you've missed the whole point. Zabida.
This is why I'm never giving up smoking.
1 second, Zabida. You've missed the whole point of the conversation. If the latest car they're bringing out is going to kill people and we're going to be lab rats and we're being tested on, why are we going to want to be tested on? Are we lab rats? If you're not happy being lab rats, then
it comes back to the same point that we was making again. With the testing standards, obviously there's preliminary testing standards that need to be met before the thing can get brought on the road. So the car's got to go through the crash dummy test, all them sort of shits before it can be brought on the road. So they can't be selling you. They can't listen. They can't be selling. Listen. They can't sell you a car that is just automatically going to kill you. You can kill yourself in a car because if you drive into a wall, you could. If you drive off a bridge, you might die. Do you know what I'm saying?
My brother. I thought you was a critical thinker until you made that statement. Witness, I know you're a critical thinker, so you're going to understand exactly what I'm about to say. Now, the fact of the matter is this. When Witness just showed us that screen share, yeah, these are doctors and scientists who have told us that this is ludicrous, yeah? It is ludicrous. We are being tested on, just like James Jones. Although James Jones, sometimes I think the way you deal with information is not the most critical, but the way you dealt with the information right there with the vape pens, think about what you just said. Yeah, they said, oh, it's safe, it's fine. And then 5 years later, people have got emphysema and all of these mad medical conditions. And they say, oh, no, it's not fine anymore. What, do you want to wait until they say 5G's killed tens of millions, billions of people before you start realizing?
Bro, listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that the companies bringing out products need to be able to do testing what they can see further into the future than they've ever had the product out for.
No. Let me come in just quickly.
That is what you're saying. Because
That's not the MA Brown
listen. First of all, yeah. Let me wait. MA, I'm gonna let you come in, bro. Yeah. Just let me finish the point that I was making. Yeah. Because the point that James was giving when he was saying about they tested the vape pens when they first come out, yeah, and they said they're better than cigarettes. People move from cigarettes to vape pens, and it will help you quit smoking, yeah. But then after years of people using the vape pens, people have come up with other issues that they never knew about. They never knew about those issues, though.
Right.
So, obviously, that's over the time of
what you took
them coming out. That's
wait. All right, let me come in then. All right, so what you're indicating, and this is something that I mentioned earlier on again, so hopefully people that listen back to the show will hear some of the other stuff we talked about. So what you're indicating, is something that I brought up. So these corporations, they want to test up until a point. Yeah, up until a point usually where they cannot, the conditions that they have within their testing cannot replicate the real life conditions, or they can't use real people, right? So what happens is they're then stuck in a quandary. What do we do with all of this stuff that we're ready to go in? We're ready to go and put this stuff out. So then they can either delay it and do more testing, yeah, if they can, or they go, do you know what? Let's not tell anyone that we haven't tested this, and this. And let's get a ratification from government or Congress or whoever to put the shit out. Because there's a load of investors and their money is riding on us putting this out in May, June, July, 2020, 2023 or whenever, right? So this is the shit that we're seeing. So the vape thing is a really good example, because what they could have fucking done, is not put the vape out. So nobody would be vaping even now, right? If it wasn't for the fact that profit cancels out any possibility of delaying the product being released. People are waiting for their fucking money, right? So this is what we're seeing, and they're not going to do that. So with 5G, what the man them and the women them said on not even man them, what the people then said on the 5G appeal was, can you just fucking wait and not just dash this stuff out? And you saw that, was it Austria or whoever? Some of these nations actually said, no, actually, forget the profit. We're going to wait until we're sure that this stuff. How can it be the same? How can it be that it's the same technology, but that certain nations, just like with chlorinated chicken and all this kind of stuff, and fluoridating the water and all this other kind of stuff that the EU won't do, but the Americans do. It's the same fucking shit. I don't know why there's a debate about it. We know that.
But this is to the point that you made just there, though. Emma, yeah, you were saying that there's stuff that the US government will do that the European standards won't allow in their country. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, again, because if those test rules, what they've set out to have to be initially passed, ain't passed, they won't release the stuff on their thingamabob.
No,
I'm not saying the testing's perfect.
But I'm saying,
Nah.
See, bro,
but it's about weighing out the pros and cons, isn't it? And there's more cons with this 5G than there are pros.
Look. If we're talking about, we have to remember profit. No. So we have to remember profit. Yeah, the Americans we know are profit driven, right? The EU is also profit driven, but not in the same maniacal way necessarily as America. In fact, the EU have picked up a lot of habits from the Americans, right? Commercially and economically, right? So I would. It doesn't take a huge leap of intellectual faith or whatever for me to think, okay, well, the Americans are doing this fuckery because actually they're corporations, they're the ones that started this shit, and they're the ones that really push that profit under any circumstances agenda. So where we're talking about this 3G now, I don't know. I'm quite surprised that you still go back to the argument of legislation and the ratification of certain guidelines and stuff, because we know that it's the government that's doing it. We know that it's the government that have put out to tender this frequencies like they did with TV and like they did with radio. They've put them out to tender. They did their university, bless you. They put
it's the fucking program. But like I say,
wait, I haven't finished.
Let them finish and then come in, James.
Yeah, we know that. Well, we should know, or we can research and find out that it's the government that would have paid all of these scientists and all of these technicians and that to establish the viability, and this would have probably been global, the viability of 5G and the uses that we can have out of 5G and the amount of money that can be made out of 5G. So once they establish that, they'll be like, okay, now we're putting this shit out to tender. Which one of you lot can prove or can give enough enough evidence to satisfy the majority of the scientists that we might even fucking pay off as well? Let's not forget that to get this out of the market, right? And that's what's happening. And all the ones that weren't paid off, and all the ones that weren't included, and all the ones that haven't been, maybe weren't even given the commission by the scientific bodies or maybe all the universities to do the research. They're like, fam, the little bit of research that we've done, or the little bit of electromagnetic theory that we understand, tells us already there's a problem. So what the hell are you not dealing with? That's what the appeal's about.
Yeah, but I think it's simple. Like, I don't know what. Actually, you know, maybe it's better to do it. Like, really, are you arguing against what he's saying? Like, you say
he's not. What it is, is when.
No, what I'm saying, the only point that I'm arguing against, that keeps being made, is like that about this, like, obviously I'm not saying that the testing standards are perfect, but they do try to test for all the things what are counted as dangerous to the consumer. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, with the things being recalled and all stuff like that, that even shows that anything that does pass the test and is still a danger or does become a danger in the future gets recalled back, because the company don't want to be selling stuff that's going to be causing danger to their customers.
I don't think
my brother, can I just say one thing, Emma? 1 second, James Jones, 1 second.
Go.
The reason why that's a miseducated way of thinking, I'm going to show you why. Because the doctors, you see, the people who protect our health and have to nurse us back to health when we go into a hospital, the people that have to perform the surgeries on us, the people who get scientific with it, they're protesting. Come on, my brother, you're done at it.
Cool. I got
that argument is unnecessary.
Can I just ask one question?
Why when people
let James have a bit, then Sabina, you go to that store.
Okay, no.
Go on.
I think like, so you see examples of, like, you know, class action lawsuits and stuff. Clear and present danger is the claim being made, and I tend to agree with that, because when you say clear and when you say present, you mean something that is like somewhat immediate or happening in the near future. And I think it's safe to say that even in the test done with the rats or with 4G, which 5G incorporates 4G, you're looking at a tiny creature taking at least 2 years to show the side effects, right? So, and given that 5G, I think the earliest it was rolled out in like 2019, I feel like the benefits for those, you know, the evil fucking corporations, crony capitalists, I think for them the benefits far outweigh the negatives, right? And the negatives would have to display clear and present danger to affect their pockets. So, you know, if there was clear evidence in any kind of trial that this would have a close to immediate effect negatively on the health of population, I think that there would be so many lawsuits that, you know, for a fact that that company would.
James Jones, the government's own lawsuits. You're making this up as you go along. The own lawsuits, my brother. What you know? I'm sorry. James Jones, seriously. There's no point continuing, my brother, because what you just done right there. You see what you just done right there, yeah? Everyone in the room is going number.
Listen. You're not gonna say anything logical. You're just gonna pose some overarching.
you're gonna go after Zabida, yeah? Let Zabida make her point, and then you come in after because she was waiting.
That's cool. That's cool.
But yeah,
No,
but
I just wanted.
but hold
I
on,
finished, James. By the way, sorry, go.
thank you. You can't just Chiffer, don't post some overarching demon government and that's going to suffice. No, we're saying logically, what Velle's saying is fair in that the immediate, obviously the trials would, if there was an immediate danger, it would be too much of a risk for them because their ultimate goal here is to roll out 5G across the globe so that they can map the globe. They can every individual home has such a quick network connection that they can create these smart cities in which they know everything about us. They know our energy usage. They can implement fucking eugenics programs and they can create a perfect world in their image. That's the ultimate goal of anybody.
That's not true.
Power,
that's not true.
And more power. And
that's your perspective. That's your perspective. So don't put it out there as actual information. Just say it's your perspective.
All right, cool. That's what 5G facilitates for people with power.
No,
so
5G facilitates something else.
All right, cool, but you're just not letting me finish. But they wouldn't allow some stupid little hiccup of some clear and evident, some clear like point to evidence and say, look, this does that. This it becomes cancerous in a month. They wouldn't go through a trial with that glaring piece of information out there and try to roll it out. They would at least dot their I's and cross their T's when it comes to immediate.
No, they wouldn't.
10 years, if in
that's
10
a
years,
lie.
Oh, fuck
that's
it.
a lie.
Wait, can I just say something? Yeah. Well, hold on, Shifra. Can I just say something here to add on to James? I actually agree with what James Jones said. There's actually a much deeper reason for this 5G to unsupervised people. So, if this 5G has a physical and other effects, is there a way of protecting yourself against it? So, in a sense where if I don't have 5G in my house, I don't use it, I don't spend on it, am I free from the effects of it, or is it because obviously they're implementing towers everywhere?
No, you're not.
So even if I don't use 5G, are you saying that it still can affect me in my household and my
Yes, it
physical
can still
health?
affect you in your household, and it still can affect your health. It don't matter if you're using it. It matters about that antenna being close to you. Now, let me just clarify something that James Jones tried to put out there, yeah, because this is what I mean about the miseducation of people. Yeah, and let me explain something to you. You're telling us what the government would do, but you don't work for the government. Get out of here with that narrative, first and foremost. Second and foremost, yeah, like I was saying, you got these government agents like Rob that want to tell us, no, everything that the government do is safe. And, you know, these people are just conspiracy theorists. Hold on. But the doctors, the people who protect your health are saying this is not safe. And you lot are still coming with this narrative. It's just ridiculous. Like at the end of the day, let me finish. I can't help you in it, yeah? Because your mind is ignorant in it. Like that's the truth of it. Your mind's ignorant. When a doctor, listen, if a doctor says to you,
you didn't even understand
my brother, let me finish. Let me finish, please. I'm asking you nicely. Please let me finish. If a doctor says to you, smoking is bad for your health, eventually it's going to kill you, are you going to say the doctor's lying? So when a doctor says to you, 5G is bad for your health, it's bad for the health of all people, yeah? Are you going to tell me the doctor's lying?
Yeah, but you can't trust doctors as well because they be telling you if you're mentally ill, they'll give you. No, but hold on. They'll give you this medicine, yeah, that will make you much like this is the thing. Yeah, I can't even trust doctors 100%. There's specific doctors that I trust because even if you're mentally ill, they will give you some tablet which will fuck up your chemicals inside your chemical imbalance.
Those are the ones that the government paid off.
Shifra, wait, stop. This is, I hate it when this fucking happens.
It's not that funny.
The thing just goes all raggedy and all fucking messed up, yeah. James Jones, what he was saying is the same thing that you're saying, Shifra. I don't understand how you got something completely different. Like,
no, I get what he's saying, but what I'm saying is the way he's saying it is confused. Now, what I'm trying to say is, he said, this is what James Jones said, just to clarify, he said the government would have done testing on it, and if the ratifications were so serious, then they wouldn't have rolled it out. Of course they would have rolled it out. Why would they have rolled it out? I'll tell you, Shifra's going to give you the reason right now. Shifra's going to give you the reason right now. Shifra's going to give you the reason they'll roll it out right now. Population cleansing. And whoever is left is the people that they're going to want to be able to surveil.
Wait now, all right, shush. Right, so that's not what he said. He said that in terms of short-term and long-term effects, yeah, he's saying that and this makes sense, right? that if there was so say 5G, yeah, when you put it on, it blasts out a fucking laser gun ray and just burns up whoever's next to it, yeah. That they would have made sure that them things ain't gonna happen, yeah. So they would have done testing to at least safeguard against the most obvious and immediate concerns. That's what James was
How
saying.
do you know they would have done that though?
Hold on,
because they've already tested it, you moron, and someone didn't vaporize.
I'm the moron, yeah. I'm the moron, yeah. I'm the moron. So hold on, they've already tested it. They've already tested it, and they already know the effects that it's going to have on people. But they're still rolling it out. Get out of here, man.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. This is where you run away with yourself sometimes, Shifra. That's not what he's saying, bro. He's saying that they have done some tests, and of the tests that they did do, yeah, because obviously once who's gone? I was a bit. Once the research is being done, yeah, as commissioned by the government, yeah, they're gonna want to know some stuff, innit? They're definitely gonna want to know some stuff, and obviously there's certain conversations that happen in Parliament.
I'm not disagreeing with that though, M.A. Brown. What I'm disagreeing with is the standards of test that they're gonna do. The standards of test that they're gonna do, my brother. Yeah, go on, you lot finish.
Sheffield, you're annoying me now. Stop doing that, man. Right, so. And there's no need. There's no. This is a really side thing that's really just taking us off track, bro. The fact of the matter is, James Jones is saying something very logical, which is that there would be a certain level of testing, yeah, which we know that there probably was, yeah, that would at least rule out some of the more obvious things. Because basically, if the more obvious thing, if there was something that was so obvious that as soon as you switch it on, yeah, then something really, really blatant. I'm not even talking about bees being next to it. I'm talking about something even more blatant than that. That's quite blatant anyway, but something even more blatant than that we can't really debate. Yeah, if they didn't test for something like that, then as soon as we switch it on, everybody would be up in arms, right? So what I'm saying to you is that what James Jones was saying is kind of in agreement with you. All he was doing was establishing a narrative that these men would have gone through, which is there's. You are
say blessings to everybody. Big up yourselves. Bless up Velle.
Big up, sis. Big up, sis.
Bless up the show. I hope
there's no debate.
Yo, M.A. Yo, M.A. Let me just answer back to what you just said, yeah. Because
after Shifter, I would like to say something on.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I just want to say something to what M.A. Brown just said, yeah. Because the point that I'm trying to make, I think it's been very much missed. Yeah. Now the point I'm making is this, yeah. This government wants to kill people. They're not going to tell you that they want to kill people. They're not going to tell you that. What they're going to do is they're going to say we've done sufficient tests to show that this thing is safe enough. Yeah. Now, after it's killed off millions of people, then they might say, okay, now we're going to take some of these things down and we're going to put them further away and we're going to do this and we're going to do that.
How is the government protecting themselves?
Let me finish. After they've used us like crash test dummies, then the same way they done with the vape business, yeah, then they will say, okay, we're going to put this into place. We're going to put that into place.
But bro,
why are we going to wait? Let me finish. This is my question. Before you start asking questions, this is my question. This is my question. So you can answer the question. You can answer this question. No, you can't intercept. Answer the question first, then say whatever you want to say, yeah? Why are we going to wait for this 5G to start killing off millions of people before we say something about it?
Right. No, James, I'm gonna because I'm gonna because.
Hey, let me answer my question.
Wait. There's the last thing I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Before you move on.
Wait. Find this one. Let me just say one.
Can I just say one thing? Yeah. Before you move on.
Find this one. I just want to say one thing.
Yeah, say what you want. I was gonna say one thing too, but it's fine.
Just give me 30 seconds. Yeah. Schiffer, right? You've already seen me debating for the last hour on this thing. You know what my position already is. The ignorance that
I know that.
Wait. So please, I beg you, don't again argue like we're on a different team when I've already.
No, we're not. We're not on a different team. I'm just making a point.
Wait, man. Yeah, wait, because what happens is you get carried away with preaching to the choir, and it's really fucking irritating, bro. And it doesn't. I
don't care if it's irritating because I gotta say what I gotta say. You gotta talk the way you talk.
Hold on. No, brother. We're here to discuss, innit? We're here to debate. cool. But let's not try and go backwards on the work that we've already done in establishing some theories, some things that are probably less likely to happen, some things that are likely to happen. Let's not go backwards. And otherwise, there's no point in definitely there's no point in me being on these things, bro. Don't get carried away in it. That's all I'm saying to you. What James Jones was saying wasn't necessarily in opposition to what you're saying. What he was saying was he was revealing a narrative that may have happened and is logically going to happen because, and is not in contravention or is not in opposition to what you're saying. What
I
you're
never said he was in opposition to what I was saying. What I said is, why would we wait for it to kill people before we decide to do something about it?
Go on, Finance. I want to ask you a question, Shifa. So don't go. Yeah, go on, Finance.
So I just joined as well because I was listening to you, James, right? And I'm very intrigued on what you were saying in terms of that. You know, do we feel like obviously they've done certain testing, so they're not going to put this out if it's going to be so-called detrimental to people's health, to the nature? Like apparently bees are going to start dropping down, birds are going to start dropping down. They've done testing. Now, me personally, I wanna say, like, what makes you think? Why do you have so much trust that they wouldn't put something like that out when, just to say hypothetically, they brought vapes out when they knew vape was no good, and then off the back of that, if this thing wasn't so bad and it was so great, why is it being so hush hush? Why hasn't it been on the news that scientists and doctors have called appeals against 5G? Why hasn't 5G really been promoted to us? As well, I personally believe ITV News, any news that is out there in the world, is just what they want us to hear and what they want us to see.
Right? Can I get a couple seconds? Shifa, don't interrupt
Yeah,
me.
that's what I just wanted to know. Like, why? How come you've got so much trust?
Now I'm gonna answer this, and at the end of it, there's gonna be a question for Shifa or anybody else that wants to answer it. And I'm gonna try and make it as brief as I can.
I find this, you're my real sister, you know. I like the way you said that.
I'd argue with one of the examples. I don't think it's a straight comparison. I used the vape pens in a completely different context because, to answer it honestly, they didn't know of anything sinister with vape pens until they had that kind of.
And you know that they didn't know, right, James? You know that they didn't know, right?
I proper asked you. You know what, Shifa? I want to apologize to you the other day.
I beg you, let him get to the end of the
so angry, bro. Big man, you told me suck my mum, and I don't care. If you keep cutting me off, it gets me really angry. So I beg you, stop doing it, please. Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna ask you a question. You're gonna get a chance to speak in a sec anyway. Yeah. Cool. It's a different category because for them to test that, they need, number one, lots of people to use it, so a larger testing pool, and then an extended period of time. So we can assume that they didn't have that. And also, the major companies that invested in vape pens were doing it at a loss, right? So they were seeing the writing on the wall, people getting off of cigarettes. So arguably, there's much more factors at play with that. So it's not a straight like for like comparison. The problem that you lot are running into, and this is the twofold answer where I'll answer it, is one, because of what MA just put out to you, it wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't be very appealing, right, to promote this technology to people if it was vaporizing them within a week, right? And so any testing that would have proved that, they would have said, we need to tweak it so that they last a little longer, for example. And that's me being generous to your side of the argument, that it's some sinister plan from the government to cull the population or whatever the fuck else it is. The other narrative would be functionality. Why do they need 5G? They need 5G to perform a specific service for them, right? And for example, like if you take something like, flying a drone or something, there's a control room full of people, like 30 or 40 people manning a drone. Now they'd use flying that drone to go kill someone to help them win a war. Why would they want all of their soldiers in that room to be vaporized within a month of using 5G technology? Or why would they want to gain more information from one of these smart homes in a smart city? Why would they want everybody to install 5G, get 5G broadband so that they can hook up their, washer, dryer, TV, their fucking every single appliance they use, get all the information and that